the New York Times saying that when, if you said those words, which are true, and we all know this to be true, okay, it is unbelievable to hear a New York Times journalist say those words. Tucker Carlson did an hour and 51 minutes with the New York Times, and there's some gems in here.
And sort of like you're in this kind of dreamland. It's like smoking hash or something. It's interesting. Very interesting.
I'm Lulu Garcia-Navarro, and I'm in Maine to interview Tucker Carlson. For many years, Carlson was one of President Trump's most vocal supporters.
I mean, I've always agreed with Trump's policies, always. And here I am with a full-throated, utterly sincere endorsement of Donald Trump.
But recently, Carlson has publicly broken with Trump. He's not only come out against Trump's decision to go to war with Iran.
This is the single most foolish thing any American president has ever done.
He now says he regrets supporting the president.
You know, we'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be.
Has become a vocal and influential critic of the administration.
This whole thing is like dooming any
February 28th. I'd love to hear a little bit about that. Was it just you and the president in those meetings? Can you just give me a sense of what was going on there?
Well, I've been speaking to him about Iran for 10 years.
Right.
Literally since 2016, maybe 15, because there was enormous pressure on him, as there has been on many presidents, to regime change Iran. And we know, based on our experience with a much smaller country, Iraq, that's a tall order, and it doesn't necessarily lead to a place you want to go, and it's not good for the United States. So anyway, and Trump knew that, and that was one of the main reasons, actually, that I supported him during, my time at Fox News and campaigned for him. And so it was really central to my views of Trump's candidacy and presidency. And so when it became clear in June that we were starting down this road toward a regime change war with Iran, I was baffled. I was very upset, not because I have allegiance to Iran, but because I thought it would be terrible for the United States, as it has been, worse even than I imagined. But I could see exactly where this was going, and he was under enormous pressure to do this, once again, as all presidents in my lifetime have been. So we talked a lot in June. He embarked on this effort to take out Iran's nuclear program, which was really just the opening salvo in a regime change effort. He knew that. I told him that. Charlie Kirk told him that. We did it. We got out. And then it became clear this winter in January that we were moving toward this thing that we're in now. And I was just absolutely panicked about it.
Did he explain to you why he wanted to take the country into war? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the dynamics of that conversation. What was he
Well, there were
saying?
multiple conversations.
Right.
I flew to Washington 3 times in the month before, 5 weeks, 6 weeks before, and met with him in the Oval Office alone, and people file in and out. And with the White House Chief of Staff, the Secretary of State, et cetera, had lunch with him on one of those occasions, and then I spoke to him by phone many times on this topic. And he would begin almost every conversation with, "Do you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon?" To which I said, "Well, I'm sort of opposed to nuclear weapons. I don't want nuclear weapons. I don't want Israel to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want anyone to have a nuclear weapon. It doesn't seem like a good thing." But that's not the question. The question is, what do you do about it? And that was kind of the end of the rationale for doing this. He never seemed enthusiastic about it, ever. And I would say, well, here are the potential effects of this. Obviously, the geography of Iran being the most important fact of Iran. Iran is not a military power, it's an economic power. That was obvious because it controls the greatest span of coastline along the Persian Gulf, which is the source of a fifth of the world's energy, et cetera, all well known now and well known to him then. And he, I think, perfectly understood the consequences.
Why was he taking your calls then? Because if he knew your position and he understood the perils, I mean, was he trying to convince you to back the war?
No, he made no effort to convince me at all, other than to say it's going to be all right. Everything's going to be okay. And I just didn't feel that way. None of this, I should say, was about Trump or my relationship with Trump or my feelings about Trump.
I don't trust Tucker at all, but I think this stuff is very believable. Him having numerous conversations with Trump around Iran, I totally believe it. And especially Donald Trump turning around and going, "Nah, everything's going to be all right." That has been reported on. Okay, that has been reported on extensively, and I 100% believe that conversation took place like that. Exactly like that, where he was like, "Nah, it'll be fine." That is literally Trump's modus operandi. That's his MO. He just goes, "Oh, you think this is going to be a cataclysmic sequence of events that will destabilize the entire planet? No, it'll be fine." I don't understand why he cares about Iran. 2 reasons. One, at this point, I think Tucker Carlson is somewhat of a Pat Buchanan-style isolationist, right? Which is ironic because for many, many years, he's on Pat Buchanan. Now, do I believe that Tucker Carlson's main reason for supporting Trump's political rise was his impression of his opposition to the war in Iraq and a new war with Iran? No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. He's lying about that. He's a grifter. That is retconning of history. However, I do believe that he was telling Trump not to wage war with Iran because anyone with like 3.5 brain cells could see exactly how the situation was going to unfold. We knew it, and I don't think I'm necessarily smart. I don't think I'm a particularly intelligent person. I think I have just common sense, right? So Tucker Carlson most likely understood that waging war with Iran at the behest of Israel would be unbelievably bad for America's geopolitical power posture, America's political future, America's capabilities of force projection. It would play a role in the death of American empire. Tucker Carlson loves the American empire.
Or his hair color or anything like that. I just didn't want the United States to go to war with Iran. And my strong feeling by the end of those conversations, which was the last one was probably a week before the war began, was that he felt he had no choice. And that he was resigned to it. He was unhappy about it. He didn't seem enthusiastic at all. There was no effort to say, once we do this, the United States will be at peace, we'll be safe, we'll be more prosperous. There was none of that. Zero.
I mean, you speak to many people in the administration, and I'm just trying to understand the fault lines over this. I mean, who was for the war? Who was against it while all this was being discussed?
I mean, I'm guessing to a certain extent. I do talk to a lot of people there still, but I don't work there, so
No,
I don't,
sure.
it's hard to really know. There are people with a long record of making bellicose noises about Iran. They still work there. So specifically the Secretary of State / National Security Advisor has said for many, many years, Iran is the greatest threat we face, which is a ludicrous statement, but has
Talking
said
about Marco Rubio.
that'd be correct. But that said, I didn't hear a single time from anyone, including from the Secretary of State himself, who I spoke to about this, any enthusiasm for doing this. My strong impression, and I could be wrong because I don't work there, is that no one in the building was pushing for this, at least overtly, that all the pressure was coming from outside. Constant calls from donors and people with influence over the president, well-known Rupert Murdoch, Mary Mandelson, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then a small constellation of, I guess they'd be called influencers, beginning with Mark Levin, but there were others, Sean Hannity, pushing the president to do this and telling him that you will be figure out of history, you will save and redeem Israel or something. I think that was the case they were making. And I didn't hear of anybody making the case that this would be good for the United States. I don't think that was ever a conversation.
I mean, there's been a lot of speculation about the president's mindset during this period.
Yes.
And part of it is, of course, about what happened after Venezuela and the successful, in their view, operation there, removing Maduro from office, and that he felt sort of emboldened by that, the success of that operation, and that he felt that this was going to be similar, that he underestimated the Iranians and what they might do in response to an attack.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I think the Venezuela operation allowed him to retreat into a kind of fantasy in which he told himself this is going to be easy. But I don't think he believed that. And I should say, having spoken to him a lot in this calendar year, I detected no evidence at all of dementia, mental decline. You hear people say, well, he's gone, soft. That was not my impression at all. Trump is not well informed on a lot of topics, for sure, is proudly ignorant on a lot of topics, but he has kind of remarkable powers of insight into people and power dynamics. Like, you don't get to be president by accident. The guy's smart in the ways that matter politically. And my strong read was that he was doing this against his will. Famously, the head of the Counterterrorist Center, one of the top intel officials in the country, Joe Kent, resigned shortly after the war began and said,
"Oh my God. Okay, listen. Dude. Stabbed in the back. Okay? Remember those words. Okay, I have in the past been critical of people, criticizing me for saying like, oh, Tucker Carlson says Trump is a slave to Israel. This is him working through the steps of regenerating a stabbed in the back myth for the glorious President Donald Trump and the glorious American nationalist movement that unfortunately made the mistake of listening to the Jews. Okay? 100p. For those of you who don't know, stabbed in the back is a myth from an anti-Semitic conceptualization from the Nazi Germany era, the idea that like Jews stabbed Germany in the back, and therefore they must be punished. Okay? What he is doing right here, because look, I also think Israel urged and goaded and maybe even duped Trump into taking action in Iran. So I guess by some estimation, and I think my analysis is factoring in simply the truth, right? There is a little bit of an alignment with what Tucker and I are seeing. But if you actually scratch the surface, you realize that Tucker's sentiment here is to preserve the integrity and the myth of American imperialism being a force of good. Okay? I don't have that assessment. I don't believe that American imperialism and American empire is a source of good. Tucker does. So what he's basically trying to design here is the notion that Israel, the Jewish state, okay, he will never say it was the Jews that did it until it's like permissible to openly say that, right? Like until, there is no stigma whatsoever associated with that. That's what I mean when I say openly say that. But his assessment is most likely that, right? But he won't say it. But it's very clear that Tucker Carlson is trying to create this idea that not only in Iran, but also in Iraq as well, if you listen closely to what he says, that Israel was the one that manipulated the American administrations, both in the past and currently, into taking action that they did not want to take. The idea that Donald Trump reluctantly waged war with Iran is wrong. It's just wrong. He was not reluctant to wage war with Iran. The most charitable interpretation of actual events that took place is that Donald Trump thought foolishly that it would be similar to the Venezuela operation, but he was enthusiastic about waging war with Iran. I will never believe the idea that Donald Trump was forced, his hand was forced in the waging war with Iran. He really didn't want to do it. Same with Iraq. Americans just did not want to wage war with Iraq at all, but Israel, got America somehow to go and wage war with Iraq. Did Israel play a role in Iraq? Absolutely. It's obvious. They did. Benjamin Netanyahu came and delivered a very famous speech to Congress. Israel was very enthusiastic, no matter how the pro-Israeli side tries to make it seem like Israel was not on board. American Jews were not on board, obviously, with the war in Iraq, as they are not on board with the war in Iran either, because they're American Jews. They're American. Okay? They're American first. They're just Jews who happen to live in America. The idea that they are unbelievably loyal and only care about Israel is definitely presented by a lot of Jewish institutions, but if you look at the polling, you realize that that's not necessarily the truth, right? Having said that, I don't make the same distinction for Iran. And you might say, why? Because with Iran, there is definitely a divergence in interests. Okay. Has America always wanted to blow up Iran? Certainly. For 47 years. But no president has ever done so. Donald Trump, on the other hand, has been unbelievably servile and unbelievably loyal to the interests of Israel, unlike any other president, with maybe the exception of Joe Biden. Okay. With Iraq, that was events set in motion far before Benjamin Netanyahu came and delivered a speech in front of Congress. But like I'm repeating over and over again, this is important to understand. And this is something that I've been very critical of, like the Nick Fuentes of the world on as well. Their ideas, their worldview revolves around this than my rhetoric, because you can turn around and say, Hassan hates America. His name is Hassan. He's Muslim. He's an Islamist fundamentalist. He's a jihadist. He's an Islamo-communist. All this stuff. He's so critical of America. He hates America. He says America is bad. America bad. That's all he says. Liberals align with that unbelievably reactionary belief system as well. It's not just Republicans who 100% agree with that assessment. There are plenty of liberals who agree with it too, because American exceptionalism is bipartisan. And that's precisely the reason why this kind of nefarious propagandizing is, in my opinion, from the perspective of many Americans, much easier to understand. We lay the blame entirely in the hands of Israel. And in the interim, in the short term, this might be a successful way to decouple from Israel, and maybe some people are making that dangerous calculation. But in the long term, this will not solve the problems at all. After all, if it wasn't Israel, but if it was just America directly slaughtering kids in Gaza, would that be appropriate? Because the reality of the matter is, Israel is a vestige of empire, and therefore, when Israel is slaughtering children in Gaza, we are slaughtering children in Gaza.
FBI investigation, and no one kind of followed up on that. And again, I don't know the answer, but this was not a normal decision-making process. And my strong impression was that Trump was more a hostage than a sovereign decision maker in this.
Well, so tell me what you're getting at when you say the president of the United States, the most...
You should stop punching to the left. Oh, you mean to Tucker Carlson? Dude, I'm sorry. I have a policy of usually not punching left, but it's so funny that like everyone that is even fractionally to my left has been utilizing this unbelievably right-wing Nazi-backed media cycle to attack me viciously every single day. And the one time I respond, I'm like, oh, I'm such a bully. I'm punching left. So it's so up. Like, really? You know, I've kept quiet on purpose because I do have a policy of not punching left. But at some point, I have to, you know, I have to force people to rein it in a little bit. Unless you were making a joke about Tucker Carlson being to my left, in which case I apologize. I autistically didn't understand your joke.
Powerful country in the world had no choice.
I don't know what I'm getting at. I'm just telling you what I observed. He seemed, and that's kind of the question. And what I'm really fascinated by is the lack of curiosity on display into how exactly this happened. What are the mechanisms by which a guy who's supposedly sovereign, in charge, granted this authority by voters, tens of millions of them, can't make a decision in the country's interest or even in his own interest? He knew, and I know he knew because I talked to him about it directly, that the consequences, potential consequences, were profound and profoundly bad. The end of his presidency, to start, which I think it has proven to be, he knew that. And he wasn't, this is my read, and I could be completely wrong. I don't know what's in his head, and I don't want to overstate my knowledge at all, but this is my strong perception on the basis of many conversations on this topic. He felt he had no choice. And he said to me, everything's going to be okay. Because I was getting overwrought. Don't do this. The people pushing you to do this hate you. They're your enemies. This will destroy you. This will gravely harm our country. We've got kids. I'm hoping for grandkids. Let's not go there. And he said, it's going to be all right. And he said, do you know how I know that? And I said, no. He said, because it always is. And I do think there's a kind of, you know, Teddy Rooseveltian optimism there, but that's not.
Getting right off the bat, the jokes and trolling coming from a chat of thousands of people is not autism, by the way. Okay, well, sometimes it is.
Really what it was, and this is my read, that was more a kind of justification from a man who feels he has no choice. And that is my strong view. And not just my strong view, the view of others who were around him and involved in this deliberation, to the extent it was a deliberation, which is not much.
Who are the other people around him who had that view?
You know, I can't speak for the views of others, but I will just say once again.
He's going to say J.D. Vance because this entire exercise is, in my opinion, to gain legitimacy and credibility in the anti-war movement, in the anti-Iran war movement specifically, so he can lend that credibility either to the likes of J.D. Vance or maybe even for himself or potentially Marco Rubio. I think he's playing his cards close to the chest right now, okay? It's either going to be Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, or maybe even Tucker himself.
That I never saw, nor did I hear about anybody who works for the Trump administration, anybody who was enthusiastically pushing this war on Trump, going in and being like, you know what, you want to be a truly great, you want to make this country great again? We need a regime change effort in Iran. And instead, you know, there were a lot of cowardly people, as there always are, and Trump engenders cowardice in the people around him through intimidation. And there is a kind of quality that he has that's spellbinding, and I think it probably literally is a spell. And the effect is to weaken people around him and make them more compliant and more confused. And I've experienced this myself. You spend a day with Trump and sort of like you're in this kind of dreamland. It's like smoking hash or something. It's interesting, very interesting. And there may be a supernatural component to it. I'm not a theologian, but it's real. And anyone who's been around him can tell you it's real. But whatever the cause, no one around him was weighing in strongly, as far as I know, on either side, for or against. But people from the outside were strongly weighing in, calling him constantly.
I'm going to give an alternative view on what may have happened.
Yes.
Which is...
And you may be right, by the way, because I don't want to overstate what I know.
Sure. I just want to due diligence. We've seen the president in his second term be much more interested in foreign policy, as many presidents are, much more open to taking action, not only in Venezuela, talking about Cuba, wanting the Nobel Peace Prize, weighing into situations in which he wasn't terribly interested in his first term.
For sure.
And so
that's real.
Could that not be part of this?
It's a huge part of it. And there's no question about that. And all presidents decide at some point that they're not interested in running the United States because it's hard. And how do you fix Baltimore and Gary, Indiana? And what do you do about homelessness in Los Angeles? Like, these are hard questions. We can't even make Head Start work, despite, many billions and a lot of sort of well-meaning.
How about you shut your mouth on stuff you know nothing about and leave it up to experts like a local defense contractor? True. The mom and pop local defense contractors. I apologize to official Lockheed Martin, their official account in the chat. Clearly I was wrong.
People spending their lives on it can't make it work. So these are hard problems, and I think it's universal. It's a universal experience among American presidents, but also among U.S. senators to decide, like, I'd rather run the world because the details are opaque. I don't speak these languages. I can seem well, first of all, it's a display of male power. Send the bombs in, kill the bad people. But moreover, you get to feel like I did something, and that's important. And I get it. And this is, again, as you wisely note, a process that all presidents tend to go through. And so Venezuela, Cuba, I object to both of those efforts very strongly, but neither one, in my view, risks the future of the United States in the way that the Iran war now does. And so it's a big deal. But because it is, by the way, a contiguous neighbor of Iraq, and because Trump spent years talking about what a terrible idea the Iraq invasion was, in fact, defined his candidacy in 2016 on...
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything, man. Like, what the... Oh, my God. How could Trump do this after he said so much about how dangerous the Iraq invasion was? Clearly, something changed dramatically. I don't know. It's not like Donald Trump was actually a peaceful dove. Wow, he lied. Wow, I can't believe Donald Trump lied. What else? I wonder what else he must have lied about. What else did he lie about? For example, he said he was going to drain the swamp. The DC swamp has been swampier than ever since Donald Trump got his money molestation paws on it, especially in the second term. I mean, he even lied about locking Hillary Clinton up, which was an unfathomable L. It could have been the one upside. This is like little baby upside. And Hillary Clinton still roams free. You know what I'm saying? It's like... Yeah, Russia, Ukraine fixed by day one. He just lies about everything. It's easier to find what he's saying. It's easier to find something that he said that is like truthful than it is to calculate all the lies. Yeah, new Trump truth. I will soon be reviewing the plan that Iran has just sent us, but can't imagine that it would be acceptable in that they have not yet paid a big enough price for what they have done to humanity and the world over the last 47 years. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President Donald J. Trump.
That point, it's hard for me to believe that he just sort of organically reached this place at the end of February. He's like, oh, I think it's a good idea. He did not think it was a good idea. Shutting down a fifth of the world's oil and gas? Of all people, Trump knows that's bad.
You said he's a hostage just now. You told the BBC he's a slave to foreign interests.
Correct.
So I just want to ask you to be sort of explicit. I mean, Trump is being held hostage by whom?
By
who
Benjamin
or by
Netanyahu and by his many advocates in the United States. And we know that not simply because Trump started the war on February 28th, but because he couldn't get out.
See, then is the modern Bailey. Like, now he's when asked a direct question, he's going to go back to like very reasonable criticism, right? Like his starting point was like Trump is very clearly reluctant. The real question here isn't just to ask him like who's doing this, okay? The real question isn't who's doing this because everyone knows who's doing it. It's correct. Tucker Carlson is saying something true. The foundation for defending democracy is literally an Israeli cutout in Washington, D.C., okay? The administration just yesterday posted a Foundation for Defending Democracy graph. Like, they are not hiding it. They've copied and pasted FDD statements. FDD is straight up an Israeli cutout. That's all it is. Its original name was called Emet, which means truth in Hebrew. Its stated goal when it was incepted was to do advocacy for Israel in the United States of America. This is not a secret. So just understand that when the admin is doing that and hiring an FDD guy, it's very obvious. Yeah, Trump admin as negotiating team Nick Stewart from FDD Action joining Witkoff's Peace Missions Office. Like, that is an Israeli agent, okay? Yes. FDD was founded in 2001 as Emet, Hebrew for truth. And in their initial IRS filings, they wrote, not Hudson, not the Washington Post, they wrote that their purpose was to provide education to enhance Israel's image in North America. One is welcome to believe that a group that explicitly states its purpose for existing to enhance Israel's image in North America does not advocate for Israel's interests, but this would not be a credible position. Now we know you aren't a golem because if you were, saying Emet would have caused you to self-destruct. Is that like Hebrew lore? Is that Emet is a reference to the golem of Prague, the clay defender of the Jewish. Oh, you mean John Fetterman? He can't say Emet. Make Fetterman say it. He'll collapse. Yeah, now we know the secret words. Anyway, so it's very clear that Israel he can't say, that's John Fetterman actually can't say it though, because he's a stroke victim. So he's like OP. His clay golem ass will never fall apart. He'd be like, A.T. John Fetterman trying to say Mehmet Oz accidentally says Emet Oz and then perishes on the spot. Mehmet Oz? Oh, no.
Out of it. He declares we're having a ceasefire. This was 4 weeks in. He says we're having a ceasefire and we're having these talks and they're going great and we're going to open the Strait. And Iran says, yeah, one of our conditions is Israel's got to pull back from southern Lebanon. You can't use the Iran war as a pretext for stealing more land from a sovereign country. That's not your country. Like, no. And it's not just Iran who felt that way. I think the rest of the world's like, what are you doing? I thought we were, fighting the great existential threat, Iran, and now you're taking the opportunity to take Lebanon shore of the Litani River and bombing downtown Beirut. Like, what is this? Anyway, this was all very well known. And within hours of announcing this, Trump announcing this, Israel publicly, in a way that was designed to get the attention of everyone, including the Iranians, starts killing civilians in Lebanon. Now, what was the point of that? Not to secure the Israeli homeland. The point of that was to end any talk of a negotiated settlement, to keep this going until Iran was destroyed and chaotic, which is the Israeli goal. I'm not attacking Israel by saying that. Their goals are different from ours. They're a different country.
Yeah, they would argue, of course, that what they are doing is neutralizing the threat that's been persistent in Lebanon through Hezbollah.
Oh, okay. But, I mean, they invaded Lebanon in 1982. Okay. So that was 44 years ago. They've had a lot of experience in Lebanon. A lot. They've had a lot of time to fix Lebanon. They killed Nasrallah. They blew up Hezbollah with explosive.
Again, Israel's evil is so severe and so flagrant that Tucker Carlson, an American fascist, can make decent commentary on it and look like the good guy in comparison when he's objectively not the good guy. Just because he might be the better guy comparably to Israel in this equation doesn't mean that he is a good guy at all. The other problem here is that you can't talk to Tucker Carlson as a liberal Zionist. This is the exact same issue that The Economist ran into. If you put a liberal Zionist in front of Tucker Carlson, that is the easiest environment for Tucker Carlson to win, for Tucker Carlson to look great in comparison to even the New York Times. You have to put an anti-Zionist in front of Tucker Carlson. That's the only way to highlight the contradictions.
Pagers, like they've done a lot since October 7th in Lebanon. They chose that moment to derail the negotiations. And they've done this repeatedly. And so my perspective as an American is, look, we're the United States. We're a country of 350 million people. You are wholly dependent on us. You're a country of 9 million people with no natural resources. I'm not against you, but like we're not co-equals here. But the point I'm making is Trump could not restrain Netanyahu. Netanyahu is the one person Trump could not say, hey, settle down, or we'll just defund you and your country will collapse in about 10 minutes, which is true. Israel can't defend itself without the United States, despite whatever propaganda you may have heard. So again, it's not an attack on Israel. It's an attack.
Mehdi Hassan, oh my God. Oh my God. Someone like myself would do very well, I think, in front of Tucker Carlson, but Mehdi Hassan is like the perfect antidote, okay? That would be like the perfect counter, especially because Mehdi is like liberal enough too. Tucker would never do it. Tucker won't even talk to me.
Attack on American leadership for not constraining its partner in a way that helps the United States. Trump said, I want a negotiated settlement. Israel stopped the settlement. Trump refused to even criticize Netanyahu in public. Are you joking? That's slavery. That is total control of one man by another. And it's, that's between Trump and Bibi and God, as far as I'm concerned. But as an American, that's our president, our elected president, whose job is to protect our country and our interests and our economy. And he is looking out for Israel first. That's outrageous. And no amount of like, oh, you're an anti-Semite, which I'm not, and I'm never going to be, is going to stop me from noting that that's outrageous. It is outrageous.
Before we just move on, I am curious about this one point, which is obviously Israel has tried to exert its influence on a number of presidents. Many presidents have been asked.
That's, by the way, music to my ears. Okay? The New York Times saying that when, if you said those words, which are true, and we all know this to be true, okay? It is unbelievable to hear a New York Times journalist say those words. Chatters, many of you only learned about Israel and that it's been up to in the last couple of years, okay? But if you've been at this game for a long time, like the idea that the New York Times would say Israel has tried to exert influence over every American president. Wow. God, the permission boundaries have expanded so much. Yeah, she said, obviously. She even started with obviously. Oh, was it obvious? It was obvious to me. You say that 4 years ago, you're going to anti-Semitism prison. Okay? You say that 4 years ago, you are never having a career. Your media career is over. If you say that at the Jiffy Lube, your job at the Jiffy Lube is over. You can't work for another auto mechanic for the rest of your dang life. You got to move different zip codes. Canary Mission's coming after you. They're doxing you. They're doxing your family. They're doxing your dog, okay? So the fact that the New York Times, the paper of record, and its representative is openly saying, obviously, oof. Times have changed.
To decapitate Iran, to do a joint military operation in the Middle East, which this is the first time really that this has happened, where the United States and Israel are doing a joint military operation against a Muslim country. And I'm just wondering why you think other presidents didn't have that influence, because they obviously were subjected to the same pressures, the same donors, the same Bibi Netanyahu who's been there since the 90s. I mean, what do you think has materially changed that made Trump more susceptible to that influence?
I mean, that's kind of the question that I would like answered. And I don't know the answer, as noted. But, one argument could be, well, Trump is just uniquely weak. Okay. But that was not my perception. I think Trump obviously has weaknesses. And a lot of his posturing is compensatory, of course. I'm not interested in psychoanalyzing Trump, but that's just clear. But what was it about this moment that allowed a foreign leader to have this level of influence over an American leader? And I don't know the answer, but again, I think it's worth finding out. I would also note that, and this is not a defense of Trump, hardly, this is the single most foolish thing any American president has ever done, in my opinion. I say that with sadness.
I'm serious when I say this. I think Tucker Carlson's defending Trump here. I know to the untrained eye, it looks like he's cooking Trump. But now that I've heard him expand, now that I'm hearing him expand on the idea that Trump is a slave, because when I say Trump is a slave to Israel, like my assessment is not, oh, Trump is technically blameless here. Right? Tucker Carlson, on the other hand, is very clearly designing this narrative that like Trump actually didn't want to do this at all and was somehow a victim, was somehow forced into doing it. We'll see how Trump responds to this interview too. I want to know.
But many American presidents have put Israel's interests before our own. I would say the Iraq War was a very obvious example of that. I mean,
he's not defending Trump. He's extending sympathy for his base. I think he's not extending sympathy, but you're right. You're right there. He's trying to maintain the base for what comes next.
Cheney's office was completely controlled, and I knew almost all of them, by people who were putting Israel's interests above America's interests. So I think the Iraq War was, to a great extent, a product of that. And I believe that Trump felt exactly the same way because I talked to him about it a lot. So like, what changed about Trump? What changed after 10 years, more than 10 years of telling us our leadership is weak, they act against our interests, they're stupid, they're foolish, they're bought off by foreign powers and by domestic donors. I mean, that was Trump's case. That was his whole pitch. That's why he got elected. To switch on something this big in the space of a few months, I mean, that bears some examination. That's all I'm saying.
I want to note, in 2020, when President Trump killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, you went on your Fox show and said, and I'm going to quote here, there were a lot of awful, bad people in the world. You can't kill them all. It's not our job. And you asked, why are we jumping into another quagmire from which there is no obvious exit? But it wasn't until...
Isn't he making Trump fully accountable for saying he's mentally stable? No. Him claiming Trump's mental stability, saying that Trump is mentally stable, is not to actually redirect the blame back to him. It's to say there are other dangerous forces that took this mentally competent man and forced his hand into taking action here. Okay? It's precisely because he doesn't say Trump is actually insane. He's like lost a step. He's out of his mind. That led me to arrive at this conclusion. Okay? He's saying Trump is competent. He's just saying that there are more powerful forces, puppeteers holding the puppet strings above Trump's head. I think his implication is it's blackmail, by the way. I think that's the narrative through line. Israel, Epstein files, blackmail, which, by the way, it's not that crazy of a theory. I'll admit, I don't think it's that crazy of a theory at all. Every time Donald Trump is throughout this Iran stuff, even Melania coming out and just giving an advance warning about how she had no affiliations with Jeffrey Epstein whatsoever, right after the ceasefire negotiation that Trump put together with Iran against Israel's demands. I don't know. Awfully suspicious timing from Melania Trump to come out and defend herself in advance against whatever might come out.
I was not heralded for saying that. I don't think I've ever been more criticized. I just really quickly note, I'm opposed not simply to foreign interventions, as you said. I mean, most of them anyway, those not undertaken in self-defense. I'm against the whole frame. I'm against the idea that...
I agree with the theory, but how does that defend or even absolve Trump? It pins him back to being a pedophile. It doesn't have to be him. Here, are you ready? I'll tell you a beautiful story, okay? I'll present it just like Tucker would, in a way that still preserves the integrity of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a rich guy in Palm Springs, was around a lot of powerful people, and maybe he didn't know what those powerful people were up to. Jeffrey Epstein certainly seemed to be one of those powerful people. There's plenty of photos with Donald Trump pictured around Jeffrey Epstein. But Donald Trump knew that Jeffrey Epstein had done something wrong. He has tremendous insight. He's a people pleaser, but he also can read people. So he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. But the damage was already done. There's a lot of loved ones that Donald Trump had in his orbit that he wanted to defend. Perhaps Israel was using some of those loved ones, like Melania Trump. After all, What powerful man would allow their wife, their loving partner, to be disparaged, ritualistically humiliated in media? What's going on? So it was actually how honorable Trump was with the Epstein stuff that caused him to, try to defend his wife or another loved one. You know what I mean?
Hezbollah and Hamas are at the center of our domestic conversation. Like, they're the big problems we face. They're not. Like, they're not a bigger problem than like the behavior of Citibank. I'm sorry.
Russians bought a lot of homes in Florida back then and now. Dude, that's so funny. Compromat. Yeah, dude. The people blackmailing the pedophile president are the Russians and not Israel. Like, it's funny to at this stage be like, Russia is the one that was the destabilizing factor here. Agent Krasnow. Yeah, maybe Russians who live in Israel who operate as agents of Mossad.
Credit card debt is a much bigger problem than Hezbollah will ever be. So stop with this. Stop with the brainwashing. This is bonkers. I live here. I'm almost 57. I've lived here a long time. Hamas and Hezbollah, while they're not getting my endorsement, are not relevant to the experience of most Americans. So like, once you start thinking like that, you betrayed your country.
So it wasn't until President Trump threatened Iran's civilian infrastructure with a profane Truth Social post this past Easter Sunday that you actually started quite explicitly speaking out against him.
Yeah, you can't attack Jesus. How's that?
Well, in a monologue on your show, you said, "How dare you speak that way on Easter morning to the country?" Tell me what you were responding to right then, because it really is, I think, a seminal moment for you in terms of publicly breaking with the president.
So I will say, I don't do monologues, so that's ad lib. So that's just, I didn't write it, don't have notes. It's just like, that's how I feel. So it's probably not as coherent as it should be. But that was really just an emotional reaction to the experience of waking up on Easter Sunday, the holiest day on the Christian calendar, and a day of joy and hope, literally the resurrection of Jesus, and seeing Donald Trump using profanity, threatening to...
He just mocked you, saying he wouldn't endorse Hezbollah. Yeah, that's why the New York Times is not doing a 2-hour sit down with me and is doing a 2-hour sit down with this danger, Tucker Carlson. What do you think is the reason? Because Tucker Carlson is unbelievably safe, okay? By the standards of being critical of American foreign policy, Tucker Carlson has spent most of his career as a commentator defending American foreign policy. Well, the New York Times did do a podcast with you. Buddy, this is very different than that, okay? This is the interview portion. It's an entirely separate segment designed around understanding the nuances of one singular person. Very different than me going on Ross Douthat's show to get yelled at by Ross Douthat at a time when, right after Charlie Kirk's assassination, they were trying to present me as a dangerous figure that should be prosecuted by the American government and not some liberal like Jimmy Kimmel. That's what Ross Douthat was trying to do in that convo, trying to jam me up, or I don't know, going on New York Times podcast to talk about like micro looting or whatever the fuck. This is very different.
Murder civilians. I mean, that's a crime. That's a moral crime. So to brag about that and then to mock Islam, I don't think you should mock people's faith. I don't care if it's Judaism or Christianity or Islam, but it's especially galling as a Christian I voted for Trump.
It is actually kind of crazy because Tucker Carlson is like a media figure, mainstream media figure, has been around for a very long time. And I think in the last 2 months, I've probably gotten more reporting, like more negative reporting from both Fox News and also CNN and other like liberal outlets, as opposed to the Tucker Carlson commentary hour. Like, Tucker Carlson certainly receives a good deal of that. He's critical of Israel, so obviously he's anti-Semitic narratives, right? He definitely has been on the receiving end of a ton of hit pieces, but never to this degree, never to this severity. Perhaps it's because he doesn't say certain things. Like, Tucker Carlson is not going to ever endorse any sort of militant resistance against America or Israel, right? He's never going to do that. He's never going to do that. He just said he opposes mocking Islam. He's not that dangerous. Don't you think his anti-Zionism makes Tucker Carlson less dangerous? Wait, what are you talking about? No, we're talking about dangerous from the perspective of mainstream media, chatter. You're misunderstanding. He's not an anti-capitalist. He actually is a defender of capitalism, and he's not an anti-imperialist.
2024, and one of the main...
He's not even anti-Zionist. He's not even an anti-Zionist. His job isn't to try to explain to people why certain groups that have been dominated for 80 plus years are going to inevitably fight back. At most, he'll say, Hamas and Hezbollah are not my primary concern. What's going on? Why are we even talking about these guys? They're not dangerous to America or whatever, you know?
Typically. But I voted for him this last election and campaigned for him in a bunch of cities with him because I felt that there was clear persecution of Christians in this country, people of faith. And it was demonstrable. And I felt that Trump, and I based this on his explicit promises, would be a protector of, never thought Trump was a Christian for a moment, but I thought that Trump, I took him at his word, would be a defender of faith, people of faith who need to be defended. And this country exists to defend them. It's in our charter. So anyway, I was just completely outraged by that.
Since that moment, you've gone even further. You recently said on your show that you'll be tormented for a long time by the fact that you played a role in getting Donald Trump elected. And you said, I'm sorry for misleading people. That's gotten a lot of attention, as I'm sure you know.
I don't know because I don't Google myself ever.
I would like to understand exactly what you mean. Can you explain?
I'll tell you what I mean. I truly believe that the baseline requirement, the ticket of admission to the conversation is admitting when you are wrong. And I spent 10 years defending Trump on Fox News. I'd probably do it again because on the issues, I agree with him. I never defended a single thing I didn't believe. But at this point, the consequences of this decision are so bad for the United States and for my family and your family that you just have to say it out loud. Like, I'm a small reason. I don't think I moved a lot of votes, but I tried to. I told people.
Is there a greatest hits of Tucker Carlson being a white nationalist so we can exposure therapy some chatters? Hold on. God damn it. I looked up Hassan Piker Tucker Carlson breakdown. And the first, all that comes up. Oh, there it is. That's what I was looking for.
Hi, Tucker Carlson's white pilling.
This is a test. Okay. This is an expansion of the permission structure. We cannot permit them to do this. We have to fight back. Like, what's to stop?
Small reason. I don't think I moved a lot of votes, but I tried to. I told people.
Is there a greatest hits of Tucker Carlson being a white nationalist so we can exposure therapy some chatters? Hold on. God damn it. I looked up Hassan Piker Tucker Carlson breakdown. And the first, all that comes up. Oh, there it is. That's what I was looking for.
Hi, Tucker Carlson's white pilling your dads every night.
On the left, you may have noticed everything is about race. Everything, even things that have nothing to do with race.
So this is from 2018. Okay. October 3rd, 2018. 100,000 views on the Young Turks. Okay. Ironic because if you search Hassan Piker Tucker Carlson, you find articles comparing me to Tucker Carlson. That's what is at the top of the algo from JNS and whatnot. But here it is.
Tucker Carlson's white pilling your dads every night.
On the left, you may have noticed everything is about race. Everything, even things that have nothing to do with race.
There's one thing Tucker Carlson hates. It's continuing to wear bow ties. That and talking about race. Unless it's about preserving the white race.
Everybody gets a safe space except white men. They are hated and despised. Attacking white men for being white men. Attack white men for their privilege in a whole bunch of ways.
I was handed a box of saltine crackers, and in a group chat during the event, a student photoshopped my face onto a cracker.
This is what Tucker Carlson's doing with Bill O'Reilly's coveted 8 p.m. slot on Fox News, which is currently the third most popular cable news show in the country.
By the way, just to pause, I assume that's a slur against your ethnicity, correct?
I've talked about this on my Twitch a lot, but only the most important subjects are covered on Tucker's show, like white genocide, which is in fact something that the left is advocating for, apparently.
But he did not notably advocate for genocide. A Georgetown professor called Christine Fair did do that.
Imagine being a producer on Tucker's show, constantly scouring the internet looking for blue checkmark Twitter users saying dumb things while they're emotionally distraught in order to make wild claims like that the left is advocating for white genocide. Of course, this isn't how white genocide is actually happening. According to the folks Tucker is mirroring, white genocide is happening because immigration is changing the nation's demographics, and it's being justified by an evil liberal plot called diversity.
Diversity is our strength, they screech, as if that settles the conversation by itself, like a magic talisman.
Diversity. We hear about it nonstop. It's the mainstream motto.
Tucker's relentless attacks against diversity, multiculturalism, and immigrants as a whole are literally identical to white supremacists, white nationalists, and neo-Nazis. They're also reductive and oftentimes completely baseless comparisons.
How precisely is diversity our strength? Since you've made this our new national motto, please be specific as you explain it.
Well, for one, diverse executive boards generate better returns, among countless other studies that show the many benefits of diversity, but I'm sure the biases of racially anxious agitators are more important than empirical evidence.
Can you think, for example, of other institutions, such as, I don't know, marriage or military units, in which the less people have in common, the more cohesive they are?
Well, Tucker, you have the most in common with your family members. Are you suggesting keeping marriage within your family? Why do you want to have sex with your cousins, Tucker? Also, as far as non-diverse militaries...
Interesting that I was doing the inbred joke even as far as back in 2018. For the record, another moment of irony is now the inbred jokes that I use against like Jewish supremacy is now being presented as like the utmost maximalist anti-Semitism. Not new to this, you're true to this. Thank you. Damn, Unc, you even looked old back then.
Go, maybe you should open a history book and take that up with General Robert E. Lee. Go on, Tuck. What else?
Latin American countries are changing election outcomes here by forcing demographic change on this country at a rate that American voters consistently say they don't want.
This assertion is preposterous because, I mean, it's completely untrue. Just look at polling data. 75% of Americans say that immigration is a good thing. So who are the Americans you're referring to here? These guys?
It sounds to me we got a problem with people who got here legally altering the landscape politically. I don't like it. You, stop it.
But I guess we should just run the country on the white fragility of crying neo-Nazis as opposed to the overwhelming majority of Americans' wishes. But play us out, Tucker. Give us a cherry-picked example that could easily be countered with facts.
Hazleton's population was 2% Hispanic. Just 16 years later, Hazleton is majority Hispanic. That's a lot of change. People who grew up in Hazleton return to find out they can't communicate with the people who now live there. And that's bewildering for people.
Hazleton's a perfect example of immigrants saving a small coal mining town from absolute economic annihilation by opening up small businesses, and even the large immigrant-run corporations who have brought jobs over to the small town. This is, of course, despite the efforts made by the white population to fight off the immigrant scourge with unconstitutional regulations. And even the Nat Geo article that you're using here to advance your narrative mentions the reality that immigration has drastically improved Hazleton. But you won't hear that part because Tucker's not in the business of making America better. He's just trying to do white identity politics. And I'm sorry to tell you this, Tucker, but facts don't care about your feelings. I'm Hassan Piker. If you're...
Was that a little taste for you guys? Was that good enough? Am I crazy? Or is the New York Times podcast lady actually trying to argue insulting Jewish people is worse than the mass murder of children? Oh my God. Oh my God. There ain't no way she did that. Oh God. Of course she did that. Oh God. What are these people doing, bro? I swear to God, they literally are just like, if you wanted to present like a perfect vehicle to make people more anti-Semitic, this would be the vehicle to do it with. Like that's an insane thing to say.
This guy will keep us out of the next Iraq. Specifically, will keep us out of a regime change war with Iran. And here we are in the middle of a regime change war in Iran where hundreds of Americans have been wounded, some number have been killed, they won't tell us. And that's just the opposite of what I said would happen. So I'm sorry.
So I hear you say that, but I am compelled to question it a little bit because are you simply just going public about something that you felt privately for some time? Because in 2021, through the Dominion lawsuit against Fox News, some of your texts went public.
Right. And
I'm just quoting from a couple of them. You know, you said there really isn't an upside to Trump. You said, I hate him passionately. I mean, clearly you had some feelings of reservation about the president.
Without question.
Before this time.
There's no...
No, it's because he's a phony. Dude, that is the best one where the Dominion case revealed that Tucker was just like, I hate this piece of, God damn it, he's such a son of a bitch. He's ruining the beautiful neo-Nazi movement that we could have designed by being so selfish. He set our movement back. I mean, he wasn't saying it like that, but he was basically saying that, right? Like that is, I hope you guys understand that's precisely what he was angry about.
So I'm just trying to understand the...
You know, I have a lot of thoughts and theories about things which, you know, may or may not be rooted in reality. So I hesitate even to spring any of my theories on you because, like, they're probably insane. But one thing that has bothered me for many years is the fact that a lot of people in Trump's immediate orbit have been hurt and really hurt, gone to prison, become unemployable, publicly shamed, gotten cancer. And I just am a believer in like big picture assessments of things. And so you're trying to think like, is Trump good or bad? Like he's saying things I really agree with, but then people around him are getting hurt.
Yeah, they got cancer because of January 6th. No, he's talking about people that got cancer while they were in prison, I think. Like some of the January 6ers, right?
Is the country actually getting better? I don't know. It's hard to know because to some extent your vision is obscured by the intensity of some of these debates. Mine is easily obscured by that intensity. But did I have reservations about Trump? Of course. And, to some extent, I sublimated them or rationalized them away or focused on areas where I agreed with him. All my fault. But I told myself, and I to some extent still believe, like it's the big decisions that matter. And I knew, because I know the Democratic leadership really well, that they're completely under the control of the same forces and that we would get a regime change war inevitably in Iran if they were elected. And so I told myself Trump is the way to avoid the really bad thing.
Come back to this moment for you, which is there's the political case against Trump that you make. But I do want to ask you about the moral case that you've been making as well. And that's a word that you've used. In that monologue responding to Trump's Easter post, you said that Trump's comments were evil. And I just want to understand that a little bit better. Do you think only his comments are evil, or does the evil extend to Trump himself? Is he evil?
I just want to be really clear that there's a lot of evil in me and in every person. So
when I was calling Trump evil, I was doing Christian style. Okay. I was doing it Christian style. Now, obviously that for us, that's a satisfying statement to hear from Tucker Carlson because he is objectively evil, but he's not doing that right now. I just need you to understand. He's doing like when I call people evil, I mean, in the same way that we're all a little bit evil. We're all sinners after all, Christian style. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Don't want to, and I've certainly experienced it in myself, and I've seen it in all people. We're all capable of evil. So I want to pull back on the judgment and be very precise about what I was saying, which is you cannot mock other people's gods and put yourself in their place, period. That is a deal killer for me. That's worse than the war with Iran, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I ask because, you've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
On your show the day after Easter.
That's worse. That's worse than murdering little schoolgirls, okay? I just don't think Tucker Carlson or any person sincerely believes that, okay? Disrespecting God, like disrespecting Christians and Christianity is worse. Tucker, first of all, you're not a fundamentalist Islamist, okay? Like Tucker is literally doing the drawing of the Prophet Muhammad is the ultimate sin, and I will fight you to the end. But this time for disrespecting gods, like shut up. You don't believe that. You have in the past openly stated. By the way, that's like ISIS. Tucker Carlson is like, well, as a Salafist, as a follower and a worshiper of Allah and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, I consider disparaging the God that we all believe in, the one God, the one true God, Allah, the disrespect it to be the ultimate sin, ultimate haram, as we say. Yeah, he called Iraqis monkeys on air, bro. He said Iraqis are primitive monkeys that deserve to be bombed back to the Stone Age. People don't know Tucker's background. They're just, that's what it is. When you're around for, 30 years, right? And you have been such a target-rich environment for every different kind of reactionary opinion. Most people don't know this background. I remember because I was there. Yeah, now the Ummah loves him. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Where the fuck is it? I can't find it. I've covered that too. You noted he did not put his hand on the Bible during his swearing-in ceremony as president. You said, and I'm quoting, maybe he didn't put his hand on. Here, there's a chatter sent this one.
Tucker, aren't aren't we the only country allowed to make preemptive strikes? Who the hell does Iran think it is?
Actually, I know you're sort of kidding, but I agree with that. I think we are the only country
I'm not
with the
kidding
moral
at all.
authority. Rather, we are. That's absolutely right. The only country with the moral authority sufficient to do that. The only country that doesn't seek hegemony in the world. I do think, I'm sure I'm the lone voice in saying this, I think Iran deserves to be annihilated. I think they're lunatics. I think they're evil. I do think we ought to assess what would happen to the price of energy were we to do that. I don't think that's a small factor. It could tank our economy.
Aren't we the only country allowed to make preemptive strikes? Who the hell does Iran think it is?
Actually,
I'm running it again so you can hear it again.
I know you're sort of kidding, but I agree with that. I think we are the only country
I'm not
with the
kidding
moral
at all.
authority. Rather, we are. That's absolutely right. The only country with the moral authority sufficient to do that. The only country that doesn't seek hegemony in the world. I do think, I'm sure I'm the lone voice in saying this, I think Iran deserves to be annihilated. I think they're lunatics. I think they're evil. I do think we ought to assess what would happen to the price of energy were we to do that. I don't think that's a small factor.
Why did he get fired from Fox News? Do you want the real reason or the fake reason? The fake reason that they released to the media was the Dominion case. The real reason was because Rupert Murdoch was personally terrified of the unbelievable influence Tucker Carlson commanded. The real reason was that. And I remember reading something about this at the time. Like, Rupert Murdoch had like a much younger wife at the time. She had become a huge Tucker Carlson fan. And she was like becoming, Rupert Murdoch is like a huge COVID, not truther necessarily. Like, he's really worried about COVID, famously. It's kind of unbelievable when you think about how much anti-vax conspiracies Fox News has actually. No, he's not a skeptic. He's not a denier. No, quite the opposite. He is a major COVID realist. He is responsible for so much COVID skepticism when he was an unbelievable COVID paranoid, a COVID paranoid person. COVID conscious person. I don't know what the right word is. Yeah, he was Putin levels of COVID avoidance. Yes. In his personal life. I talked about this. I talked about this in the past. He basically shut himself off from the rest of the world. He basically shut himself off from the rest of the world during COVID, during peak COVID. He cut the line and got the vaccine before anybody else did. And it's really funny because he's terrified. He's old and he's terrified of dying. And he was really, really, really scared of COVID. And yet all of his newspapers, all of his media outlets did so much harm, so much unlimited harm to the discourse.
Iraq is a crappy place filled with a bunch of, semi-literate primitive monkeys. Typical whining from a black politician about how you don't like me because I'm black, using racism as a defense, right? I can't.
Yes, I know he apologized for defending the Iraq war, dude. Yeah, I know. He was a silly little 34-year-old or something at the time when he was saying all this stuff. He was just a guy who was duped, okay? I know. You people will believe anything, okay? It's awesome.
I've spent my whole life in the media. My dad was in the media.
His dad was in the CIA.
A big part of the revelation that's changed my life is the media are part of the control.
Calling it one of the biggest regrets of his life. I know. He's changed. It's just crazy because nothing else changed.
Control apparatus. Like, there's no...
What do you mean, you people? You know exactly what I mean. Dumb who fall for anything.
Yeah, I know, because you're younger and smarter and you're like, yeah. But what if you're me and you spent your whole life in that world? And to look around and all of a sudden you're like, oh, wow. Not only are they part of the problem, but I spent most of my life being part of the problem, defending the Iraq war. Like, I actually did that. Can you imagine if you did that?
What do you think? What is one of your biggest regrets in your career?
Oh, defending the Iraq war.
That is it?
Well, I've had a million regrets. Not being more skeptical, calling people names when I should have listened to what they were saying. Look, when someone makes a claim.
Yeah, these are the type of who will literally believe Tucker Carlson and then say Grant Plattner is a phony. There is a literal Venn diagram that's a circle there, okay? There are hella people who genuinely think Tucker Carlson is a changed man, and those very same people are like, well, Grant Plattner is a child killer, baby murderer, bloodthirsty monster who's just obviously fake. That seems like a ridiculous straw man. Oh, here we go. At least I couldn't catch you defending Tucker Carlson. At least you are sincere, and you are sincerely skeptical of Tucker Carlson. So you're safe for today. But if I catch you in an inconsistency, it's over. No, I'm just kidding. Bro, there was a chatter earlier that said Tucker has pushed back against liberals more than you. It's not a straw man. Why spend your whole life fighting for your values, fighting for your principles, fighting for social justice, advocating, even when no one's looking, advocating for the same exact things when there's 35 people in here as opposed to 35,000, getting yelled at endlessly, doxed, swatted, smeared all around the internet. You can just make a fucking heel turn one day and be like, yeah, actually, now that this is unfavorable, I decided it's bad. And dumb will turn around and go, yeah, that guy is actually righteous. You, on the other hand, you're a fucking piece of shit, dude. Fuck you. No one is right all the time, you asshole. Why does Tucker Carlson push back more on Zionists than you do? You've had multiple interviews with liberal Zionists and said nothing. Oh, great question. Okay, here, let's unban this guy because I really want to ask him a question. Hey, if I said what Tucker Carlson says about Israel, do you think that would be defensible? Like, I love Israel. I think Israel is a wonderful country. I've visited Israel many times. I have many friends who actually love Israel. I have many friends that work in the Israeli state. I actually love all of that. Do you think that you would be as skeptical of Tucker Carlson as you are of me in that situation? Because I can tell you the answer. You glazed Tucker Carlson, and he said all of those things. I never have. You're a rube, jackass. Tucker Carlson is a liberal Zionist, but they're not wrong. They're not wrong. What kind of pushback is Tucker Carlson offering to liberal Zionists if he himself is a liberal Zionist? You just literally undermined your own argument. Is he turning on the mirror and debating himself? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? First of all, Tucker Carlson's not even a liberal, so he's just a Zionist, I guess. This is what I mean. Some of you guys are a little bit lost. I'll admit. I think you're a little bit lost. You're a little inconsistent. You don't have a consistent standard. I've given many interviews at this point as to why I align myself with people who I disagree with on the issue of Israel, including people like Bernard Sanders. I've addressed it because you know who always brings that up? Fucking Zionists do, okay? They always bring that up. They're like, you say liberal Zionism is equivalent to liberal Nazism. It's oxymoronic. How can you say that, but then also work with people who would be liberal Zionists themselves? And I tell them, this is not a contradiction from my estimation. As long as someone is a liberal Zionist, but is not actually presenting themselves as a hurdle in front of anti-Zionists, as long as they're not like stepping in front of anti-Zionists and saying, no, this is a bridge too far, then I can still work with those people, especially if they have their position in the political spectrum is still far better than the overwhelming majority of people that are talking about this issue. Okay, and the argument that I always present is this: I'm anti-white supremacy. There are plenty of resilient white supremacist attitudes that the average American has. Okay. Do I just automatically write them off, or do I try to convince them? Do I try to talk to them? Do I try to work with them? Because if I were to write them off in the same way, because white supremacy is a fascist ideology as well, okay? I'm anti-fascist. One can say they're anti-fascist and then, I don't know, try to rid themselves of any association they have with people who have fascist tendencies in the same way as people that have Zionist tendencies. When you question the journalists on what they mean by Israel's right to exist, you couldn't push back a little on Matt Duss. I dislike disingenuous ultras too. Wait, what? When you question the journalists on what they mean by Israel's right to exist, you couldn't push back a little on Matt Duss? Do you like even this assessment is wrong, because Matt Duss, regardless of the role that he's occupied, is infinitely closer to our worldview than the Economist, you dumbass. What are you talking about? The Economist woman was like straight up defending Israel. And that's not true. I literally did actually push back on Matt Duss's defensive and offensive weapons distinction. You just don't think it was sufficient, because I didn't call him I don't know, a neo-Nazi that I can't have any conversation with or any reasonable disagreements with. But once again, you say I dislike disingenuous ultras too, but then you turn around. Oh God, this is gonna restart another cycle in the discourse. Again, I'm telling you right now, chatter, you don't have consistent principles on this. If you think Tucker Carlson does a better job pushing back against liberal Zionism, when you admit that he himself could be considered a liberal Zionist, that doesn't make any sense. You accuse the chatter of being lost, but the line you draw on Zionism, liberal or not, is pretty arbitrary because that's what beliefs are. There's a line you draw that doesn't mean you have some magic set of rules the rest of us don't. Okay, but the magic set of rules cannot be not only defending Tucker Carlson, but even going so far as to say Tucker Carlson does a better job of addressing Zionism than I do. Do you agree with that chatter's distinction here? Do you agree with the line that chatter has drawn, no matter how arbitrary? Or do you feel like it's unbelievably incoherent? Especially considering that the chatter himself has admitted personally that Tucker Carlson could be considered a liberal Zionist. Tucker Carlson could also be considered many things, like white nationalist, a fascist. Oh, he is the #1 advocate of the white replacement theory, the great replacement theory.
There's only one question that's important at the very beginning, which is the claim true or not? So I say, you committed murder or you rigged the last election before you...
I don't know. I think you're afraid of being mocked by Tucker. Yeah, so that's why I'm constantly trying to have a conversation with Mr. Mogger himself. And he's the one who's avoiding it. Ball's in his court, buddy. What?
Attack me as a crazy person for saying that. Maybe you should explain whether you did it or not.
Right.
Know what I mean?
Yeah.
And for too long, I participated in the culture where I was like, anyone who thinks outside these pre-prescribed lanes is crazy, is a conspiracy theorist. And I just really regret that. I'm ashamed that I did that. And partly it was age, partly it was the world that I grew up in. So when you look at me and you're like, yeah, of course they're part of the means of control. I'm like, that's obvious to you because you're 28, but I just didn't see it at all. And I'm ashamed of that.
Isn't that what the media tries to do, though?
It's their only purpose.
Right.
They're not here to inform you. Really? Even on the big things that really matter, like the economy and war and COVID and like things that really matter that will affect you. No, their job is not to inform you. They are working for the small group of people who actually run the world. They're their servants. They're their Praetorian Guard. And we should treat them with maximum contempt because they have earned it.
I've never said Tucker likes Israel worse than the people who they're attacking. What?
On the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And then on a recent show, you went further saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist? Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows? I don't know where that comes from, but I know that those words never left my lips because I'm not sure I fully understand what the Antichrist is if there's just one.
This dude has 7K subscribers. Why give him air? I know you're making that as a joke, I think, right? Yes. He was hacked apparently, and we found out that he only has 7,000 subscribers, which I don't know if that's like true or not, but it is very funny to think that Tucker Carlson is not an influential person in American politics. Like aside from however many subscribers he has.
Actually tried to understand it. I may have said some are asking that. I'm not weighing in on that because I don't understand it. Just to be totally
No, in
clear.
Revelations, obviously, the Antichrist is named in different
Yeah, and not just Revelation, but throughout the New Testament, there are references and in the prophets as well. So, but no, I'm not speculating about that. I know that people are speculating about that, but I would say it's enough to acknowledge that Trump, like many leaders through history, is putting himself above God. But even on a more terrestrial level, like to send out a picture of yourself as Jesus has got to be a red line for Christians. How could it not be? It has to be. And I wish that Christians would speak up when he attacks Allah, when he mocks the faith of Muslims.
So to be clear, though, that was not what you were suggesting.
If I thought Trump was the Antichrist, I would just say so.
The defending Islam part is he's so good, man. He's such a demonic entity.
I understood what the Antichrist is, I would say so. And I don't really. I mean, I guess literally.
He's packed up the Ummah. The Ummah will never recover. They will wage war at the behest of Tucker Carlson.
Literally, it's...
Because you've been discussing it repeatedly on your show, so I'm just trying to understand why.
What I've tried to think
What
about...
do you want your audience to sort of
I want my
be
audience
considering?
to see what's happening now.
Something chatters aren't internalizing is how shallow Tucker's commitment to any ideology is. They see him saying the correct words in a field of mainstream liars, when in reality he's adopting populism to boost his public image. Look up sophism. I think so too, but I don't agree necessarily that Tucker Carlson doesn't have one underlying agenda. I think he is truly a white nationalist, or at least white nationalists think he's one of them. He might be agnostic on the Jewish problem, right? The Jewish question, he might be somewhat agnostic on. I still lean on the side that he's just like, he's anti-Semitic, but he knows how to, keep his cards close to his chest. But he and Candace both do what I call Ummah slop. They know they have a ton of Muslim followers now because of their anti-Israel advocacy that they throw bones in. The only issue is they break with other Christian nationalists or things that Muslims care about. Yeah, there is nothing more powerful than a white man defending Islam, a white Christian man defending Islam from a position of authority in the eyes of the entire Muslim world. Or, Candace Owens as well. Powerful American Christian woman. Oh, you don't understand, dude. These are going to do numbers in the WhatsApp group chats. Oh my God.
In terms beyond just material. Obviously the commodity flow through the Strait of Hormuz is, essential to the global economy. Got it. But I also think there is a world beyond our senses. Every culture and civilization has understood that from the beginning of time, and we're in this weird anomalous moment where we've been trained not to think that, but it's real. And this is a realization that's dawning on me. I wasn't thinking like this at all until several years ago. So I don't want to pretend that I'm a shaman or anything like that. I just want to make the point repeatedly, again and again and again, that there are unseen forces that act. There is a spiritual realm. And we are subject to those forces for good and bad. And I don't think that
Bro, this guy once unironically said that he woke up one night and he has scratches all over his body and he thought that there was demonic possession at play. Oh my Lord, it's like such a ridiculous person.
Any person can deny that.
I just want to make the point that you did say, could this be the Antichrist? And then you said, well, who knows? You did use those words. So
man, then my apologies to you if there's video of me saying that. I guess what I'm expressing to you is it doesn't.
Boom. Yeah. Wow. He's so apologetic. He's so good, dude. He's such a good guy. You see, he's sincere and he's apologetic.
Reflect exactly.
Why are you still pressing him?
How I feel. That suggests a precision that I haven't arrived at. Trump is the Antichrist. Well, you'd have to define, we're sort of quibbling here, but you'd have to define Antichrist. And I know that I can't define Antichrist, and it's not clearly defined in the New Testament.
I'll be honest, like the only thing that I think he has had a sincere change of heart on is the violence of Israel. I do genuinely believe that he found the violence to be unconscionable. I think that is sincere. I'm willing to go that far. Some might. I don't think it's just anti-Semitism motivating him to say the things that he's saying. I don't think it's like his allegiance to the pearl of the Gulf, the nation of Qatar, a beautiful nation. I am, of course, I also demonstrate fealty to. Okay. Shouts out to my Oilers. I do think he actually saw what Israel was doing and thought that it was really I'm willing to go there. What makes you think that? He went to the Palestinian Children's Hospital in Qatar. And he visited, and he didn't have to do that at all. In the Huckabee interview, he strongly questioned who has the biblical right to the land. He argued that Palestinians who can trace their bloodline directly back versus Ashkenazi Jews, specifically mentioned Netanyahu. Isn't that anti-Zionism? Fuck no. What? No, not at all. That's blood quantum science. Who gives a... You think that what makes the Palestinians indigenous to the land is like the eugenics or the race science, or how long, like that they can trace their ancestral lineage? So what? So what if Benjamin Netanyahu and his ancestors 3,000 years ago traveled from the land that we now know as Israel to Poland? Do you think that gives them more right? Chatter is right. It's Zionism. No, that's a silly argument. Anonymous gifter, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. As soon as I said my life for Qatar, do you guys see that? That's why I do it, baby. No, man. I don't believe in like ancestral rights like that. I don't I believe in not murdering people, okay? Simply put. That argument is foundational to Zionism, but it's many people don't even sincerely believe it. And it doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't even remotely matter. I don't buy it. He loves the violence America dishes out around the world. He loves the violence Russia has done in Ukraine. Tucker has no moral backbone. I don't buy that he was genuinely moved by the violence. I mean, it is a little different, dude. That's why I'm saying it's like, I'm willing to entertain that he sincerely had a change of heart on that issue and that issue alone. But it doesn't translate to his worldview overall. You know what I mean? Because it's different. Like what Israel has done is different. It's not all violence is the same, right? I mean, that's why there's a distinction between a genocide and like a military invasion and occupation of other countries, whether it's us doing it or Russia doing it. Like what Israel did and is still doing is a little different. That's why there's a specific designation for what Israel did, and it's considered the crime of all crimes. But yeah, for the record, I don't even like that argument necessarily, the one that people use when they're talking about Israel, where they're like, oh, Benjamin Netanyahu, his name is like, what is it, Milikowski or something. He's actually Polish. He's a Polish Jew that like grew up in Philadelphia. He doesn't have ancestral roots that you can trace back to Israel. And for me, that's, even if that was the case, do you think Israel's actions would be justifiable then? That's what it is, right? You don't believe in murder, but apparently white supremacy is worse than murdering brown people overseas. You see Plattner had a genuine change despite not having done anything to prove it, but don't believe Tucker despite him also not having done anything to prove he's changed beyond words. Apparently white supremacy is worse than murdering brown people overseas. White supremacy is the underpinning ideology that allows people to murder overseas with impunity. That chatter is nonstop talking about Graham Plattner, by the way. Yes. I don't know what it is that like breaks people so hard with Graham Plattner. I will never understand it, but it is like obsessive. What? This is not a criticism of context. I think this is why RevComs ask you to read theory more often. RevComs? You're a RevCom? Like Chairman Bob Avakian. A sex cult. Sex cultists ask me to read theory more often on stream, even if you have before, because you're raising a lot of people to be aware of what's going on, but they lack fundamental principles of distinction between persons and from opportunists like Tucker. Appreciate your work regardless. Please don't tell me, chatter, you are a RevCom. There are no RevComs under the age of 65. I think they just mean revolutionary communists. Oh, okay. You never, what? Someone said, Caleb, you need to read the work of a guy named Caleb Maupin. I don't see the connection between white supremacy and the murder of non-white people. Could you explain that further? Caleb Maupin. Oh my God.
Testament or Old Testament.
So you're open to the possibility?
I think what we're seeing is evil. Like, are you allowed to kill people who've committed no crime? No. Super simple. You're not allowed to do that. Under no moral standard is that allowable. All of a sudden it's allowable. It's allowable in Gaza, and our leaders are like, yeah, no, it's just totally fine. It's not fine. But it's repugnant to the Christian understanding of the world and the human soul. Every person has a soul. That's the Christian view, and not just the Christian view, it's the Islamic view too. So, and it's my view.
Your Easter episode was titled in part a warning to Christians everywhere. And sort of my interpretation was that you were warning other Christians sort of not to follow a false prophet.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm warning.
And that false prophet being President Trump in this case.
And Netanyahu. There are a lot of evangelical Christians who are convinced that God wants you to support Netanyahu, which I find incomprehensible.
Christian evangelicals in this country have been a hugely important part of President Trump's coalition. Many support Israel because they believe the creation of the state of Israel fulfills biblical prophecy. They're called Christian Zionists. I will note you have said you dislike Christian Zionists more than anybody. You've said they have a brain virus. You have apologized for those comments repeatedly.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that.
Repeatedly. But would you like to see the...
They have a blame virus? Wait, what? What did he say?
You dislike Christian Zionists more than anybody. You've said they have a brain virus. You have apologized for those...
They have a brain virus? Wait, he apologized for that? God... He's such a bitch, too. He can't even say they have a brain virus. Oh, I was so apologetic about that. I can't believe I said some of the most brain-broken, insane people in this country. This is okay? This is why I stand on my principles, okay? This is why I can't come to me and be like, oh, it's on. You're not being consistent here. It's like, oh, shut up, bitch. Shut up, okay? When have I ever backed away from a sincerely held position? He can't even say that Christian Zionists have a brain virus. They do.
Comments repeatedly.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that.
Repeatedly. But would you like to see those Christians stop supporting the state of Israel in the way that they do?
Of course, immediately, on many different grounds. But it's really simple. Christians can never support the murder of innocents, period. That's just a bright red line. Find the place where Jesus is like, these people are annoying, kill them all. It's not there. So where are you getting this? Now, I'm, once again, hardly a theologian. But I just don't know. And I've asked many Christian Zionist leaders who will speak to me. Now it's just like, they won't talk to me. But I certainly asked Ted Cruz this. I asked Mike Huckabee this. I tried to ask Franklin Graham. But I sincerely want to know where this is coming from. It can't all be from the Book of Esther.
Well, I mean, you did have exactly this contentious interview with Ambassador Huckabee. He's the ambassador to Israel, where you talked to him about Christian Zionism for quite some time. And in that interview, it's very interesting. I'm a former Israel-Palestine correspondent. You were pressing him on if the modern state of Israel as a homeland for the Jewish people today has legal or biblical legitimacy. You were sort of questioning him on this idea. And you went round and round on this for quite some time. And I was just wondering what you were trying to get at there.
I was trying to get at an answer, which I couldn't get, and instead was accused of hate for trying to evoke an answer to a very simple question. And the question was, on what basis are you making this claim? People whose ancestors didn't live here now occupy the land. That's very common in history, by the way. I'm not even objecting to it. What I'm objecting to is the claim that it's God's will and that Israel, because of this, has the unique right to exist. Okay. Where does that right come from? Well, the right comes from the Bible. Okay, well, I'm not a Bible scholar, but I've certainly read it a lot. And I said to him, what are the borders? Because my read of Genesis is that it's a big hunk of land. That's the Middle East. Does Israel have a right? Because you're referring to this text as the basis of the right to have that land. And he said, fine with me. So like on many levels, theological and diplomatic, kind of a big thing to say. The White House was annoyed that he said it out loud. I was grateful that he did, because it's good to know what the terms are. And the second question I asked, which is, okay, if Israel has a right derived from this scene in Genesis, then to whom does it apply? Who are Abraham's heirs? And he said, well, the Jews. And I said, okay. And by the way, just to be clear, these are not conversations that I sought. I was never interested in this topic. Like, Israel's a country with borders and sovereignty and a seat at the UN. And it's a nation state like ours, like every country. The second you start telling me that as a Christian, I'm obligated to support the government of this country, then I have a right to ask you what you're talking about. It's that simple. So, okay, fine. I flew all the way to Israel, which I didn't want to do. And I asked him, what are you talking about? To whom does this right apply? And on what basis? Shut up, anti-Semite. Okay, now. So from my perspective, that was like the most revealing conversation I think I've ever had.
Why, though, were you so interested in those questions about...
Oh, God, these people. My God, you're unbearable, dude. I can't stand this. This is... Why do you care so much about the Jewish state? Okay? That's what this question is. This is her basically turning around and trying to imply, subtly or not so subtly, that Tucker Carlson is anti-Semitic for caring about the state of Israel so much. Okay? That's what this is. We jokingly refer to it as like Israel, tiny nation, size of New Jersey. But that's precisely what this question is. Okay? I've heard it a million times over. I've heard it from many different people that will sometimes not even, do the decent thing and try to soft pedal the question and immediately be like, you care so much about Israel, even though it's not doing anything special because you're anti-Semitic. That's what this conversation is.
Why? Because we're now in a war which is in the process of destroying the United States economy and getting Americans killed because Israel pushed the United States president, who caved. I'm not giving him a pass, but that's just a fact. That's what happened. I saw it. And Israel has that power in our Congress, not because we have so many Jews. I don't know how many Jews live in the United States, fewer than 10 million, I think, but because we have tens of millions of evangelical Christians who unquestioningly support Israel.
Oh, dude, this is like early days, okay? This is like early days Hasanabi retorts right here. It's true. It's not wrong for him to say this. It's technically correct. But it is very funny for him to just be like, well, there's a lot more Christian Zionists. There's a lot more evangelical Christian Zionists, and they show tremendous loyalty to the state of Israel. A lot more of them exist than Jews in this country. It's like he's rolled back the tape, okay? He's been watching old Hasanabi hits from early on. Yeah, aping my 100p. Oh, my Lord.
Because they believe it's their theological duty to do so. So on this question hangs the future of the American economy and the lives of American service members. There's no more important question. And the effort to push me away from that question by calling me names, calling me a hater, saying I'm obsessed with Israel, okay, I would be grateful never to think about it again. I find Israel actually geostrategically irrelevant, except to the extent that we imbue it with relevance at the behest largely of evangelical Christians. So you can see there's a one-to-one correlation between these questions and the future of my country. Mike Huckabee and the people he represents have made it the nation's business, at which point it is entirely fair. In fact, it's a requirement of good citizenship to press him on what are you talking about? And he refused to.
No, it's not shocking that he's going after evangelicals. It's totally normal for him to do that.
To answer those questions. At which point I say, as someone who's still committed to reason, you've been exposed as a fraud and or a liar.
I think one of the reasons why this was particularly notable for many people, that interaction that you had with Mike Huckabee, and the reason you in particular got so much pushback is because there is an enormous sensitivity around Israel being the homeland of the Jewish people.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I'm Brian Kilmeade. 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 I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Oh my God. Who cares? Are you serious? Do you hear yourself? Oh no. This colonial outpost that is an apartheid state filled to the brim with ethno-religious supremacist values that has conducted a genocide is also, I'll have you know, the very special emotional support apartheid state that's conducting a genocide. For many people, why don't you think about their feelings? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that I was supposed to care about those things. This, in and of itself, is no different than someone being like, oh, you want black people to be able to vote in the South? But don't you care about the feelings of white Christian nationalists in the South? They could feel really, they feel like their rights are being encroached on if you actually bring this up, if you actually advance this position. Okay? Who cares? I'm sorry. I don't give a okay? Genocide is bad. I don't give a if it's hurting some people's feelings. Fuck their feelings. They can suck my dick. This is what I mean. It's like such a stupid way, such a self-centered, unbelievably narcissistic way to frame this conversation. Oh no, I'm gonna hurt the feelings of people who feel a special bond to Israel. What will I do? This is also part of the reason why I get so mad when people are like, Hassan, you're a Zionist, or Hassan, you engage in like Jewish exceptionalism or whatever because I separate actively Judaism and Jews from the nation state of Israel, where people will be like, oh dude, that's Jewish exceptionalism or whatever the fact that I also care about anti-Semitism implies that I'm engaging in Jewish exceptionalism. It's okay. I separate between those who are cynically advancing anti-Semitism as a cause in an effort to deflect away criticisms of Israel, valid criticisms of Israel. Okay. And I know every dumb loves chirping at this very moment. Okay. And goes, oh, not gonna lie, it's kind of true though. Yeah, totally, dude. You're right. We should actually be anti-Semitic. That's the best way to defend Palestinians, right? You're an idiot. My question always is, does this help the cause? Okay? Is being anti-Semitic helping Palestinians? No, it's not. There's no strategic goal there. There's no calculated goal there. It's just untrue and it's stupid. Mons, why'd you block my message? He was bringing up bad empanada. Oh, God.
And the attempt to delegitimize that.
I have enormous sensitivity about the United States being the homeland of my people and the burial place of my ancestors. I have enormous sensitivity about the future of the United States. Those are my concerns. I'm not dismissing the concerns of any other group, including Israelis or Iranians or Venezuelans or anybody else. Everybody has his or her own set of concerns, but my concerns revolve around my country. And so I'm not going to subordinate my concerns and the concerns of my children to other people's hysteria, no matter what country it is.
Why do you think you get tagged so often with anti-Semitism?
Because I think there are two reasons. One is I'm not an anti-Semite. And I think that's obvious. I have, and I've expressed this many times, don't do so again. I have temperamental and religious objections to anti-Semitism or any hate or discrimination based on bloodline. That is
Bro, this man literally said there's 65 million people that need to be deported, which happens to be the same number of Latin Americans living on U.S. soil. Okay? The Latino population. I'm sorry. Mr. Great Replacement is like, oh, I would never hate on someone simply on the basis of their ethnic or genetic or religious inferiority. It's complete and utter nonsense, okay? This is where a competent libtard is supposed to interject and go, I don't think that's true. You are the most prominent defender of the Great Replacement theory, okay? Like, please, be a competent libtard, okay? I have listened to you on NPR for years. I know you have it in you. Please do this.
Against Christian theology. It's against my personal ethics, and I oppose it no matter who is suffering from it, whether it's whites or blacks or Jews. Nobody can be punished.
He'll say it's about legality, not bloodline. Yeah, what the f does Israel do? Israel also says it's on legality. Yeah, black people were legally discriminated against. Okay, just like Palestinians are technically legally discriminated against under Israeli law. Legality doesn't mean anything. It's just
for his bloodline, period. I don't believe in collective punishment, unlike the Israeli government. So that's number one. I am opposed to anti-Semitism, and that's a threat because I'm not approaching this as someone who wants to hurt Jews. I just don't want the United States to be implicated in the crimes of other nations, and I'm not intimidated. And number two, that is a much easier conversation than answering very simple questions like...
Here's Ben Lorber's take on this from April 13th, or, I mean, this is so long. He wrote a book. He's working on a book called Kingdom Now, Christian Zionism from the Puritans to MAGA. Israeli right and its supremacist agenda. Today, tens of millions of MAGA evangelicals remain rock-solid constituency in backing the unending carnage in Gaza, Iran, and beyond. And beyond America's shores, the rapid growth of non-denominational Neo-Pentecostal Christianity is conscripting hundreds of millions of Christian Zionist foot soldiers across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. That's why they had to apologize for breaking the Jesus statue in Lebanon, by the way. If it actually reaches the point of salience amongst those populations where they start thinking, wait a minute, these Jews are actually disrespecting Christianity, then they have to address it. Same thing with like Orthodox Jews in the West Bank, the settlers spitting on Christians as they're like going in and out of churches and right? Those are some of the few things that the Israeli state has to address, as opposed to like just wholesale slaughter of Palestinians. Christian Zionism is part and parcel of the rise of Christian nationalism, helping corrode the foundations of democratic pluralism in the U.S. and all around the world. I agree with that. Its adherents demonize Palestinians, Muslims, and anyone who opposes the dystopian vision as instruments of the devil, enemies of the Judeo-Christian West, and to be swept aside in a 21st century style crusade, and their fervent proclamations of love for Jews are laced with anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism conscripting our communities as cannon fodder in their clash of civilizations.
Where does the right to exist come from that Israel has, that I've been told for many years has a unique right globally to exist? Where does that right emanate from? Who granted that right and on what grounds? And they can't answer the questions, and they don't want to have the conversation. So just to be totally clear, asking questions.
I mean, the answer for this is the other side of the story. The answer to this question is the same as the United States of America. America is also a settler colonial operation, right? And so was Israel, and so is Israel, I guess. And that's what it is. It was through blood. It was through conquest. So the answer is the exact same for Israel as it is for the United States of America, okay? It's built on violence. That's how states were designed.
Is not hate. Telling the truth is not hate. And they don't want to answer the questions, and they don't want to tell the truth. And by the way, it's not just Jews. I think I've been attacked more viciously by Christian Zionists than I have by Jews, just in point of fact. It's a kind of nice universalism to it. But I'm not intimidated. I don't know why I would be. In fact, I think it's my obligation not to be intimidated.
Can asking questions, though, stir up hate? I mean, language is power.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Lulu, you are doing a terrible job asking these questions. What are you doing? What are you doing? What the kind of... Are you just giving Tucker Carlson a nuke? Is that what it is? These are questions that you would design if you wanted to make Tucker Carlson just dunk on you. Okay. These are unbelievable layups, like just straight lobs, dude. I mean, this is such a layup that the New York Times audience is going to watch this and go, yeah, Tucker Carlson is actually doing a great job here. I didn't think that I would ever find myself in agreement with Tucker Carlson, but I am now.
Well, sure. I mean, you could pose attacks in the form of...
This is why you can only counter Tucker Carlson as an anti-Zionist. You can't counter Tucker Carlson as a liberal Zionist. On this issue, you are going to be less moral, okay? Tucker Carlson is closer to the truth and closer to morality on the issue of Israel than a liberal Zionist. It might hurt people's feelings to hear that, but it's just the truth, okay? And that's precisely the reason why when people actually don't address Tucker Carlson's inconsistencies in his worldview adequately, which only an anti-Zionist can do, an anti-fascist can do this, because if you have any sort of defense of Israel in mind, you're going to get destroyed. You're going to get destroyed because Israel is indefensible. Okay? Israel's actions are indefensible. The concept is already indefensible by 21st century sentiment, right? The notion that, ethnic cleansing had to take place and has to continue for 80 years, and an apartheid has to continue so that, there's a demographic majority that must remain, Jewish demographic majority that must remain, and it's like backed by the state. Everyone understands now that that is an unbelievable crime. So once you arrive at the conversation with that attitude in mind, if that's your primary focus, you're going to get cooked. No matter what, you're never going to be able to outmeet Tucker Carlson on this issue. He's just going to come across as the moral party in this conversation because he's going to turn around and say, that's crazy.
Questions, I've certainly done that a lot, for sure. But the questions themselves hang in the air, and a legitimate question deserves an answer.
The reason I want to press on this a little bit more is that there is an entire anti-Semitic worldview that has been based on the protocols of the elders of Zion, that there is like this cabal of powerful Jews that controls the world. And, that book was written in the early 20th century, but it, helped the Nazis, and it really has informed a lot of the views of many people today that there is this very powerful sect of Jewish people who want global war and global conflict. And I think that there is a concern that I have, and a real concern. I don't mean this as something that people say to slander anyone, but just a real concern that the rhetoric where everything is blamed on Israel, where Israel has these supernatural powers almost to influence the president, to influence...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What a totally ridiculous line of questioning.
The previous president, George W. Bush, to enter into the Iraq War, to be involved in assassinations, etc., that it has echoes of that, and that people are genuinely...
Yeah, well, it's not... Okay. First of all, let me just say, not everything that she brought up is valid, but it sucks that some of what she brought up are genuine things that Israel has done, right? Like, it's not other people's problem that Israel chose to look at a textbook of what not to do and then chose to do those things. Okay. Like, yeah, you're like, oh, well, protocols of elderly Zion dictate that, Jews are, undermining like what? American domestic affairs. Okay. But Israel is literally writing legislation by way of AIPAC to undermine the First Amendment. Elderly Zion. Yes. Elderly Zion. The Zion of the elderly. Shut the fuck up, chatters. It's not the point. Okay. I'm so tired. I didn't sleep a lot last night, even though I went to bed early. Okay. Like you can recognize what is an anti-Semitic dog whistle and also what is the truth at the same time. When you actually start pointing to things that Israel actually is doing and then claim prototypes of the elderly Zions. If you point to what Israel is actually doing and say this is an anti-Semitic trope, you're not going to actually get people to stop saying those things. You're just going to make them think that maybe in the past, those anti-Semitic canards were also lies. They were also built around lies, as in like they were what Jews were doing. You're going to foment anti-Semitism. The greatest example I can give you, the most direct one I can give you, okay, no holds barred, is blood libel. Blood libel was a lie that non-Jews often told about Jewish people in times of like famine or some kind of like economic struggles or you know, when there was not enough food in the village or the people were getting sick. The idea was that Jews were responsible for that because they were like, I don't know, eating children, like drinking the blood of Christian children, right? That is a blood libel. And this lie was deployed to drive out Jews in pogroms, oftentimes very violently, from the villages that they occupied. Okay? So that's a very well-traced, historic lie that people told about Jews to kill Jews. That's what blood libel is. But in 2026, if you turn around and say, wow, how dare you say Israel is killing children when Israel has killed tens of thousands of children on camera, and you call that a blood libel, you're not actually defending Israel at all to average people. You're actually disparaging what they may have previously believed was a blood libel. You're diluting the impact of the term blood libel, and you're causing people to no longer believe that, you know, these things that happened to Jewish people historically were even real at all, okay? Because we can see what Israel is doing, especially when you turn around and you tie Israel's actions to Judaism. You're like, no, this is the Jewish state. How dare you accuse the Jewish state of killing children? Well, first of all, you're saying it's the Jewish state, okay? That's you. And I've seen Israel kill children. What am I supposed to believe? You listen to normies who aren't super into politics describe why they're anti-Israel, and you realize most of them have just never been challenged on it by anyone around them or the media they consume. Exceptionally true for Europeans. It's because they see dead kids on their social media. It's not that hard to understand. Or maybe they just decide to stop dialoguing after they realize they're talking to a pro-child murder psychopath. It's true. It's probably what it is too. Israel has literally looked at a lot of the previous anti-Semitic canards as like a how-to book, okay? That and also Mein Kampf and numerous other formative works in the neo-Nazi movement. And we're like, oh, let's take notes and let's do them. It's just true. I'm sorry. Down to well poisoning. Poisoning the well comes from that as well. The idea that like Jews were actually responsible for the water supply being destroyed in the village that led to pogroms. Israel has literally poisoned wells, okay? So what am I supposed to do? Not recognize what I'm seeing? It's unbelievable. This is not like the moment they prefer filling it with cement now. Yes, it's not. I mean, I'm using embellished language in this circumstance, but like, yes, they're destroying water wells, right? Like with regular frequency. It's just ridiculous. Ridiculous to be like, hey, I just watched Israel strike the last remaining water salination plant in Palestine, in Gaza. But I probably shouldn't bring this up because people are going to say I'm anti-Semitic and they're going to accuse me of blaming Jews for poisoning the well here. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. And no one else is going to do that either, especially because I am aware of classic anti-Semitic tropes. Most people are not. It's not even a thing that they're considering. The average person doesn't go, oh no, I probably shouldn't say this. At most, the average person has, ironically, somewhat of a little bit of a anti-Semitic belief that like you just can't say anything about the Jews, right? Like that's their modus operandi. Normal people in polite company will openly just be like, you can say whatever the fuck you want, just don't say anything about Jewish people because you'll lose your job. That is the attitude. Right? And that attitude is, there's plenty of evidence to suggest that attitude is somewhat correct. But that doesn't mean that they don't think these things. And if you lean into it over and over again, they're going to think those things, not just privately, but publicly too, and loudly sometimes. And for the record, if I believe those things, I wouldn't say what I'm saying. Okay? Like, I don't think that's You know, I don't think that's the adequate way of looking at this, right? I think you should always just say the truth, always. But what a lot of people have had, like a lot of the opinions that people have had for a very long time, is this notion that, you know, and this is from what they've observed, you are privileged enough to be able to live like that? Yes, buddy, I'm at the peak of privilege. Yes, I am. You're not wrong. But also at the same time, look around, okay? Look at what I've been dealing with for the past 3 months. I wouldn't say it's a very privileged position, okay? Holy I don't know if you know this, but there's a current bill in Congress, okay, that has my name on it. It's bipartisan. To say that I'm like unbelievably privileged and therefore suffer no consequences for saying the truth is a little ridiculous, don't you think? Also, everyone on the timeline is anti-Semitic now. I don't think that stigma is as brutal as it used to be. There's still institutional stigma. A big part of the polite company social stigma has gone away because Israel hit that button too much. Defenders of Israel kept spamming it for the last 3 years as Israel carried out a live stream child holocaust in front of our eyes. And then anytime someone had a negative opinion about that, they kept hitting that button over and over again. Anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism. And of course, you know, after the 10 millionth time that they tried to spam that button, people started going, all right, if you say that about everybody, I don't believe you anymore. Well, what the f is this? Shut up. My new photo on Wikipedia, here it is. Yes, I see it. It's great. Thank you. Where's my fucking controversial? Where's my controversies? Oh, there it is. Gaza war. Oh, yeah. Have you guys noticed something, by the way? I used to pack these up. Look at the year that this stopped. It's been 3 years. It's curious. I wonder what happened. 0 awards. I guess I fell off. I mean, I don't give a shit, but it's just it's just interesting. Nominations and victories galore. And then done. I guess it's because I stopped gaming. Yeah, why didn't they give me the Trinity Award? I did win one, but it was Irish, so I guess it doesn't count. Check what categories you're in the bottom. Where? What do you mean? Where are the categories? 1991 births, living people, American activists of Asian descent, American activists for Palestinian solidarity, American anti-capitalist, American anti-Zionist, American left wing, male feminists, American Marxists, American people of Turkish descent, political commentators, American Twitch streamers, California socialists, critics of conspiracy theories, HuffPost writers and columnists, news YouTubers, people associated with the 2025 New York City mayoral election, people from New Brunswick, New Jersey, people of the Gaza war, Rutgers University, streamer awards winners, streaming awards winners, Young Turks people, University of Miami alum, YouTubers from California, YouTubers from New Jersey. Okay, that's fair. By the way, dude, the Core Boys got a new pad for the Core Crib. It looks lit as... Yeah, why am I... One of the categories that I'm not associated with is sex symbol. Okay? Sexy hunk of man category. I'm in the living people. What the does that even mean? That's a thing? They have a living people category? Okay. That seems strange. Let's keep going.
That it opens the door to this idea that has been debunked and has been used in, you know, absolutely vicious ways to annihilate an entire people.
Conservapedia? What the fuck is that?
Quite sure.
God, I was so mad. I went on a tangent about
and
this.
Debunked and has been used in, you know, absolutely vicious ways to annihilate an entire people.
I'm not quite sure what that means. Let me tell you my concerns. My main concern is the destruction of the United States. And that is in no way to minimize anyone else's concerns, but I have a right to that concern. And I will not have my own concerns hijacked. I will not submit to being told what my concerns should be. I'm an adult man who pays his taxes. I have a right to come up with my own hierarchy of concern. And at the very top is the destruction of my country, which I've lived in for 56 years. And I know that it's not better than it was. And it's not getting better than it was. And there are many reasons for that. One of them is this war, but there are many others. And so people say, well, I'm really concerned. Well, I'm really concerned too. I'm really concerned that the Prime Minister of Israel and his many cheerleaders in American media, including at the New York Times, if I can say, pushed the U.S. government into a war that hurts the United States. That's my concern. And I would say that's at least co-equal with anyone else's concerns. So that's the first thing I would say. Second, as the elders of Zion or whatever, I don't know what that is. I've heard references to it. It's like a czarist forgery or something.
I guess I'm just wondering what the line is for you.
The line for me is the truth. What is actually happening?
Between criticism. I mean, this is, by the way, a very difficult line. I am in no means purporting to understand necessarily where it is. I'm curious for you where the line is between criticism of the state of Israel and how that could be perceived as feeding into anti-Semitism.
Well, it breaks my heart that it is perceived that way, and that's the product. That perception is the product of a decades-long effort to conflate anti-Semitism with any criticism of the secular government of Israel. Okay, so the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism lists 11 examples of anti-Semitism, and that's been adopted globally. 40 different governments have adopted it as their standard of what anti-Semitism is, and 2/3 of the examples are criticism of Israel. So, you know, I don't get to write these standards. I also don't have to abide by them, and I reject.
Bro, I swear they're way harsher with me than they are with Tucker, by the way. Like these are just softballs that are such easy dunks under the veneer of charitability from the New York Times. You keep navel gazing over where the line stands, Lulu, while Palestinians are starved and bombed. Yeah. It's just, I've never got, like, dude, when people talk, even when it's like a friendly conversation that I'm having with like a non-contentious reporter, even if it's a huff piece that they're writing on me, I have to address way more cynical smears than Tucker Carlson is addressing here. Now, part of that is because Tucker is a much more experienced media demon than myself. He's been doing this for almost as long as I've been alive, let's be real. And therefore, he's shaped his commentary in a way to never step on any landmines. But also because Tucker Carlson's worldview is different than mine, where he is an America first, American exceptionalist, right? I don't treat America as an exceptional country. I want America to potentially be an exceptional country one day, but it's truly not an exceptional country currently. And how do I make this about me? I'm a prominent critic of Israel that's been named in a bill by a bipartisan bill by Congress this past week. I'm comparing mainstream media outlets in the way that they are treating another prominent critic of Israel versus myself, and wondering what the distinguishing factor is in the way that I get treated and sometimes attacked, as opposed to Tucker Carlson. I think it's a pretty interesting thought experiment, right? Anyway, the second point that I was trying to make at the Hasanabi broadcast, which is, you know, the broadcast that I named after my own name. Anyway, you might be thinking you're in a different chat or something. But yeah, the second reason is because he's an American exceptionalist, and therefore, like, his perspective is, even if it's his perspective on Israel is not within the confines of permissible speech in American mainstream discourse, he's a lot closer to the edges of permissible speech than I am, especially because I will often go so far as to explain the ways in which the resistance front is formed against Israel and against America at times, right? So that really pushes a boundary that I think many Americans are not very comfortable with, and certainly mainstream media is not very comfortable with. And last but not least, I'm Muslim and Tucker Carlson is a WASP. So I think that's what it is. I think that's like the worst aspect out of these three, because there are others who do the first two and don't get the same treatment. So I'm inclined to believe that it might have something to do with my background. So yeah.
As ludicrous, out of hand, the idea that the criticism of a secular government is the same as criticism of an entire ethnic group, many of whom do not support that secular government, many of whom reject that secular government, and a lot of those I know personally. So you're just not going to get me on board with the lie that criticism of Netanyahu is hatred of all Jews, because it's not. And I don't care how many times someone repeats that to me. I don't care. And by the way, I've lost friends over this, and I do grieve that. People who are totally convinced that criticism...
Is it just Bibi that you're against, or if there was a different government in Israel, it would be okay?
I'm against anything that hurts my country. Why wouldn't I be? I live here.
No, but I'm just curious, like, if there's elections coming up and if Bibi gets kicked out...
Took my family on vacation there.
I'm just trying to understand.
I'm not against...
Yeah, this is y'all's hero. Anti-Zionist in the chat. Y'all's hero is Tucker Carlson. Mr. He's a better critic of Israel than you.
Israel. I never have been against. By the way, you can check the record. Before maybe 2.5 years ago, I don't think I certainly never criticized Israel, but I rarely even mentioned Israel. I could give you a long list of the things that I love about Israel, particularly about Jerusalem, which is one of my favorite cities. Jerusalem and Beirut greatest cities in the world. It kills me to see them at the center of all of this. I think the second that we ban criticism of a foreign country, well, of course, we're not free at that point. We're slaves of that other country. You know, whatever you can't criticize is the force in charge. I don't think it's, by the way, good for global Jewry to have any of this at all. If you tell 350 million Americans that it's against the law, and it's very close to against the law at this point, it's against the law to criticize Israel, how does that help the perception? Does that feed anti-Semitism? I think it does. Not that it's my job to monitor or regulate this stuff, but I mean, just common sense would tell you that's not good. If you want to make the case on behalf of anything, any idea, including ones I disagree with, make your case. Tell me why it's a good idea. And we're falling out of that habit and instead trying to hurt people who disagree with us. And I just will always reject that. I guess I'm the liberal.
I would say it's not exactly against the law, but I understand you're
someone
referring to
someone was just arrested. Because look, the
specific
second
things that
the second you say that
place.
criticism is the same as a threat or words are violence, then of course it's very easy to arrest people, as they are arrested in Great Britain. They've had hundreds of people arrested in Great Britain for criticizing Israel. I don't know why any liberal-minded, and I'm in that group, liberal-minded, you have a right to your views, I have a right to mine. I don't know why any liberal-minded person will go along with this and not say, whoa, 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 this is totally bonkers. And this is the road to totalitarianism. And I would say that about any topic.
I'm going to move on because we've talked about some fissures that have emerged among conservatives over Israel.
I mean, he just owned that. It was like 15 minutes of just boom, 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 boom. He cooked. And once again, the reason why he cooked in this otherwise polite conversation is because her framework is just busted. Her framework is her starting point is objectionable. An expert here would at least keep the conversation on Tucker's past statements, okay? And keep holding him to account for his dangerous conspiratorial thinking, his advocacy around the Great Replacement, things of that nature. But they want to prove a point. They want to, in the New York Times, they want to have a conversation with Tucker and they want to have it on Israel. And if you have a conversation with Tucker on Israel, it's only going to benefit Tucker Carlson, especially if you're not coming correct with quotes that he has that you could at least massage to come across as anti-Semitic. It's going to be very difficult for you to do that, because Tucker Carlson, unlike myself, will not go beyond a certain point in his anti-Israel advocacy, right? Because he doesn't believe in certain things. He's not an anti-Zionist, for example. I am, and I don't shy away from revealing that position. So that's precisely the reason why it's much more difficult for the New York Times to just like maintain a liberal Zionist position and try to like attack him on possible instances where what if what you're saying could be seen as anti-Semitic. They always hit him over the least objectionable things he said. If you're trying to accuse him of anti-Semitism, hit him on the Great Replacement, his World War II revisionism, his comment about how hummus eaters killed Charlie Kirk and Jesus. There's a lot there, but no, we got to do the greatest hits instead. Yeah, that's what I was talking about though, because they hit me with all the goddamn time that at least like on its face sounds bad. It's nowhere near as like anti-Semitic as, half the Tucker Carlson has done. And that's what's so frustrating about this conversation. Do you see what I mean? With me, it's the clip show. It's the clip show. Why? Because the ADL is up my asshole and they've created the clip show. With him, it's like, well, don't you feel like you would hurt Jewish feelings if you criticized Israel? Like, what a ridiculous question. First of all, how dare you? Okay? How dare you say Jewish feelings are going to be hurt if someone has a disagreement with Israel's unlimited child murder policy, okay? That's an insane thing to do for American Jews. You're just throwing them under the bus, okay? By being like, don't you feel like all Jews love Israel, Tucker? And they love the baby murder campaign? You sound like a hater at this point. I'm just saying, Tucker Carlson has said a lot of heinous. He is a white nationalist. Maybe some of you guys don't mind that. I do.
On the war, right? You've
talked about it's sort of blown up.
Yeah, and I want to dig into that because earlier this year you told Megyn Kelly that there is, quote, a huge scramble, and you said, I'm in the middle of it to define what the Republican Party is after Trump.
Yep.
So boil down the scramble for me? Are there two sides?
I lost that scramble.
I mean, is it driven by ideas, personalities? I mean, something else? Like, what do you see happening?
Look, I mean, there have been disagreements over foreign policy within the Republican Party for
it's just crazy to have the most
2015,
prominent defender of the great replacement theory sitting across
there
from
was
you.
No disagreement at all. It was a neoconservative party completely. I was part of that for sure, and unthinkingly and then unwillingly, but whatever. But since 2015, there's been this kind of debate like, well, you know, what is the appropriate use of American power and what is our relationship with Israel? And those have been sort of sotto voce debates. But it's only with this full regime change effort against Iran that they've become untenable. Like, you can't. I mean, my own view is I'm always happy to eat with and talk with people I disagree with. Again, I guess I'm the liberal here, but there is a strong sense among the neocons who've completely taken over the Republican Party that anyone who disagrees cannot be allowed, like literally in the White House. Okay, I don't make these rules. I feel sad about it for a bunch of reasons. I would say as a political matter, the constituency for that is very small. There aren't 150 million people in America who are really excited about the Iran war or who are ever going to be excited about that. So you're dooming your party to irrelevance when you do that. I don't know why they would want to. They hate Trump. The neocons hate Trump, have always hated Trump. I had a first row seat to this, and now they've destroyed him. And I told them that. I said, these are people who hated you from day one. They couldn't control you. They hated you for that reason. What you said about the Iraq war inflamed them. It humiliated them, and they want to destroy you, and this war will destroy you. I said that point blank right to him. And it's true. And it's, I think, proven true now.
And what do you mean about you being in the middle of it and losing the scramble?
Well, because Charlie Kirk and I think we're the only people, I'm confident in saying we're the only people in June of 2025 to say to the president, this is a very bad idea. People pushing this are trying to get you involved in a regime change war. We've campaigned against that. Don't do this. And then on September 10th, Charlie was murdered by a lone gunman. So by the time this latest round happened in January and February, I think I was the only person who said that to Trump for a bunch of reasons. So now it's, we know who won.
Really convenient for the other guy who agrees with you to be dead so you can pretend. No, Charlie Kirk has openly said things. Charlie Kirk has openly and aggressively demanded that Trump not go to war, not listen to the neocons, and not go to war with Iran. This is true. The difference, of course, is that if Charlie Kirk was alive right now, the prophet Charlie Kirk, peace be upon him, if he was alive right now, he'd be defending it because he was Trump's guy. That's it. What he said or what his true opinions are totally secondary. His primary objective was to unconditionally and uncompromisingly defend Donald Trump. That's it. He has done this. He has demonstrated his tendency to do this with the Epstein stuff. Oh my God. It's like you guys don't know. It's almost like you haven't read the Hadiths.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame.
Like, that's just how it is. That's how he was. That's why I don't believe the whole he was going to turn on Israel
by the effects. So this was, from my perspective, was a debate between people who thought it was wise to use American power in the way we're now using it and those who thought it was dangerous. And Trump did it. So obviously he rejected my view.
I want to stay, though, with how some of this is playing out, because as you mentioned, you were very close to Charlie Kirk before he was killed. And he started Turning Point USA, which is this very influential group among young people on the right. And you're now seeing some on the right who are questioning whether Israel had a hand in Charlie Kirk's murder. And I should say the theories that Israel was linked to Charlie's death were denied by Israel. There's been no proof of that at all. And crucially, this theory has been condemned by Erica Kirk, Charlie's widow. Do you still have a relationship with Turning Point USA?
Well, I have always loved Erica Kirk. I met her when she was dating Charlie and thought so much of her. I know a lot of people at Turning Point. I was the headliner for a bunch of different Turning Point events. I haven't been asked to do it this year. Don't know if I will be. Never said a word against Turning Point. I think it's been a really... Well, I was their headliner for a bunch of years, so obviously I supported it. I would hate to see it hijacked by its donors to become an oracle of neoconservatism.
Dude, Trump is a neocon. What is this? Oh, God, I hate neoconservatism. He was a neocon. He probably still is a neocon. Like, sure, the Iran stuff is a bridge too far. Maybe Israel got out of hand, okay? You've rebranded yourself. But, like, everything is neocon. Everything computer, everybody transgender, Republican Party neocon. That's what it is. Like, the ultimate purpose of neocons was to do what Trump is doing right now. Okay, I can't believe how hard Tucker is clapping and smiling for Trump after kidnapping Maduro at this White House meeting with oil executives about how they're going to pillage Venezuela. Yeah, no one gives a shit. They just like Tucker Carlson at this point. He was able to sneak himself in to a position of great prominence and legitimacy in the anti-Israel movement. And so you can't get people to literally look at him funny. It's crazy. Now, his name is Fucker Carlson. Yeah, this is Fucker Carlson. This is his brother, Buckley Swanson. Ugh.
I think it'd be pretty hard to do because its members are not for that. Young people are not for that. People of draft age are especially not for that.
I mean, when was the last time you spoke to Erica Kirk?
A couple of weeks ago by text. So my concern, and this is not about Erica Kirk or...
Do you think he repeatedly called himself a liberal in this interview to get some blue points? No, he is a liberal. He's right. Tucker Carlson and like the overwhelming majority of modern Republicans are also liberals, as like in the political theory. In the American sensibility, liberal just means like the gay version of what the political theory of liberal is. So he is a liberal. Of course, Reagan was a liberal. That's what liberalism is. They are all liberals. Americans are primarily liberals, okay? In the political science sense, the people that we refer to as liberals are just like a little bit gayer than the other version, which is anti-gay, but still very liberal, okay? They're capitalists. They're pro-capitalist. Yeah, liberalism equals market primacy is a great way to put it. Now, I think the changes that are being made currently, there are some people who are post-liberal. I think we're moving in that direction in the Republican Party. They're not fully there yet. They haven't self-identified as something different. They're not like openly fascist. Their actions are openly fascist, but they don't self-identify as fascist. But at least they still posture as liberal. Maybe J.D. Vance, being the nerd that he is, might have a different association. He might be the type of who says, I'm post-liberal. You know, but like Tucker Carlson will call himself a liberal, even though he is a fascist. But these guys' foundation is still very much so liberalism.
Andrew Kolvat or any of those people with whom I've never had a crossword and hope never to have a crossword. But my concern more broadly is about the investigation into Charlie's murder, which was short-circuited by the FBI. And I'd like to know why. And I don't care to be screamed at for asking that question. It's a legitimate question, and we know that. Well, I know that for a bunch of reasons, but the public knows it because Joe Kent said it out loud and explained it. He's the head of the National Counterterrorism Center. He's an ODNI, and he was told by the FBI that he could not investigate it. And as a friend of Charlie's, I'm not going to be intimidated into saying the following, which is,
Bro's
on
on
what
his
grounds
phone,
would you
though?
I'm not saying.
Who, Tucker Carlson? Or are you talking about me? Does it look like I'm on my phone? What the f are you talking about? Oh, you mean he's on his phone like Tucker is? He's just looking at his phone on the table?
The guy who's been arrested didn't pull the trigger. I'm not, there's been no trial.
He was obviously handed over by his father.
Do we know that? I don't know what I know because there hasn't been a trial yet. And again, it's like so many things. And it's not just Israel. It's not just Charlie Kirk. It's the existence of NATO or the way the economy is structured. Why is capital taxed at half the rate of labor? Like, that's a question that bothers me. In every case, shut up, socialist, racist, conspiracy theorist. It's like, I'm just too old for that. Why don't you answer the question? That's my job.
Do you think Turning Point's influence
I hate when he emotes. I find that to be so terrible, honestly. It's just terrible.
waned since Charlie's death?
I haven't the faintest idea. I do think that, you know, I agree with most Americans when I say I think this war is a disaster. It's impossible to see how it helps the United States. And, you know, I would like to see all self-described conservative groups pressure the president, as Charlie did, to minimize the damage. And I hope Turning Point is working on that. I don't know the answer, but I certainly hope they are. I can't. Yeah, so they should. I can't say confidently Charlie would be working to do that.
Obviously, Turning Point is just one organization trying to reach youth on the right, but you also have Nick Fuentes, the far-right white nationalist influencer who's called Hitler effing cool, who also has a huge following among young right-leaning men. How do you see Fuentes in terms of the future of the right?
You know, it's so hard to know. I'll tell you my instinct on it. Most of the debates about race, ethnicity, religion, to some extent immigration, are less resonant long-term than debates about economics. I think the main frustration among young people is not just that the composition of the country is changing too fast, which it definitely is, but the main concerns are about the lack of economic opportunity for American young people who are totally screwed at like a more profound level than people acknowledge. Older people do not acknowledge that. I had dinner the other night with a bunch of kids from Stanford, really smart. They're at Stanford. And one of them said, oh yeah, his best friend just graduated with a degree in computer science last year, has not been able to find a job. Stanford computer science can't find a job. So that's like a window into the total destruction of the economic opportunity for young people. And the what looks to me as a non-economist like the true horror.
Here comes white replacement theories and the like. It's a Trojan horse. He'll do it with like left populism.
Hoarding of capital by a tiny group of people. It looks like a very lopsided and unfair economic system that is guaranteed to radicalize young people, and not just young people, but especially young people. And so I think most future conversations politically will be about economics. I do think that. I think we're at sort of the last stage. This is the last time the U.S. has ever
So you see that, what I'm trying to understand is you see that as Fuentes' power waning?
For sure. Well, I don't know Fuentes in particular. I mean, wasn't even aware of Fuentes. I mean, again, I'm just in a different world, right? Okay, I read the New York Times or whatever. Like, I'm just older, okay? So I'm not an expert on Fuentes' reach or even what he's saying day to day. I really don't know. But he has been caricatured as a race guy, which he may be, by the way. It was like mad about the Jews or black.
I mean, he interviewed him, so, you know, and I do feel like, you know, he definitely knows a little bit, but even then he's actually kind of defending him a little bit, which is interesting.
Or whatever. But I'm just telling you, I think the future, the energy, not just on the right, but I think right and left agree on this under 30, is that young people have been shafted by older people, particularly by the baby boomers, people born between 46 and 64. And I think they're right about that. I do think that's like the most selfish generation, most loathsome, mediocre generation in this country ever produced. Not all of them, but in general, I would say their behavior has been shameful and selfish. And I hear young people talk not about, you know, I'm mad at the Jews. I hear young people say things like, only baby boomers would like have a second home in Isle of Palms, South Carolina, but like not help their kids buy homes. That's what I hear. I hear people who understand that their lives will bear no resemblance to the lives of their parents and grandparents, and they're really upset about it. Meanwhile, there are all these people making billions on clearly fraudulent enterprises, crypto-related enterprises, and other enterprises that are like not adding to the sum total of prosperity in this country and not making the country better. So that's where I think the radicalism is going to start. The murder of that healthcare executive in New York, the health insurer guy, I'm against all murder, just to be totally clear. But I was surprised but not really shocked by the reaction, the positive.
Oh my God, he's literally saying, oh my God. Okay, it's hard for me to not be a little disturbed by this because he is saying literally every bar for bar, verbatim, the I've said. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Reaction. All these kind of normal looking people on the internet are like, I'm glad they killed him. They don't even know his name. However, that reflects this revolutionary frustration. And I do think it's revolutionary. I think one of the reasons that Trump is apparently going to make weed legal is just so we can lower testosterone levels even more. Just make people more passive. Have some more benzos. Like, it's fine. It's totally fine. Because it's.
And then he just flips it back to, he just flips it back to social conservatism. And a prohibitionist attitude. Incredible. I guess that's a way to redirect it, you know? I can't. Look, I'm tired. I know half day Hossie. I know I've done only 1 hour today. I mean, only 7 hours, sorry. 1 hour off from 8 hours. But I got to end it here. Only 1 hour, basically. That's what it feels like. But I'll be live tomorrow. But if I'm not live tomorrow, if I take a day off with all this travel and I'm very tired, I will definitely be live on Monday. When someone in independent media like myself says things like this, people are shocked to hear it. People think, how could you say such an insane thing? Because they don't know. They don't know the truth. That's the real problem here. A lot of people don't know the truth. A lot of people also have, their own personal biases in this issue, and it hurts their feelings to hear something so different than what they previously thought. It wouldn't surprise me. Here, look, it wouldn't surprise me if Israel gave or gives support to the same Sunni militias that the U.S. has been fighting all these years, being that the Sunni groups in Syria, Iraq share a common enemy with Israel. Iran. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see much of a quid pro quo when it comes to the U.S. sending all that money. Yep. Democrats privately disgusted by Hassan Piker, but are afraid to publicly criticize him. House Dem claims. Dude, that's so funny. They're privately disgusted. Let me tell you what they're privately saying, okay? I can tell you what they're privately saying. They're privately saying, thank God there's someone out there who's saying the things that some of us are maybe a little afraid to say. Or at least that's the attitude I got from the many people I spoke to that weren't all like superstar celebrities or anything. They're just like regular folks as well. I had $10 in my bank and resub. Never say I don't love you. Dude, that's crazy. You shouldn't do that if you have $10 remaining. Shani DeVito, thank you for the 5 gifted. Ian Tattoos, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. God damn. He's here. Missed you. I can't face a Monday without you on a Sunday. Yeah, if you got the Sunday scaries, let me make it scarier for you. Dude, what's up with my haters, dude? This is literally, like, this is when random YouTube slop tubers would say, Hassan has like blackmail on the Twitch CEO or something. And then like Josh Gottheimer is a literal congressional representative in the Democratic Party in New Jersey. Okay. And he's saying that like Democrats are terrified of me, but they can't say it out loud, but they all they're disgusted by me. What the? I know it's Mother's Day, but you didn't have to go live for me. Yes, I went live for all the mothers on this beautiful day, on this glorious day. What an insane thing. I mean, look, I'm honored. I'm honored to be just even mentioned, really. I think you are, perhaps you are creating an environment of fear for yourself. Not to lower the temperature here, but, Gottheimer, Israel first, Dem claims Dems are scared of me, but can't say it publicly. In the New York Times, Sunday Fun Day, Mom's Day, get in twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Cogman 10. God damn, thank you for the 25, get the subs. And Extra Rice, thank you for the 5, give the subs. Stop lying about Fun Day. I think they're getting desperate and don't want you to collab with politicians. Yeah, I find it really funny. I don't know why they think I got this level of emotion. Some of the top comments I get when I go out in public is from people who are, famous, ordinary folks alike, is always like, thank you for putting on the good fight. The Democrats are literally not doing what needs to be done. I mean, this was like the comments in general, people checking in, being like, I hope you're okay. I know it's like hectic. I know it's crazy. But then outside of that, the question I keep getting is like, are you running? Are you going to run? I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not interested in running for office. I'm not interested in running for office at all in any way, shape, or form. I don't know why the media is presenting it as though I am, for some weird reason, but I'm not. Anyway, that's your sign to run. We don't care if you want to. No, that's not my sign to run. It's not going to happen, okay? But Oh God, this thing is so annoying. You are more interested to run than to game? Okay, fair. But that doesn't mean that I'm interested in running. That just means that I'm never gaming. You know, I'm not interested in gaming. That's all that means. I need you to understand. They're calling you president of the blast off. I already blasted off with that. Okay, I already did. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Let the people know we're live. We're freaking alive. Why should I believe what a politician says? Yeah, I'm not a politician, so I agree. Chatters, politicians get their lives destroyed? No, that's not the fear. My life has already been severely under attack. My argument is about how much time. My argument is that it always revolves around how much time and how much effort I can place. In order to min-max, I find it I find it much more. Now, this, of course, ironically, is a false conflation between the Egyptian state and the Turkish state and Saudi Arabia, many of which have consistently engaged in atrocious behavior and even war crimes, sometimes against civilians. As a matter of fact, specifically, I'm talking about Turkey against the Kurds, for example, right? Having said that, none of them reach the standard of what Israel has done to the Palestinians for 80 plus years. It's ridiculous. The closest analog to a man-made famine would be Saudi Arabia, which ironically enough was exactly what Bernie Sanders was trying to stop. So this whataboutism doesn't even work. The Democratic condemnation piled on Israel's government is overwhelming in comparison to other allies. It's also louder than Democrats' condemnation of Iran's regime. Hey, guess what, dude? You know the actual condemnations here? Those who are critics of Israel. When Bernie Sanders comes out and says, we must stop weapons sales to Saudi Arabia. They're doing a famine in Yemen. There aren't 700 articles from the Anti-Islamophobia League or whatever saying, wow, Bernie Sanders Islamophobic much for trying to stop Saudi Arabia in Yemen. It's also louder than Democrats' condemnation of Iran's regime for the slaughter of thousands of Iranians. Oh my God. Buddy, do we fund the IRGC? What are you talking about? Do we fund the IRGC? Like, are we funding the Islamic Republic in any way, shape, or form? There is no apt comparison here. There's no analog here because Israel is a unique country in its allegiance. It's unique in many other respects as well. It's a 21st century nation with, I'm sorry to say, 14th century principles, okay? Like, when it comes to siege warfare, when it comes to ethnic cleansing, that is one of the issues. It's using 24th century weapons, oftentimes paid for with our tax dollars. Okay, it has a uniquely pervasive impact on American domestic politics, on American foreign policy. There is no comparison between Israel and any of our other allies. There is no world where someone. There's no world. Wait, hold on. Kopyachin! Okay, sorry. 24th century BC. Did I say 24th century? I said 21st century. Anyway, Israel has been decried by some leading Democrats as an apartheid state, but I haven't heard any of them claim apartheid when it comes to how women and LGBTQ are treated across the Middle East. Oh my God, this guy's running the maximum 2020, like 2021 route. Like, oh, well, excuse me. What about the apartheid for gays? Okay. It's so funny. Oh, you don't like Israel? Well, guess what? Israel's gay. Okay. Well, they're doing a gay apartheid. They're doing apartheid, but also in a gay way. Who gives a apartheid is still apartheid. Hasn't updated the Hasbara talking points since like 2017. Who gives a shit, dude? Oh, I didn't realize. I'm sorry. Oh, so I guess the apartheid is fine then. Yeah. Oh, no, it's okay because gay people are doing the. Who gives a. What's wrong with you? Ironic because the opposition only now in Israel only now is in favor of openly allowing gay marriage to take place on Israeli soil. But that's besides the point. We're not even going to get into that. That doesn't even matter. Even if they were literally everyone was a homosexual in the Israeli government, that still wouldn't make the apartheid justifiable, and it still certainly wouldn't make it justifiable. Okay. One Democrat, a very likely presidential hopeful, recently argued that Israel can afford its own security and that Israelis don't need America's financial aid. Even this is, by the way, a very likely presidential hopeful is Rahm Emanuel. Rahm Emanuel's parents, or Rahm Emanuel's father, was in the, if I'm not mistaken, the Irgun militia. Okay. You're talking about a guy who literally did terrorism to build the Israeli state, and you're mad. You're mad at Rahm Emanuel. You've lost your damn mind, dude. If you're finding yourself at odds with Rahm Emanuel, claiming that he's too far out there with the way he's talking about Israel, you've lost the damn plot. Yeah, Rahm Emanuel's daddy was in a Jewish terrorist organization. Like, literally, what the fuck are we talking about? Anyway. What are we talking about, man? You're psycho. Even though Israel has been a stalwart partner in America's fight against Hamas, Hezbollah. Yeah, America's fight against Hamas. Why is America fighting Hamas? What are you talking about? Why does Hamas exist? Same with Hezbollah. Why does Hezbollah exist? Oh, that's right. It's because Israel exists, okay? It's because Israel doesn't just exist as a normal country, but a country that actually dominates every other neighboring country and constantly foments ethnic tensions and is actively trying to occupy every other country in the region and dominating the lives of the population of Palestinians, which of course invites militant resistance. America's fight against Hamas is so funny. Yeah, dude, we really need to fight Hamas. Wouldn't the logical extension of that point of view mean that we should also pull our military installations out of well-resourced allies like Germany, Japan, and Kuwait? Wait, what? I mean, I'm in favor of that too. I don't know what this guy's talking about. Democrats have justly denounced the Trump administration for its broadsides, in some cases threats towards some of America's closest allies, but many increasingly accuse, don't threaten me with a good time, Josh. As a matter of fact, I'm fairly certain if you were to ask Americans, like, should we have 800 military bases all around the world or should we have free healthcare? I don't think Americans would say, oh, no, let's continue the 800 military bases. They'd be like, no, let's have healthcare, please. Yeah, I hate all the Hamas I run into at the grocery store. Yeah, it's terrifying. Hamas everywhere. Thank God. But many increasingly accuse or join feverish denunciations of Israel, our longstanding democratic and strategic ally. When we're talking about which allies support, which communities we defend, our principles shouldn't shift. When Mr. Trump lashes out at Pope Leo in ways that millions of Catholics rightly deeply find offensive, many of us look the other way. Are you comparing the president shitting on the Pope to a Twitch streamer shitting on Israel? Like, worthy criticism that Israel absolutely deserves? Israel deserves far more than just my condemnations and criticisms, by the way. That's insane. You are an insane person, okay? You are out of your mind, which is why they're cooking your ass in the comment section of the goddamn New York Times opinion editorial page, even though these are people that are supposed to be aligned with you. You're a Democratic representative. Oh my God, behave. Have some decency. God damn, you are such a servile little piggy for the state of Israel. Oh my God, you're oinking. You're oinking. These are exactly the types of hit pieces that I personally love, okay? Guys that are so horny to defend Israel that they can't even write like a comprehensive piece that makes it seem like I'm a bad guy. They just give the game away 3 paragraphs deep because they're so like primarily invested in defending little old Israel, my emotional support apartheid state. Why can't they have a little bit of, that's it. That's the problem. They can't even stick to like basics to be like, Hassan is dangerous and scary. Even then, most people will be like, why am I supposed to care about this? You're a congressperson. Fight against fascism that's happening in the country, please, you idiot. That's what Hassan is trying to do. You should do that as well. But then when you do these kinds of idiotic comparisons between the president of the United States of America shitting on the Catholic Church, which is objectively insane, to a Twitch streamer with far less power, but also a Twitch streamer that is making the correct point about Israel that many Americans now actually agree with, you look like an idiot. You look like a dumbass. This doesn't end up hurting me. This actually is promotion for me. This ends up hurting you. Okay? We're also in a very unique media environment where controversial statements don't really matter anymore. Donald Trump is the president. You can't just be like, oh, this guy's controversial. Everyone should stay away. No, people actually go, wait a minute, what's controversial about it? Let me take a look. Or they go, who gives a that he's controversial? Trump is the president.
I'm young. I'm hot.
Anyway. When Trump lashed out of Pope Leo, when a Republican congressman tries to dehumanize Muslims, we should all speak up. When Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson use hateful rhetoric, they should be rebuked. The same should go for Hassan Piker. Everyone has a right to express his or her views, however repugnant those views may be, but Democratic leaders have that same right and a duty to challenge them. I'm throwing down the gauntlet. I would love for any Democrat to challenge me on my views of Israel. I would love Josh Gottheimer to challenge me on my views of Israel. I will, anytime, any place, Josh, I'm here for you. Oh my God, I'll fly out to wherever the f you are, and I will have a long, uninterrupted 2-hour debate with you on the issue of Israel. Oh my God. Oh, make my day, you bitch. Okay? Make my goddamn day. Go ahead. Let's have a conversation. You can rebuke me, not behind these bullshit ass New York Times op-ed pieces where even the readership doesn't agree with you and dunk on you. But I would love, yes, I would not fly to Tel Aviv. I'm not trying to die. Okay, I'm talking about American soil with an American congressperson that seemingly is more invested in defending Israel's feelings than doing right by their constituents. This is at the heart of the problem with the Democrats. This is why we despise these sorts of Democrats. And this is precisely the reason why some of these Democrats are apparently disgusted. Yeah, they're disgusted with democracy. They're disgusted with you. They have tremendous disdain for theoretical democracy, for applying the principles of theoretical democracy to their job. They are elected representatives. They are supposed to represent us. They're not supposed to represent corporate interests. They're not supposed to represent foreign countries. They're supposed to represent Americans, okay? That's it. And they are terrified of that prospect. And they're very worried that now there are people who are saying, what the f are you doing? Go fight against Donald Trump. Go sever ties and hold this apartheid state accountable. Why has Israel taken $300+ billion of American money to maintain an apartheid state, to dominate the lives of random civilians, innocent civilians, thousands of miles away? And then on top of that, they demand more. And on top of that, if you call that relationship out, you get endlessly criticized. You get called a goddamn anti-Semite over and over again. You are told to shut the f up. The demands are that you no longer have a way to generate income, that you should actually lose your platform. How about you lose your platform, bitch? In a just world, you would literally be tried. Okay? You would be tried for defending fascism like this. That is what would happen in a just world. Holy shit. Inshallah, one day. Maybe. There should be one response to those who express hatred towards any American. Condemnation. Hate is hate. It doesn't get a pass because it comes from your side of the aisle. 62 comments. Everyone's cooking his ass. Oh. No one. This whataboutism gets tiresome. You can't criticize Israel unless you also condemn every other bad actor on earth. So let's take it on its own terms. We're not generic moral spectators rating every country on a human rights scorecard. Israel's in a different category. We don't just sell them weapons, we fund them. Israel's the largest cumulative recipient of U.S. military aid since World War II, backed by a standing memorandum of understanding, supplemental appropriations, and diplomatic cover at the UN. Oh my God, that no other country, including Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey, receives. Criticism scales with complicity, and our complicity here is uniquely deep. You can object to arms sales to Riyadh and still recognize that the U.S.-Israel relationship is something much deeper. The war in Gaza has gone well beyond any reasonable military objective, as evidenced by Lloyd Austin's own early criticism of Israel's tactics, and into what looks to many observers like ethnic cleansing. Americans across the political spectrum are sickened by it and refuse to be complicit on principle. Change is coming precisely because no change is happening in the Israeli-led conduct of this and other conflicts. Framing senators' votes as a cynical concession to a vocal segment dismiss the substance of what they're actually responding to. And let's be clear, this isn't anti-Semitism, it's opposition to Israeli war policy. Those two aren't the same, and conflating them is deflection. Oh my God. I'd like to point out that a rhetorical trick that as both a Jewish person and someone who engages in debates on this topic quite frequently, I find quite frustrating. Mr. Gottheimer frames this as a discussion of anti-Semitism and then mostly talks about criticism of Israel. This frames them as the same thing without having to say it explicitly, when in reality they are not. Doing so, in my opinion, gives cover for real and more overt anti-Semitism to flourish because it cheapens the definition of anti-Semitism as simply criticism of Israel and not hate of and prejudice towards Jewish people. This is why I have maintained a principled stance, regardless of how much people to my left sometimes, and certainly everyone to my right, who are anti-Israel, yell at me, where they say, whoa, why do so many Jews love Israel? Why don't you just say it out loud? Why don't you say it out loud? Because fundamentally, it's not true. Okay? Fundamentally, it's not true. American Jews are American, okay? They're American. They live here. Some of them might be unbelievably sympathetic to the goals of the nation state of Israel, like Josh Gottheimer is, okay? But that's a separate thing. And perhaps there's even a financial imperative for Josh to maintain this level of loyalty to the nation state of Israel and become this much of a willing servant of the state of Israel. Do you understand? It's not only unproductive, but also objectively untrue. People's positions can change. And also, no group of people are a monolith, okay? American Jews are certainly not a monolith. If they had a monolithic understanding of Israel, then pro-Israeli organizations wouldn't spend billions of dollars on U.S. soil trying to literally brainwash young American Jews from early on to maintain this undying loyalty to the state of Israel, which still ends up failing. If you look at the goddamn polling on this, it clearly doesn't even work. There is a generational divide amongst American Jews that are under the age of 50 versus American Jews that are over the age of 50 as well, okay? At this point, New York Times needs to let you do an op-ed. New York Times has a policy of not letting anyone write an op-ed that's against another person that has written an op-ed. Like, I can't directly call out Josh Gottheimer's op-ed piece by writing in the New York Times about it. Not a single mention in this article about Israel's actions in the last 2 years as context. No one is putting up with this. Look at this. Being critical of holding the Israeli government accountable for its actions is not anti-Semitism. It's a distinction and nuance that this author and so many others ignore. One's negative feelings and words for Netanyahu and his cabinet are no more anti-Semitism than are the same for Trump and his cabinet. Exactly. Like when I talk about America, when I talk about what America has become, or when I talk about American history, like I'm not saying every single fucking American is a card-carrying fascist, okay? And Americans understand that because we're Americans, okay? We are experiencing it and we understand it. But when it comes to Israel, everyone's like, whoa, 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 that's the Jewish state. How dare you? It's fucking ridiculous. It's a rhetorical trick that no longer works either. So it's unbelievably stupid that there are still those who maintain this stance thinking that this will somehow successfully cause people to change their perception. It's not working, and yet you still see people trying it. It's very frustrating. It's very stupid. But I would say at this point, it's unbelievably unproductive for those who still actively write these kinds of things because it doesn't accomplish the goals that they want to accomplish. It doesn't disparage someone like myself. It ends up disparaging the author because everyone and their mothers can see exactly what's going on, okay? More and more people wake up to that reality every single fucking day. Do you understand? I never, ever in a million years would have thought that a Democratic congressperson from the state of New Jersey would write an op-ed in the New York Times and the readership would unilaterally oppose or overwhelmingly oppose the sentiment that they are trying to get across there and actually end up defending someone like myself for my criticisms of the state of fucking Israel. There are lots of double standards in this world, and Josh Gottheimer embodies the one which has for years dominated American political discourse on the Middle East, namely shocking indifference to the life of any person, including children, who isn't an Israeli Jew, and with it, shocking indifference to the war crimes. Where the fuck did the article go? Oh, here it is. Shocking indifference to the war crimes and crimes against humanity carried out by Israel, for which the U.S. is uniquely culpable as it both finances and enables those crimes. Mr. Gottheimer has taken over $1 million from pro-Israel lobbyists in just the last few years, and it was money well spent. Even though Israel has been a stalwart partner in America's fight against Hamas, Hezbollah, and other terrorist organizations, can the author explain to me exactly why exactly we are fighting Hamas and Hezbollah while they're at it? Perhaps they can explain why those organizations exist in the first place. But the apartheid, look, even this guy, Ben, from Munich, says there are real problems from Munich, okay? So you know they're not of sound mind here, okay? They're German. There are real problems with anti-Semitism on the left in this country. And the apologists for Hamas or the people who denounce Israel while completely ignoring the UAE, which has tons of US investment and is actively supporting the murderous RSF in Sudan, which, by the way, we don't, okay? And the fascist colonialist description of Israel is absurd. It's not. The Jewish people who survived the horrors of World War II need their own state. The plight of the Rohingya in Myanmar and the Armenians in Azerbaijan. Which country? Which country funded the ethnic cleansing of the Armenians? Oh, right, yeah. That was Israel too. Which country also personally is participating in the ethnic cleansing of Armenians that live in Palestine? Oh, that's right. That's Israel. Anyway, this guy doesn't know enough, but it's fine. And the Uyghurs in China could show us how worthless the promises of autonomy for the ethnic minorities are. But the apartheid part is undeniably true. You got guys like this. You got guys like this saying apartheid part is undeniably true. As a Jewish person with family in Israel, I don't think the criticism of Israel is necessarily anti-Semitic, though it unfortunately is often couched in those tropes. That is the guy that is 100% supposed to be on board with Josh Gottheimer. Okay? And even that guy's like, nope. You've gone a bridge too far. Israel is an apartheid. Yeah, look. This is what I mean when I say this criticism has stuck. What is this? In Germany, we say, I don't know what this means. The difference between Hamas and Hezbollah in Israel is the Israeli military kills hundreds of innocent civilians for every one killed by Hamas and Hezbollah, and does so with our funding and our weaponry. Thank you. See? People get it. This is why I think it's important to be brave sometimes, okay? And to stand by your principles and not be afraid to ruffle some fucking feathers. That is why I stood 10 toes down over and over again on some of the things that I've said that have caused tremendous ire and have caused people to yell at me and call me a fucking terrorist, demand my deplatforming for years and years and years, okay? Because it was the truth. So in context, who are the real terrorists? I don't expect the author of this article to engage with that. I'm tired of reading these endless stream of slop claiming that Israel is somehow a separate entity vis-a-vis the United States. Anti-Semitism is wrong. The Holocaust did happen. Killings of 1,200 Israelis on October 7 was wrong. Those are facts. For decades, Israelis in the West Bank have been attacking Palestinians there without cause. Like, do you see this? Look at this. Look at this. These are the people that Josh Gottheimer thinks he can still reach. And even they're like, no, we're done. We're done. There is a spectrum of different levels of compassion and different levels of wanting to defend the state of Israel in the New York Times op-ed commentary section, okay? And yet all of them are universally saying we oppose Israel's actions, and calling out Israel's actions is not fucking anti-Semitism. These are not card-carrying, anti-imperialist, Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, third worldists. These are not people who believe in the immortal science of Marxist, Leninist, Jewishist principles, okay? These are people who are American citizens who have believed the idea of Zionism, the false ideology that Zionism has presented itself as. These are people who have probably spent a long life believing that Israel is an unbelievably reliable ally to the United States of America, who have said enough is enough. That's it. The author writes, even though Israel has been a stalwart partner in America's fight against Hamas, Hezbollah, and other terrorist organizations, as far as I understand, America isn't fighting against Hamas or Hezbollah in any significant way. Never really have. As for the other terrorist organizations, Israel didn't help the U.S. fight against ISIS or Al-Qaeda. Yeah, ironically, you know who did? Iran. Okay? Again, gonna ruffle some feathers here. Iran has been a more reliable partner in combating Al-Qaeda and ISIS than Israel has. Okay? It's true. It's objectively true. You will never hear it in mainstream media. No one will ever say it. As a matter of fact, when someone in independent media like myself says things like this, people are shocked to hear it. People think, how could you say such an insane thing? Because they don't know. They don't know the truth. That's the real problem here. A lot of people don't know the truth. A lot of people also have, their own personal biases in this issue, and it hurts their feelings to hear something so different than what they previously thought. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if Israel gave or gives support to the same Sunni militias that the U.S. has been fighting all these years, being that the Sunni groups in Syria, Iraq share a common enemy with Israel. Iran. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see much of a quid pro quo when it comes to the U.S. sending all that gun money to Israel. Yep. The democratic condemnation piled on Israel's government is overwhelming in comparison to our allies. Perhaps that's because other allies have not shelled or bombarded the population of a densely populated area half the size of the city of Toronto over 2 years, kept the population of the West Bank under military occupation for 68 years, allowed and then encouraged the building of 347 Israeli settlements in the West Bank, where over 500,000 settlers now live, tolerated at times abetted violent settler raids on Palestinian villages of the West Bank, declared, i.e. present government, that Palestinians do not have a right to self-determination and that Israel will never allow the existence of a Palestinian state. Maybe those are some of the reasons why criticism of Israel is harsher than criticism of other allies of the United States. People are glazing Walter's take. Oh yeah, this is awesome. Yeah, Walter did pop off. He looks so much more comfortable without the suit. This is unbelievably comfy, actually. This is like pajamas. I'm not even kidding. Like, everything I'm wearing is super silky smooth. Surely Representative Josh Gottheimer, author of this fresh, bold new take, would agree that the congressional Dem who took the most money from right-wing Nazi art collector Harlan Crow is a textbook example of this problem, with the slight wrinkle that said Dem is Josh Gottheimer. That's awesome. Sadly, Representative Josh Gottheimer does not respond well to being asked about this interesting contradiction. I did not know that, by the way. Right-wing Nazi art collector Harlan Crow? Oh my God. That's so funny. That's awesome. Bro thinks he's Indiana Jones? Yeah. Harlan Crow? Yeah. Except he's not punching the Nazis. Meet Harlan Crow's favorite Democrats: Josh Gottheimer, Joe Manchin, Henry Cuellar, Seth Moulton. Wow. Some of my faves. Okay. Some of my faves. Oh, Kirsten Sinema, Jim Costa, Jared Golden, Dean Phillips. Oh, that's Dean Phillips. That's not Seth Moulton. Sorry. Fuck. Apologies. They're both unbelievably forgettable. Lisa Slotkin, Abigail Spanberger. Wow. Problem Solvers Caucus Democrats. Wow. Some of my least favorite Democrats in office. Some of Harlan Crow, the right-wing juicer, major donor to and bestie of right-wing reactionary Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. That Harlan Crow. Perhaps those are the other Democrats that Buttheimer has talked to, okay, who are repulsed by my statements on Israel. Well, I say your statements on Israel are far more repulsive than mine. In some critical areas, such as advanced munitions, which when it comes to war is pretty damn relevant, his assessment is that China leads by magnitudes. As a reminder, an order of magnitude means 10x or so. By assuming he knows that and meant what he said, magnitudes would mean at least 100 times more, meaning that U.S. capabilities would be less than 1% of those of China. At the same time, Culver also says that whichever side runs out of bullets first is going to lose. And I think we both know. Which side is going to run out of bullets first, right? Let's get started in situation monitoring global politics, geopolitical events taking shape all around the world, but especially in China. Donald Trump and his legion of fucking losers is currently out in Beijing living my dream. Okay, they got the red carpet rolled out. There's obviously been some back and forth, and there's been some controversy on the trip thus far. One of the worst controversies has been what kind of dog shit food they were serving on Air Force One that was supposed to be Chinese. And I don't know how to explain this to you. That is probably the biggest war crime of all time. Yeah, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang wasn't supposed to make it on the trip initially, but he actually intercepted Air Force One in Alaska. We talked about this yesterday, so I think it's interesting that Jensen Huang was kind of disinvited, or he didn't want to go on the trip initially, which I thought was interesting because Jensen Huang is obviously he's one of those guys who's like petitioning the government to not restrict NVIDIA sales to China, because he believes that China's going to get there in technology anyway, so they might as well sell them. They might as well sell them NVIDIA products like the latest technology. Therefore, Jensen Huang can still make billions of dollars. And also, he personally believes that this is better because this way they will have a reliance on NVIDIA products instead of making their own competitive chips. But it turns out that beef was maybe short-lived, or wasn't a beef at all, because Donald Trump invited him. He was caught. He was papped on an Alaskan runway getting on Air Force One. They literally stopped at Alaska, picked him up. Dude, the way these guys live is so crazy. They're like, oh yeah, I'll hitch a ride on Air Force One to Beijing. Let me just fly my private jet from, I don't know, San Francisco to fucking Alaska, and you can pick me up in Alaska on the route. Anyway, New York Times has extensive reporting on what the Trump side demands are most likely going to look like. Trump obviously went to China with a contingency of some of the wealthiest people, okay, including Brett Ratner. Weirdly enough, I think Brett Ratner, is that real? Is he actually on the China trip as well? That's very strange. Like, it almost feels like Donald Trump is like, no, we're gonna bring Jeffrey Epstein affiliates. Okay, I really wanted Jeffrey Epstein affiliates to come to China. We want the Epstein class to have a foothold inside of China, as a matter of fact. Now, yeah, I retweeted this as well. 12 of the most powerful capitalists on earth flew to Beijing today with the U.S. president as their chaperone to beg the chairman of the Communist Party of China for deals. That's pretty much what is going on here. Now, in a just world, obviously, if we were living in a just world, I mean, I'm not going to say it, but if we had a Chinese-style form of governance, we'd be prosecuting some of these billionaires, not flying them around the world so that they can make even more billions. But we don't live in a just world. We live in a world dominated by capital. So, anyway, let's start here.
President Trump touching down in China as the war with Iran looms large. But this is not the visit the president had initially planned. He had hoped to arrive in China victorious over Iran, with momentum to seal deals on trade and technology. Instead, the standstill in the war taking center stage. Trump insists he doesn't need Chinese President Xi's help to end the conflict.
and the way conflicts play out, Iran is showing the world that through the successful productive forces, asymmetric warfare, and tunneling your entire defense industry underground, you are capable of withstanding tremendous amounts of pain and punish the rest of the world as long as you're sitting on a 21-mile wide strait that 20% of the global energy supply transits through. But America has shown the world that it's incapable of defending its own fucking bases against Iran. So, I continue. This is undoubtedly the single most stunning revelation in the entire piece. Culver says that as far as he is aware, the Pentagon's plan in the case of war with Taiwan is to simply flee. This is the exact quote. I think some of the thinking in the Pentagon, and maybe it has evolved since I retired, is that when we think there's going to be a war, we need to get our high-value naval assets out of the theater. And then we would have to fight our way back in. From where, it's not clear. Guam is no bastion either. Now why? South Korea is right there. So is Japan. So is Taiwan. The problem is, Iran has shown that even a middle power, even a regional power, is capable of dishing out tremendous punishment if they have the productive capabilities. And if there's one country that has infinitely more productive capabilities than fucking Iran, it's China. So if Iran can lob inexpensive Shahed drones and cut through American defenses in the Gulf, one of the most fortified American positions on the planet, as a direct consequence of 20 plus years of colonial domination in the region. This is the Middle East we're talking about. America's had its tentacles in the Middle East for 25 years. Okay, longer than 25 years, but certainly accelerated in the past 25 years. And if Iran, as a regional power, is capable of blowing up American military bases, blowing up radar installations, and even destroying the idea of Dubai, as they've been able to do so successfully by making it uninhabitable for Western capital, making it uninhabitable for expats, then what the fuck do you think China could do to South Korea, to Japan, and also to Taiwan? America knows that it does not have the defensive capabilities to even protect their own assets in that region, because that region is in striking distance, okay? Any high-value assets would be sitting ducks in the entire arena. China can strike U.S. forces deployed to Japan, Australia, or even South Korea in a way that Iran really can't. And given that Iran has hit at least 228 targets across U.S. bases in the Middle East, forcing the U.S. to evacuate most of them, that's saying something. Also, U.S. aircraft carriers would need to operate within 1,000 miles of the fight to matter, which, given it's well within the range of Chinese missiles, they won't. As Culver bluntly puts it, there's really no safe spaces. Second point that's also important. China leads in most military domains, and it's not even close. Culver says it's hard not to be hyperbolic about China's military capabilities, and that at this stage, it's hard to point to an area other than submarines and undersea warfare and say that the United States still has an advantage. This is the one that pisses off everyone that I talk to in the realm of defense, okay? I know a lot of engineers, as you know, and whenever I bring this stuff up, some of them are like, no, you don't even understand, dude. They go into, some of these people are brilliant people, okay? And I'm not even talking about Murat. Some of these people are brilliant people. They've worked in some of these companies, okay? They have their hands in this shit. Obviously, they won't reveal any information that's classified. But do you ever start the stream to be normal or just cry about it? I don't even know what that means. What did you imply? What? Do you ever start stream to be normal or just cry about this shit? Brother, I'm a fucking political commentator. What are you talking about? I'm doing political commentary. I'm talking about America's force projection capabilities and how much is diminished around the globe in comparison to a peer adversary like China, as opposed to like a decade ago, and what the Taiwanese relationship with America looks like now. That's my job. This is such a funny thing. I mean, I'll take a brief moment here. I know people get really annoyed when I do this, but It's such a funny thing to complain about because this is literally like the same thing you could say to like Jake Tapper. You'd be like, oh, this guy fucking yapping about the news again. It's like, yeah, bitch, you tuned in to the channel. Do you fucking tune into the NFL and go, oh my God, dude, I can't believe they're playing football again. What the fuck, man? I hate this. Every fucking Monday night, every Sunday. Football, football, football. Why is there no Taylor Swift on the TV? Puts on suits for a week and you think you're a political commentator? Yeah. All 13 plus years of doing this. I put on a suit once. Nobody cared about me until I put on the mask, you know? Nobody cared about me until I put on the suit. But yeah, getting back into it. So China has a lot of advantages and made significant strides in technological innovation, and also has a very clear productive advantage, an advantage in the realm of production in comparison to the United States of America. In some critical areas, such as advanced munitions, which when it comes to war is pretty damn relevant, his assessment is that China leads by magnitudes. As a reminder, an order of magnitude means 10x or so. By assuming he knows that and meant what he said, magnitudes would mean at least 100 times more, meaning that U.S. capabilities would be less than 1% of those of China. At the same time, Culver also says that whichever side runs out of bullets first is going to lose. And I think we both know. I think we both know which side is going to run out of bullets first, right? If America is running out of bullets in Iran, America's running out of bullets in China way faster, okay? As a matter of fact, America is almost already out of bullets, and not a single bullet has been fired in the direction of China. Something to also pay attention to. The picture, if anything, is even more damning in shipbuilding capabilities. This is something that has been discussed quite a bit. He reminds us that a single shipyard in China, Jiangnan Shipyard on Chongqing Island near Shanghai, has capacity, more capacity than all U.S. shipyards combined. Put all these Chinese shipyards together, and China's broader naval shipbuilding capacity is 232 times larger than that of the United States. And this is from a leaked U.S. Navy briefing slide. Culver helpfully adds that China deploys enough ships every year to replicate the entire French Navy, which is, you know, supposed to be the second most powerful in the world after the United States of America, or I guess if you don't factor China. Screen not shared? Yes, it doesn't matter. It's just fucking bits and pieces from an article that is being summarized on Twitter. So I'm just reading it. What do you want? Like, what changes if you actually see the article in front of your screen? Anyway, backseat production. So funny. Culver's assessment is the exact opposite. If your only window into the number 3, despite this, a war in Taiwan is still highly unlikely. Okay, a war in Taiwan is still highly unlikely, in spite of all of this, or maybe because of all of this information. Obviously, if you're getting all your news from Western media, you think China is always trying to fucking militarily overtake Taiwan. This is the number one thing that people talk about. And I constantly say, I don't think that's the case. Obviously, there's no guarantees, but it doesn't feel to be the case at all. And people say, oh, dude, you're dick riding Xi Jinping. You're dick riding Xi Jinping. You want to eat the dick of the Communist Party of China, all this stuff. I'm just giving you what I think. I'm just giving you analysis. And this assessment, our note and I guess Culver's assessment is entirely at odds with one another. China's increasing relative strength vis-a-vis the United States makes more less likely, not more. That's what Culver's assessment is. Culver explains Taiwan is a crisis Xi Jinping wants to avoid, not an opportunity he wants to seize. The stronger China gets, the less it needs to fight. Why launch a war when you can simply wait for the military to balance to become so lopsided that the U.S. quietly drops its security guarantees on its own? Culver himself foresees a future when Americans might start to say, maybe Taiwan is a war we don't want to get involved in. That would almost automatically mean peaceful reunification, which has always been China's primary objective. This doesn't mean China views the U.S. as harmless, however. Culver says Beijing sees America as a very militarily aggressive country that is declining in power and becoming more violent as a result, which he says is one further reason why war over Taiwan is not something that Xi Jinping is looking for. I think this assessment is correct, okay? I think that assessment is correct. The Chinese assessment on America is correct. It's one that I also share. It's one that I also mention all the time, that America is a declining empire, and a declining empire does not die quietly. It flings violently. Sometimes a declining empire is smart enough to target smaller and smaller targets, where it can make its force projection capabilities be known. This is why Venezuela was under threat and America seized it. This is also part of the reason why I really worry about what America will do in Cuba. On the one hand, even the smart, limited military ambitions would still spell trouble for middle powers and smaller countries, developing nations that are within striking distance of the United States, especially when China very clearly has no ambitions of propping them up defensively or disrupting America's affairs in its own backyard. That's just the way big powers see these things. That's the way great powers see these things. I know it's really gross to think about Cuba or the entirety of Latin America as being in America's own backyard. It's colonial language, but it's just how great powers see the world, right? If Taiwan is China's backyard, then Latin America, and especially Cuba, is America's backyard. That's just the way they communicate on this stuff. There is no morality here. There is no investment in the sovereignty of peoples here. None whatsoever. Number 4, the last takeaway is that the game is up. Last but not least, perhaps the most revealing aspect of the interview is that Culver doesn't seem to see a way out. This is structural and irreversible. Once again, I also agree. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but I agree with the assessment of the CIA analyst. Asked by Boot whether the Trump administration's $1.5 trillion defense budget, assuming it's approved, would change the trend lines, which, as a reminder, would constitute a 50% increase in defense spending, his reply is that it would probably help to some extent, but I worry that we would be throwing good money after bad, not exactly brimming with optimism. Imagine a CIA guy being interviewed by a massive neocon, Max Boot, on the motherfucking Washington Post, and he's saying, we're done. Throw the fucking towel. We're out spending money unnecessarily. Like he's a fucking liberal blowhard. Okay? Like this is the assessment of anti-war libtards in perpetuity. This is what the anti-imperialists have been saying. We must chart a different path forward, one that revolves around peace and diplomacy, and not might is right politics or might makes right politics necessarily. And now you're hearing that from fucking neocons and CIA analysts whose entire job is to say America is the most domineering force. It's the hegemon. It gets to do whatever it wants to, and you can't see a damn thing about it. And we should give unlimited money to the defense industry. Now, there's 2 problems here with the unlimited contracts, and this is something that also was proven decisively, okay, unambiguously proven. Defense bloat cannot make up. Defense bloat is the primary factor in why American expenditures does not necessarily mean American military superiority, does not necessarily mean unlimited munitions. Defense bloat is the reason why a country that designs its defense industry for survival is going to have, by way of asymmetric warfare, a much better option, a much better position overall in a war of attrition, which is what all wars are. Ukraine has shown this against Russia. Ukraine showed this against Russia. Obviously, they got a shit ton of weapons from the Western world, but outside of that, they created an indigenous drone industry, and that changed the game of warfare. Bro, you are spitting some total nonsense. Okay, big guy. You tell me what you think. Hassan's still glazing China. I'm literally talking about Ukraine right now and Iran. This has nothing to do with China. Bro, what are you talking about, lol? Okay, we got 3 different backgrounds here. We got gray name, 1-month subscriber, 15-month subscriber. All of this comes across as very complicated for some reason. That's my first comment, though, was checking. Okay, you get a second off. All right. What are you talking about? You don't think Russia has indigenous use value centrally planned defense production? No, it does. It does. And so does the United States of America. Do you not hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? Even if you have a robust defense industry like Russia does with drone warfare, if your goal is survival, right? If your goal is survival, as Ukraine's goal is survival, they can put up a fairly strong defense against a much more powerful regional power. This is just to say regional powers have a harder time dominating their neighborhood than they ever did before because of drone warfare. All right. Hopefully that was asked and answered. Ukraine held out because of us? No, absolutely. Oh, Trey's still here still. She knows the PLA is not ready, bro. Why the fuck do you think they do nothing but edge? Again, an Amerifat cannot comprehend that other countries don't have the same ambitions or don't have the same methods of domination. Even if we were to agree, what's good? Even if we were in agreement that like this is what the goal is for China. China wants to be a hegemon. That's all China wants to do. March is here. Okay? Okay, great. Obviously oh yeah, I got it. It's over here. It's perfect. What? I don't want to preview it on my OBS. Oh, I don't want to do that. Do it on your wait, you have a laptop with you? You have an extra laptop with you? Okay, then you can do it on your extra laptop. Because that might accidentally fuck up the... Yeah. Bro, in China, you would be in prison for speaking your mind. Good luck getting free speech in China. Do you want to live in a dictatorship because that's what China is, buddy? How do we not have an aura edit of me in China? You know, like that's what... Buddy, what are we talking about? Look at this.
Yeah, Hassan.
No.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm actually what a buzzkill.
You want uppies on it? Okay. No.
That's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. That's me. Next to my podcast co-host and best friends in fucking Tiananmen Square, live broadcasting to the United States of America in real time from the Tiananmen Square flag raising ceremony. Stop saying you are not Chinese. It hurts my feelings, and it's also untrue, deeply untrue. In any case, similarly, when asked why the U.S. keeps investing in billions in aircraft carriers, even when Trump's class battleships, his answer, that is because the military services have a nostalgia for the things that meet their expectations for how you get promoted. In other words, wasted money. Okay? That's all this is. Capitalism has necessitated imperialism. Okay? Profit rates have a tendency to decline. You look for new markets to dominate, to extract natural resources from. You seek out new profit centers around the world. And the only way to maintain that profitability in these emerging markets, in these developing nations, is by dominating them militarily. This is why you need to engage in imperialism. This is why you build a robust industry of defense. However, capitalism is a self-defeating system. And that is precisely the reason why, at a certain point in the aftermath of World War II, when American defense capabilities turned around and no longer cared as much about survivability, no longer cared as much about having technological superiority, but instead cared about justifying its own existence, it became this massive behemoth. And that's the reason why we spend more money than 8 of our peer competitors combined. 8 of the next biggest militaries combined barely touches the American defense, the American defense expenditure. However, Donald Trump wants to increase that to the tune of $1.5 trillion. And even then, the amount of money spent on the military doesn't actually make the military a more competent, more robust, more successful fighting force. Because these contracts that are given to the defense industry are not given to the defense industry so that it can actually destroy its adversaries. These contracts are given so that people make money. Okay? That's it. That's it. The defense industry exists currently to justify its own existence. It doesn't exist to like actually defend the United States of America. Okay? It's a system of middle managers trying to cut side deals and engage in cons all the way down. That's all this is. We know this as defense bloat, okay? And this was my suspicion for many, many years. But we no longer have to suspect that there is defense bloat, and it has made America a less successful country as far as enforcing its wishes upon near peer adversaries, but instead even on regional powers, okay? Third tier countries that we have been able to dominate economically, like Iran. Iran proved that it doesn't fucking matter if you spend trillions of dollars on your defense industry. March and you sleep in the same bed? Yeah. When we have sex, we do. Anyway, same thing for the Pentagon's much-hyped hellscape drone strategy to defend Taiwan. Culver asked the obvious question. What drones are you talking about launching from where? He points out that they'd have to pre-deploy them, if not on Taiwan itself, then on Luzon or the Japanese Southwest Islands, all of which can be struck by the Chinese. He adds that this is the tyranny of time and distance when you look at the war in the Pacific, okay? Trump will look at all of this and say, you guys are naysayers. These are not cynical, peace-loving doves. These are some of the most prominent war hawks that are looking at the board, that are looking at the numbers on the board, that are looking at America's capabilities, matching them against the Chinese capabilities, and saying, there is no way to math it out. There is no way to game theory your way out of this, okay? It's not happening. And this reality has been apparent for those with eyes to see. I've been talking about this nonstop. One of the best examples we can use, someone brought it up in the chat as well, is the difference between Shahed drones, which are $7,000 to $10,000 a pop to make, basically a fucking behemoth of a lawnmower with explosive ordnance attached to it, unbelievably successful in destroying billions of dollars worth of military equipment so far in the Gulf. America basically took a Shahed drone that was downed and retooled it. They took the exact same thing, they copied it 1-to-1, and they slapped a Made in America sticker on it, Made in the USA sticker on it. Our version of the Shahed drone is called Lucas. It's $50,000 a pop, which is unbelievably affordable for the American military industry, right? The MIC, the military industrial complex, $50,000 a drone is actually very, very cheap. You're joking? No, I'm not joking. They took the same damn thing, they put a Starlink on it, and they called it Lucas. That's exactly the same drone. It looks exactly the same. It works exactly the same. The only difference is it has a Starlink, like a little Starlink thing on top of it. $50,000. This is what I mean when I say defense bloat. This is what I mean when I say we are not competitive. The picture that emerges, Arnaud summarizes, from both Booth's Culver interview and Kagan's article is remarkably consistent. The U.S. is checkmate in the Middle East, would need to entirely flee the Pacific theater before a war even starts, cannot produce enough weapons, cannot keep its supposed allies safe, and has no strategy to reverse any of it, nor can one even be produced, given the structural nature of the gap. Even a 50% increase in defense spending, Culver says, would be throwing good money after bad. Two of America's most prominent hawks in two of the most established outlets, legacy papers, in a space of 48 hours have essentially published the obituary of American military primacy. Arnaud says, yesterday I concluded my post by saying that even arsonists smell the smoke. Today I'll say the arsonists are now writing the fire report. New, the U.S. would struggle to find a protracted war with China due to a lack of long-range munitions, air defense systems, and unmanned air, undersea, and surface systems, finds CSIS Defense. Another one. These guys are not our allies, by the way. They're not our allies at all. These are people, these are demonic entities that have been a cancerous force, constantly advancing the interests of the military-industrial complex. They are literally funded by the military-industrial complex. Some of these articles that they're writing specifically to justify bigger and better equipment. That means more dollars, CSIS, more dollars coming to their donors, right? Their corporate donors. But this is still important analysis. This is why I said what I said at Yale, at the Yale Union speech. Whether we think American empire should end or not is immaterial to what is actually going on. No matter what that resolution was at Yale Union, which was, it favored my perspective, of course. American empire is ending, and we have an obligation to future generations and the rest of the world to ensure that we manage that end of American empire? Will it end violently as we lash out at any and every country we can? Or will we retreat from the world, lick our wounds, and focus on rebuilding this country with all of the wealth that we currently have? It's that simple. Empires never die quietly, and we must end the American empire regardless. But we must manage the retreat of a superpower from the world stage. This is a challenge for our time. Actually, this is the challenge for our time. Because if we do not do this, then the American empire will come to an end in a much more violent way. A curse on future generations that we must avoid at all costs. Thank you. I think, personally, my Oxford Union speech was somewhat prophetic about what I called out and what I said was going to happen if all these pro-Israel groups kept talking about how all Jews care about is Israel over and over again, and how damaging that would be to the safety and security of Jews in the Western world. That was 2 years ago. That's already unfolding. And this is the other one. Hopefully one day we'll look back at those speeches honestly and say, damn, how did this guy get it right? Maybe some people will ask, why didn't we see these warning signs? And then they'll recognize it's because he was also dealing with some of the dumbest fucking reactionaries on the internet and constantly finding himself in drama after drama, manufactured outrage. So we didn't pay attention to what the fuck he was saying because we got duped by some of the stupidest people on the internet into believing that this guy was deeply unserious, didn't have anything worth listening to. Now, of course, obviously, there are intelligent people who do recognize that some of the things I'm saying are worth listening to, okay? Thank God that there are still literate people with functioning fucking brains. It's just that we now live in a society that increasingly pays less attention to people like that. Not myself. I'm saying like much more brilliant and genuinely well-read people, not just a silly dummy like myself, right? Now let's get back to Good Morning America's analysis on Donald Trump's arrival in China.
Iran's closest allies buying more Iranian oil than any other country. Trump expected to urge Xi to pressure Tehran to make a deal and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. With the war now in its 11th week, this morning there are new questions about whether the White House is overstating the damage done to Iran's missile capabilities. The New York Times reporting Iran...
Don't act like you aren't deeply unserious. I can be, and I am, oftentimes. I mean, I literally put on a fucking doctor's frock and talk about Cussy and 9/11 in the Cars universe, okay? But then there are also moments where I'm giving you sincere and very serious analysis. You have critical thinking skills. You have the capacity to sift through the unserious parts and listen to the serious parts, right? The issue is not that. The issue is people oftentimes will say, nah, you're just like you're just a baby. You're so insecure. We mustn't listen to what you have to say. Do you think the Cars were as sad about 9/11 as the people? Yes, I think they were devastated. What? Clavicular will be live today at 5 p.m. EST with JD Vance and Jake Paul. CBS didn't get a visa for Tony Double Cirque in time for his visit, so instead of broadcasting from Beijing, they probably didn't give him the visa. That's a major L. Wait, CBS has no one on the ground in China? Oh, that has to be on purpose. There ain't no way, dog. There ain't no fucking way. Nope. That's gotta be on purpose. Oh my God. Oh, that's so funny. I'm telling you, these motherfuckers are so in tune with what's going on. All the minutia, all the comings and goings. I guess they're also still broadcasting from China, just Chinese Taipei. While the rest of the TV news world is traveling with Trump to China, CBS Evening News is broadcasting from Taiwan after the network failed to secure a Chinese visa in time for anchor Tony DeCoppel. This is not even about Tony DeCoppel. This is about CBS. I'm willing to bet China didn't want to give China did not give a visa to CBS on purpose, like a press visa to CBS on purpose, because they were like, nope, that's like Israeli news. Fuck that. Very funny. CBS News anchor Tony DeCalbo will broadcast from Taipei this week after failing to obtain a visa for China in time, a stumble in the network's efforts to play a leading role in this week's dominant global story. American broadcasters are planning extensive coverage from the Chinese capital this week. Semaphore first reported Sunday that NBC News' Tom Lamas would be anchoring from Beijing, as well as ABC News' David Muir. CBS appears to have planned similar coverage and was forced to change course at the last minute. On the CBS Morning Planning Call Wednesday, they discussed plans for DeCalbo to broadcast from the Taiwanese capital, according to a person on the call. Two people who had been briefed on the issue said DeCalbo had not been able to get a Chinese visa. L to Israel's favorite propaganda apparatus. Refresh chat. Wait, what? What's going on? Bro, they even gave a fucking visa. They even allowed Marco Rubio to come under a different name. Okay? They even gave a visa to Marco Rubio, who's currently sanctioned by the Chinese government. They just changed his name up a little bit, and we're like, sure, you can still come. That's your speculation? Yeah, Wei Zhejiang is CBS News' senior White House correspondent. So she's on the ground, but not Tony DeCalbo. He wore his Maduro tracksuit to China. Yeah. Taipei Tony, dude. That's awesome. Are you missing the soundboard? I am. The person added that DeCalbo's presence in Taipei highlighted the importance of Taiwan, which is said to be a major topic at the summit. Cope. All right, let's get back into it.
Still has retained roughly 70% of its pre-war missile stockpile and has restored.
Tony about to demand a third circumcision, this time for Chinese citizenship, okay?
Operational access to 30 of the 33 missile sites it maintains along the Strait of Hormuz, potentially threatening vessels transiting the waterway. On top of that, the Times reports Iran has regained access to roughly 90% of its underground missile storage and launch facilities nationwide, which are now reportedly partially or fully operational. The White House this morning pushing back, insisting Iran was crushed militarily, their ballistic missiles are destroyed, and that their production facilities are dismantled. The president calling it virtual treason to suggest Iran's military is doing well. As the stalemate with Iran drags on, the Pentagon now estimates that the cost of this war has risen to $29 billion, up $4 billion in just 2 weeks. And Americans at home are feeling the squeeze. Gas prices still up 50% since the start of the war. But the president rejecting the idea that the financial strain Americans are feeling will influence whether he makes a deal with Iran.
What extent are Americans' financial situation motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking...
Incredible. That is such an incredible fucking moment from Trump. Just another unbelievably honest moment, okay? Just, I don't give a fuck about the American working class, okay? What I care about is Iran not having a nuclear weapon, which is, for the record, bullshit, okay? And even if that was a sincere goal for the United States of America, there was one president who was able to achieve that without, using any sort of military incursion. Barack Obama did that with the JCPOA. But once again, whenever this dipshit says, oh, Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, just know that he's basically just saying, I really love Israel, okay? He's just saying this was Israel's major ambition and we have to do it. We have to do it. That's daddy. Israel is my father.
Thinking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
Now, over the next 2 days.
God, he looks so shitty. I was listening to his I was looking at video footage and listening to his speeches from his first China trip in 2017. And it's actually incredible how much he has diminished since then. Obviously, it's been a fucking decade almost, but it is crazy. The difference is night and day, okay? He is a rotting carcass.
Here, there will also be plenty of pomp and ceremony. President Trump also looking to make some new announcements about investments, hoping that China will make big purchases of U.S. soybeans and Boeing aircraft. The private sector also looking to announce some wins here. President Trump bringing along with him over a dozen American business leaders, including Apple's Tim Cook and Elon Musk. But again, with the war hanging over all of this, expectations are muted. Robin.
Yep, they are. Thank you for being there for us, Mary. Thank you. Welcome, they cried. As President Trump landed in Beijing today with a phalanx of executives, including his old frenemy Elon Musk, who hope the summit will help them make more money in China. Off he went in the Beast, the presidential limousine. Not quite such a dramatic drive as that of Daniel Craig, aka James Bond, who has swapped his Aston Martin for a BYD, a Chinese electric car. How times change. Chinese car factories, which unlike their US equivalents produce almost entirely electric vehicles, are increasingly automated. Although the US still produces more advanced computer chips, China is quickly incorporating AI into manufacture and everyday life. But President Trump still thinks tariffs are the way to rebalance trade.
Unfortunately, I don't.
I do think there's something very funny that, like, American military superiority came from our productive capabilities, okay? It came from our a distance to the conflict in World War II, obviously, and the lack of damage that the American soil withstood in comparison to all the allies and certainly the adversaries. China also has tremendous proximity to most of the things that are taking place. America has tried to bring the war to the Chinese doorstep and has, failed to do so, given the gap that China now holds over America and the rest of the world as far as their productive forces goes. It's very funny to think that America still can roll the clock back to a time when you could engage in like tariffs wars after almost 100 years of American design on global trade. Of course, Xi Jinping wants to maintain that liberal world order, as opposed to the United States of America that has carried the torch of America was the architect of the New World Order, and it was the torchbearer of the New World Order. And it dominated for decades, if not almost a century, in this global design. Not a century, but almost a century. And yeah, it's unbelievably beneficial to China because they withstood tremendous struggles, tremendous hardships in the process, and were able to take advantage of the appetite of capital for profit seeking to basically design an incredible productive force, as Adam Tooze and many others call a developmentary dictatorship, not dissimilar to what the USSR had done in the past as well, to become this not only competitive global superpower, but perhaps the next global superpower. And America's only way of dealing with this new America's only way of dealing with this new adversary is by trying to roll the clock back to allow its vassal states to engage in siege warfare. Israel, of course, I'm referencing, and then on top of that, try to wage war via tariffs. This whole system is a complex web of self-interested capitalists. It's not going to fall apart like this if you are the torchbearer for international capital. That's what America's job is. It is to protect the interests of multinational corporations. It is to protect the global design. You can't just decide, I'm going to rip apart the board and roll the clock back to 1924, okay, to 1926. You can't do that because things were far too sweet for the last 100 years, especially after World War II, for the last, the last 5-6 decades. China exported more electric vehicles than gas cars for the first time last month. Also, domestic internal combustion engine car sales fell 34% year over year. Yeah.
I think Trump really grasps the full scale of what China's trying to do on technology. I think that there's still a fairly outdated view in Washington that China is the source of low-end manufacturing, of cheap goods.
What time do we have to go?
Trump will be making a mistake to assume that kind of China is the one that he's dealing with. It's a different country with a different global reach and a different relationship with the US and the rest of the world economy.
That's obvious from last year's military parade in Beijing. Gliding through a People's Liberation Army parade like a latter-day emperor. Not that it means he's on the brink of invading Taiwan. Ever the autocrat, he's recently fired dozens of generals, so that may have to wait. He was with his natural allies, autocrats like him.
Oh my God, autocrats. Look, they're not the free world. They're the enslaved, not us. Enslaved by the needs of capital, advancing only the interests of parasitic international capital. Yeah, okay. Adjusted to their starting point, virtually all of these dudes on this screen, regardless of like the devious, outright repressive nature of their domestic affairs, have advanced the material conditions of their own labor force, of their own working class, with the only exception of Vladimir Putin's last like 4-year run, okay? Literally, those guys, if you adjust it to like the 90s, Democratic People's Republic of Korea in the 90s, going through unbelievable fucking famine, okay? And even Vladimir Putin, with the exception of, you know, waging war with Ukraine and completely eating away at all of the gains that he had made as far as improving the material conditions of like the Russian Federation, okay? They have had a positive trajectory in comparison, not in comparison to the Western world necessarily, but in comparison to what their starting point was, okay? Dongjimahao, I know, I say it all the time. Like, you look at these countries, okay? You look at these fucking countries. You look at these countries. Even Russia, in comparison to the aftermath of the Cold War, the end of the Cold War, is in a better position overall than it was in the 90s. Now look at America's allies. Look at Europe. Look at Japan. Okay? They have not grown. Their productive forces have diminished in the process. People's relative material conditions have worsened in the process. And the only thing that obviously hides that damage is technological innovation and the exponential growth of technology. Okay? Sometimes the United States has directly sabotaged countries like Japan. In other instances, the sabotage is less direct, like with the European Union. So yeah, these guys are fucking autocrats. True. Okay? And they're unbelievably repressive. But what is the lesson that we're showing everyone around the world? That repressive autocracies could be better at advancing the material conditions of the broader base, with the exception, once again, it feels like you can't really do a one-to-one comparison with Russia because it's a petrostate. Yo, 100%. I also am acknowledging that Russia's last 4 years have eaten away at all of the gains that Russia had made since the 90s. So if Russia was like here in the 90s and then it got here, okay, in the 2010s, it's now down here. It's still better off than where it was in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, but there has been a significant diminishment of the quality of life for everyday Russian existence. And even yet, it's still in a better position overall because the bottom was achieved, okay? And as far as the Russian economy's growth, obviously it's a petrostate. So it's a major energy provider in this world, and therefore it's not exactly a great comparison between Democratic People's Republic of Korea and China, regardless. Dave Smith with his drama with Kyle Kulinski, so I can get a better understanding of what this guy's about.
Trump is dumb, but I'd still do his show. And for one, it's like, we do live in a democracy. It is low-key the fault of the people that voted for Trump that Trump is in power. Like, that is how a democracy works, right? that there is some level of accountability that we can hold the people to when they reelect a fucking treasonous traitor, a fascist, you know what I'm saying? Like a Nazi. Yeah, sorry, but if you were part of the group of people that elected that guy with your vote, which is again how a democracy works, like it's not just some mysterious supernatural force outside of your fucking understanding. Like, no, you directly participated in that. And as a commentator, a member of the media, what you say and what you do is far more important than any just random Joe, like, you know, your grandpa or something that voted for Trump, who doesn't have a platform, who doesn't reach millions of people online, and who is incredibly influential. Like, yeah, sorry, bro, you fucked up. You're going to have to be reminded about it. You're going to have to face some level of accountability for that, as you've even admitted. You admitted you fucked up. You admitted that you were wrong about that. So sorry, dude, but other people are also going to point that out. It's not Kyle, like, you know, enforcing something that's unfair or just like going up to random voters on the street and scolding them. You're not just a random voter. You're a highly influential member of the media.
Yeah, and for being a guy that talks shit for a living, he's so soft. He name searches on Twitter, and that's how he blocked us. We had a totally innocuous tweet where he was tweeting about how, life was simpler when the government was saying boys could be girls and we all had to stay inside a lockdown. And I was like, Donald Trump was president during all of the supposed lockdowns, you fucking idiot. He got triggered about it and blocked us. But he can't take any ounce of what he dishes out constantly, right? And that's why he's all fucking butthurt about the fact that Kyle made content talking about how he was wrong. Admirable that he still wants to try and be able to wiggle his way in front of Kyle's audience, I guess. But yeah, this was pretty interesting. He follows up and expands upon it on the after party. And imagine, Gavin, only one of these people voted for Donald Trump in 2024 on this podcast. We're about this right-wing podcast that we're about to react to. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, 100%. We've talked a lot about Dave Smith, so I'm excited to watch this. Before we take a look, though, Zach, do you think there's any chance he would get invited on Crystal, Kyle, and Friends? Like, he's obviously had friendly conversations with Crystal, but do you think Kyle will make any attempts to bury the hatchet or squash the beef?
That's my Dark World Commander.
Loser on?
I'd give it a 50-50. I'd say that there's a chance that you catch Kyle on a day where he's like, yeah, I'll fucking talk to this guy. I'd like to get to the bottom of this. I'd like to fucking talk to him, whatever. He's a guy with a lot of media presence. I'm a guy with a lot of media presence. Let's fucking just talk about it, right? He's anti-Trump now. We need all the people anti-Trump that we can get. I also could see Kyle being like, nah, fuck that guy. I don't care about him. I don't want to have him on the show. You know what I mean? I feel like it could really break either way. What do you think?
I totally agree. Yeah, I think it's like a 50-50 shot. I kind of hope it happens, though, just because I really do like when Kyle debates people and disagrees with people. And I do think that Crystal, Kyle, and Friends would be even better if they had more contentious sort of debate style conversations. Like, not that I don't really enjoy that show, but I do think that both Crystal and Kyle really excel, you know, when they're in, you know, those sort of contentious debate settings. And I would like to see more of that. So like, yeah, might as well hash it out. Might as well have him on. But I could also see why Kyle would say, not worth it. Totally. I don't want to give this guy any more attention.
Yeah.
This is the Vanguard. They're like a left. They're like the Brian Stelter. Is that his name? The media commentary channel of left media. TMZ of the online left, kind of, yeah.
I'm the angry teenager that I always am. I hate him now. I you know, there's this thing where people would say forever that that the MAGA is a cult, or Trump supporters are like a cult-like following. And I also see right now a lot of people, you know, who have been like really calling people out who voted for Donald Trump or something like that. And you know, so I say this again from the position, which I understand is a weak position to argue from, where I'm already admitting that, like, yes, probably it was wrong to vote for Donald Trump, but also,
bro, fuck you mean probably?
I'll just say some names here, but I've gotten into some public arguments with Kyle Kulinski and Mehdi Hassan and others like that, who, by the way, I'm not trying to fight with either of those guys. I don't.
So you know you'd get squashed into an oblivion. You know you have no argument for them. You know you were like, hey guys, I know I voted for Donald Trump when it was the most obvious what he was going to do, and there was the least amount of evidence to support any of the claims I'd been making up until the election. Let's forget all of that. And actually, I would like to stack the deck in my favor again. Like, it's totally nuts.
Yeah. It's and also again, just trying to be like, oh, what? Me? I'm just a voter. Why are you vote shaming? It's like, bitch, you're not just a fucking voter. You're not just some like 80-year-old lead poisoned Fox News grandpa who voted for Trump or whatever. Like, you're a member of the media. You're an influencer. It matters more what you say and who you promote than just your average voter that you're trying to lump yourself in with and act like, Kyle's just going after the voters. Can you believe it? He's just going after the voters. It's like, you're more than just a fucking voter. And as I said, we live in a democracy, and that's how fucking Donald Trump got elected, because the voters voted him into office. So therefore, yeah, we do have to, offer up some accountability. Totally.
Agree with them on everything, but we sure do agree on some really important stuff. And I'm not, but they're going.
It's funny that he doesn't talk about me like this. Like, with me, it's way more interesting that it's like far more contentious when he talks about me. Because like, what do you think you agree with Mehdi Hassan and also with Kyle Kulinski, but have some disagreements over when I'm pretty close to their worldview.
Going around like constantly going like, hey, you voted for Donald Trump. Well, look at you, Joe Rogan. You're criticizing him now, but what do you think you voted for? And just like everyone who's and this is just infuriating me. And I publicly went back and forth with Mehdi a little bit, and then we messaged privately a little bit, and like, we're cool and everything. But I just there's something about this where like I said this publicly, and I'll say this again, that when I remember I was so anti-war, so hardcore anti-war,
and a face plant with this, and I'll tell you why in a second.
And I never voted for anyone. The only presidential candidate I ever voted for was Ron Paul. Like I have complete clean hands in terms of voting before 2024.
But then I realized that's a bigger L, bro. So you didn't vote for Trump the first time and you voted for him the second time? That's unbelievable. That's worse. Yo, you could not get that shit out of me through CIA enhanced interrogation.
Is that there was a shit ton of money to be made on, jumping on the Trump train and getting a bunch of money and ad revenue.
Like that is unbelievable, bro. He said Trump 1, not interested. Trump 2, not interested. Trump 3, on the other hand, I was like, well, third time's the charm, motherfucker. You got me. I didn't even know people like this existed, bro. Like, I thought the only people that did that were like people who had just turned 18 or, were just too young to remember Trump 1, the low propensity, low info voters that were just like, I'll try it. This Kamala stuff seems shitty and a continuation of Biden, who I hate, Yeah, this guy was like, you know what I really liked about Trump? January 6th. Like, he literally was like, I only started liking him after he did January 6th. It was very impressive. Okay, Chatter, you keep saying this person is hosting the dinner. He's a mentalist on Basement Yard. I'm sorry. I don't believe that anyone that's affiliated with Basement Yard is actually hosting the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Is that for real?
It's something that doesn't really exist, that's just in your brain. Close your eyes. Close your eyes.
Someone who knows the Basement Yard is doing the White House Correspondents' Dinner. That's insane. Be nice to Basement Yard. No, I love Basement Yard. It is precisely because of that love that I have for the Basement Yard that I find this to be unbelievable.
Joe, you look, come over. Can you see this? Don't see. Yeah. I don't know about this. This is crazy. And you go, this would make for a great episode. Open your eyes. Spontaneous, off the cuff, pops in and you go, I didn't even know I would think about this. It would make an insane episode. What happened in that dream? What were you doing? Say it.
We were like hanging out in a bath.
What was it? Just what's in the bath?
Like clay or mud or something like
what?
that. What? Yo, get the fuck out of here. Yo, get the fuck out of here.
Yo, no. No.
Call the fucking police.
Like, I'm not, I'm fucking serious. I'm serious. Yo, I'm literally, I can't, I'm
not having fun.
Time out. What the fuck is that? That's the idea you came up with? I was doing a podcast.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of like something out there that'd be crazy. And if we were in just like mud baths, not together. You have your bath.
Okay.
We have our bath.
It's a little weird, but yeah.
Yo.
Imagine this is something that doesn't really exist, that's just in your brain. Close your eyes. Close your eyes.
Oz is allegedly Mossad, by the way. Wait, what? Like the mentalist guy? Yes, Trump is such a thin-skinned baby that he couldn't have a comedian host because he cannot take the roasting. A mentalist is the host. Wait. Someone said all mentalists are Mossad. Okay. I can't tell if you guys are fucking memeing or if you're being serious. Well, not on the mentalist thing, on this one in particular. Is this mentalist Mossad or not? Not all mentalists. I know that that's not the case. I'm sorry. Is this white culture? I have no clue who Basement Yard Porch is. Basement Yard is a very funny podcast that I really like. They're very funny. But I guess they have an affiliation with a Mossad mentalist that is doing the White House Correspondents' Dinner hosting. No, they were before the Yard. Ludwig totally ripped their shit.
From all of his idiot, gullible, fucking stupid supporters. Yeah. More money to be made doing that than supporting the actual nominee of the party that I claim to be associated with, the Libertarians, because they nominated a gay guy. And Dave Smith is apparently a fucking homophobic piece of shit and couldn't stand the fact that Chase Oliver supported.
Wait, really? No, there's no way. Is Dave Smith homophobic?
Trans people and took a photo in front of a pride flag. So because of that, he completely threw his own.
Dude, what the fuck is up with libertarians, bro? I thought libertarians were like libertarian. One that has been on the Basement Yard is now hosting the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I suspect that the reason why it's happening with this mentalist guy is because Trump could not get a comedian. Like, there was no way he was getting a comedian on there because they would have cooked his ass.
Party, the Libertarians, the third party under the bus to support the biggest warmonger of all time, a fucking lunatic, Nazi, fascist, authoritarian who stands for everything that libertarians claim to be against.
It's true.
I remember just mourning the death of the anti-war left forever. It was like as soon as.
Oh yeah, dude. I'll be honest. This is like Trump 1 was what cooked libertarians completely. Like anyone, I saw so many motherfucking libertarians vote for Donald Trump on Trump 1. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, this guy wants a police state. He's running on building a wall. Isn't that your whole thing that distinguishes you from Republicans? Is that you're for freedom of travel, freedom of movement, free trade, fucking anti-cop? Otherwise, you're just a goddamn conservative boomer who likes to smoke pot.
George W. Bush left and Obama came in, and the global war on terrorism just escalated and spread to multiple other theaters. Escalated in the theaters they were already in. He surged like tens of thousands of troops to Afghanistan, took out, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen, like all of this. And they were just gone. And then when the destruction of Gaza started, they kind of all came back. And I was like, great.
Kyle, the guy you're supposedly criticizing right now, went hard as a motherfucker in the paint every single fucking day against the U.S. aggression under Barack Obama. That's what's so crazy about this. As far as I know, Kyle didn't even vote for Joe Biden in 2020. He was making a bunch of content saying, not fucking good enough, fuck you, the way you treated Bernie Sanders, you're not coming around on any of our positions. He never publicly supported Joe Biden. It was only after Joe Biden had gotten into office, he started giving him a lot more credit. Okay, he may have personally voted for Joe Biden, but he didn't. Yeah, I was going to say he was making a lot of content saying, fuck that, I'm not going to. And so this made up argument that you're trying to use to attack.
Okay, all right, I'm bored of the Dave Smith saga. Day one. The thing that I have kept reiterating is Donald Trump is a yapper. He's a room reader. But there's one thing he can't actually convince his fans of, and that is that their wallets aren't hurting. Okay? If his own cult is experiencing the negative consequences of his warmongering in the region, and it's translating to less take-home pay or translating into more expensive gas prices at the pump. It doesn't matter if he talks about the fucking ballroom. Every time he talks about the ballroom, he's going to lose even more fans. These fans are gonna be like, I don't give a fuck about the ballroom, dude. Fix the gas prices, right?
If you look at the stock market today, you might naturally conclude that the global energy crisis has been permanently resolved. The S&P 500 recently hit another record high, climbing past where it was before the fighting began in late February. Equity traders seem to have decided that a war in the Middle East, one that has closed the world's most critical energy choke point, is simply a great opportunity to buy the dip. But
look at that. When I see that pink hue, I know that's reliable. It's the Financial Times pink hue.
If you talk to the people who actually move physical barrels of oil, the mood is considerably darker. Futures markets are pricing in a swift diplomatic resolution, while physical commodity traders are staring at a completely different reality. There's a massive gap between the optimistic news flow that drives stock prices and the actual cost of a physical barrel of oil sitting on a ship in Northwest Europe. For weeks, we've seen a bizarre cycle play out. A ceasefire or diplomatic breakthrough is announced, the stock market spikes and the price of crude plunges by 10%. Then, almost immediately, the Iranians announce that they have not agreed to anything, and prices reverse. Just this week, despite the announcement of a 3-week ceasefire extension between Israel and Lebanon, Iranian forces boarded and seized 2 MSC container ships. President Trump responded by ordering the U.S. Navy to shoot and kill any boat caught laying mines in the water. This is not what a functioning trade route looks like. Investors seem to be suffering from a bad case of muscle memory. They're sitting at comfortable desks in New York and London, assuming that the administration will eventually experience what investors have been calling a taco moment, where taco stands for Trump always chickens out. They expect the president to look at the upcoming midterm elections, look at the rising price of gasoline, and simply walk away from the conflict, much like he did when he retreated on his Liberation Day tariffs last year. The fatal flaw in this assumption is that a trade war is fought with administrative ink. You can cancel a tariff with a weekend post on Truth Social. A shooting war in the Strait of Hormuz is fought with drones, naval barricades, and anti-ship missiles. You cannot unilaterally back down from a conflict where the other side has their own agenda. The Iranian regime has survived the initial strikes and discovered that holding the global economy hostage is an incredibly powerful piece of leverage. And unlike a nuclear weapon, it's one that they can actually use. As I've said before, it takes 2 to taco, and right now the other side of the table is busy seizing container ships. For the commercial ships currently trapped in the Persian Gulf, the situation has devolved into something resembling a high-stakes maritime prison break. Captains are turning off their tracking equipment and sneaking through the water in the dead of night just to get their crews out safely. About 45 ships have entered or exited the Strait since a temporary ceasefire was first agreed on April 8th. Yesterday, over a 24-hour period, only 5 made it through. At least 22 other ships have been attacked and several others seized by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard since the conflict began. The situation is now being described as a dual blockade. Iran has restricted passage to hostile vessels from unfriendly countries, while the U.S. Navy began its own counter-blockade on April 13th. Specifically targeting ships bound for or departing from Iranian ports. The reality of
now that we're conducting serious analysis on what the price of a barrel of oil should be like, the energy markets, I had to put the jacket on, you know what I mean?
Trying to navigate the Strait of Hormuz right now sounds less like global logistics and more like a heist movie. Just this past weekend, a Greek-owned tanker called the
yeah, someone said, must be fake news since Iran doesn't have a navy. See, these are the moments where I wish I had the FA meter, okay? I would have hit it. I would have hit that with a FA.
Carrying 300,000 barrels of diesel, managed to make a run for it in the dark. It lined up at the head of a snake of ships and slipped out just hours before the Islamic Revolutionary Guard sent gunboats back into the channel. Before we dig into which ships are getting through, let me tell you about this week's video sponsor, Incogni. Most people don't realize how much you fight them yourself. Online bodyguards use actively through with there's a money-back guarantee if you aren't satisfied. Ships that are being actively targeted, like those tied to the MSC group, are attempting to sneak through with their GPS transponders completely turned off. Some are hiding behind Omani flags, others are navigating demands from the Iranian regime to pay safe passage tolls in cryptocurrency, which major trading houses vehemently deny paying, as doing so would breach US sanctions. The resulting backlog has created what one
They did this with the Houthis too. The Houthis were like taking on billions of dollars worth of bribes when they were doing a blockade on the Red Sea. A little bit of inside baseball here. Because, you know, you gotta, it's one of those things where it's like, what am I gonna do without fucking oil? What am I supposed to do? Die? Of course you have to transit. What are you not gonna send cargo? You're gonna keep sending cargo no matter what. So what is this? Chat is brain rotted. I got you, fam. Oh, thank you, chatter. Here we have an emergency fa. Okay, that's so loud though.
Vai se fuder, velho. Olha pra que... vai se fuder, velho. Olha pra que morri, velho.
What the fuck is that? That's not even a fa. That's too loud. That's also too loud. Okay, that's better. All right, got one. That's a good one. I got it.
Executive described as a car park of 300 to 400 ships desperately waiting to get out. It's not just oil tankers that were trapped. 6 cruise ships were stuck in the Gulf but managed to make it out with skeleton crews and no passengers on board in late February. One of these was owned by MSC Group, which has business partnerships with Israel. What's perhaps most striking about the whole situation is the complete abandonment of these merchant vessels by Western governments. Larry Johnson, the global head of freight at Mercuria, expressed his frustration this week, saying that politicians are simply burying their heads in the sand. State-owned vessels might have access to naval escorts or back-channel communications with the Iranian regime, but pure merchant traders are entirely on their own. The US Navy is barricading the coastline and has turned around dozens of ships. Iran is firing on the ones that try to squeeze through. There's no concerted effort.
I fucking love that move, man. What a brilliant move that was, huh? Oh yeah, you guys are blockading the fucking Strait? Well, guess what? We are too. What are you gonna do about it? Well, unbelievable move, Mr. President. Thank you so much for doing a double blockade. Nobody would have expected this. I mean, literally, nobody would have expected it because it's so fucking stupid.
To formalize a safe transit mechanism. Instead, the people tasked with moving a quarter of the world's seaborne oil are essentially being told to turn off their headlights and hope for the best. While investors might assume that this blockade is just a temporary glitch in the supply chain, the physical reality is that the world has now run out of its safety cushion. In the early weeks of the conflict, the market was insulated by the fact that a near record amount of oil was already at sea when the war started. But by April 20th, the last few tankers that managed to cross Hormuz before the fighting began finally reached their destinations in places like Malaysia and California. That seaborne buffer is now completely exhausted. Physical commodity traders are warning that a lot of long-term damage has already been done. Saad Rahim of Trafigura told The Economist earlier this week that a cumulative loss of 1.5 billion barrels of Gulf crude, roughly 5% of annual global output, is almost unavoidable at this point. Traders are noting that even if a ceasefire holds today, the market might not return to equilibrium until 2030 due to this permanent loss of supply. Normally, an American president might expect the domestic oil industry to simply...
Big love, Hassan, 44-year-old garbage man from the suburbs of Detroit here. Love them, what you've been doing lately, and love how much they hate you right now. Keep it up, guy. You got my support for show. Hell yeah, chatter. Let's go. You're the man.
Drill the country out of an energy shock like this. After all, the US is now energy self-sufficient. The administration has strongly urged oil executives to increase production to bring gasoline prices down, but US shale bosses are actively resisting those calls. According to a recent Dallas Fed survey, energy executives are refusing to significantly increase production, pointing to the absolute chaos of the current market. While this may not make the president happy, it's a perfectly rational capital allocation decision made by executives who've been burned by overdrilling before. The extreme volatility between physical prices and futures prices sends conflicting signals to operators. They can't responsibly plan long-term capital budgets or rig deployments when the price of their product swings wildly based on presidential tweets. Most companies are taking a do-nothing approach.
What is this? There are 3 possible outcomes, one of which will occur within 3 weeks to months as markets are finally forced to reconcile with reality. 1, Iran sets new precedent undermining imperialist international law and normalizes tolling. Malaysia, Indonesia, Malacca, Panama, etc. And energy is ramped up again. 2, the U.S. somehow destroys Iran and the imperialist unclosed system remains back to the old system. 3, permanent stagnation despite war efforts forcing a bifurcation in approaches to energy. Some go essential only. Others have harvest all wood stock, temporary alleviation. I don't think that the U.S. is going to destroy Iran and the old system will remain. I think it's not possible currently for them to be able to engage in any actions that would force Iran to loosen their grip over the Strait of Hormuz. The reason why I say that is because if they had that capacity, they would have enforced it already. They would have exercised it. 3 could be good, inevitable with climate change, or could be cooked. Mad Max. I mean, what do you think? We don't have the changes or the willingness to make the necessary. We don't have the capacity or the willingness to make the necessary infrastructure updates, changes, especially in the Western world, to actually live in this degrowth reality that you're suggesting. So it will be closer to Mad Max, an anarcho-capitalist dystopia, than one that is eco-socialist.
To their 2026 budgets. They know perfectly well that if they spend billions...
I mean, virtually everyone is just looking at the situation and be like, eventually Donald Trump is going to have to give. Okay? I don't think people are as confident in the American military capabilities of like destroying Iran or forcing Iran to heel here at all. That's why I also brought up the deadline, the self-imposed deadline, as a matter of fact, of the Beijing summit. Donald Trump has to nip this in the bud before Beijing. It's virtually impossible for him to do so at this point. Why the fuck would, like, every day that goes by where Donald Trump is getting closer and closer to the May 14th date, which is when the Beijing summit is supposed to happen, is a day where Donald Trump has less leverage over Iran. If we can see and recognize from, over here on this fucking Twitch stream that that Donald Trump has this additional pressure placed upon him, then I'm sure the Iranians are aware of it too, right? So clearly, Donald Trump does not have any leverage whatsoever in this circumstance. I mean, Abbas Araghchi literally went to Pakistan and left Pakistan after bilateral talks before Trump could even send the American envoys. Okay, he didn't even want to give the presence that he was going to be in the same area with the Americans at the same fucking time. And now what is Abbas Araghchi doing today? Shaking hands with Vladimir Putin. The Iran momentum is fading. He's now going to pivot to the ballroom and going after people that criticize him. He thinks there's a pity party for him and he's going to drag this out. No, because this is not a thing that you can out-yap. What have I said over and over again? Since day one, the thing that I have kept reiterating is Donald Trump is a yapper. He's a room reader. But there's one thing he can't actually convince his fans of, and that is that their wallets aren't hurting. Okay? If his own cult is experiencing the negative consequences of his warmongering in the region, and it's translating to less take-home pay, or translating into more expensive gas prices at the pump. It doesn't matter if he talks about the fucking ballroom. Every time he talks about the ballroom, he's going to lose even more fans. His fans are going to be like, I don't give a fuck about the ballroom, dude. Fix the gas prices, right? That's it. You can only talk about everything transgender, everything computer, everybody transgender until, people start realizing that they're paying 10, 20, 30 extra dollars at the pump. At which point, it's fucking over. It doesn't matter. People are going to be like, I don't give a shit about transgender. I'll make my daughter transgender if you fucking lower the price of my groceries, Mr. President. I don't give a shit. This was, and I'm repeating myself so much, a genuine problem with Brandon as well. People were frustrated by negative real wage growth for a year and a half. And what was Biden doing in the process? Talking about how he's doing NATO. Ain't nobody gives a fuck about NATO when they're experiencing inflation. Ain't nobody gives a fuck about NATOizing Finland. Now Trump is doing the other version of that, which is even dumber somehow. And that other version of that is everything is fine, everything casino, it's gonna be good, we're gonna build a ballroom. Who gives a fuck, man? Fuck your ballroom.
To overproduce now, and Trump secures a sudden peace deal tomorrow, they'll be left holding the bag in a crashed market.
Please explain why the summit puts more pressure. Because he can't go to fucking China. He can't go to Beijing with no leverage. If he packed up Venezuela and then Iran, similar to Venezuela, he would have a lot of leverage over China. in this Beijing summit, which was supposed to take place a month ago. At which point he could have said, look, we took over Venezuela like that overnight. That was your foothold into the Latin American markets. We destroyed that. We severed that connection. And Iran was a big ally of yours in the Strait of Hormuz. We destroyed them too. We did regime change. We have a pliant regime there, similar to Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela. And you don't hold any of the fucking cards. If you ever try the nuclear option of trade with us ever again, and if you even float the idea of strategic export controls, then we'll shut off your oil faucet. It's leverage. Donald Trump tried to do a forcible decoupling from China with all of the other regional partners, and it failed. And in the aftermath, China turned around and said, "Oh, if you fuck with us again, we'll stop. We'll reconsider rare earth minerals that we have a monopoly control over that you need for your national defense, for everything, basically. No more raw earth for you." That was a big threat. We covered it extensively at the time.
If you want to understand how a geopolitical energy shock actually trickles down to the real economy, you'll have to look beyond the headline price of crude oil and examine the specific refined products that keep the world moving. Take jet fuel. Europe does not produce enough of it to meet its own demand. According to Politico, its refining capacity can cover at most 70% of what airlines need. Any prolonged disruption to tanker traffic through the Strait will leave carriers scrambling for supply. Europe is currently sitting on about 50 days of jet fuel reserves, which is their typical operating level. But according to modeling by the data firm Kepler in association with The Economist, those stocks are going to fall precipitously if flows through Hormuz don't normalize by June. The United States could theoretically help by exporting refined products, but if the administration decides to prioritize domestic prices and bans refined fuel exports, Europe's aviation sector will be...
No more planes will frustrate the bourgeoisie. Buddy, what are you talking about? No more jet fuel means no more delivery. Do you know when you get on a plane, when you get on a commercial airliner, okay, and you fly from point A to point B for health emergency in the family or business travel or even fucking tourism, you don't realize that like half of those airliners are also carrying your Amazon packages. Okay, this is so much worse than just, oh, rich people won't be able to go on fucking tourism destinations. Number one, rich people will always find a way, okay? Just so you understand. As a matter of fact, I don't take planes. Yes, brother, I know. That's why I'm trying to explain to you that just because you don't take planes doesn't mean that you don't benefit from air travel currently. When air travel is happening, you know what else is also happening? Commerce. Your packages are being delivered. Sometimes your medicine is being delivered. Okay? It's not just rich assholes won't be able to go to Ibiza this summer. That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. Maybe you don't understand this, and it's fine. It's understandable. Maybe you haven't considered this, but air travel is not just about rich assholes going on fucking trips. Air travel is also deliveries, a big part of the deliveries. What do you think happens when you don't get your shit delivered?
Be staring at a brick wall. Then there are the esoteric commodities that most people don't think about until they run out. Qatar is not just a dominant player in liquefied natural gas. It's also one of the world's largest producers of helium, accounting for roughly a third of global supply. Helium is a byproduct of natural gas extraction, and you can't safely ship it on a plane. It has to move by sea. When the Strait of Hormuz is barricaded by gunboats, the global supply of helium is effectively choked off. This isn't just about party balloons. Helium has the lowest boiling point of any element, along with an extremely high thermal conductivity, which makes it irreplaceable as a coolant for sensitive equipment. It's used to cool the superconducting magnets in MRI machines, as a carrier gas in the chemical vapor deposition processes used to manufacture semiconductor chips, and as a purge gas in clean rooms. There is no synthetic substitute for helium. If you're running a chip fabrication plant or a hospital...
Isn't that crazy that helium is also a finite resource that is like eventually going to run out? I mean, I know fossil fuels in general are finite as well, but like, isn't the runway for helium a lot worse? What do we do with that in that situation? I think about that sometimes where I'm like, one day we're just not going to have fucking helium. What do we do then? Are we even capable of reaching that level? I don't know. Maybe it's just so abundant and I'm wrong. Jupiter harvesting? Balloon animal time? Can't y'all American just fucking apologize and quit the bullshit for once? No, I'm sorry, chatter. Unfortunately, no. And especially fuck no right now. I wish that was the case, mind you. I think this is unnecessary. I think it's cruel. I think it's unbelievable that we're ruining the entire planet at the behest of Israel, mind you. But this president is the least likely to fucking apologize and back away. Unfortunately, the libs are standing up.
Radiology.
Yeah, we'll get back to the libs
You
in a
cannot
second.
swap it out for something else. The logistical nightmare of this blockade doesn't stay confined to the Middle East either. The global shipping industry operates as a closed loop. Because ships can no longer safely pass through the region, they're being forced to take a massive detour around the Cape of Good Hope. This significantly extends journey times, which effectively removes a huge chunk of shipping capacity from the global market. Congestion at the Panama.
We both know your condolences are insincere, and I respect that. Wait, what? No, what do you think I'm doing here in America? I'm trying my best, man. What the fuck do you want me to do? No, it is sincere. It's not insincere. He sucks. I mean, this entire design sucks. I'm trying to do my best. We're all trying to do our best here, okay?
Canal has intensified too, as Asian buyers have turned to purchasing crude oil from the Gulf of Mexico to replace their Middle Eastern supplies. The canal was already dealing with severe transit restrictions due to historic droughts. Now, with oil tankers outbidding bulk carriers for scarce transit slots, the knock-on delays are rippling through supply chains that have nothing to do with energy. According to the FT, ships carrying lower value cargoes like grain are being pushed to the back of the queue as oil tanker operators pay millions of dollars to skip to the front. Wait times at the canal have stretched to around 40 days, and some grain routes have already seen shipping rates increase by 50 to 60%. Grain is now moving.
Also, here is two other points. Despite Trump's claims that Iran is... What the fuck? Why the fuck would I install the Twitter app? What is this, a fucking malware opportunity? Is Twitter out of its dang mind? Despite Trump's claims that Iran is beginning to capitulate, Tehran believes it has 3 M's on its side: munitions, markets, and the midterms. How Iran is setting its own agenda for ending the war amid U.S. campaign of cognitive warfare. Damn, they added midterms on there too. See, they're ball knowers, bro. Iran knows America a whole lot better than America knows Iran. They're fucking ball knowers. Yeah, the 1M Iran is engaging in right now is called MOG, okay? They're mogging us. They're dabbing on us.
Moving slower and costing significantly more to transport, which brings us to perhaps the most alarming knock-on effect of this crisis, the threat to global food security. People tend to think of the energy market and the food market as two separate things, but modern agriculture is essentially a very efficient system for converting hydrocarbons into edible calories. Natural gas is the primary feedstock for nitrogen.
Weren't some of their leadership raised in and educated in the USA? Most. A lot of people in higher ranks in the Iranian government, they didn't just get educated in the United States. Half of them were fucking teachers in American universities. There are people alive right now that knew, especially in the previous one, especially in the previous administration, many of them got assassinated at this point. There are people who got educated by someone in the IRGC. You know what I mean? Like you went to a college campus, you had an Iranian professor, okay? And that dude then flew back to Tehran and became a part of the IRGC. Isn't that funny? I mean, it's crazy. Just think about it. You're like, you're going to fucking CSUN, you know? Cal State University. And your professor is literally now in the IRGC and he's all over the fucking news. You're like, that's crazy.
Nitrogen-based fertilizers like ammonia, and the Strait of Hormuz handles roughly a third of the world's seaborne fertilizer trade. When the Strait closes and gas prices spike, agricultural input costs explode. Before the hostilities broke out in late February, anhydrous ammonia cost U.S. farmers around $800 a ton. Today, it's sitting at $1,050 a ton. But fertilizer is only one part of the equation. To run a modern farm, you need massive amounts of diesel to operate the tractors, the combines, and the trucks that transport the harvest. The agricultural sector was already operating on razor-thin margins, and this dual spike in both fertilizer and diesel costs represents a massive unbudgeted expense. A recent survey by the American Farm Bureau Federation found that around 70% of farmers report being unable to afford all of the fertilizer they need for this crop cycle. And even if they could afford it, the supply chain is working against them. The chief risk officer of Louis Dreyfus pointed out this week that there's growing competition for other critical agricultural inputs like sulfur, the fourth major nutrient after nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Because of the crisis, sulfur is being diverted to higher value industrial uses like copper smelting, leaving fertilizer producers waiting at the back of the queue. Zippy Duval, the president of the American Farm Bureau Federation and the man with the most American...
That's a crazy name, I'm sorry. Zippy Duval?
Sounding name I've ever come across, told the FT that the farm outlook is bleak right now and farm country needs help. Look, it's not necessarily the best quote ever, but I included it just because I wanted to say Zippy Duval. Pablo Escobar, yes, that's his real name too, the head of LNG at Vitol, warned this week that we're living on borrowed time, saying that if this continues, the energy crisis will rapidly become a global food crisis. But of course, the term global catastrophe means different things to different people. While agricultural traders are worried about crop failures and food security, Bernard Arnault, the billionaire head of LVMH, has his own concerns. He warned his shareholders this week that the war could spiral into a global catastrophe with extremely negative economic developments if it isn't resolved quickly. His definition of catastrophe, however, appears to be that sales of Louis Vuitton and Dior handbags in Middle Eastern shopping malls have fallen by as much as 70% since the war began.
That's unbelievable. Oh my God. Nah, I mean, he's probably talking about larger consequences, but it is very funny.
One sector is preparing for famine, and the other is lamenting a drop in high-end spirits, clothing, and luxury leather goods. While the US deals with expensive diesel and unsold handbags, Europe is facing a much more structural squeeze. Right as the Hormuz crisis reached its peak, Russia decided it was the perfect time to turn the screws on Germany. Moscow has announced that it will suspend the flow of Kazakh oil through the Soviet-era pipeline that supplies the PCK refinery, the facility that provides 90% of the petrol, kerosene, and heating fuel to the German capital. By cutting off this alternative supply line right as seaborne imports are choked off in the Middle East, Russia is ensuring that Europe feels the maximum possible pain from this conflict. Whenever an energy crisis breaks out in the Middle East, financial commentators inevitably...
Yeah, and then, ironically, Ukraine has also been making pushes on Russian refinery capacity, too. They immediately started doing drone strikes on Russian refineries. Now, I don't know how successful those drone strikes were, but I will say this. Probably not the best time. I know that Ukraine is trying to gain as much leverage as possible in this situation, but it is unbelievably fucked for all of the other European allies of Ukraine if Russian refinement is under attack. It plays the same role that Vladimir Putin is engaging in, where they say, oh, we're going to shut off the Kazakh pipeline, right? Because at the end of the day, you need the oil.
Start drawing comparisons to the 1970s. We're immediately bombarded with black and white footage of cars lining up at gas stations and warnings about a return to the stagflation that defined the era of the 1973 Arab oil embargo and the 1978 Iranian oil workers' strike. In certain ways, the current situation is a lot worse.
Fango Lives is so funny. Gas prices of the moon, shut it down. We deserve the pain for poisoning the planet. Okay, buddy. Yeah, I feel like you'll be singing a different tune if the hospital that your parents are in or something is now in a moment of crisis, is experiencing a significant crisis with, like, there's an energy issue. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Like, remember, I'm in favor of renewable energy. It's not a secret. Some might even say I'm a cynophile. How much I love renewable energy and electrifying people's grids. I've seen it with my own two eyes in places like Cuba, born out of a necessity that America has created. Having said that, I've also seen the other side of that story. What happens when there's simply no gas? What happens when there's simply no oil? And that is unbelievably devastating, you know? An energy grid collapse is not something that anyone would like to withstand, I promise you.
Than what we saw in the 1970s. As Daniel Yergin pointed out recently on the Odd Lots podcast, the absolute volume of the disruption we're seeing today is the largest in history. Global oil production and consumption are roughly twice what they were 50 years ago. However, major economies are structurally much more resilient to oil shocks today than they were back then. The metric economists use to measure this is called the oil intensity of GDP. It measures how many barrels of oil it takes to produce a single inflation-adjusted dollar of economic output. Since the 1970s, the oil intensity of the global economy has declined by more than 70%. Our factories are more efficient, our cars get better mileage, and our power grids rely much more heavily on other sources of energy than they do on petroleum. But while the physical economy might be less vulnerable, the financial economy is standing on much shakier ground. Paul Krugman noted recently that in 19...
Has anyone noticed how Klay Thompson looks like the PBS logo? How dare you? How dare you, chatter, coming in here and saying Klay Thompson looks like the Hasanabi. Klay Thompson is a Hasanabi head. How fucking dare you, dude? We're hot girls. We don't fuck with Klay.
78, the price...
Klay Thompson is a terrorist with what he's done.
The earnings ratio of the S&P 500 was sitting at historic lows. Today, equity valuations are stretched to near record highs, supported by a highly...
However, you should sponsor, or you should support the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. PBS is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. PBS, for tomorrow's news today.
Complex, interconnected private credit market that didn't exist in the 70s. We have an economy that requires less oil, but a financial system with a much lower margin of safety for a prolonged inflation shock. This crisis is also fundamentally rewiring how governments think about energy infrastructure. For the last 2 decades, the push towards wind, solar, and electric vehicles has been driven primarily by climate policy. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz has rebranded the entire green energy transition into a matter of national security. You can't fix a 20% drop in global hydrocarbon supply with wind turbines in the short term, but the realization that an entire continent can be held hostage by cheap Iranian drones is rapidly changing capital allocation decisions. In Asia, where countries are heavily dependent on imported seaborne oil, the transition is accelerating. Electric vehicles now make up over 50% of new car sales in China and 40% in Southeast Asia. While the US tries to drill its way out of the crisis, Asia is looking to nuclear power and electric vehicles as tools for long-term energy sovereignty. All of this structural shifting will take time. In the immediate present, the Western world is dealing with the harsh reality that inflation is back, and it's going to be sticky. The economic fallout from this war has already started showing up in the data. Both the United States and the United Kingdom saw inflation accelerate to 3.3% in March. In the UK, the Bank of England is now facing a central banker's worst nightmare, an external energy shock that raises the cost of living while simultaneously killing economic growth. In the US, the political panic is becoming palpable. President Trump has dispatched his top lieutenants, including Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, to beg oil executives to increase production. Meanwhile, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has resorted to threatening retail gas station owners, warning them that the administration is watching to ensure they slash prices at the pump the moment crude oil drops. If that rhetoric sounds familiar, it should. It's almost a word-for-word copy of the Biden administration's complaints about the price gouging at the pump back in the summer of 2022. President Biden tweeted at gas stations, "Bring down the price you're charging at the pump to reflect the cost you are paying for the product, and do it now."
That is not the right analysis. This is mostly in the mid-market and interconnected with private equity. Will there be failures in businesses favored by private equity and thus private credit? Yes. But it will mostly be small and medium Hitlerites leading to consolidation. Energy shocks always bring forward short stagflation scenarios.
It turns out that yelling at gas station owners is a bipartisan tradition. Regardless of who's in the Oval Office, the political response to an energy supply shock is exactly the same. Panic, ignore the underlying market dynamics, and threaten the guy who owns your local gas station. The problem is that you can't yell at inflation until it goes away. The IMF warned earlier this week that short-term inflation expectations in the United States have already moved up and that the economic fallout from this conflict will not evaporate overnight, even if a ceasefire is signed tomorrow. The increased costs of fertilizer, diesel, and rerouted shipping have already been baked into the supply chain. Those costs will inevitably be passed on to the consumer at the grocery store and at the hardware store over the coming months. While politicians focus on the price at the pump, macroeconomic analysts are looking at how this crisis is fundamentally rewiring the flow of global capital. When the price of energy spikes, the balance of global trade shifts. Brad Setzer, an economist at the Council on Foreign Relations, pointed out on the FT Economics podcast last week that you would be wrong to expect an energy shock of this magnitude to wipe out the massive trade surpluses held by countries in Asia. China's surplus in manufactured goods is so structurally enormous that even paying record prices to import seaborne oil barely makes a dent. While this energy shock is a big deal, it won't magically rebalance the global economy. It simply redirects a portion of the dollars that were accumulating in Beijing towards alternative oil and gas exporters. Some of that money will go to Saudi Arabia, which has an east-west pipeline and can still get some oil out. But most of it will flow to the world's other exporters, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Norway, Russia, and some South American producers. The US and Canada collectively export about 5 million barrels of oil a day. So what Setzer expects to see is a general shrinking of the big Asian and European surpluses, with the money flowing instead to certain oil-producing economies, a reshuffling of who holds the world's dollar.
Why are we watching this clanker? What clanker? You think this is AI? Like you think this guy, Patrick Boyle, is actually AI. Why? Because he doesn't blink? This is a human, man. What are we doing?
Rather than a fundamental rebalancing. Because the United States is now the world's largest oil producer, a position it's held since 2018, you might assume that this shock would ultimately be a net positive for the American economy. But the windfall at the wellhead doesn't necessarily reach the kitchen table. American oil and gas exporters are benefiting from higher
you don't know, he might be blinking right now.
Prices, but the American consumer is absorbing the pain on the other side, paying a geopolitical tax on everything from agricultural products to transportation, leaving them with less money to spend on the rest of their needs. The US trade deficit isn't shrinking, life is just getting more expensive. This brings us to the ultimate lesson of the crisis. As I mentioned in my video on Europe's financial nuclear option back in January, the financial markets have spent the last 30 years operating under the great illusion, the belief that economic interdependence naturally prevents conflict. We assumed that because an open Strait of Hormuz was essential for the survival of the global economy, no rational actor would ever try to close it. But the interdependence that was supposed to be our safety net is fraying from both ends. On one side, Iran has discovered that holding the global economy hostage with a fleet of cheap drones is a highly effective negotiating tactic. On the other, the world's major economies have spent the last 2 years actively reducing their dependence on each other through tariffs, export controls, and onshoring, dismantling the very web of trade relationships that was supposed to make a crisis like this irrational. When you control a vital geographical choke point, you don't need $1 trillion military to exert massive geopolitical leverage. And when your adversaries are already pulling apart the system that was supposed to deter you, you have even less reason not to try. For decades, the global supply chain has relied on the unwritten assumption that the United States Navy would act as the ultimate guarantor of free trade, safely escorting merchant vessels from one side of the globe to the other. That assumption is now obsolete. The Navy is no longer acting as a neutral guardian of open sea lanes. It's an active combatant running its own blockade. The merchant marine is on its own. We've moved from a world of global cooperation to a highly transactional era, where historic alliances are significantly less meaningful. A negotiated diplomatic de-escalation might eventually provide a sigh of relief, but it cannot undo the realization that the plumbing of the global economy is incredibly vulnerable in this new transactional era. The stock market might be buying the peace trade today, assuming that a weekend of strongly worded Truth Social posts can fix the supply chain, but the physical world moves at its own pace, directed by ships, pipes, and turbines, rather than market sentiment. If you found this video interesting, you should watch my video on prediction markets next.
New golden age of piracy. We're in it, baby. It's One Piece universe. And America is absolutely the Navy, the Marines. Something not mentioned regarding the luxury sector aspect of this, but important, is events like the Met Gala will also be affected since they rely on donations and funds spent by luxury houses to keep the Costume Institute and other fashion museums funded. And if those events are canceled or scaled back, then artisan jobs that rely on those events will also be scaled back, which comes out of thousands of academics, museum and artisan jobs gone because of this crisis. UB, I'm going to keep it a $1.50 with you. You are never going to be able to convince people in this community that like the Met Gala scaling down is going to be bad for people. See, they're already, even though you actually delivered, you know, some very important information about like small businesses, artisans, academics that will be impacted by this. People only heard you say the Met Gala will be scaled back and immediately went, well, fuck the Met Gala, and are currently yelling at you and also yelling at me as well, because these people don't care about museums. They just heard you say fashion, and that's all they heard, and they hate fashion. If there's one thing I've learned in this community, you can never get these motherfuckers to care about fashion in any way, shape, or form. They do not understand the impact that it has on the arts, culture, how it moves society in a meaningful way. They just don't care. Anyway, President Trump is heading to Beijing on a far weaker footing than when he last met President Xi 6 months ago. While China is absorbing the Iran war fallout with relative stability, the U.S. is facing mounting pain. Just so you understand, that's what I was talking about. For those of you who are wondering, bro, you hate fashion? I love fashion. That's crazy to say. I actually do admire and love and have a lot of respect for the arts, for museums, fashion in general. That's crazy. Bronco says, whatever short-term benefit accrues to the U.S. fossil fuel industry won't actually make the war more palatable for Trump, though no doubt people tell him the opposite. Oil is just one part of it. Blockage of fertilizer and minerals for military production and AI are a major problem. I says centrist libs still desperately trying to make the argument that a Muslim doctor who's dedicated his life to Medicare for all is unelectable in Michigan. They were professionally wrong when they complained about Abdul campaigning with me. They're still professionally wrong. Have humility. Because Trey Easton of Searchlight Institute, one of John Fetterman's strongest soldiers, by the way, we should remember that. We should remind people of that. Says, let's talk about all the polls out of Michigan today. In a hypothetical matchup, Rogers got 43.8% support to Stevens' 41.5%, while Rogers got 42%. Like, these guys are so invested in eviscerating the left flank because it undermines their fucking worldview. It undermines their primary purpose, which is to get Democrats to give them tens of thousands, the hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars every election to tell the Democrats what they want to hear, which is keep moderating, keep pivoting to be as friendly as possible to corporations. Anyway, obviously our top news story of the day is Abdul El-Sayed. You guys know him. We all know him, and hopefully the people of Michigan, now that they're getting to know him, are liking what they see. Dr. Abdul El-Sayed reached out to me a couple months back and said, Hassan, I would love for you to come and stump with me, go on a rally with me. I thought in my mind, sure, why not? We've already collaborated. You've already been on my stream, a fundraise for you. I really like what you're doing. I like your background. I like your worldview. I trust you. So I said yes. But what I did not realize was that stumping for a candidate and doing rallies was actually very different than having the candidate come on your broadcast. Now, what's interesting about that is when I came out and said I was going to do a rally with him, a bunch of advocacy organizations that are pro-Israel got very mad. Obviously, the propaganda wing of AIPAC, Jewish Insider, was very frustrated about it. They started writing article after article after article. You had a lot of centrist, right-wing, Israel-first Democrats who were also very frustrated, and they came out of the gates swinging for the fences, swinging at your boy. They said, Hassan Piker is a dangerous man. Hassan Piker is a dangerous anti-Semite, they said. Used heinous smears. They said Hassan Piker is not good. Campaign poison. Unelectable. Well, I wasn't running for any election anyway. I was just showing up and offering support to my friend Abdul El-Sayed. They said I was a terrorist. They tried to terror jacket not only myself, but terror jacket Abdul, a Muslim man. And that's when the barrage of fuck Hassan articles started coming out. Many of those articles featured my perspective on Israel. And if you recall at the time, I said, I don't really mind this stuff. I don't really mind this hatred. I said they are unambiguous in their hatred of me, and I welcome their hatred. They drew their line of demarcation. Unfortunately, they drew it on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue, and you don't want to be on the wrong side. Unanimous in their hatred of me. Shut up. United, unanimous, unambiguous, whatever. All of that works. Calm down. So they got unbelievably frustrated. Now listen, at the time, I got anti-Rab Hassan Hay here in PA3. Wait, from who? Fucking libtards? Did you already talk about the Lakers? I did. You missed it, but you can rewind if you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting service. Now, at the time, when all these attacks were happening, what did I tell you over and over again? What did I tell you over and over again? I told you that this stuff is irrelevant. I said, your boos mean nothing because I've seen what makes you cheer. I said, placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue, placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. And it turns out it was true. Okay? Turns out it was true. New poll came out today. Edinger Mentum calls it the Hasanabi bump. He posted, you come at the king, you better not miss. New poll in Michigan, May 1 through 7, showing Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Haley Stevens following at 18%. And Mallory McMorrow, also known as Mallory McCuomo, at 17%. Here was my prediction. Attack Abdul in a not so subtle Islamophobic campaign where they tried to like terror jacket myself and Abdul El Sayed, which then backfired because then that led to a lot of coverage on Abdul El Sayed, which led people to engage his campaign, try to figure out what his positions are, and they liked what they heard. So I think this will have a similar impact as well. It will lead people into questioning why McMorrow is trying to present herself as this like anti-establishment candidate and position herself as different than Abdul El Sayed when he is the true anti-establishment pick. This is a race where people are looking for an anti-establishment candidate. Okay? Like if McMorrow's your lady, then it should just trouble you that this is her political judgment pivoting to lying. Liz Smith is lying on Abdul's name like he's a Cuomo victim. Says, yeah. And I called it, but nobody ever listens to what I have to say. They always want to talk about me, but they never want to talk to me. And they also don't want to hear what I have to say. A lot of these things I've already talked about. A lot of these things I already brought up, right? Now, of course, Democrats are hitting the maximalist cope, right? So many issues with this Mitchell poll. Small sample entirely by text, which only gets you an overly engaged and liberal sample. Define LVs using self-report. Sample is way heavy on college educated and is pretty far off the expected electorate on age and gender. They texted RVs and simply asked who's voting in the Dem primary and got a super engaged and probably very liberal group of voters who are not all representative of the primary electorate. Cope. Damn, people are doing exactly opposite of what the establishment media is peddling for, zero trust in mainstream media. Yeah. Now, this is just cope, and we'll get to all of that in a second. But there's a lot I want to talk about with this. Now, jokes aside, the poll itself quite literally features myself by name. Like, it literally says it was the Hassan Piker bump. I don't think that's the case. Okay? Now, the reason why I say that is because it is virtually impossible for me to be a kingmaker for a bad candidate, okay? That's just, I'm not being humble. I'm not being humble. I need you to understand. Abdul is a great candidate. He is a stud. He has spent most of his life advocating for Medicare for all. He worked in public health in the state of Michigan. He's a doctor. He's a Rhodes Scholar. He's jacked. If Abdul was a shit candidate, aligning with someone like myself wouldn't actually do anything for him, okay? It wouldn't help. It's the same with Zoran. It's the same with Zoran. I can only highlight candidates that are positive, candidates that are good, politicians that are responsive. I can only highlight their best side, right? That's the point. Yesterday, you said you're not a kingmaker, you're just an asshole, and I think that's up for debate. So we look at the race. El Sayed, 32, leads McMorrow, 19, and Stevens, 10 with white voters. However, Stevens, 36, leads McMorrow, 17, and El Sayed with African-American voters. That's machine politics. Machine politics always goes for the most corporate aligned. That's the role that the machine plays, okay? It's tough to tackle. It's a very, very important aspect of winning primaries. And it's been a huge hurdle for left candidates to climb, okay? It's true, though, but it's true. In any case, among voters who are neither white nor African-American, Stevens, 27, has a big lead over El Sayed, 15, and McMorrow at 5%. It's very clear that one of the most important factors in El Sayed's movement up in the polls is the support he's receiving from far-left progressives who very strongly oppose United States and Israeli intervention in both Gaza and Iran. His support really bumped up after the endorsement by Hassan Piker. It will be interesting to see whether this is enough support to allow him to win. However, it is important to remember that with 2 women and with 1 man, the man has an advantage because the women vote will be divided almost equally, Mitchell concluded. Pollster in the Michigan Senate race showing Abdul up by 9, saying that Hassan Nahan is the primary reason for a surge in the polls. I think this is wrong. Okay? I don't think I'm like the only reason. I don't think I'm only capable of getting candidates more name recognition. Yeah, they also call me anti-Semitic in the second mention in here. This is the same poll that we're looking at. After endorsement from U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders, Vermont, and controversial podcaster Hassan Piker, Abdul Sayed, 28, has surged into a 9% lead over Congresswoman Haley Stevens at 18 and State Senator Mallory McMorrow. Okay? There's still 38% that are undecided. We got to go after those folks. It has generally been the rule that the most liberal Democrats vote in a Democratic primary and the most conservative Republicans vote in a Republican primary, with El Sayed attacking far left and in opposition to both the United States and Israel in Gaza and Iran. El Sayed is running as the most progressive and liberal candidate. Democrats saw the impact of the strong leftist progressive wing of their party take over the Democratic nominating convention held to determine Democratic nominees for statewide office like Secretary of State, Attorney General, and statewide education board seats. Piker, considered by many to be anti-Semitic, is probably a primary reason for El Sayed's movement upward in the Democratic primary. Like, what is this argument that, like, I'm anti-Semitic, which is ridiculous, but then also anti-Semitism is really good? Like, what the fuck? It's really good to win votes. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Anyway, the pollster that did this is a right-wing pollster regardless, which makes this a little bit more interesting. But that's also part of the reason why Republicans, or not Republicans, but like right-wing Democrats will say this poll is propping up Abdul El Sayed because they think Abdul El Sayed will lose to Rogers. It's bullshit. And you'll start hearing that. You'll start hearing that from naysayers immediately, okay? Some of them will try to tackle the poll itself and will claim that this poll is actually bad, okay? Others will turn around. Motherfucker, you need to stop with that shit. You have so much fucking pull and sway. Even though your audience is 25 to 30, 40K a day, your methods and your words get back to Deborah's and Barbara's. Even the most offline normies know who you are and respect your politics. Your politics is the new left in America and people fucking crave it. You're not just some dickhead. You're relevant and impactful figure. Okay, that's a little bit too much. I'm never going to sit here and glaze myself. I'm just being, I'm going to stay grounded, okay, and even keeled. So I think no figure is individually responsible. And I think most of the responsibility, victory or defeat, and in this case, hopefully, inshallah, a victory, stems from the candidate themselves. Are they charismatic? Are they responsive? What are their policies? Are they able to communicate their policies and their motives well enough that it penetrates the collective consciousness of the constituents, the voters? I think Abdul has it all, okay? Zoran had it too. There are some people who have it, some people who don't. There are a lot of candidates this midterms election that have it, okay? What we can do is mobilize. What we can do is organize. We have passionate voters, activists, advocates, organizers in this community that are desperate for a change. And if they see someone as an agent of that change, the change that they want to see, they'll go out and they won't just vote for that candidate, but they'll go out and engage in advocacy for said candidate. They'll door knock. They'll phone bank. They'll do all these things to combat the barrage of negative ads that are coming the way of these anti-Israel, pro-Medicare for all candidates from a lot of corporate super PACs. Okay? That's what it is. That's what it is. Okay? So, will you make a difference in my life and check my logs, please? Will you please address this doo-doo take? I've been thinking about it all day. What? Why is this a doo-doo take? No, I will not be addressing this take. We'll talk about Zoran's budget W in a second, too. So, of course, one of the immediate responses from the likes of these like right-wing charlatans like this one, this account is one of the most annoying accounts on election Twitter. Okay? Says, you are a Republican. How do you read a poll where the base has nearly 40% undecided and is nearly equally split among three Dems, ranging from centrist to far left, and say the base is with the left? Like, how do you actually do that with a straight face? I'm not merely being a jerk here. I'm sincerely curious how this could be your honest take on this poll. The 80% under 45s with one candidate shows how he's seizing the ground with marginal voters. The elderly that represent McMorrow and Stevens supporters are likely to coalesce around him. That should help. Michael from Pennsylvania is correct. Machine politics voters, lifelong blue dog Democrats, lifelong straight down ballot voters will coalesce around the one who actually wins. What's important in the general is to activate voters that normally don't vote. The youth, voters that have left the Democratic Party's ranks. The fact that this is a primary in a midterm and there's this much excitement from the youth vote around a particular candidate in a normal, competent Democratic Party should imply that that candidate is the one that goes into the general, right? If we had a primary system that revolved around electability, like real electability, they would look to this situation, they would look to the results, they would see that 80% of the under 85 or the under 35 voters are excited to vote for one guy, 80%. And they would go, those are literally the people that never vote. And now, or under 45, under 45. It's unbelievable. Okay? 80% is Assad numbers for under 45. Those are the people that don't vote. Or if they do, they don't really vote for the Democrats. Those are the people that left the Democratic Party. The voters that are already a given that will vote in the Democratic primaries, the over 45, the over 65, those are people that will always vote for the Democrat regardless. The candidate that secures enthusiasm and excitement from the unlikely coalitions that the Democrats lost is the candidate that is most likely to win in the general. Okay? Abdul El-Sayed is that candidate. A competent party would say, all right, clearly these polls show that he has the momentum in the general. He's most likely to win in the general. And yet we don't have a party primary system that is actually designed for electability. We have a party primary system where we weaponize false arguments of electability to present the only adequate choice as the most moderate one. Okay? Because the goal of the primary system is not to actually put forth the best possible candidate. The goal of the primary system is to put forth the most corporate-backed candidate. Corporate-backed, but still somewhat exciting to the base. That is what they're trying to do in the primaries. Nathan says you're a Republican, and of course he shows that everyone is losing to Mike Rogers, which is bullshit, by the way. I would bet my life on it, okay? The idea that Mike Rogers is going to fucking win against even McMorrow, honestly, is ludicrous. The only candidate that Mike Rogers could potentially win against is Stevens, and this is the one where this C-rated Glengarriff poll says Stevens has the highest likelihood of coming closer to Mike Rogers. Okay, 44 to 42, 43 to 41, 45 to 40, saying El-Sayed is the least likely to he's the worst performing against Mike Rogers. This is bullshit. Okay, it's complete bullshit. There is no shot. Okay, the real battle is happening in the primaries in this election. It's not going to be in the general. Mike Rogers lost against Slotkin. Mike Rogers is not winning against El-Sayed and certainly not winning against I mean, is certainly not winning against El Sayed and possibly not even winning against McMurray, I'll be honest. He might have a better shot at defeating Haley Stevens. Mike Rogers just ran in 2024. He had tens of millions pushing his name recognition. Exactly. That is the only reason why the polls look this way. Rogers just did a major statewide campaign in 2024. This is simply a name recognition artifact. Stop being stupid as fuck. I know it's hard for you. So Hassan did absolutely fucking nothing to help El Sayed with his fucking dog shit numbers against a guy who lost to Elisa Slotkin. She's Zionist and evil, by the way, in 2024. Wow, not only am I shocked, I'm amazed that Hassan is that irrelevant. I like that losers like this are so singularly focused. Like, this is supposed to be an election Twitter autist, okay? Like, how can you say that you are autistically invested in the polls and then drop any kind of reasonable read you could have on the polls when my name gets brought up in the conversation? You drop everything just so you can fucking say, oh, well, Hassan is irrelevant. Okay, so what? Yeah, I'm irrelevant, big dog. Who cares? Why do I have permanent occupation in your fucking mind if I'm so goddamn irrelevant? Okay, look at his pinned. I'm not gonna say nothing. Okay, I'm not gonna. Is that Harry Potter? Yeah, that's Harry Pooter. That's crazy, bro. He bullying you? Yeah, no, definitely. He shoved me in a locker. Show the PDF I sent you in the DMs. They say you are the reason Abdul is winning. I already showed it. Remember, this is the don't be an asshole party. That's why people get mad at me. You can't be that much of an asshole. Yeah. I'm not even kidding, bro. There's something deeply wrong with a lot of these people that their brain is so fucking unbelievably rotted by being online too much. They've seen too much like anti-Hassan content and they think that I'm like a real mover and shaker in a negative manner. And it's really funny because it's like, clearly it hasn't been fucking negative. Okay? It clearly hasn't been negative. It's been positive. So what the fuck are you complaining about? I said centrist libs still desperately trying to make the argument that a Muslim doctor who's dedicated his life to Medicare for all is unelectable in Michigan. They were professionally wrong when they complained about Abdul campaigning with me. They're still professionally wrong. Have humility. Because Trey Easton of Searchlight Institute, one of John Fetterman's strongest soldiers, by the way, we should remember that. We should remind people of that. Says, let's talk about all the polls out of Michigan today. In a hypothetical matchup, Rogers got 43.8% support to Stevens' 41.5%, while Rogers got 42%. Like, these guys are so invested in eviscerating the left flank because it undermines their fucking worldview. It undermines their primary purpose, which is to get Democrats to give them tens of thousands, the hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars every election to tell the Democrats what they want to hear, which is keep moderating, keep pivoting to be as friendly as possible to corporations. Stay the course. Do not stray away from the course. We have to keep representing the interests of Aetna. We have to keep representing the interests of Blue Cross Blue Shield. Please, no matter what you do not say fuck Israel, for example. Don't you dare say that, even if people want to hear it. You don't want to hear that. People don't want to hear that, actually. They just lie to themselves and they lie to their fucking goddamn candidates over and over again. Moments like this show that is a failure. They thought all of the negative coverage saying Hassan is an anti-Semite, Abdul's a terrorist, Hassan is a terrorist, was actually going to hurt his chances. It didn't. What did I tell you? People kept coming in here being like, bro, are you okay? People are really on your ass, man. Are you okay? And what did I tell you? I said I'm doing great. It's fucking annoying at times, but I'm still doing great. You want to know why? Because there is tremendous amounts of enmity towards mainstream media. There's tremendous amounts of animosity towards Israel. And mainstream media, corporate Democrats in Israel are some of the most unpopular entities in the United States of America right now. And all of those forces have basically joined to attack me on a 90-10 issue where they're on the 10% side. Of course it's going to fucking fail. Sarah Longwell, Bulwark, Third Way, have some fucking humility. If we're actually in this battle, as you claim we are, together to defeat fascism in this fucking country, I think it's time to have a little bit of fucking humility. This was the whole point. Like clockwork, huge hit piece on Abdul just dropped. Of course it did. They tarnished the reputation of incredible candidates like this. They try to do everything in their power to stop this momentum. Okay. Michigan Senate hopeful El Sayed calls himself a physician, but has little history, little experience as a licensed medical doctor, or no experience. Yeah, bro, he's an epidemiologist. He's an epidemiologist. He's literally openly stated that. My dad was literally his professor in med school. Yeah. Does he have a PhD? He's a doctor? No, he is. He's a doctor. He's literally a doctor. He is a doctor. He's also an epidemiologist. He has an MD. They're so desperate. They're hitting the fucking Zoran route here. They're like, Abdul El Sayed doesn't like vanilla flavored ice cream. You know? What's next? One time we found Dr. Abdul El Sayed actually threw a piece of garbage in the recyclable garbage can, but it was only 53% recyclable. Can you have some decency, sir? Why do you want the environment to suffer? There's no doubt that El Sayed has top-notch medical credentials. He attended the University of Michigan Medical School, ended up receiving his medical degree from Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons. He has a doctorate in public health from Oxford University and worked as an assistant professor of epidemiology at Columbia for a year before moving to Detroit to be the executive director of health officer of the Detroit Health Department. That's the guy that they're saying is like beefing up his credentials. If anything, saying that you are a fucking licensed physician would be a downgrade from the amount of experience he has in the field of public health, which, for the record, he doesn't fucking present himself as a physician at all. So what the fuck are you talking about? He's a goddamn Rhodes Scholar. That's from the hit piece. That's how insane this guy's credentials are. Yeah. Abdul didn't clutch around during promotion and call it in Counter-Strike one time. Is he capable of winning an election if he can't win a promotional round in Counter-Strike? Anyway, so he has more relevant experience for government than he would as a normal patient-focused doctor? Yes, of course. They're literally going to go back into our old videos that we did, our old streams, and find that he actually couldn't make a three-point shot, you know what I mean, against those kids that we played in Dearborn, and be like, look at his jumper. If he's not ready for the big leagues, is he ready for Congress? Like, it's fucking so stupid. Dave Weigel with a not-so-charitable take once again. Third way's anti-Assad push, probably the biggest backfire of the cycle for Dems, right? It's an attention economy. That was the cue to say, pay attention to Abdul, who confidently grabbed the attention to say things liberals like and agree with. Part of this, it got Abdul more Fox and conservative media hits. And the internet, the interest in that media right now is getting him the nomination because they think he's an easy kill, which they could be wrong about. This is why I said it's not very charitable. So we got 2026 Fetterman coverage, not 2022 Fetterman coverage. The idea is like, oh, Fox News is doing the Pied Piper strategy. Okay, well, since we know that the Pied Piper strategy was an abject failure when Hillary Clinton did it against Donald Trump, let it happen then. Let it fucking happen. Actually insane. Every candidate in the country is going to be trying to get Hassan the campaign with them. Yeah, look at this, dude. Voters age 18 to 44. El Sayed, 80%. The voters heard what was going on and said, that's my guy. I'm a numbers guy. Okay? This is valuetainment. I'm a numbers guy. I say, let's chat GPT it. Let's grok it. Okay? I grokked it. I chat GPT it. I'm a numbers guy. It turns out voters love, under the age of 45, voters love Abdul El Sayed. Yeah. To our non-binary emperors, female El Sayed +1, male El Sayed +13, non-binary El Sayed +100, ages 18 and 34, El Sayed +76. I chat GPT'd it. I grokked it. I never clawed it. I did not clawed it. I'm a numbers guy, but I never do the Claude. I don't like Claude. I don't fuck with Claude. It's like a women's name. It's a female name. I don't like it. Your mods are on a shitty banning streak, nuking people and handing out 7 dares. Let me guess. You, on your other sock account, came in here just to say, Hassan, are you white or are you not white? Because that's the fashionable thing to cry about today. Because you saw a fucking cynically cut, out of context YouTube video compilation on Twitter, and you wanted to come in here and advance that agenda so you could get me to answer it, so you could then clip something else out of context, and now you're mad because you were banned before you were able to do that on your other sock account. No, actually. Okay, so what was it? What was the issue that you brought up? in your other sock account that probably got a 7-day ban. Go ahead. Or they were sexualizing a woman, or they were doing some fuck shit. The snitching and crying is so insane. AOC stuff. Pig Bodine 1996. Let's see. Dog, I am so glad you got banned. I want you to never be able to speak on this website ever again. You're disgusting. Yeah. That is the most worthwhile ban of all time. That is literally the most worthwhile ban of all time. You will never get unbanned in this community. Oh my God. Diddy Gers always turn up in here whenever Epstein has bad personal news. Court case not going well for the consent violator sex pest. Yeah, I know. It's been the past 6 years. Anytime he like, the way it works is, the sex pest cult leader who doesn't have that big of a community, especially any longer, but like it's large enough to gain momentum and can like latch on to other much larger communities that also fucking hate me for ideological reasons, will try to redirect the attention away from him because he'll go on and he'll be like, oh, I don't know, ran over a cat or something in a car and it was caught on video. And then I said, I did it on purpose. I'm just making up a hypothetical. Instantly, his community will be like, why did you run over this cat? Do you fucking hate cats? Do you want to kill cats? And he'll be like, hey guys, actually Hassan hates cats. He's actually murdered an entire litter of little kitties. And then his audience like that will be like, oh my God, I can't believe you said this truthful thing. I forgot all about the cat that you might have murdered that I saw on camera. And now I'm just going to imagine in my world that Hassan is actually murdering litters of kitten and immediately go to his community and start advancing this fucking idiotic argument that Hassan has actually murdered entire litters of kittens. This is how it works every single time. This is a totally hypothetical scenario. This didn't actually happen in the real world, but basically, that's how it works. Literally, he's in an active court case for revenge porn. Okay, numerous victims have come out. He's been doing this court battle for almost a year and a half now. Okay, he constantly says he's going to win the court case any day now, and obviously, it hasn't gone the way he wanted it to go. And that's the reason why they will literally, his entire community will constantly say like, oh, Hassan did this too. No, I didn't. Okay. Here is great evidence that I didn't do this. I'm not in a fucking legal battle currently with numerous victims. The fuck are you talking about? No, of course I didn't do that. Yeah. The guy that has a legal document calling him a pedophile proceeded to just slander me and say I'm a pedophile instead. Yeah, no, actually, that's not the case, okay? It's not. And it's so fucking successful for his cult and also numerous other edge communities, orbiter communities that make content off of just straight up lying about me, okay? Because they've all decided that, like, I am the figurehead of all things woke, all things related to the Democratic Party, all things related to SJWs, all things related to the left. They have designed this universe where like I'm responsible for every little thing that has happened. Okay. A girl actually hurt your feelings and didn't reciprocate when you showed them interest. Oh, this is feminism. Who's responsible for the feminism? Hassan Piker. It literally is the most insane experience that I've ever encountered. That's why, like, my haters don't fucking behave normal. They just lose their damn minds for some reason. I feel like this would be better illustrated with a video board. We want you to do better. She went, have you failed yet? When will you fail? How long until you fail? Will you fail in one term or two? Will you disappoint the people when you fail? And also, in a hypothetical where you do succeed, don't you think others will fail because of your success? And at what cost will your success come?
Mayor Mamdani, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you for having me.
Bro, I can't believe Meet the Press. Wait, wasn't Meet the Press last week shitting on me? It was Meet the Press last week, right? What a time to be alive, man. What a time to fucking be alive.
It's a pleasure to be back.
Well, it's wonderful to have you here to talk about
last week they had Ro Khanna on to be like, why do you like Hassan Piker? Or no, not last week, 2 weeks ago. They were like, why do you like Hassan Piker? Shouldn't we kill him? 2 weeks later, they're like, Zohran Mamdani, you are the best politician in the country. It was everyone? Yeah, that's true. No, not different journalists. It was her. She was the one who was yelling at. Before we can move on, can you highlight how AOC take about defensive is better? I mean, I don't want to just stop giving money to Israel so they can buy defensive weapons. I want to do a embargo on Israel, and I don't want to stop at an embargo on Israel. I want to punish Israel. I want accountability for Israel's crimes. I want accountability for what Israel has caused America to do as well. Okay? That's what I want. Any politician that moves the conversation in that direction is good in my book.
Your first 100 days in office, we really appreciate.
Yeah, I doubt that she's going to be kind to Zohran because it's Meet the Press.
Appreciate the opportunity, and there is a lot to cover. So let's dive right in. Let's start big picture. You came into office, you made sweeping promises on the campaign trail. I'll name a few: freezing the rent, free and fast buses, universal child care. Here we are. It's
been 100 days in, and you've done what? Fucking 3 out of 5. Like, pretty good, I think. Why are you a piece of shit? Why only 3 out of 5? Why not 5 out of 5? It's like a standard they will never hold a normal centrist Democrat to, by the way. Normal centrist Democrats come in with wide, comprehensive agendas, never achieving a single piece of that. But that's by design, because they know that centrist Democrats are not supposed to accomplish those agendas.
100 days in to your tenure as mayor, are you still confident you can deliver on all of your promises that you made to New Yorkers?
Yes, I am. And I'm confident of that because of what we've seen over this 100 days. On day 8, we announced a $1.2 billion agreement with Governor Kathy Hochul to put our city on the pathway to universal child care. We are not only providing free child care for every 3-year-old in the city, we're now doing it for 2-year-olds as well. And by the end of our first term, we will see every single 2-year-old receiving free child care across the 5 boroughs of New York City.
And we're going to talk about childcare and a number of your other policies. You're also facing a $5.4 billion budget shortfall. You are required by law to balance the budget. Are you confident you can accomplish all of the promises that you made in your first term, in one term?
So I've always said that we would accomplish all of these promises by the time that I'm done being the mayor, and I'm fully confident of doing exactly that. And as you said, we inherited the largest fiscal crisis that the city has seen since the Great Recession. Frankly, this dwarfs even that. When we first came into office, we were looking at $12 billion. And thanks to the work that we did, the savings, the allocations of our reserves, the commitment from the governor, we were able to bring that down to $5.4 billion. Now what we're seeing is the importance of not just finalizing the city budget process, but the state budget process. And we're actually just a day from the moment when the governor announced that we will be pursuing a pied-à-terre tax, which will be a tax on the properties of the wealthiest of the wealthy. And we're so excited to be working with her on exactly that, because it will raise $500 million for New York City, and it will do so on an annual basis.
And we are going to get to taxes momentarily, but do you think you can accomplish all of your promises to New Yorkers, or do you think you would need a second term in order to promise and achieve the sweeping promises you made?
I'm going to just knock on wood over here for the second term. But look, I've said time and again that when I was running for mayor, New Yorkers would come up to me. They would say one of 3 things typically. They were talking about freezing the rent, making buses fast and free, delivering universal child care. In this first 100 days, we had 6 vacancies on the Rent Guidelines Board that determines whether or not that decision will be made. We filled all 6 of them. They're an independent board. They'll make their decision this summer. When it comes to universal child care, we talked about the $1.2 billion. When it comes to making our buses fast and free, we're already delivering on the fast. We are speeding up buses for more than 1 million New Yorkers, putting back up to 6 minutes back into their lives each trip. And we're doing this because we currently have the slowest buses in the United States of America. And we're working with Albany to make those buses free. And we're confident by the time that we are done with our administration, we will have delivered on these 3 central promises.
So you got the fast part for the buses, the free part. What specifically do you think you will have accomplished by the end of this first year?
Wow. Remember what I said? Anytime they got a left candidate, they did this with Bernie too. They never ask questions to Joe Biden about how we're going to pay for unlimited war. But they always would be like, how are we going to pay for Medicare for all? How dare you suggest Medicare for all? Such a ridiculous dream. We're back at it again, folks. Mainstream media used to behave like this with Trump too. they would remember that they're capable of engaging in adversarial reporting. Now, of course, a little bit of adversarial reporting is good. But if you ask the same question over and over again, 3-4 times in a row, then you're not engaging in adversarial reporting. You're just being fucking annoying. Like, he has, unlike many electeds, a fairly solid track record thus far in the first 100 days. Okay? I find it very strange that they are this critical of a guy who is successful and popular for good reason.
By the end of this first year, what we're going to see is us delivering these 2,000 free childcare for 2-year-olds across New York City. It's going to be 12,000 by the end of next year. Every single 2-year-old by the end of 4 years. When it comes to our buses, we will have sped up the process for buses for more than 1 million New Yorkers. What this means is 20% increases in speed across 45 priority corridors.
But buses won't be free by the end of your first.
We're working with Albany right now, and we're still confident that there is a part of this budget that could start that process of making buses free. We have 1 bus route free in New York City right now. We're excited at the prospect of building that out before we deliver it for every bus route.
And just to be very clear, to put a fine point on this, I don't hear you committing to being able to accomplish everything.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Just to put a finer point on this, you're a fucking loser. Can you say, can you look at the camera right there and say, I, Zoran Kwame Mamdani, am a fucking loser? Please, I really need this clip for my career. I need you to say this. Just to put a finer point on this, you fucking suck, right? Like, you recognize that you suck, right? I know you've told me that you've actually achieved many of the objectives you set out to do in a way that is actually truly unique to most American politics. And the people love you for that reason. But can you just turn around to the camera and say you're evil? Can you please turn around to the camera and say you are evil and are going to do Islamic-style Sharia law? Just give me something, Zoran. It's crazy, man. What if she's just excited for the free buses? Yeah. That lady has not taken a bus in the last 20 years, okay?
With 1 term.
I've always been hopeful of getting 2 terms, but I've always said to New Yorkers that we would accomplish everything with however much time that we get.
Days ago, you announced that your first of 5 planned free government-run grocery stores will open next year in East Harlem. In response, grocery store magnate John Castamatidis says he can't compete with city-run grocery stores selling food for free. If private grocers start closing because of your policy, will you?
That's awesome. Hey, I know you want to engage in price adjustments for some of the poorest residents in this city and do your very best to offer competitive rates. Why do you want to kill every grocery store magnate with a gun that you stole from the NYPD? Why? How many grocery store magnates do you have to murder in cold blood until your appetite for bloodlust is satiated? It's ridiculous. He's the motherfucking mayor, man. He's the mayor. His job is to offer things to the people that voted for him. First, they were like, hey, some of the things you said you were going to do, you haven't been able to accomplish yet in the first 100 days. Now she's like, what if the things you accomplish are actually horrible for big business owners? Have you thought about that?
Your policy have been a failure, or do you simply see that as the cost of achieving your grocery store?
I like that this question also implies, once again, a hypothetical that was designed by a fucking capital owner who's in a competitive market. That's not a question. You just decided to take for fucking granted what the grocery store magnate is saying. Hey, this guy who might actually have diminishing profit rates, diminishing profit margins as a consequence of like your affordable grocery idea, is saying you want to kill him with a gun. If you kill him with a gun at the end of this process, like he claims you are doing, will you feel like that's awesome? Will you stand on top of his corpse and say this is a war that we're waging against the capital owning class? Or will you stand down and refuse to kill the rest of the capital owners in the grocery business? Zohran Mamdani, why do you want to kill every billionaire and millionaire in the United States of America? Zohran Mamdani, why do you want to spit on the faces of every millionaire that has made this beautiful city the greatest city on the planet?
So I just want to correct you on one thing. These are not free groceries. These are cheaper groceries. We've always said that we would have one city-run grocery store in each borough, and they would provide cheaper groceries, and we're going to do that by guaranteeing it through a basket of essential items, the kinds of things that New Yorkers need from their grocery store, but they haven't been able to budget for. We're talking about bread and eggs, the staples that have been skyrocketing. Now, I know that, grocery prices have been increasing across the...
Zohran Mamdani, have you ever thought about people being able to purchase eggs at a cheaper rate, causing them to get fatter? Why do you want Americans to be obese and die? Zohran Mamdani, the number one death for average Americans is heart disease. Don't you feel like allowing them to eat more eggs in their diet would cause them to accelerate the likelihood of them getting heart disease? Why do you want to kill Americans, Zohran Kwame Mamdani?
Country, but they've been increasing at an even higher rate in New York City. Our goal here is to deliver cheaper groceries to New Yorkers. That's what we want the outcome to be. John is someone that I've had the pleasure of getting to know, someone who's been a big part of New York City life, and I'm excited to be delivering this. And even as we may have some disagreements, to still looking to serve New Yorkers across the five boroughs.
If John Catsimatidis, though, closes some of his stores, will that be a failure?
Yeah, here's the response to this, by the way. First of all, can you guys believe how much Zohran wants to kill every single New Yorker? Have you noticed that behind that smile, as he narrows his gaze, he Islamically is actually salivating at the prospect of murdering white Christians? Have you guys noticed that? And of course, Jewish New Yorkers as well, obviously. Because I noticed that. I'm glad that other people are picking up on it too. Very dangerous guy, okay? Yeah, she keeps asking the same questions in different ways. Have you failed yet? When will you fail? How long until you fail? Will you fail within one term or two? When you fail, will you disappoint the people who supported you? Do you want to fail or do you want to fail harder? Imagine if they held other politicians this accountable. Ooh, someone's annoyed that they didn't get Mamdani to trip. All media channels are just there to fight for the billionaires. I have not seen this much media scrutiny on previous mayors of New York City. Amazing how she can ask the same question all different ways. No, what they failed to write here, which is, most of the questions, they nailed it. There is also one question, which was really awesome. If you succeed, don't you feel like others will fail? Because, she went, have you failed yet? When will you fail? How long until you fail? Will you fail in one term or two? Will you disappoint the people when you fail? And also, in a hypothetical where you do succeed, don't you think others will fail because of your success? And at what cost will your success come? Unbelievable.
On your part, how would you see that?
I will leave John's business decisions to John, but what I will tell you is that we're talking about 5 grocery stores.
The answer to this is simple. John Catsimatidis, or whatever the fuck his name is, literally said, if Zohran Kwame Mamdani, became mayor, he was going to close up shop anyway. Well, guess what he did after I became mayor? He came and we had a meeting, and we had a very cordial meeting. Okay? He's a part of New York. He's a part of the identity of the city, and I hope to keep him here. And it seems like he's excited to stay in the city as opposed to what he said prior. That's what happened. He literally went and did a meeting with Zohran Mamdani. He didn't actually close up shop like he claimed he would. And none of the ultra-Zionists who claimed that, once Zohran Mamdani would become mayor, that, every Jewish person, there would be a pogrom akin to, Eastern European-style pogroms. None of that happened, and nobody actually moved out of the city either. So it turns out everyone was fucking lying and being hysterical. Why are we entertaining these hysterical psychos?
Stores in a city that has more than 1,000.
And just to be very clear, you're saying some of these items will be cheaper,
Yes.
the essentials, but not necessarily all.
We're talking about the basket of essentials. We're talking about the items that New Yorkers plan their lives around that right now they've been getting.
Some of your critics have said that not only have you associated yourself with a streamer that says America deserved 9/11, but that you might actually be responsible for 9/11 too. Zohran Mamdani, can you stare at the camera and say, assure New Yorkers that are not experiencing a psychotic, racialized, hallucinogenic episode, that you will not be responsible for 9/11 too, and if 9/11 too happens, you will not celebrate it?
Getting priced out of. That's what we're going to deliver, and we're so excited because the first city-run store.
Mayor Mamdani, can you please resign? Yeah. Mayor Mamdani, resign, please. Mayor Mamdani, those who are going to resign right now, says what? If you say what right now, you'll resign. Come on, just say what? Say I'll resign. Mayor Mamdani, please sign this contract without reading it. Don't look at the contract. No, it doesn't say I'm resigning from my official duties. You just don't know. That's a...
that we announced. It's at La Marqueta in El Barrio in East Harlem, which is actually the same place that Fiorella LaGuardia opened a market for fruits and vegetables at lower cost to New Yorkers back in 1936. We're continuing that legacy by delivering on something that, frankly, is a non-negotiable. It's food.
Let's talk about how you're going to pay for all of this. You've worked with Governor...
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Never a question reserved for centrist Democrats when it comes to, or right-wingers, when it comes to waging wars. Obviously, he's the mayor, so the mayor equivalent would be never a question for how will you pay for the police force and the 8 submarines that they currently have in the New York Police Department. Always a question for feeding the poor. Just remember, the New York Police Department has submarines, okay? The New York Police Department also pays an unlimited amount of billions of dollars almost, not billions, but like tens of millions of dollars a year in liability claims because, you know, their officers are beating the fuck out of people, right? The New York Police Department has bases in Tel Aviv. We have already talked about that too. This is never up. This is never a question. As a matter of fact, when someone says we are going to defund the police or we're going to limit the budget of the police, people go, why do you want people to be raped on the subway stations? Why do you want every American to be raped and lit on fire by vagrants at every subway station? Do you want every American to die? Just, you know, something to consider. These sorts of questions are never asked in the direction of... These sorts of questions are never asked about, limiting the budget of the New York Police Department. These sorts of questions are always asked when you want to feed the poor. You want to clothe the poor, feed the hungry, offer shelter, that sort of stuff.
Kathy Hochul to get some of the starting blocks in place for universal child care, for example, which you referenced. When can New Yorkers expect to see full universal child care? What's the timeline for that?
They will see full universal child care for 2-year-olds by the end of the first term, and then in the second term, we would pursue fulfilling that for 1-year-olds and those from 6 weeks and above. We've always said over the course of the campaign we would deliver it for New Yorkers from the ages of 6 weeks to 5 years. What we started in this first 100 days was fixing the system for 3-year-olds. We've delivered on that. We're rolling that out right now, and then starting to deliver it for the first time in history for 2-year-olds. And I just want to go back to, sometimes this feels like, just checking off a box on a list that did we do something that we talked about. The importance of doing this is also because of what it means for New Yorkers. We're talking about $20,000 a year that a family won't have to shell out for childcare any longer because they know they can afford to raise their kid in the city they love.
And you still don't, you have agreement with Governor Hochul on that. You don't have an agreement with Governor Hochul on raising taxes on the wealthy yet. Will you be able to deliver on your promise of taxing the wealthy to help pay for your programs?
Absolutely, and I'm actually happy to tell you that that pied-à-terre tax, that is an agreement that we have to tax the wealthy. Because again, when we're talking about a pied-à-terre, this is a home that is owned here in New York City by someone who doesn't live in New York City, and we're talking about the valuation of which is the super rich, not just of this country, but across the world. I was just yesterday standing in front of 220 Central Park West, and there at the penthouse was a home that Ken Griffin had bought for $238 million.
So, Mamdani, don't you feel like you put crosshairs on a beloved taxpaying citizen of the United States of America and also New York City, Ken Griffin? Why do you want to kill him? Zohran Mamdani, why did you show his second vacant property in New York? Do you want him to die tomorrow or do you want him to die yesterday? Objective news reporting here.
This is the kind of real estate activity that's happening in the city, homes that are largely empty for much of the year, but it all occurs while New Yorkers are hurting in this same city. We're starting to actually bridge that gap, and I'm so excited to be working with the governor on it.
And yet, is the pied-à-terre tax an acknowledgement that you can't get a broader tax on the wealthy?
Oh my God. She's hitting every left note possible here. It's so funny. It's funny because Zohran will go to like left adjacent, left leaning independent media and they'll glaze the fuck out of him, right? And then he goes on Meet the Press and Meet the Press is like, why have you not destroyed the commodity form yet? Why have you not seized the means of production? Aren't you a democratic socialist? There are still factories engaging in the process of exploitation, something you should not be in favor of. Why have you not seized control over the factory floors, Zohran Mamdani? Zohran Mamdani, why have you not achieved communism in New York City yet?
Here in New York.
Yeah, why does private property still exist in New York City? Aren't you a fucking communist? It's just funny to see the like whenever you have like a leftist that is pragmatic, that has to like move within the confines of what is acceptable, what's permissible in modern American politics, these guys will turn around and do the same shit that many do to me as well, right? Where it's just like either I'm getting hit with the hypocrisy beam or I'm constantly getting yelled at for not doing a revolution now, like as though I find that to be achievable in this current moment. Yeah, why there are no commissars in the street? Why not? You're just jealous that the press has double the standards you have? Yeah, exactly. They have not one set of standards, but two. It's true.
Which is what you promised and how you said you would pay for all of these programs.
I always said that I believed in the importance of taxing the rich. This is taxing the rich. And I said that the two ways that I thought were the most straightforward of doing so, a personal income tax, corporate tax, those were the two ways that I thought we could achieve it in the most straightforward manner. Part of that is a reflection of the fact that a pied-à-terre tax has been something that has long been fought for in the city, but hasn't been possible to get over the finish line. It's been really exciting to work with the governor to win something that many thought would never have a chance.
Why did you float raising property taxes, which typically fall heavily on the middle class as well?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, incredible.
So in New York City, as you said earlier, we have a legal obligation to balance the budget.
Turn it off.
We have three moments where we come forward with the budget: preliminary budget, an executive budget, and then the adopted budget, the final one. In the preliminary budget on February 17th, we had to both tell New Yorkers about not just the level of our fiscal deficit, but what was still left to fill, $5.4 billion, as you said. Now, I can't put forward an accounting statement and just say $5.4 billion. We hope to find a way working with the state. That's the truth. But in terms of what you have to put in your budget, you have to use the tools the city has to fill it in the interim. And so in the interim, what we did was the only tools we had at our disposal: a property tax and rating of our reserves. But I made very clear on that day and every day since, it is a last resort, because what we want to pursue, what we will spend every day looking to pursue, is working with Albany, working with the governor, legislative leaders. And frankly, we're already seeing the fruits of that work. This pied-à-terre tax is one example of how we're reducing that deficit and not doing so on the backs of working class New Yorkers.
You're calling a property tax a last resort. Mm-hmm. Are you backing away from it? Have you all but abandoned your push for a property tax because there was backlash?
No, I'm just quoting myself from February 17th. The very day that I introduced our preliminary budget, I said then and there, I do not want to do this. And the truth of it is because it's a broken system.
I'm not gonna lie, it does give me a little bit of pleasure seeing that this is just not a thing that I have to fucking deal with. It's like if you're in a position of power, actually in a position of power, they treat you the same exact way if you're even in any way, shape, or form to the left of like what is considered appropriate. Like the quoting yourself part of this conversation is what I guess every leftist, even if they're a fucking political commentator or a mayor or a senator, hopefully, inshallah, will have to engage in all the time, which is like, I'm just telling you what I said back then, because you're leaving important context. You're leaving important context in this line of questioning. If this is happening to you on live TV, you'd be bludgeoning her like you verbally do with us. Well, yeah, because I don't have to play nice with members of the media, whereas he does.
It is a system far more regressive than what we want to do, which is progressive taxation.
So a property tax, increasing property taxes is still on the table.
We are continuing to work with Albany to ensure that that is not the path that we go down. We're seeing in the pied-à-terre tax, we're already finding notes of encouragement that show us a different kind of path. This state budget, we hope, will be finalized by the end of this month. And then when we put forward our executive budget, we'll be able to update what tools the city has.
When you talk to New Yorkers, they say they feel like they're already overtaxed. What do you say to middle-class New Yorkers who are worried some of these taxes could wind up impacting them?
I tell them unless they make more than $1 million a year or own some of the most profitable corporations in our city or have a second home that's worth more than $5 million, then these are not taxes that apply to them. And what I've sought to make this city the most expensive in the United States of America is one that's affordable for the people who have been priced out of it. And that's why I have fought for a vision that looks to ask those with the most to pay that little bit more so that everyone can live here.
And when I talked to you several months ago, I asked you about your push to increase income taxes. You expressed confidence you would ultimately be able to reach an agreement with Governor Hochul. Where does that stand? Do you have any confidence that she will see eye to eye with you at some point on increasing income taxes?
Well, I have to say that I am really glad at the relationship that the governor and I have developed. I wish it wasn't so unique, because relationships in the past between mayors and governors have not been this productive, frankly, for the city. And what we're seeing in that relationship is a commitment to this city. And when I spoke to you about the importance of personal income tax for $1 million or more, or corporate tax for the top tier of profitability, it was all grounded in the belief that we had to tax the wealthiest among us to deliver for everyone. This pied-à-terre tax, it is a clear illustration of that belief in action. We're so excited to be delivering it.
The pied-à-terre tax, you view it as a step toward a broader tax. It sounds like you haven't abandoned your push for a broader tax on the wealthy.
I think the pied-à-terre tax is an incredible step. I think the final part of this budget process is to ensure that we're balancing the budget at zero. And that continues to be the work that we do with Albany, as well as right here in City Hall.
All right, let's talk about President Trump. When we last spoke after your first Oval Office meeting, one that surprised a lot of people in how cordial it was. How would you describe your relationship with President Trump right now?
I would say that it's honest, it's direct, and it's productive.
And are you still in regular contact with him? How often do you speak to the president?
I'll keep the cadence of that between the two of us. Much of that is based on the premise of privacy. But what I will say is that those conversations, no matter how they happen, they return back to one thing, one of the few things that we have in common, which is our love for New York City and how to deliver for this same city. He said it after the first meeting that we had in the Oval Office. He told the press that were there that the better this city does, the happier he feels. That's exactly how I feel about the city as well.
Understood. You're not going to give me the exact cadence, but is it fair to say you have had, to some extent, ongoing discussions since that first Oval Office meeting?
Yes, and we've seen a second meeting at the Oval Office, and much of this is a reflection of the fact that he's the president of the United States of America, I'm the mayor of New York City, and we know that so much of what this city needs is also dependent on a relationship with the federal administration. You know, we are sitting here in City Hall, and I've spoken often about my belief that Fiorello LaGuardia is the greatest mayor in our city's history. I shared that.
Yeah, will you commit to fighting the president in engaging him in fisticuffs the next time you meet physically right now on Meet the Press, all but ensuring that he reverses all the decisions that he's given that are beneficial to New Yorkers right now? Zohran Mamdani, when will you punch the president in the mouth? Oh, it's awesome.
With the president as well, and I pointed at a portrait of FDR that he had shown me, and I said that so much of what LaGuardia was able to accomplish was because of a relationship with FDR, was because of the New Deal investments that we saw. And that's why in the second meeting that I had with the president, I put forward a proposal to build more housing in a single development than the city has seen since the early 70s. And it was something that he was interested in, and that's a big part of the conversation we're continuing to have.
You know, many Democratic mayors, governors, members of Congress have struggled to figure out how to navigate their relationship with President Trump. What do you think you have gotten right about that? What do you think that you're doing that's been effective so far?
Okay, you want to know the real answer to this? I don't know what kind of fucking wishy-washy shit he's going to say because he's, you know, Mr. Media Darling. But the real answer is he's actually popular. That's number one. You have to be popular and well-liked. And number two, you have to be straightforward. Democrats always offer a conciliatory tone when they engage with the president, and the president respects strength. As a matter of fact, not only does he respect strength, but he also kind of sees he sees like any kind of concession as a weakness. He reads concession as weakness, both with Iran, which has caused them to obviously make the wrong decisions, and also certainly in domestic politics as well.
I think, to be honest with you, I am lucky in that I have something that no one else does, which is that I'm from New York City. And New York City holds a very special place for him, as well as for me. We're both from this same city. And it means that our conversations are not just of the scale that is typical with the president, but also granular about even the things as specific as zoning law changes in Midtown Manhattan. And that, I think, speaks to the fact that Donald Trump is not just the president of this country, he's also someone who's been a New Yorker for his entire life.
He's the president of New York.
In this city doing well.
The other side of this is also because he is a cherished media darling. Donald Trump has always wanted the approval of like the New York liberal media elite. That was his main gripe for the longest time. And not only that, but like having the approval, seeming approval of someone like that is something that Donald Trump has always looked for. Yeah, I mean, these are the major reasons why Trump is treating Zoran differently than anybody else. And also, last but not least, he sees Zoran as an anti-establishment figure, taking out the establishment wing of his own party by force. So there's probably a sense of kinship there for Donald Trump, like a reminder of the striving, disruptive 2016 candidate that Trump once was as well.
Because you
his possibly best moments in American politics.
now had a number of conversations with President Trump. Do you trust President Trump?
I would say that those conversations are ones where we know they have to continue, and there have been times where I have raised things to the president. For example, in that last meeting, it was a meeting that we mostly spoke about this housing development. But over the course of the meeting, I did mention that just that morning that ICE had detained a Columbia University student. I mentioned to him that this was part of a larger trend that we had seen of 5 individuals being detained in or around Columbia University. I gave him a list of those 5. 30 minutes after the meeting, he called me and said he'd now made the decision to release her. And so I think we see in those decisions the worth of a relationship that is both honest and direct and looking to be productive. And that honesty means acknowledging places of disagreement. When I was telling him that, I also told him, as I've said time and again, that I believe these ICE raids to be cruel, to be inhumane, and to do nothing to serve in the stated interest that it has, which is that of public safety.
Given that you have found some common ground with President Trump, would you say at this moment you trust him?
I would say that he is someone I will continue to speak with, and that I think, like with any politician, myself or himself or any other one, we should be judged by the actions that we have.
You and President Trump arguably both won on similar messages of affordability. New York City already had one of the highest energy rates in the country. Now, the war with Iran has triggered the worst oil disruption in U.S. history. Is there anything that you can or will do as mayor to help alleviate some of the high costs that New Yorkers are bearing right now due to the war in Iran?
We are looking to deliver relief to New Yorkers, frankly, even from before this war, because while this war has exacerbated a cost of living crisis, that is a crisis that existed from even before the time I was running for mayor. And it's reflected in the fact that we are the most expensive city in the United States of America. But I think your question also gets back to the fact that this is a war to not just be opposed on political grounds, on moral grounds, but even just on economic grounds. We are speaking about a federal administration that has spent upwards of $28 billion killing thousands of people all the way over in the Middle East at the same time as we're being told that this money cannot be found to invest in working class Americans across this country. And I wish
Zohran Mamdani, when will you commit to calling President Donald Trump to forcibly reopen the Strait of Hormuz by offering long-standing concessions to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and the Islamic Republic of Iran? As a Shia 12er, this is well within your power. We all know you're practicing taqiyya right now as we speak. Why won't you get the president to commit to real long-standing cessation of hostilities with the Islamic Republic?
the words of Tupac from the 90s weren't still prescient, but they continue to be true for too many, which is that we always have money for war and not to feed the poor.
I know you're the mayor of New York, but there are diplomatic talks that President Trump says could be restarting. Do you support those diplomatic talks given the strong perspective that you have on Iran?
I support the end of this war, and anything that can deliver that I think is critically important. I support that not just as an American, but also as the mayor of this city, and I say that because at the core of any war is a dehumanization.
Okay, I was just joking, but it turns out she did low-key kind of ask that question. Like, that question is coming up. I was just kidding when I said it. Mr. Mamdani, do you approve of the new Ayatollah
that takes place? It is never confined to
Mr. Mamdani, what do you think about the reformist wing of the Islamic Republic? Mr. Mamdani, do you think that Galibaf could take over the role of Largiani as the pragmatic candidate, as the Speaker of the Parliament in Iran? That could potentially unite the IRGC hardliners and the moderate wing of the Islamic Republic, and therefore bringing about prosperity for the Islamic Republic for generations. Mr. Mamdani, why won't you commit to Galibaf becoming the next leader in a parliamentary structure in the Islamic Republic, moving away from the Ayatollah system, moving away from the supreme leader system that they currently have?
Battlefield. Recently, I read of a report of a hate crime that took place at a subway station. I called the young woman. She told me that she was a young Muslim woman and that right before her attacker threw her to the ground, the first thing that he said to her was, "I wonder how many Iranians we killed today." That's what these kinds of actions also breed. They breed a vision of the world where there is division, where there is a debate as to who belongs. We're looking to lead a city where we understand that anyone who lives here belongs here. It's time to deliver for all of them.
Let's talk about ICE. You just referenced.
Yeah, no, Hamas condemnations will definitely come, Chatter, who asked that question. Hamas condemnations will be demanded, and Hamas condemnations will roll through.
ICE. In the midst of the government shutdown, President Trump deployed ICE agents to airports across America, including right here in New York. In the wake of that, former Trump chief strategist Steve Bannon suggested that there could be a test run for sending ICE to polling places in the midterms. What will you do if ICE agents show up to polling places in the midterm elections?
I will do everything in my power to ensure that that is not the case. And I think it speaks to a vision of this country where democracy is something to be suppressed as opposed to something to be protected. And I think that what we are seeing time and time again is an attempt to utilize ICE for all of the other functions of government that Republicans are unable to fund because they don't want to ensure that these kinds of quality of service services continue across our country.
And I know you're not going to get into specifics of your conversations with President Trump, but have you directly raised this issue with him? Have you said to President Trump that you don't want ICE agents here ahead of the midterms?
I've said to the president it has nothing to do with elections. I've said to him time and time again that ICE is a cruel and inhumane agency, and that here in New York City, we are focused on delivering public safety. I talk about affordability every single day. I know that affordability, it is premised on the delivery of public safety first and foremost. That's why, whether it's the president I'm talking to or anyone else for that matter, I speak about the fact that our approach to public safety in New York City, it's working. We've delivered the lowest recorded murders in New York City history, the joint lowest recorded shootings in New York City history. Staten Island has gone more than 180 days without a murder. Major crimes are down by more than 9%. We know what we need to do to deliver.
Beauty. What turns me on is power.
Can't be redeemed with a shared bike. Hasanabi's superficial understanding of China is still better than most Americans' perception of China, which shows how deeply the average American public misunderstands China. Because Donald Trump is someone who, if you give him an inch, he thinks he could take a mile. So you need they feel so they feel unwanted and no longer can negotiate from a stronger position. If your enemy is, or if your adversary is a weakened adversary to begin with, you holy Orientalism, dude. This is the one area where I feel like it's not Orientalism. I would go so far as to say Confucianism as a fucking principle has remained calcified in many aspects of Chinese governance and Chinese culture, and it's been thousands of years at this point. It's not fucking Orientalism. It's just an accurate assessment as a white guy from afar. Okay? This is the one area where it's not fucking Orientalism. Like they do really ride for this shit. And they have seen some of the benefits of this as well. I fucking hate all the Western news article says she's court the dragon. I'm not doing that stuff. I'm not doing that stuff at all. Varying degrees, like, Confucianism's cultural relevance and but so I think that's the goal here. The flattery for Trump on the one hand, like the direct flattery for Trump, has worked. It has worked because they know exactly how to fucking play him like a fiddle. Okay? Than anybody else, obviously values diplomacy quite a bit, values stability quite a bit, and they know exactly how to flatter Donald Trump, and it fucking worked. I don't even think that's a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. I want to chart a different path forward with China, one that is collaborative in nature, one that is not creating unnecessary tension, unnecessary friction, one that revolves around cooperation, mutual respect for one another, understanding one another's goals and ambitions. Whereas the American perspective for the longest time has been single-minded, singularly focused on waging war with China. Well, now China is so strong that even many American analysts are starting to recognize that we might have to bite off a lot more than we can chew. Okay? That's the reason why you're hearing from so many different American analysts and people that have worked in the CIA, people that are former generals, that this is an unbelievable mistake. You're putting good money after bad if you think that you can actually catch up to China with all the defense bloat that we have. I think that Chinese development might yield a more peaceful path, a more peaceful future by force. But when I say by force, I don't even mean by like direct military intervention or like going to war with China directly. I mean by force as in like creating enough leverage and enough deterrence with your vast forces and with your productive capabilities that you cause the United States of America to second guess, and you cause the United States of America to make more restrained choices in its military adventurism all around the world, and certainly against China. This is a good thing, not a bad thing. So on that note, let's get into all of the coverage from my favorite subject, obviously. Trump meets Xi Jinping in high-stakes Beijing summit. So I have a very different approach, I think, than many Democrats do, certainly on this issue. I think this is good. I think this summit so far has been very good. It's been good for a couple different reasons. One, a lot of Fox News people finally went to China and got to experience like regular everyday Chinese experiences. And showing that to boomers is probably really good because boomers think China is a peasant country. Okay? Obviously, every single person in my community has a very different attitude because I literally went to China. I talk about China quite a bit. I talk about Chinese development quite a bit. So you've actually seen it. Okay? You've actually seen it personally when you watched me do live streams in China, right? In Beijing, in Shanghai, in Chongqing, in Chengdu, and also in Hong Kong. But most Americans think China is run by an agrarian peasant society that is still working at the rice paddy. It is backwards. That's like not dissimilar to the DPRK, and our understanding of DPRK is probably also different than what the DPRK looks like as well. Obviously, I'm not, saying it's fantastic, but like Americans are very sheltered when it comes to the way that they learn about our foreign adversaries. So when you have Brett Baier on Fox News in prime time going up to like Chinese stores and being like, look at this is a robot serving me a fucking sausage, a lot of boomers are going to be like, oh my God, they are so goddamn advanced.
Inside. This is the first of its kind for this kind of interaction. If you want to order something, hello, can I get a sausage, please?
Okay. Kaochan, 8.8 yuan.
This is inside.
Oh, baby. Yeah, also, there's a really funny, there's a very funny clip of Brett Baier has been the hero of this trip, okay? It's been very funny watching him go through the motions of like everyday Chinese existence. It's really funny. While Fox is complaining they got a ticket for illegal parking, this is what his team is doing. Beijing residents spotted this and uploaded to Douyin. Fox News Brett Baier filming in the middle of busy traffic. By the way, that is insanely dangerous, okay? Even fucking walking on regular sidewalks without paying attention to scooters whizzing by is dangerous. And this motherfucker's on the bike lane. I don't even know. This is probably one of the most dangerous things Brett Baier has done in his career. And I'm telling you, as someone who was there, even walking on the sidewalks without paying attention to the electric scooters that are unbelievably silent, whizzing past you at like 30 miles an hour, the fact that he's walking in the middle of the goddamn bike lane is insane to me, okay? Those mopeds, they're going to take him out. An 85-year-old Chinese auntie is going to kill Brett Baier if he keeps this shit up.
你瞧瞧现在哪有瓜呀？这都是大棚里的瓜，你嫌贵我还嫌贵呢。给我挑一个，给我挑一个行。这个怎么样？这瓜保守吗？我开水锅摊的能卖给你生瓜担子，我问你这瓜保。
Yeah. Brett Baer also complained about getting a ticket. They complained about flock cameras. Well, the Chinese version of flock cameras. That's also very funny. A couple things that I obviously also experienced was like that there is definitely a lot of surveillance that's in your face in Beijing, especially. Definitely in a lot of major Chinese cities as well, but certainly in Beijing, there's an environment of tension. Beijing is a very, I would say, uptight city in comparison to many of the other Chinese cities that I experienced. Shanghai is very Western facing. If you're really into like a Western cosmopolitan, there's something for everybody in China because it's so vast, it's so large, and there are so many significant cultural differences from city to city. If you like Western style cities, you will love Shanghai. That was, Austin's favorite. Or Hong Kong as well, if you like, Hong Kong cinema, for example. I liked Chongqing and Chengdu the most. Probably Chengdu was my favorite because there are very different, like very distinct cultural attitudes in these different cities. And I think Chongqing and Chengdu were, like real Chinese cities as opposed to like Beijing is basically like Washington, D.C. in many respects. It's very uptight. It's very serious. And there is definitely an environment of tension where you're like, I don't want to fuck up. I don't want to do something wrong here. And I didn't feel that way in Chongqing or Chengdu at all. Beijing is a really real city. No, it is a really real city, but it's also, it's the heart, right? Perhaps I didn't get a good shake of Beijing as well because it was the first city that we were in. Maybe we were tense for that reason, but that was my experience with Beijing. It's just very, very uptight, very corporate, or very, not even corporate necessarily, but just like very party centric, if that makes sense. Now, there's a distinction here, okay? American surveillance is covert. Chinese surveillance, on the other hand, is overt. Chinese surveillance is in your face. American surveillance is not so much in your face, with the exception of flock cameras and things like that, right? And I find that very interesting. Okay. Obviously, Brett Baer is, America literally does this already law. You can get a ticket in a mall in multiple cities due to automated cameras. Yeah.
In fact,
Fox News crew in Beijing got ticketed by CCP surveillance cameras after illegally parking for just 2 minutes. I have a lot of opinions on this. Okay.
In fact,
because on the one hand, the overt surveillance that's like constantly in your face in Beijing, especially, is an interesting culture shock for many Americans. And yet the things that they're fucking complaining about here are things that Fox News would absolutely want. Like Fox News viewers would actually want here American style. And in some respects, it already exists in the United States of America. You think the Fox News boomers don't want a permanent surveillance state to ensure that every single criminal is instantly booked and ticketed and actually go to fucking prison? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? You're mad that they have Insta cameras and Insta ticketing options. Okay, you're telling the boomers the wrong lesson. Because if you were an American boomer and you didn't have these racialized hangups because they're doing it Chinese style and therefore scary, you would look at this and go, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? The cities are clean. There's no homelessness. There's no fucking visible crime at all. Great. That's what I want. That's utopian. From the perspective of the white suburban boomers, right? They literally want that. So it's really funny when these guys look at what China is doing, when it's like, these are things that I'm critical of China, where I think it's like a little bit too strict. The social engineering that takes place in China is far too strict for my taste. I'm a social libertarian in many respects as a Westerner, right? This is the culture that I grew up in. This is the opinions that I have. But those fucking boomers, they're treatlerites in every respect. They would love this shit. They would love the constant presence of surveillance and what that does to crime rates in America, right? The difference, of course, is we have constant surveillance. We have constant surveillance, and yet it is not overt, but covert. We have flock cameras. We have probably a similar level of CCTV density in major cities in the United States of America. We certainly do in places like London, for example, to like the per capita CCTV density is probably fairly fucking high in the United States of America as well. I don't know the exact numbers. I wouldn't be surprised if it is, though, and especially with the new invention of flock cameras and Pegasus Palantir software and AI surveillance. We are doing Chinese-style surveillance. We're doing Chinese-style surveillance here in the United States of America already.
Our driver parked illegally for 2 minutes, and he got a message on his phone that he got a ticket for about $40 US because they saw it on the camera. Now, there are real questions what the CCP's goal is about citizen tracking and social scoring. They say it's to make everybody...
Dog, you're there. Stop with the social scoring. You know it doesn't exist, man. Jesus Christ, go talk to any Chinese person, please. Chinese people make jokes about social credit on Chinese social media to make jokes about how fucking stupid Americans are, by the way. They'll literally post that one wall of shame that they have where people crosswalk or people jaywalk on a crosswalk, and it just like poop immediately takes a photo of you and puts it on the wall of shame. They literally post that on Douyin and shit to be like, see, this is the social credit wall that Americans think is fucking social credit. Also, we unironically do have social credit. They don't. We do. That's what's so funny about it. We're like, oh, imagine having social credits as a system. Imagine having a social credit system. How dystopian. Bitch, we have it. They don't even have it. Every time there's like a regional pilot program that takes place in a country with 1.4 billion people, okay, and then the federal government's like, we don't like this, nix this program. That's literally what happened with the social credit system. It was for businesses in a certain area. It was a social credit system for specifically businesses in one fucking region. It never got implemented at the federal level, and Americans still talk about it endlessly. If you want actually a federal system that is restrictive and Americans would probably look at as dystopian, look at the hukou system, okay? That's one area that needs reform, in my opinion. It was perhaps very restrictive at the time, but maybe even beneficial for development. I don't know. And the current system, the current hukou system is just more so about like region locking you for social benefits that you get. Okay. I mean, you just said there was a ton of surveillance. Yeah, no, I know. I'm saying it made me uncomfortable, but boomers would probably love that shit. And boomers probably don't even recognize we have that shit. It makes me uncomfortable in America too. Hukou system is being reformed. A lot of Western leftists don't understand the changes that have been made to it in the past decade. No, I know.
You feel safe. These cameras are watching every minute. They're everywhere. And while they're watching us here in China, we hope you continue to watch. Special report from Beijing.
I say it's so cool we have flock cameras and no high-speed rail or interest in developing our infrastructure. We also literally do have this exact same system. Like I said, we have the flock cameras. We have mass surveillance, like always on, constant mass surveillance and AI tracking on top of that in the United States of America. Anyway. Doesn't right-wing Cope hate you? I don't think he hates me as much anymore. I think a lot of people have, a lot of former liberals, like former Destiny acolytes, have over time reformed on their undying hatred for me. And I think part of that is because they realized that like maybe Destiny wasn't the best person and was kind of lying to all of them about a bunch of other shit and just was an overall bad person. So that cleared up some of the negative framing that they had experienced, some of the negative framing that they had seen over and over again about someone like myself. That's what it feels like to me. I think most people are too used to their perceived freedom. In most European countries, the criminal code is super bloated with piracy, even getting you prison time. They don't realize how often they break the law because there isn't strict enforcement usually. Yeah, there's a lot more leniency in many respects in the Western world as well, yes. I think a lot of it is they were genuine in wanting fighters, and the same shift in the base happened with them. They're just libs. Wait, yeah. Oh, yeah, that too. One of the main stalkers you had that worked with him turned on him and doesn't hate you, really? Yeah, I know. I think that they just have been burned so much. Because Sex Pestini's community is tiny for the most part, but he has a lot of like loyal orbiters that they self-described orbiters that have like their micro influence. Some of them actually have like fairly prominent platforms as well. And over the years, he's like fucked them over so viciously and sometimes even like in criminal manner, basically doxing them, humiliating them, bullying them, that many of them realize like, oh, this is like genuinely a fucking bad person. And it caused them to second guess their previous opinions about even someone like myself, because like so much of his community is born around like this built resentment around who I am and what I represent in American politics being like cancerous from their perspective. And he'll go to all lengths to basically disparage and lie about his opposition. And once those guys basically found themselves in a similar predicament where they were also his opposition, they were like, oh, wait, he just fucking lies about everything. He's lying about me this way, so he might have been lying about Hassan as well. And I think that's what caused a lot of people to change their perspective. So Brett Baer had that take as well on the flock shit. But let's take a look at this.
But first, Big Brother is watching. There are literally cameras everywhere in Beijing. We are outside the Haidian station, and I can count at least 20 on this corner. In fact, in Beijing, they've added 1,500 cameras just this year alone. They see everything. There's nobody jaywalking here because they could get a ticket right away. In fact, our driver parked illegally for 2 minutes, and he got a message on his phone that he got a ticket for about $40 US.
Anyway, so yeah, you parked illegally, bitch. Eat that fucking ticket. This was an incredible moment for me, by the way. Stephen Chung, my favorite Trump loyalist. My favorite character from the Trump regime is Stephen Chung. He is so perfectly shaped. I can't even say he's rotund because he's more so angular, if that makes sense. And I love him. I love him so much. And I think you guys know this. I've talked about it quite a bit. This is Trump's media guy, obviously. He's the White House comms director. And I think he is an incredible person. Okay. He is so perfect. He is the most perfectly shaped guy of all time. Yes, he is Flats the Flounder. He is so Flats the Flounder shaped. And I love that. I personally love that. And I'm not alone in that love. Look at Xi Jinping's face. He's like admiring Stephen Chung's size. He's admiring the fact that Stephen Chung is a human being. This was a job before the White House. Yeah. He is admiring him. Like, look. He's like, how can a human being shape himself like this? I personally think if I had power, if I had any power, I would probably hire Yakuza bosses like this. Okay? I would probably find myself hiring people that just look so comical, you know, like henchman coded for really weird positions too. In the same way that Donald Trump has. He says, "What have they been feeding you, comrade?" You got it, boss. Physiognomy. It's incredible. He is incredible. I'm not even joking about this. Like, I don't need to joke about this. I'm being so sincere. He is incredible. He is so perfect in every way. Okay. Maybe my worst take. I think this frustrates people when I say like how much I fucking love Stephen Chung. But he is the top chud. Because he's just so chud shaped as well. He is the peak hench build. Oh God, I wish I knew more people like that. I wish I had more people like that in my life. Okay, yeah, you don't wake up looking like this. It's dedication. Like, he is dedicated to the craft. So, yeah, echoes of when Mao met Kissinger's tall wife. No, literally, that's what I was thinking too. Look, this is a very famous moment where Mao goes, "Oh my God, your wife is so fucking tall. Look at his face." Wait, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Watch this. He's like, "What?" And remember, Mao is fairly tall. He's like 6'1", fairly tall guy. And he is in awe. He's like, "What the fuck?" He goes, "That's your wife?" And Henry's like, "Yeah, that's my tall ass wife, man." That is literally what happened here. Okay. That is what happened here. It's the same shit. You laugh now, but he's going to make bank on Weight Watchers ad campaign in cyberpunk dystopian future. Stephen Chung, he will never lose the weight. Get the fuck out of here. How dare you say that? He will lose his perfect shape. I hope it never happens. Okay. I hope that never happens. That is a disaster of epic proportions. Anyway, Bolsonaro news. Production company of Bolsonaro movie left an unpaid coffee tab of $5K. Okay, dude, come on. Come on, lock in. All right, yes, Bolsonaro's a crook. She's 6 feet. He's 5'11". Mao was 5'11". I thought Mao was like 6'1". He was a lot taller in the real life sculpture that I saw in the Chinese. What is it called? What was the museum that I went to? The wax museum? Oh, it's a joke. Oh, you're making the 6'5'11" joke. Okay. No, Mao isn't over 6. No, he is. Sorry, I got really autistic. If you test me on cultural forces, historical figures from Chinese history, I will get really autistic for a second. All right. Let's get back to this now.
High-stakes handshake between superpowers. Chinese President Xi welcoming President Trump back to China for the first time in nearly a decade. Rolling out the red carpet. Chinese children there to greet Trump. After the pomp, Trump heaping praise on Xi.
You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true.
Sitting with their
That was such an Austin moment. When I heard that, I couldn't believe it. Many people, I always say China is beautiful. A lot of people don't like it, but I say it anyway. I shouldn't say it, but it's true. I shouldn't say it, but it's true.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Delegations at an expansive negotiating table, Xi saying they should be partners, not adversaries, that their common interests outweigh their differences. But the pleasantries a stark contrast to the challenges facing this critical relationship. In their over 2-hour meeting, Xi delivering a stark warning to Trump about Taiwan, which Beijing claims is its own territory. According to China's state media, Xi telling Trump if the issue is handled poorly, the two countries will collide or even clash. Trump tight-lipped.
How are your talks, sir?
It's great.
Did you talk about Taiwan?
Dude, by the way, it has been an unbelievable pleasure seeing Trump forced into submission and seeing him act like a normal politician. Okay? You rarely ever get to see it. Even with Putin, you don't get to see him behave like a real politician. He's like a child. Okay? I mean, he's like a child all the time, but he's like a bad child that is actually forced to behave like a good child for once. You know what I'm talking about? I'm sure you have like some relatives who are very spoiled or something. You know what I mean? And they in an unexpected moment, because they want to have ice cream or like a toy, they're told you have to behave for the duration of this event. And then they just sit quietly, very stiff, more stiff than they've ever been. Okay. And they wait like an obedient puppy for the treat. Right. And that's what's going on here with Donald Trump. It's been a fucking phenomenal thing to observe from afar. He was so good. You know how people say, oh, Trump became presidential in this moment or that moment when he bombed Afghanistan, he became presidential, whatever. This was one of the few instances where he was forced to behave like a fucking president. I've never seen anything like it. With Ukraine, he certainly isn't presidential. With Vladimir Putin, he is not presidential. He reduces himself with Vladimir Putin to a certain degree where it's like humiliating. This is perfect. Okay? It was the perfect amount. I could not fucking believe it. I've never seen Trump like this before. I was looking back in his 2017 visit to see if there was like similarities, but he was a lot different back then overall. This is the only time where I've seen him not fuck up. Okay? It's genuinely shocking after 10 years of Trump madness to watch him sit and stand next to a global force where he has to straight up act right.
Great place. Incredible. China's beautiful.
Trump hoped to use their sit-down to seal deals on trade and technology, bringing along with him over a dozen American business leaders, including Elon Musk and Apple's Tim Cook. But those ambitions overshadowed by the ongoing war with Iran. China is one of Iran's closest allies, buying more Iranian oil than any other country. And while Trump has said
By the way, they know how to fucking gas him, okay? The song YMCA will be played at the State Banquet for the Trump visit. They know how to gas him so good. The children, the little kids that were waving the American flags and the Chinese flags. First of all, this is a very like Eastern thing, like an Eastern country thing. For those of you who don't know, look, I grew up in Turkey, and you know, children are the future is like a very important part of the whole ordeal, where we have like an International Children's Day. You know what I mean? So in America, there's like a very weird, gross association with like involving children in politics in this way. I didn't grow up in that environment, in that culture at all. So like it might come across as weird for a lot of Americans when they see like little kids waving flags. But like, so the attitude in many parts of the world, not in the West for the most part, but in many parts of the world, is this idea that like children are the future, okay? And that children don't have the same violent worldview, the worldview born out of conflict. So like the idea is that the next generation, our children, are going to merge the world, that they all their perspective is an internationalist one automatically. Okay? Children are stupid, you mean? Of course, the cynical 96 would say the children are stupid. perhaps the better way to look at it is that children haven't been destroyed by capitalist indoctrination and a theory of conflict, even offensive realism that we've learned to implement and develop and believe. Okay. But yeah, Trump loved this shit. Okay. They're waving the American flag and the Chinese flag, and they're doing it in unison. They're organized. Look at him. He fucking loves it. He loves it. Which, by the way, for the record, not only is there's two different Chinese cultural forces at play here. One, children of the future. They have hope for a better tomorrow. This is not just a Chinese attitude either. I've definitely grown up in this environment in Turkey as well. But the other one is mutual prosperity. The concept of like mutual understanding and wanting to create an environment of peace, charting a more peaceful path forward through diplomacy. This is not just a Chinese attitude, but it's certainly one that is like very important in China as well. America used to do this as well to a certain degree with other countries. That's why we have like sister cities, right? We have sister cities and like mutual, like an environment of mutual understanding and trying to develop like some kind of cultural cross promotion and collaboration. So that's what this is, right? And the Chinese certainly want that, right? This is like a thing that. This is a thing that I definitely saw in China personally. It's something that many other countries have always done. I do think that the world has, in the accelerated neoliberal unipolar American hegemony, the world has grown dark, I would say. Like this was definitely a thing even in the Cold War. In the 60s, 70s, 80s, and post-90s, in the aftermath of the Cold War, I think this attitude started shifting, where we lost sight of an internationalist framework, where in many respects everything was global, but also there was a much more pessimistic attitude about a much more cynical attitude about mutual understanding and trying to chart a more peaceful path forward. The Chinese never gave up on that. Okay. So this is like a old world mentality, but in some respects, this was the fundamental principle of the West as well. This was like Western liberalism was all about, even if they didn't fully subscribe to it, or even if they were insincere in their advancement of this kind of idea, this notion is literally what the Western world was developed around, right? And it worked. Okay, this was unbelievably successful. It was so successful, this as well, was so successful, Trump brought it up in the first meeting that they had, where he was like, the kids, they were so wonderful. Obviously, we're all making jokes, because, he's an Epstein affiliate. But it did actually work in buttering Trump up, right? And he said he had a bunch of different moments in the Beijing summit so far that were very interesting. I will get to them talking about, Chinese food, for example. There's like funny moments as well. But here's some of the other top line moments.
Doesn't need President Xi's help to end the war. His own Secretary of State saying it topped the agenda. Trump pressing China to urge Iran back to the table and to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
We hope to convince them to play a more active role in getting Iran to walk away from what they're doing now and trying to do now in the Persian Gulf.
This morning, the White House saying the two sides agreed that the Strait of Hormuz must remain open to support the free flow of energy. Iran's chokehold on the strait now strangling the global economy.
Another recognition of weakness from the American side is going to your number one foreign adversary and basically begging them to help you untangle a quagmire that you found yourself in because Israel pushed you into bombing Iran. There's no way to look at this as anything but an unambiguous humiliation, an unambiguous defeat. America is being humiliated by a middle power, a regional power. Iran is winning. Iran has won. It's now up to us to recognize that fact and move differently.
Sending gas prices soaring back home and inflation spiking. Americans' budgets stretching thinner and thinner. In Los Angeles Wednesday, more than 2,000 families lining up at a food distribution center before supplies ran out.
It's really bad. That's why we're here. Prices are going sky high. Everything's really pricey, even the gas and everything. So it makes it a little bit hard.
And the two leaders wrapping up their first day with a lavish state banquet here, toasting to their
I mean, dude, who's got the bread lines now? The American, if you were to tell me when I was growing up that there was going to be a moment where the leader of the United States of America would be going to a communist country run by the Communist Party to beg them for help, financial aid, financial assistance in geopolitical incidents that they've caused, and there were food banks or bread lines taking shape in the United States of America, as the communist country they were going to had a much more positive trajectory. Most people would laugh at you for that. They'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? The fuck? What do you mean? Bread lines in America as opposed to the communist country? What are you, crazy? Brother, is it a communist or state capitalist? It is run by a communist party, okay? It is a country run by a communist party. It is a transitional socialist state. They have tremendous controls over flows of capital, where capital does not dominate the country dominates capital. That's a major distinction, okay? In any case, let's continue.
Special relationship, and President Trump returning the favor, just inviting President Xi to visit the White House at the end of September. Now, tomorrow will include another round of meetings, but it remains to be seen if they're making any real progress on the thorny issue.
Lenin is turning in his grave? What do you mean? Lenin himself was more cognizant of the reality of state monopoly in a transitional period. What are you talking about?
Issues, including trade and, of course, the war in Iran. Michael.
Yeah, we know if they do, you'll bring it to us, Mary. Thank you so much.
We're expecting to see the two leaders face to face in this hour, perhaps hear a little bit from them later in the hour. But tell us about what has happened thus far since you've been on the ground.
Well, so far, all we've seen is this very brief vision of President Trump getting off the plane. There was some pomp and circumstance. It was a red carpet, exactly what you would imagine President Trump would want arriving in China. He was greeted by the vice president of China, which shows how important this trip is, as well as a delegation on the ground. There were students with flags, with the Chinese and American flag. And then this is the first time we're going to see the two leaders together. And this is the first time they're going to see each other face to face. And this is really where you're going to see that big celebration, and one that President Trump remembers fondly. This is something that we saw back in 2017, a difference, of course, being that Melania Trump was by his side. But he's going to get out of the car and walk face to face with President Xi. They're going to go down this red carpet, and of course, you can see there the American flags flying.
We're going to listen in right now as we see them on that red carpet, meeting face to face and shaking hands. Let's listen and watch.
It's so funny that she doesn't speak English, or at least they say he doesn't. I think he does. And obviously Trump doesn't speak Mandarin. So there's no... He definitely does. He fucking visited the Golden Gate Bridge when he was 32 and then visited Iowa when he was VP. I think when he was VP, right? Like, he's been to America. He's a lot more familiar with American culture, American works than Trump is with anything China related. But this is always the case. This is something that a lot of people do not understand in the United States of America. There's a reason why I, a Turkish American citizen who literally fucking grew up in Turkey for the first 18 years of my life, and until like next year when I turn 36, will have spent more of my life on Turkish soil than American soil, okay? Have a profound grasp of American culture. Every other international citizen has to understand American culture because America has been the domineering force around the world. Maybe our children will probably look at Chinese culture in a similar way.
So, what to do with the future of Taiwan? Taiwan, major implications for both countries. Has not yet approved arms sales to Taiwan. The Democrats want to see happen. China will not.
So, Kristen, as we're watching these images of President Trump walking down this rope line of what looks like Chinese dignitaries, one thing I am noticing, and I wonder if you have some insights into this, is that it does not appear to be any, maybe, or many Western press in close proximity to the president right now. Is that your understanding of what's happening in this moment?
There is a small presence that is in that Great Hall. The press pool that traveled with the White House was given an option, or at least some of us were given an option to go there. There are increased rules, obviously, in China when it comes to the press. And for a lot of us, it was not going to be possible for us to actually broadcast from that location in real time, which is why there aren't a lot of networks there. Remember, the U.S. press pool has been credentialed by the White House and by China, essentially told by the White House that these are the people traveling with the president. So you'll see some of them on the ground there. It is a handful of people, but it is a small footprint that we have here among Western journalists that are on the ground.
Look at that. Look at that fucking beauty. Just look at that beautiful man. I feel like he's something beyond man, right? Like, I don't want to even call him a... Look at that beautiful specimen. Specimen is a better word for Stephen Chung. God damn, is he fucking pretty. Oh, what a beaut. I have so much love for people that just look like they're cartoons. Okay? He is cartoon shaped.
I will say, one of the interesting things I'm seeing here, too, is the body language between the two men. President Trump kind of grasping President Xi's hand when they were shaking hands, showing a lot of familiarity. I mean, President Trump is one who really kind of dotes on this relationship. He's often praising how close they are, how they get along, and you can see him really living that in real time with President Xi, kind of showing that closeness. And, he is not somebody who really shows a lot of affection, and he was sitting there patting his hand. So that was an interesting moment. You can see here now President Xi is shaking hands with.
Yes, I have the Xi Jinping mojito story. I know he loves Ernest Hemingway. Here. Xi Jinping is more American than most Americans from a 2015 speech. The Chinese people have always held American entrepreneurship and creativity in high regards. In my younger years, I read the Federalist Papers and Thomas Paine's Common Sense. I was interested in the life story and thinking of George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Franklin Roosevelt, and other American statesmen. By the way, this is very common amongst communist revolutionaries around the world. Ho Chi Minh is another great example of this as well. Ho Chi Minh was also an Ameriboo. Just so you understand, a lot of people hold the American founders in great reverence. Obviously, there are plenty of criticisms for the founders. I myself also have a similar attitude on it, where I take the good and the bad, right? The good and the bad of the American Revolution. There are numerous schools of Marxist thought on the American Revolution. I know that's been a big point of contention on Twitter as of late because of what AOC said. But regardless, most socialist revolutionaries, communist leaders around the world hold the American Revolution and the American founders and the founding principles to high regard. In any case, he read the life story and thinking, was interested in the life story and thinking of George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Franklin Roosevelt, and other American statesmen. I also read works of Henry David Thoreau, Walt Whitman, Mark Twain, and Jack London. I was most captivated by Ernest Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea and its descriptions of howling wind, driving rain, roaring waves, small boat, the old man, and sharks. So when I visited Cuba for the first time, I paid a special visit to the breakwater in Cojimar, where Hemingway wrote the book. And in my second visit to Cuba, I dropped by the bar Hemingway frequented and ordered a mojito, his favorite rum with mint leaves and ice. I just wanted to feel for myself what was on his mind and what the place was like as he wrote those stories. I believe that it is always important to make an effort to get a deep understanding of the cultures and civilizations that are different from our own. This is something that I try to urge others to do as well in the United States of America. This is one of the things that I try to get you guys to do all the time, to deepen your understanding of other cultures, to recognize them as human beings with different goals and different opinions, or similar goals in many respects as well. Okay? I believe it was Castro or Che Guevara who said a revolutionary must learn. A revolutionary, first and foremost, must educate himself. This is profoundly important. Okay? It's one of the worst aspects of American culture, how sheltered we are. And I think it's, in many respects, the deep-seated white supremacist notion that is fundamental to the development of Western civilization that has caused a lot of Americans to refuse to understand others. Because why do you need to learn about it? You don't need to learn about it at all. You just need to dominate. As a matter of fact, when you do learn about other cultures, it makes it harder to dominate them. It makes it harder for you to recognize them as something less than human, right? This is Western supremacy. It's white supremacy in general. This is a real problem. And it's been fine for the longest time for many Americans to not know or not care about other cultures beyond our very own. As a matter of fact, many Americans, I would say, don't even want to learn about their own culture. However, nowadays, the world is changing. There are other powers around the globe that are competitive with the United States of America, or even with the limited tools that they have, the limited economies that they have, with the limited productive forces that they have. They are capable of fighting back against the American empire. So now you definitely have to learn. If you want to be ahead of everybody else, this is something that you should remind yourself. Some of the biases that you have, as an American citizen, the understanding that the rest of the world is somehow lesser than us, because look at all the bounties of Western empire for a century and beyond, versus look at our foreign adversaries all around the world living in squalor, this notion that they haven't been able to develop. This is a backwards way of thinking, okay? This has been my secret weapon. And this is a secret weapon that I was, fortunately born into, right? I have a profound understanding of American culture. I see myself as an American, and yet I grew up in Turkey. I'm a dual citizen. And therefore, growing up in Turkey with a deep understanding of American culture has given me an internationalist perspective. And this has been unbelievably beneficial in my commentary, in my analysis, because when I look at a country like Iran, I don't just automatically assume that they're backwards and they're animalistic and they're primal and they just hate the Jews or hate America for no reason. I develop a deeper understanding of where that enmity comes from. And the same goes for China. Okay? This is very important. A lot of analysts, they read about China endlessly. They learn about China, but they never choose to understand China from a Chinese perspective. And that is the reason why they always have horse blinders. They think, oh, China's just building these cities. They're ghost cities. That's what they used to say in the 2010s. They're building these ghost cities to create economic activity or to flex on us, to show us that they have some sort of productive output here. Well, that's very stupid. If you actually just, dug in and listened to what they were saying at the time, it was very clear what they were doing, right? The horse blinders that we put on, even in some of the better read people in American society, some of these analysts that write for Foreign Policy magazine and the like, some of the analysts that are, that work in these think tanks, they have this horse blinder on where because of that, no matter how well read they are on China or Chinese history, Chinese military tactics, Chinese urban planning, they still cannot overcome. They still can't overcome the biases that they have about China. So they just don't trust it. They don't trust it. They don't believe what they read. And then they constantly find themselves. They constantly find themselves confused. They constantly find themselves being wronged. Like they constantly find themselves on the receiving end, or not on the receiving end. What is a better way to explain it? Americans consistently are wrong about China for this reason, no matter how well read they are. Okay, and it's not just China. It's the same with Iran. It's the same with Afghanistan. It's the same with Russia. It's the same with the USSR. Okay. Because biases can be very powerful, okay? If you're unbelievably biased, if you have these major blind spots, if you're perpetually prejudiced, exactly, you can do the reading, but you'll always be caught blindsided by what your foreign adversaries are doing, what they're capable of accomplishing. This is a weakness. This is why I always say bigotry isn't just violent, dangerous, but it's also bad for the person holding the bigoted opinion. Okay? It's cope. It's stupidity. When you have these blind spots, you can be the most well-read person, but you still fail to grasp what's going on in front of you. So, Jeet here says this is more revealing as a statement of what education was like and might still be like for Chinese elites than what it says about Xi, aside from the personal touch about Hemingway. Jack London stands out, very highly regarded in communist world as an exemplar of naturalism and for his own socialism. In those terms, Hemingway was a continuation of London, while Thoreau, Whitman, Twain can be seen as forming a line of enlightened, progressive, democratic writers. Yeah. My greatest superpower in analysis is not dialectical materialism. Okay? I know a lot of people think that that's the case, and that is a very important part of my analysis and the way I see the world, the way I see this global design. I think my greatest superpower is that it's dialectical materialism paired up with an internationalist framework, one that actually recognizes that even our adversaries, no matter how violent they might be presented as, still have a logical through line, right? Because you can be equipped with the skills of Marxian analysis, okay? But if you have these unbelievably powerful biases that you learned that you learned since birth, basically, like American exceptionalism, the idea. You're talking out of your ass, homie. No true Marxist-Leninist isn't internationalist. There are still plenty of Americans who consider themselves to be MLs who actually fail on this front. And the reason why is because biases and perception can cloud your judgment. That is the point I'm trying to make, okay? Jesus Christ. I know that dialectical materialism is itself an international framework ontologically. I know. But if you can't apply it to countries that you have seen as adversaries, both ideological adversaries and just like foreign adversaries that are constantly seeking out the death and destruction of America, okay, without recognizing that these countries just want survival, they want dignity, okay, then you're not fully reaching the comprehensive adoption of dialectical materialism. That's my point. Yes, sure, we can always posture as someone being a fake ML, fake Marxist-Leninist, someone not fully understanding the principled interpretive tools, the principled interpretive approach within dialectical materialism. But that doesn't mean anything at the end of the day, because we're talking about fucking human beings, and human beings are imperfect, and human beings are always going to be susceptible to social conditioning. Human beings are irrational. My goal is to try to get you to overcome those irrational behaviors.
With the delegation that traveled with President Trump, including some of his top aides, his son, Eric Trump, Lara Trump, all of them waiting there to meet the Chinese president.
He can't afford to lose in Iran, but the level of escalation is going to have to be pretty significant, and it won't be bombing these missile sites. He's going to have to take aim at some of the oil and gas sites in Iran. But if he does that, that's going to cause a lot of retaliation and lead to higher inflation in the United States. So President Trump is boxed in a lot of ways. He's trying to find wiggle room. Maybe this visit can help that, but that's why the stakes are incredibly high. And as I said before, Americans, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, we should all be rooting for President Trump. We want President Trump to succeed. We don't want him to give away the shop. We don't want him to make unnecessary compromises on Taiwan. It's great. We're going to get purchases of American soybeans and planes, but in exchange, we have to very aggressively support American interests.
The kids like what you were just saying.
Yeah, what happens when American interests shift? What then? Because here's what it is, right? What happens when America or Americans realize that it's not in America's interest to consistently saber rattle against China? What then? Because I don't believe it is in America's interest to saber rattle against China, our foreign adversary that we are reliant on for virtually every aspect of American domestic production. 30% of all trade. It's ridiculous. It's a sham. It's a lie. Now, obviously, this also to a certain degree existed with the USSR as well, but never to this degree. International trade in the aftermath of the Cold War, under the period of global neoliberal control, has been very different. It's a complex web that is unbelievably fragile, and Iran has demonstrated its fragility. Everything falls apart if the system is not working as intended. America, which wrote the rules, America that was the architect of this global design, is now suffering from its over-reliance on China. So I say, lean into it. You designed it. China is now beating us at our own game that we designed. Time to chart a different path forward. It's that simple. And when I say stuff like this, people go, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God, you're fucking dirty commie. You love China. Why don't you go live in China? All this shit. But perhaps even Trump has a more realist perspective here about America's capabilities in a way that is genuinely shocking. But I guess not so shocking if you know how Donald Trump operates. Donald Trump respects power more than anything else. And from that framework, he is not ideological whatsoever. As Gabor Mate was correctly pointing to, Trump is not an ideologically committed fascist. I agree with that. His actions are fascist because he sees that that is the most successful way to secure power in the United States of America, leaning into unexamined racial wounds, for example. White supremacy has always been an unbelievable force of galvanizing the working class, the lumpen pros, the reactionaries alike. And he's done that. But he's not, in the same way that like Stephen Miller is, an ideologically committed fascist. Okay? He is a realist in certain instances. Perhaps that's the reason why he's been so vicious about Hamas. So vicious about the fate of Palestinians, where he just goes, it doesn't matter. You can bomb Lebanon if you want. It's clear that the Lebanese paramilitary group that also has its own, political party, Hezbollah, is incapable of dealing devastating blows directly to Israel. They can deal devastating blows to the Israeli occupation, but not necessarily Israel, the nation. Whereas Iran is in a different predicament. But Iran is still weaker than China, for example. And therefore, when it comes to China, Trump takes a very different tone than he does with the Palestinians or even Iran. With Iran, it's different than the Palestinians. Obviously, it's more conciliatory in comparison because he's forced to reckon with that. And he's going through the motions right now of that recognition. But when it comes to China, he doesn't want to even disrupt these forces at all. He tried with Liberation Day and the tariff stuff, right? He tried to wage tariffs war with China, and he ate a fucking sizable L there, right? He caused tremendous disruption around the globe in international trade. But he ultimately had to back away, as I told you he would. Okay? That's why we have the taco Trump method anyway, right? Notice how Trump treats Europe versus how he treats China. There is tremendous reverence with the way that he deals with China as opposed to the way he deals with Europe. There's even more reverence with the way he deals with Russia as opposed to Europe. Because on the one hand, he understands power and he respects power. But also, on the other hand, he fucking hates people who cave and capitulate, especially from a weak position. That's why he has no respect for Europe, and that's why he has no respect for the Democratic Party in the United States of America. Okay? Two forces on this planet have been able to, well, let's say three. Okay? I'm going to give you one funny one and two serious ones. Three forces on this planet have made Trump second guess his approach. Okay? China has made him strike a very different tone. Iran has made him second guess America's capabilities. And Zoran Mamdani. Zoran Mamdani is obviously the funny one. But why does Trump respect Zoran Mamdani, but he doesn't respect the Democrats? People always fucking ask this question, right? They don't understand it. It's because Zoran Mamdani is coming at Trump from a position of power in an area that he cares about quite a bit. Okay, the respect and reverence that Zoran has from the elite class, the intellectuals, the cultural forces in this country that Trump has always wanted. Popularity, real popularity. That's why he likes Zoran and treats Zoran differently than he treats the rest of the liberal politicians. He expects liberal politicians to grovel in front of him. He knows that when liberal politicians grovel in front of him, they're not doing it from a place of having any sort of power and demanding something from Donald Trump. They're just groveling because they're worried about being stomped on. Okay? The same goes for European elites. He has tremendous disdain for European elites. He has tremendous disdain for the liberal Democratic Party, the corporate wing of the Democratic Party, and he has tremendous disdain for the European elites because the expectation there is you have to grovel, you have to beg, and you'll be happy for the crumbs I throw your way. Very different attitude in China, don't you think? Perhaps there's a reason for it.
We're just going to listen in for just a second here. I mean, this is a pretty extraordinary image of young children.
Yeah, I don't think it's sincere. I think these kids were put up to it.
Well,
really?
Something tells me that they were strongly
I thought this was
encouraged.
all organic. I thought everyone just happened to be here at the same time.
We'll listen in for just a moment and watch this moment.
But the symbolism would suggest that they are eager to make some kind of deal. And as Jason mentioned, they're not in a great position either. I know they have vastly more oil reserves, but look, their net import of oil is down 20%. This is not an economy that is in a strong position. They've been facing a real estate crisis for 5 years. They need to export all of these goods. Domestically, demand is not what it was. And so as much as we want this war to end, look, 50% of their oil comes from the Middle East. So I think, frankly, in this moment, there might be more to be aligned on. Of course, the tech piece of this is huge. Trump brought a huge coalition.
What do you say to the Clinton News Network desperately begging for an Ellison takeover when they have one of the most consequential American foreign policy moves being made in broad daylight, and they choose to bring a fucking New York Post correspondent on to deliver insightful analysis? The fuck does the New York Post know about China, man? I joke, but I literally am a better fucking analyst on China and Chinese-American relationships than fucking Lydia Moynihan of the New York Post. What are we doing? All you're doing is diluting your audience. Why? I genuinely don't understand why. What purpose does this serve? I know that the goal here is obviously to maintain social conditioning, to maintain this approach that we have to fucking posture against China and behave this way. But even Fox News is probably lapping CNN at this point because of partisan reasons. Okay? Fox News has to take a very different tone on China now because Trump is taking a different tone on China. So Fox News has to follow along. You can't. God. It's just open your fucking eyes, man. It's right in front of you. It's hitting you in the head. What are you doing? You know? I don't know why people would rather delude themselves into thinking that the world is very different than it actually is, just so you can feel comfortable about America's position on the globe, rather than try to develop a better understanding about where China is right now. This chatter says, don't talk about China like you know it. You know nothing of China. This bitch talking, buy America, you suck. Bro, you popped out of the ground like a daisy. Some of us have family who were commies. Don't talk about China like you know it. Bye. Lady who gets mad at me for saying, as a, analyst in America, as a commentator in America, I'm not positive enough about China, I guess. Or maybe you were talking about the person.
Of business and tech leaders, and China is desperately trying to get our AI chips. They need that capacity to continue to grow their own economy. We're in an AI race head to head with them, and they recognize they need NVIDIA, they need some of these microprocessors, and hopefully that's a huge point of leverage that Trump stands firm on, because there's been a ton of IP theft. We need to make sure that our companies...
Bro, it's 2026. It's 2026. Stop. Even the Republicans don't talk about IP theft anymore. What are you doing? Dude. This is so dumb. What the fuck are you talking about? IP theft in the big 226. What are we doing, bro? Like, IP theft right now unironically sounds like JD Vance coming out and being like, well, China is a nation of peasants. By the way, if you're wondering why JD Vance is not there, that could be an answer. When JD Vance said, why should we worry about China? They're a nation of peasants. Why would we worry about a backwater nation of peasants? Let me tell you, I was in China right after he said that. Okay? That was an incredibly fucked up thing to say about China. That was genuinely one of the worst things JD Vance could have said. I mean, they're willing to let Marco Rubio into the country by, changing his name after the sanctions that they implemented, but they were not willing to let that one go. I'm willing to bet.
We borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture.
That was the worst choice of words that this fucking moron could possibly sequence together. Okay? The absolute worst thing you could say. It's not only obviously untrue, okay, but it's also so fucking racist that every Chinese netizen that heard this statement lost their fucking mind. I mean, he said this in 2025, and this did insane numbers on like Douyin and Xiaohongshu and all the fucking Chinese websites. They were all dunking on him. They were making fun of him, being like, look at us, we're peasants. And then they would show their like AI tech and stuff like that. But it was very frustrating to hear. I don't pay attention to the news cycle for a bit, and the American century and Chinese century of prosperity is in full swing. Yes. I'm willing to bet that played a role. That played a big role in why JD Vance is not in China today, in Beijing at the summit today, even though he has ambitions of higher office. If you're wondering why, despite his very clear ambition for higher office, he didn't go to one of the most consequential meetings in China, this is it.
That is not a recipe for economic prosperity. It's not a recipe for low prices, and it's not a recipe for good jobs in the United States of America.
Explain to us how you get manufactured.
Anyway.
Are protected in that regard.
The Washington Post had a pretty big report today based on some intelligence sources that say that there's a U.S. analysis that details that China is exploiting the war in Iran to maximize its advantage over the United States across military, economic, diplomatic, and other fields. And that actually includes their efforts to kind of stretch their soft power, their hard.
It's a twofold disrespect too, using the term peasants in a disrespectful manner to say that they're backwater peasants. That's also historically fucked up too, you know? Because like the modern attitude, like, or at least like the communist attitude on this is that, yes, China is a nation of peasants that rose up against all odds and you know, and created a government that is run by said peasants, or at least cares about uplifting the material conditions of all Chinese citizens, including the peasants. Peasants played a very important role in the revolution.
Power and their soft power.
An enormous amount of leverage in here. One of the things that we're not talking about is the fact that President Trump needs a favor from President Xi. That favor is to reach out to Iran, this close ally, and essentially ask them or pressure them to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
I think this stuff is good, though. This stuff is ultimately good because it will cause people to come to our side on this issue. Hopefully. Many people that have yelled at me for years and years because they just didn't know about what the modern Chinese existence looks like, how much China has developed, is now forced to reckon with that because the changes are even more apparent since 2017. Okay? That's it. So people will slowly but surely come to terms with the reality.
Peace deal. The big question now is, what does he want in exchange for that? What does he want in exchange for that when it comes to Taiwan? What does he want in exchange for that when it comes to business deals? That is a big ask. And what is he going to use, President Xi, as leverage to get what he needs out of this when President Trump comes to him?
应当做伙伴而不是对手，相互成就，共同繁荣，走出一条新时代。 大国正确相处之道。
I went from writing papers on the evils of Chinese surveillance to glazing Big Xi because of broadcasts like yours. Not anecdotal, but there's a shift, brother. I know, but broadcasts like mine are very limited in reach. And like anything that I've said that is remotely positive about China over the last decade or so was almost always met with tremendous enmity. Okay? By liberals, by, pro-NATO liberals, by American imperialist liberals. Because American imperialism and American exceptionalism is one of the hardest forms of propaganda to cut against. Okay? It's taken a decade or so to get here for even this community. This community would fucking shove words back down my goddamn throat. There are still so many fucking people in the edges of this community and outside of this community, far beyond this community, that will actively say, oh, Hassan's analysis on China is just glazing China. It's fucking bullshit. It's like, he's such a... Like, they have a very reactionary opinion on it. There are still articles being written today, purposely misunderstanding my criticisms of China as well, at times. Purposely misunderstanding my criticisms of China, and then... acting as though my perspective, my positive opinion on China is coming from a place of being a campist, where my analysis is not born out of what I'm seeing, right? With a recognition that the Chinese are a sovereign state, a sovereign nation, a sovereign people that have their own goals, their own ambitions. But instead, my analysis is America bad and that's it. China is cool, but you do dick ride it a little too much. Man, some dicks are worthy of being rode. What the fuck do you mean? I would be dick riding America into oblivion if we had a decent form of governance that could control the flows of capital, that could actually engage in even development, focus on fucking rebuilding Gary, Indiana, Buffalo, West Virginia in its entirety. So many forgotten places, okay? Imagine having robust high-speed rail across the entire country, the entire fucking continent. Are you kidding me? Imagine our foreign policy looking like the Chinese foreign policy, the Chinese approach, instead of constantly dominating and recreating like colonial vestiges in the way that we have all around the world. We actually focus on genuinely developing these countries. We focus on building a robust manufacturing base on U.S. soil. If we had done that for the past 100 years, I'd be riding America's dick super hard too. Yeah. I mean, this is it. Like, Americans will look you dead in the eye and tell you that the American system is superior to China's because we get to be represented by people like this instead of competent bureaucrats. So, even when we recognize we're dysfunctional, we're still a temporarily embarrassed utopia that just needs people to vote hard enough the next time. The illusion of choice is all we need to feel superior to half the world despite falling behind on every observable metric. And I'm not even saying like the Chinese system is superior and we must use that system. We must become like a one-party state controlled by the Communist Party, which I'm not saying that. Okay? To each their own, right? To each their own. To each their own. To each their own. Maybe it works for China. Maybe it could work for us. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. All I'm simply stating is, let's move in that direction. People love saying China is capitalist, and that's why it's so prosperous now. Okay, let's do Chinese-style capitalism in America. How about that? Then they go, no, it's communist. You can't do that. And I've spent my whole fucking life having to deal with that. Okay? I say, okay, Norway has, tremendous nationalization. Norway has nationalized its entire extraction industry, right? From the forests down to the oil on the ground. Let's do that. If Norway is not socialist, let's do Norwegian-style socialism. They say no, then it's fucking communism. I say, look at China. Look at how well China has developed. Perhaps there's a lot of important lessons to learn from that. They say, oh, it's because of capitalism. I go, okay, let's do that kind of capitalism. They go, no, that's communism. The fuck are we doing? What the frick are we doing? Yeah, Musk's youngest son wears Chinese-style vest on the morning of May 14th. Musk, alongside Apple CEO Tim Cook, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, and more than a dozen other American business representatives. What caught people's attention was the 54-year-old Musk brought his 6-year-old youngest son on this trip, and photos show him wearing a top with Chinese elements. Yeah. And then he wrote in Chinese, my son is learning Mandarin. Dude, the super wealthy are showing you where the future is, by the way. Elon Musk is not alone on this. A lot of super wealthy people are teaching their children Mandarin. Do you want to know why they're doing that? Because they want to prop them up. They want to prop their next generation up to be equipped with the knowledge and the skills to live in the Chinese century of prosperity. It's that fucking simple. This is a Chinese diaspora account. I don't really give a shit whether it's a Chinese diaspora account or not. What I'm talking about is Elon Musk's response to the Chinese diaspora account, which is that he's teaching his son Chinese. I don't understand why some people think the children were forced to welcome Trump. Beijing's school newspapers have published many interviews with these students. These people all voluntarily sign up and only go after the competition. It's like giving a primary school kid the opportunity to leave school and meet both Xi Jinping and Trump at the same time. Who wouldn't want to go? It's racism. Americans don't understand it. They think, oh, these kids were forced at gunpoint. They have to. The American perspective is China does good thing, but at what cost? China does unique thing at what cost? China does the same thing that America does, but they do it Chinese style, so it's bad. I mean, we cover fucking Chinese museums as though they're doing propaganda, not realizing that that's what fucking museums do in America as well. And it's very annoying, but that's just how it is. That's why they do it. So anytime you read in the American newspaper anything that's going on in China, you have to remember that they are framing it in a very sinister way. You know? I mean, even I received some of this like similar this similar bias framework, right? Part of the reason is because of my ideological framework. But like, I'll go to Cuba and they'll be like, Hassan went to Cuba to throw food at poor people and make them dance, right? You go to Cuba to deliver humanitarian aid. They say, oh, he just went to Cuba to like, to use the Cubans as a puppet to do propaganda.
You know, why wouldn't I support that? So I'm proud to have that vote. And also something that the president said before he left for China. I mean, he said something that got clipped. I'm not thinking about American people financially, but what he really was saying, he did say is like, you know, I'm really thinking that we can't ever let Iran building a bomb. And I mean, that's the essence of what that is. And to hold that line, I mean, how could we just walk away?
Yeah, thank God for American democracy where we got guys like this.
Wait, and not let that
He talks like long Nick Shirley. Oh my God.
happen. And now the whole world should join us, stand with us. China, you know, Europe, all these other countries should say we should demand Iran end their nuclear ambitions. And now we can all get back to building up all of our nation and parts of the world. So that's here. You know, why wouldn't I?
Yeah. Americans would look you dead in the eye and tell you the American system is superior to China's because we get to be represented by people like this instead of competent bureaucrats. Even when we recognize we're dysfunctional, we're still a temporarily embarrassed utopia that just needs people to vote hard enough next time. The illusion of choice is all we need to feel superior to half the world, despite falling behind on every observable metric. Every 2 or 4 years, I love getting to exert my will to decide which businessman's grandson will represent me. And they never end up representing me. They end up representing, obviously, corporate interests. So there is that reality as well. Make no mistake. I think theoretical democracy is certainly a progressive historical force. Okay, was certainly a progressive historical force and still has the capacity to represent a progressive historical path forward. The problem is we don't really have a real democracy. We have a theoretical democracy, but we don't have a real democracy. Okay? And it's certainly not functional. So what the fuck do we do? Anyway, here is True to Parsi. Just before Trump met with Xi, Iranian news services reported that Chinese ships had begun transiting the Strait of Hormuz under the Iranian mechanism. While Beijing rejects a toll, it has been open to paying an administrative fee for the environmental upkeep of the strait, which is just another way to frame the toll. This agreement neutralizes American pressure on China to side with the U.S. to open the strait, since the waterway is open to China. In fact, it reverses the pressure. It stops these ships from transiting as a part of the American blockade. Trump will be picking a losing fight to Xi while in Beijing. Instead of Trump pressuring China to help open the strait, China will pressure the U.S. to make sure the strait isn't blocked for Chinese ships. This is yet another way in which Trump's adoption of the FDD's proposal for a blockade of the blockade is backfiring on the U.S. The sooner Trump stops listening to FDD and its allies, the safer America will become. Yeah, this is a different understanding as well. China says no toll for traveling international waters, but this could be a way for China to say like, well, technically the Omani and the Iranian coastline is what actually covers the Strait of Hormuz, and therefore maybe it's not international waters. But I don't know. Well, only time will tell. Only time will show what the Chinese ambitions are here, and we'll probably find out fairly soon. We'll find out soon enough. Okay?
In the new era. Mr. President, I look forward to our discussions on major issues important to our two countries and the world, and working together with you to set the course for and steer the giant ship of China-U.S. relations, so as to make 2026 a historic landmark year that opens up a new chapter in China-U.S. relations. I will pause here and hand over to you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Well, President Xi, I want to thank you very much. First of all, that was an honor like few have ever seen before. And I think I was particularly impressed by those children. They were happy. They were beautiful. The military is obvious. It couldn't be better, but those children were amazing, and they represent so much. And I know they represent so much to you. You and I have known each other now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship of our two countries that any president and president has had. And that's, to me, an honor. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I would call you, and you would call me. And whenever we had a problem, people don't know, whenever we had a problem, we worked that out very quickly. We're going to have a fantastic future together. Such respect for China, the job you've done. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth. And I just want to say on behalf of all of the great delegation that we have.
Yeah. When I love shit like this because this also kind of reminds me of like the Fox News Zoran approach. Fox News would be like, Zoran is an Islamist jihadist, and then Trump will stand right next to him and be like, I love this guy. And then Fox News has to be like, oh, okay, well, Trump loves Zoran, and that's a good thing for bipartisanship. Same with this. Same with this. Now listen. Nobody rewards people for being right, but too early. Okay? Unfortunately, that's what being a leftist is all about. But you should not worry about you should not worry about where things stand, and you should just be excited at the prospect of attitudes shifting. Okay? This is what we will probably hear from liberals in many respects. Like, this is what's going to happen over and over again, I think. And that's what I do worry about a little bit. Like, liberals are going to try to ramp up anti-China sentiment because, like, they negatively polarize against everything that Donald Trump is doing. Everything that Donald Trump does is bad. Even so, you have the right giving you props. Now Virillium mentioned you in a video and it wasn't shitting on you. I don't know what Virillium is. I think, though, in a long enough timeline, that's a Nazi. Oh, ew, gross. Virillium? I don't know what the fuck that is. A Nazi YouTuber? Stop bringing up YouTubers. You're paying their bills. True. Bro, did you hear Bleem Blop is talking about you? I didn't. All right, let's get back to China.
We have the greatest businessmen, the biggest, and I guess the best in the world. We have amazing people, and they're all with me. Every single one of them. We asked the top 30 in the world. Every single one of them said yes. And I didn't want the second or the third in the company. I wanted only the top. And they're here today to pay respects to you and to China. And they look forward to trade and doing business, and it's going to be totally reciprocal on our behalf. So I really look very much forward to our discussion. It's a big discussion. There are those that say this is maybe the biggest summit ever. They can never remember anything like it. I can say in the United States, people aren't talking about anything else. But it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend. And the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now a toast by President Xi.
Bro, Donald Trump's going to come back from China with one of these, okay? He's going to come back from China with one of these motherfuckers. One of these bad boys. Would you wear the Malfit if you were to meet President Xi? I would wear whatever the fuck he wants me to wear, okay? But yes. I'm so excited about the Zhongshan suits. I'm waiting because like I keep wearing the gray one and I've worn it so much. I've worn it so much that like it's so iconic, but I've worn it so much I need different colors, so I'm excited. What is there, no translation? That's crazy.
The two peoples, and to the health of President Trump and all the friends present.
So much word 4 times. Well, yeah, because it's like such a it's such a unique look in America that you wear it 4 times. People are like, "Oh, you're really, really wearing it all the fucking time." What's up, Beijing? Speak a little Chinese for him. All right, let's see what Trump had to say. Oh, after he speaks, there's an English translation?
Honorable President Donald J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to host the state banquet in honor of President Trump during his state visit to China. On behalf of the Chinese government and people, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to President Trump and the U.S. delegation.
Okay, that's crazy that that's all he said.
Year develops the start of China. This is a historic visit. This year marks the start of China's 15th five-year plan for economic and social development. The over 1.4 billion people of China, drawing on the rich heritage of our over 5,000-year civilization, are advancing Chinese modernization on all fronts through high-quality development. This year is also the 250th anniversary of American independence. The over 300 million American people are reinvigorating the spirit of patriotism, innovation, and enterprise, and ushering in a new journey for the development of the United States. The people of China and the United States are both great peoples. Achieving the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and making America great again can go hand in hand. We can help each other succeed and advance the well-being of the whole world.
This is a little bit of a flex, but he got it like that. They do be having it like that, if we're being real.
55年前，尼克松总统派基辛格交了国际书和国际推动。
55 years ago, President Richard Nixon sent Dr. Henry Kissinger to visit China, and ping-pong diplomacy was carried out between our two countries. Through efforts of the two governments and peoples, the door that had remained frozen for over 20 years was opened, marking a milestone in contemporary international relations. From then on, China and the United States have written many chapters of friendship through mutual openness and cooperation. Under the new situation, President Trump and I, fully aware of the expectations of our two nations and the international community, have had multiple meetings and phone calls and kept China-US relations generally stable.
今天和我们两边关系繁荣。
In-depth exchanges. Today, President Trump and I had in-depth exchanges on China-US relations and the international and regional dynamics. We both believe that the China-US relationship is the most important bilateral relationship in the world. We must make it work and never mess it up. Both China and the United States stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. Our two countries should be partners rather than rivals. President Trump and I also agreed to build a constructive China-US relationship of strategic stability to promote the steady, sound, and sustainable development of China-US relations and bring more peace, prosperity, and progress to the world.
尊敬的特朗普总统先生、女士们、先生们、朋友们，纵观中美关系发展历程，能不能做到相互尊重、和平共处、合作共赢，是中美关系能否稳定发展的关键所在。当今世界变乱交织，中美关系承载着两国17亿多人民的福祉，关乎世界80多亿人民的利益。
Peace, China, Trump, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Looking back at the course of China-US, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Looking back at the course of China-US relations, whether or not we could have mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation is the key to...
Bro, this is, oh God. Okay, I don't even want to listen to this speech. It's literally the same. Okay, I have heard this speech 10 times at least, okay? It's literally the exact same speech. Like, down to the fucking words. And I don't know what I was like expecting. I don't know why I thought it would be any different, because obviously China's goals have not changed with their relationship with America. If anything, if the takeaway from this conversation is that America should be a little bit more cooperative with China, then the American dynamic will have changed dramatically. You just killed a motherfucker. Least you could do is speak some Chinese. Wait, what?
Whether the relationship can advance steadily. The world today is changing and turbulent. China-US relations concern the well-being of the over 1.7 billion people of both countries and affect the interests of the over 8 billion people of the world. Both sides should rise up to this historic responsibility and steer the giant ship of China-US relations forward, steadily and in the right direction.
最后，我提议。
Oh, speak a little Chinese to him, Derek. That's weird. You were doing the come town bit. I didn't understand it first.
为中美两国发展繁荣和人民幸福，为中美关系的美好未来和两国人民的友谊，为特朗普总统。
Wait, generic ballot polling trend among independent voters by Signal. October 2022, Republicans 51, R plus 9. April 2026, amongst independents. Democrats get a D plus 23, Republicans at 25 points. A net 32-point swing towards Democrats. Oh my fucking God. 25 points? That is, dude, 25% is crazy. Oh God, abysmal. What is this for your Nate Blauen interview? It was a Dem State convention at 424. Blauen was the leading progressive, but has fallen out of favor with many on the left. Liban Mohammed won the RCV vote at the convention, 51-49 over McAdams, the establishment guy. Liban is endorsed by Ilhan Omar and has momentum. The primary is not RCV. Liban and Nate will split the vote, helping McAdams get the nomination. Yeah, I know.
以及在座的各位朋友的健康，干杯！
Now please join me in a toast to the development and prosperity of China and the United States and the well-being of our people, to the bright future of China-US relations and the friendship between the two peoples, and to the health of President Trump and all the friends present. Cheers.
干杯！
Cheers.
Right, too early? Yeah, this is... Xi literally said the exact same words. Exactly. To... China and U.S. should be partners, not rivals in 2024 to Blinken in the exact same place, the Great Hall of the People, presenting as some sort of extraordinary concession that Trump would have extracted from China is hilarious, and the insane popularity of this post, a sad testament to how ignorant people are. 129,000 likes on this. I never in a million years would have thought she would say something like that. Lauren Chen, who is weirdly pro-China, but also unbelievably reactionary in every other fucking regard, also has been, also corrects the record, even though no one listens. This is very standard rhetoric from China towards America for anyone who pays attention. I'm struggling to recall China even mentioning America as an adversary or anything overtly hostile. Yeah. This is why I think we could unironically convert the hogs to be communist. I swear to God, I'm kind of joking. Okay? I swear to your haters trying to find a new way to tie you to Nick Fuentes. Nick Piker and Hassan Fuentes are both saying voting Democrats for the purpose of the midterms. I don't know what happened to this guy, man. I used to like this guy a lot. And then they just like lost their fucking mind. Like him and a bunch of other like hyper left ultras, like they went like legit insane, which is understandable to a certain degree because Israel can make you insane. Chorus? Nah, this guy's not Chorus. What are you, fucking crazy? No, this guy went in the opposite direction. Y'all are so stupid if you think it's Chorus. No, this dude straight up started saying some sus shit about they started saying some very sus things about Jews in general. And after that, it's been very odd. Some people have their minds completely fucking bricked by the Israel conversation, where they look at the Israeli ambitions. They look at the Israeli ambitions of like tying Zionism to Judaism, and they lean into it because they just have an outsider's perspective, and they genuinely fucking lose their minds a little bit, where they think like, no, it is actually like all Jews are actually secretly Zionists. And then they just continue on this journey where they're like, anti-Semitism is the highest form of anti-Zionism. And it's fucking annoying because then like all these like stupid ass lib accounts will literally point to these guys and be like, see, this is the true voice of the left. It's like, bitch, I'm right here. Okay. You can talk to me. You can try to understand where I'm coming from, but don't fucking tie me to a lot of people that also despise me as well. Right? It's very frustrating. I eat it from every angle, by the way. I eat it from the Nick Fuentes fans. I eat it from the ultras who say I'm not like sufficiently anti-Israel because I'm not anti-Semitic. I usually don't talk about people like this either. because I feel like it's unproductive and it just gives them clout for no reason. The people of Newark are pissed because of your anti-Newark bias? Oh, shit. This particular line of commentaries from XQC, he's been saying that you're wearing suits to copy Nick Fuentes. No fucking joke. So stupid. I know. Nick Fuentes invented wearing suits. Nick Fuentes invented being anti-Israel too, except for when he was literally 10 years old. I was an anti-Zionist. So, or like when he was 13. I've been an avowed anti-Zionist for the last decade plus. Nick Fuentes was literally 13 years old when I was talking about Israel. Okay? Tucker Carlson was unbelievably pro-Israel when I was an avowed anti-Zionist. However old Nick Fuentes is, so I don't know how old he is. I mean, I've been an anti-Zionist my whole life, but I'm just saying, like, I've been in my professional media career, anti-Zionist hipster. Oh, I'm not that at all. I just I get really fucking annoyed when people hold up these newcomers as though they're the strongest, as though they're the strongest voices in their criticisms against Israel. It's very, very fucking annoying. Yeah, let's continue. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say.
Very much. This is a great honor. It was a fantastic day. And in particular, I want to thank President Xi, my friend, for this magnificent welcome. And it really was a magnificent welcome like none other. And for so graciously hosting us on this very historic state visit. We had extremely positive and productive conversations and meetings today with the Chinese delegation earlier. And this evening is another cherished opportunity to discuss among friends some of the things that we discussed today, all good for the United States and for China. And it was a great honor to be with you. Please.
感谢习近平主席。今天我们度过了非常美好的一天。首先要感谢习近平主席这一盛大的欢迎，那么也非常感谢在这一次历史性的国事访问当中非常慷慨地接待了我的代表团。那么今天早些时候，我们跟中方进行了富有成效以及具有建设性的对话。那今天晚上将是我们另外的一次机会，能够共同再次讨论我们今天早些时候已经讨论到的一些问题，以及我们的共同利益，以及我们如何能够为全人类塑造更好、更安全的未来。
Oh God, I forgot that there's.
The relationship between the American and Chinese people goes all the way back to America's founding. The first American consul to China, Samuel Shaw, arrived on the first American trading ship to reach these shores in 1784. The Chinese merchants had a name for the Americans. They called their visions the New People. 2.5 centuries later, that first connection has grown into one of the most consequential relationships in world history.
美国人民和中国人民之间的友谊可以追溯到美国的建国之初。那么，美国的第一任驻华大使塞缪尔·肖先生在1784年乘坐第一艘美国的商船到达了中国的沿岸。当时中国的商人是这样称呼到来的美国访客，他们将当时到来的美国访客称为一个崭新的民族。250年后的今天，这一个当初的友谊已经慢慢的演变成为。
From the beginning, our citizens have shared a deep sense of mutual respect. Founding Father Benjamin Franklin published the sayings of Confucius in his colonial newspaper. And today, sculpture recognizing that ancient Chinese sage is carved into the face of the United States Supreme Court very proudly.
从一开始，我们两国之间的人民就已经有深厚的相互的尊重。美国的国父本杰明·富兰克林曾经在他的殖民报纸建筑物的这一名古代的圣人进行致敬。
The appreciation ran in both directions. Chinese admirers of President George Washington gifted a stone tablet honoring his memory to adorn the Washington Monument. It bears the words of a Chinese official who called the great general and statesman a hero among men.
这一种欣赏是相互的。那么，许多中国人非常崇敬乔治·华盛顿总统。那么，这些人当时就向美国捐赠了一个石碑，就是为了纪念华盛顿总统。目前，这个石碑已经镶嵌在华盛顿纪念碑里面。石碑上刻有当时的一名中国官员形容这一名伟大的将军。
And across the centuries, this mutual esteem grew into a relationship that reflected the tremendous talent and potential of our two people. Chinese workers helped lay the railroad tracks that connected our Atlantic coast to the Pacific. American travelers to China helped spread literacy and modern medicine. And at the request of China's ambassador, it was President Theodore Roosevelt who provided the funds to establish President Xi's alma mater, Tsinghua University.
在过去几百年当中，了建设国成
in World War II,
母校清华大学。
清华
As allies in World War II, President Franklin Roosevelt's mentions of the brave people of China, that's what they were, drew loud cheers in his speeches in the United States, and everybody loved what he had to say, just as many Chinese now love basketball and blue jeans, Chinese restaurants.
You're a pet abusing ped? Okay, Uncle Satan.
In America today outnumber the 5
I am a pedestrian. I'm not a podiatrist.
largest fast food chains in the United States, all combined. That's a pretty big statement.
那么，作为二战期间的盟国，罗斯福总统在美国的多次演讲当中提到了勇敢的中国人民。正如当前许多中国人非常喜欢篮球和穿蓝色的牛仔裤，在美国目前的中餐厅的数量要比美国前5大快餐连锁店的总的店面还要多。
This bond of commerce and respect that stretches back 250 years is the foundation for a future that benefits both of our nations. The American and Chinese people share much in common. We value hard work, we value courage and achievement, we love our families, and we love our countries. Together we have the chance to draw on these values to create a future of greater prosperity, cooperation, and happiness, and peace for our children. We love our children. This region and the world is a special world with the two of us united and together.
那么，至于商业当中的纽带以及我们的相互尊重，可以说追溯到250年前，是我们将要构建的未来的基础。至于未来将会惠及我们两国的人民，美国人民和中国人民有我们都非基于我们共同和平的未来。
Thank you again, President Xi, for this beautiful welcome. And tonight it is my honor to extend an invitation to you and Madam Peng to visit us at the White House this September 24th. And we look forward to it. And I'd now like to raise a glass and propose a toast to the rich and enduring ties between the American.
Yeah, this was a funny line from this, but explaining Chinese entrepreneurship to Americans. There's more noodles than burgers. Why did this coward delete the post? You love our blue jeans and we love your noodles. They're so wet.
American and Chinese people. It's a very special relationship. And I want to thank you again. This has been an amazing period of time. Thank you, President Xi.
那么再一次感谢习主席，感谢这一美好的欢迎。那么今天晚上，我也想借此机会向您以及彭女士提出邀请，于9月24号邀请你们出访白宫。那我也希望，针对美国人民和中国人民之间深厚的以及持久的友谊，我提议我们进行举杯。感谢。
Remember, Donald Trump doesn't drink. He has a relationship with alcoholism because of his brother who died to alcoholism. His brother was an alcoholic. He does not drink. Now, I don't know what this is. It might be apple juice. It might simply be apple juice, but it is really funny to assume that this was alcoholic, where they just like forced his ass to drink a little bit of alcohol. Surely they, as the host, would know this. Yeah, I suspect it's probably not alcoholic. Anyway.
Rivals? What rivals? Donald Trump has long accused China's Xi Jinping of...
Let's see what Jesse Waters had to say about this, by the way. Oh, so far, I think we all realize what this meeting looks like, right? There is a unique level of reverence coming from Trump that you normally never see. And Trump is acting right. Normally, he's a baby. He is a man-child. And yet, here in China, he's looking awfully presidential. Okay? He's looking awfully presidential. How strange. So what will Fox News do? Because obviously, for the longest time, China is our number one foreign adversary. Our number one foreign adversary. This is the country that we need to defeat. This is the country that, if left to their own devices, would destroy America, would enslave us, blah, 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 blah. Right? And yet, hogs have to flip on a dime whenever Donald Trump decides, you know, certain things are good now. Let's see what Jesse Waters had to say.
I hear they're big fans over there. The Chinese have made major inroads into the American restaurant scene. But get this, there are over 20,000 McDonald's, Taco Bells, and KFCs in China. And they're growing every year by the thousands. And once the United States gets fed...
No, don't worry. We got burgers in China. They got noodles in America, but we got burgers in China.
Fast food into a country, that's it. Fried chicken, Big Macs, chalupas. They start listening to our music, watching our movies. They start marrying our women. I'm just kidding. We don't allow that. But that's basically now an American colony. We got them hooked, and it's pretty much over. The Chinese have a history of expanding and then collapsing, expanding and then collapsing. So Trump, the strategy is ride it out peacefully as they expand alongside them peacefully. And when they collapse.
I am reminded of Xi Jinping's opening words. China and America have a shared history. For China, it's 5,000 years of history. For America, it's 250. Okay? Just saying. Just 5,000 years of Chinese history versus the 250 of American history. You can delude yourself into thinking that China has a history of expansion and then collapse, expansion and then collapse, to make it seem like Chinese collapse is imminent. But it's the American president that is currently in Beijing, and it's the American president that is behaving in a way where, in a very rare showing of grace, reverence, behaving in a presidential manner. Very interesting.
Perhaps you feast on their carcass.
Okay. Whatever you say.
Exactly.
Greg.
It's incredible. It's incredible seeing Donald Trump behave this way. I didn't even know it was in his capability.
Ripping America off. But this long handshake felt less trade war and more friendly tug-of-war, as Trump's approval rating soared. Well, among these Chinese children, at least. Trump's delegation was quite something. His cabinet flanked by the titans of US industry. Among them, bosses from Boeing, Citi, Apple, and the world's richest man, Elon Musk. Another frenemy back in the fold. Inside, the Chinese president embraced the warmer tone.
A stable China-US relationship benefits the entire world. When we cooperate, both sides benefit. When we confront each other, both sides suffer. We should be partners rather than adversaries.
I really look very much forward to
And the US president gushed in response.
We've had a fantastic relationship.
China can't be 5,000 years old considering the Earth is only 2,000 years old. Checkmate, China, crisis king. Fuck, I didn't even think about it like that, bro. God damn, that's brilliant. Checkmate. What now, liberals? True, dude.
Relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I would call you and you would call me. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader.
Donald Trump said he had great respect for China. Really?
China.
This is a leader who has built his political brand on aggressively attacking China, accusing it, sometimes quite rudely, of stealing manufacturing jobs.
Because we can't continue to allow China to rape our country, and that's what they're doing.
And yet, on this trip, Trump has brought along Apple CEO.
Bro, he's like the dog. The two dogs that bark at each other and then the gate opens and they stop barking. This is the difference between a keyboard warrior and a real one. Okay? He's barking hard. Fake demon. Fake demon, dude. Oh, China's raping our country. And then the moment that he's inside of the boundaries of China, the People's Republic, in Beijing, he's like, I love China, greatest nation on earth, love Xi Jinping, and he loves me. We kiss sometimes. I shouldn't say it, but it's true.
Tim Cook, whose products have long been manufactured overwhelmingly in China, with some diversification. But
this is exactly what it's like when my fucking haters, in the very unbelievably rare occasion, come up to me IRL. Okay? Behind closed doors, they're like, oh, I got him. One of them came up to me at the fucking, at the Web Summit. He's like, I'm an Asmongold fan. I'm going to troll you in real life. And I was like, okay, do you want a photo? Like, yeah, yesterday. What's your beef with Shoe on it? I was like, I don't have any fucking, it's one-sided, you know? Sigma, a real Sigma, and a beta. When a beta meets a real Sigma. As I've said over and over again, in the real world, where we can be in each other's physical spaces, the situation doesn't unfold in the way that you envisioned it, right? On the internet, you can be like, I have portrayed myself as cool, calm, and collected, and my interlocutor is angry, emotional, and therefore losing the argument. But in the fucking real world, it's very different. I noticed your 20-second mentions of some YouTubers turn into 1-hour videos responding to your crash outs. Yeah, that they always do that.
Yeah. Different accent in person. I'm like the biggest Asman fan. I'm here to reach you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
You want to take a photo?
I'll take a photo.
Okay.
What's with the beef with Shoe on Head?
I don't know. Is there a beef with Shoe on Head?
Yeah.
I'm not very familiar with her work, but hey, nice to meet you, man. Nice to meet you. Have a good one. Thank you so much. Sorry, guys. You asked me for a flight.
It just doesn't ever work that way. You know what I mean? It like you think you're gonna look smooth with it, right? Like you're gonna be you have this idea in your head that like you're gonna look awesome. I'm here, but then you come across like you're a fucking internet troll. You know, I'm here to rage bait you.
Mainly to India. So the visit was heavily focused on trade, but also another T, Taiwan.
She's been posting about you and these losers make that your problem. Yeah, that's one of the funnier aspects of this kind of stuff is that this beef is almost always one-sided. And like there will be like maybe a 20-second mention on my half where I'm like, dude, really? You're going to fucking bring up Shuan head? What a fucking ridiculous thing to do. We're doing political commentary here. Who gives a shit? And now that I've said that, she'll do like an hour-long video on it being like, he was so owned. He was so unbelievably owned. And then all of these people are like, yes, you're fucking destroying him, my queen. And it's so funny because it's like, okay, yeah, I've been thoroughly dismantled, my worldview destroyed. You've done it. It's such a funny, easy way to algo farm, and people still fall for it. Like, who's the one crashing out? The person who did a 20-second mention or the person who did an hour-long video off of that 20-second mention? This is a one-sided beef. Yeah, I'm crashing out right now. Hassan is crashing out right now. You reacting to this is enough for them to call it a crash out? I know. They have used and abused the term crash out. I literally thought she retired from the internet. Yeah, I have never really been like someone who's kept up with whatever her politics are, but even I fucking know, regardless of my knowledge of her politics, even I know she changes her attitude with whichever way the algorithm swings. Who's the one falling for it? They're living off of you. I mean, that's fine. They can take a crumb. If they can make like a quick $1,000 video, good on them. You know, what are you going to do? We got bigger fish to fry, right? What's more annoying to me is the fact that there are people who are like actively bludgeoning themselves in the head with this kind of insanely stupid bottom of the barrel commentary and think that they're actually feeding their minds with new information, right? They're not. They are deluding themselves into a world that does not exist. But as long as they stay online, I guess it doesn't really matter. You know? Hold on, did you say $1,000? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they make $1,000 or not, but it's like primary to make 14 to 12-year-olds feel like they're political. I know, but they grow out of it. This entire community is comprised of people who have, at one point in time, watched. This entire community has a shit ton of people that at one point in time had similar attitudes. Obviously, for their generation, it was different. You know what I mean? But maybe you watched a Ben Shapiro video and you got sucked into the right-wing pipeline. Maybe you watched Joe Rogan and then went over to Steven Crowder or something. And then you grew up. The real world hit you in the face. And then maybe you were a little bit more intellectually curious and found yourselves more in a more mature mindset, looking for alternative explanations. So yeah, for a while, the only YouTube commentary was libertarian. Even if you were woke on social issues, they were all still libertarians. Yeah. YouTube commentary sphere has always been unbelievably slanted to the right. It's never really changed. I mean, that's why even Professor Zhang, who will say correct things at times about, like, you know, Iran and America, will still be like an unwashed incel. Are fans allowed to start a grifter version of the Hasanabi industrial complex? No, do the opposite, dumbass. The opposite can also exist if we build it. It's actually beginning to form anyway. You don't have to lean into it if you don't want to, but I think the alternative is already being designed simply due to how diluted or how diluted the fuck-a-son content has become, that people genuinely started making the anti-fuck-a-son content on their own. There's a lot of adults who may never grow up from that. Well, you can't win everybody. You can't win every single person. So work with whoever, work with the people who you can save.
President Xi told Trump that the Taiwan question was the most important issue to the bilateral relationship between these superpowers, according to China's foreign ministry spokesperson, who warned the US to handle it with the utmost prudence.
If it is handled properly, the bilateral relationship will enjoy overall stability. Otherwise, the two countries will have clashes and even conflicts, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the Chinese had raised Taiwan and the Americans had made clear that their long-held position, supporting the status quo, was unchanged. But that didn't spoil the mood. A buoyant mood that could have some drawbacks, according to Jonathan Zinn, who has served as director for China on the US's National Security Council.
I think the concern is that this meeting goes too well, that could actually be disadvantageous for the United States.
That Kilo guy who did the 4-hour video on your haters literally starts the video by saying he doesn't watch you or agree with everything you say and asks some criticism, so it clearly is happening naturally. Well, it also doesn't hurt that all of my haters are unbelievably stupid and overall very bad people. So that's probably part of the reason why. They're like, one of the biggest issues is to just straight up ask people, like the haters of mine, to be like, well, what's your thought? What are your thoughts on like the annexation of Crimea? This is a big point of contention that people bring up. Like, do you have any information to back up your point? Do you feel like Hassan's position is different than Barack Obama's at the time? Do you have a significant disagreement with Barack Obama? Like, what are your opinions on Chinese history? You talk about, Hassan's perspective. They don't have anything. They're just repeating the takes that they get verbatim from fucking Reddit. They're LARPing as people who are knowledgeable on these issues when they have no knowledge whatsoever. But as long as they can stick to drama, as long as they can keep the conversation around drama and manufacture drama where no such drama may exist, then that's fine. And the reality of the matter is, none of them have to have convictions. All they have to do is just repeat, well-established fuck-a-son narratives. It's much easier to defend a position when you don't really have any convictions whatsoever. It's much easier to disparage someone than it is to try to build an affirmative vision of the world. Okay? It's also, politics is somewhat boring for the average person. I know that this is a hyper-autistic community that really loves politics, so it's hard to get that point across to you guys somehow, or sometimes. But it's, for the average person, they hate politics. It's boring. It's annoying. They don't want to think about these things, let alone politics outside of the duopoly that currently exists, Democrats versus Republicans. That is not an issue that they've ever broached, let alone teaching Americans about international relations. especially from a Marxist framework. Oh boy, now we've reached the 7th layer of hell. So, you know, it's much easier to just be like, this guy is bad. He's responsible for all things woke, all things that have dominated your lives, and lean into the well-established reactionary attitudes that many young men have, for example, and move on. But what do I always say? Just do good work. That's all that fucking matters. Keep your head down, and you know, continue building a movement, as I have done over and over again. So yeah, on that note, Nate Bluin, who is Utah State Senator in District 13, is in the building. Okay. He's running for U.S. House in Utah 1, which is a newly redrawn district that Kamala won by 24 points. He is a Utah State Senator. This is centered right in the heart of Salt Lake City after more than a decade of Republican-drawn gerrymanders. What's going on? You can come in if you want. Here, I'll keep doing the intro while you walk in. But yeah, after more than a decade of Republican-drawn gerrymanders, a Utah District Court in late 2025 threw out the GOP's congressional map and ordered the adoption of a more representative map. The move turned what used to be 4 blood red districts into a Salt Lake County Center district that Kamala Harris would have carried by 24 points. Bluin has positioned himself as a Bernie-adjacent progressive, focusing on climate change, foreign policy, and the affordability crisis. He's earned a perfect rating from the Sierra Club and endorsements from Track APAC and the Congressional Progressive Caucus PAC, highlighting his commitments to peaceful foreign diplomacy, passing the Green New Deal, championing Medicare for all, and taking on corporate monopolies. Nate Bluin, thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, very interesting times to be running for office. Hold on, I'm going to do something real quick. I'm going to close this because it's here. You guys.
Oh, there we go.
This if you want.
Meeting
you can
the dog
watch
out
from
there
over
is
there
great.
instead. What's up?
Meeting the dog out there is great.
Oh hell yeah. Kaya, she's wonderful. All right, suit game on point and better than yours. Yeah, this is the one day where I'm not wearing a suit. I know, and everyone is freaking out about it. Okay, so first of all, how do you feel being in Los Angeles, California, so far away from home?
My name's Nate. It's a beautiful day. I mean, it's been 90 degrees in Utah already, which is too hot for this time of the year. So it was nice when the fog blew out this morning and we got blue sunny skies. And I look forward to getting out for a run later on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You're still dressed like De Niro. Okay, that's true. I do go through when I wear suits. I'm De Niro from Casino.
Okay.
And then when I wear this outfit, it's De Niro from Taxi Driver. Okay. Let's watch your ad real quick. It's Bernie Sanders as well. It's a Bernie Sanders ad. And then we'll get to the questions that I have for
Nate
you.
Bluin, I currently serve in the Utah State Senate. We've seen Utah transition from a place that was very affordable to a place that's making it tough to decide between paying for childcare or a mortgage. And so I'm running for Congress to address those issues. We need less of the equivocating about important issues to people's lives and more action that's actually going to be moving the needle in a way that helps people address the things that are hurting them. And that might be tariffs that are raising costs for folks, raising the minimum wage, Medicare for all. These are policies that are going to have material impacts on the lives of our constituents, and we need to go out and tell them that that's what we're going to be fighting for. We're not taking any corporate money. We're not taking APAC money. It's good to know that we still have politicians out there who are working in our interests. Having his endorsement after getting involved in politics because of him in 2016, it's like a full circle moment, and he's turned out a lot of people here in Utah. Every time he's come to Utah, we've filled the house. That willingness to step in and throw his weight behind me as someone who's going to be a champion for the working people, standing up against Trump, against the billionaire class that is pitting us against each other. And that means a lot.
All right. Hey, Bluin, everybody. So let's get right into it. New district, awfully beneficial for Democrats all of a sudden. How does having a safe blue district fundamentally change the way you can campaign? And why is it so important that voters don't just settle for a corporate moderate when they finally have the chance to elect a real progressive?
It's been incredible to see how this seat has rallied people to let Utah know that we have an opportunity to put someone into Congress who is really going to fight back against, frankly, the supermajority in Utah. We have a legislative supermajority that I've gone up against time and time again. And to see what's coming from outside right now is just incredible. So Utah is a state where, we've seen Republicans just lead everything, and to have Bernie come to town several times in the last few years and to show how much people will stand up and rally behind him on issues like, workers' rights and really fighting back against all the corporate power we're seeing that the Republicans are exercising right now. It's been incredible to see how folks are reacting to having such a safe seat here.
So you're not taking corporate PAC money,
no,
including support from AIPAC.
Correct.
However, your opponent, Ben McAdams, is raking in massive amounts of cash from corporate PACs and establishment donors. We know AIPAC bundles millions in individual donations to hide their influence and crush progressives. What's your message to voters about how pro-Israel money and corporate dark money completely warp our Democratic primaries, and how can grassroots campaigns survive the financial onslaught?
It's been incredible to see how that does influence things in this race. So, running as a state senator, I'm used to small dollar donors just kind of funding things and reaching out to people I know and getting support that way. But when you're up against like a juggernaut, like we see in this race, it's a whole different ballgame. And when you have the background as a former member of Congress, as McAdams does, and the relationships in DC and with all of these lobbying groups and all the votes that he has taken in the past, that they expect that same thing out of him. And I don't have that luxury because I'm not going to take those same votes that he would. It makes it challenging, but I think we've raised $600,000, something along those lines at this point. From I think over 10,000 or around 10,000 individual donors. Bernie Sanders was incredibly helpful in that. The day he sent an email a while back, and you just see these donations come flooding in like $7 increments, and that allows me to focus on like what's actually concerning to people, not trying to pass another tax loophole for a private prison company or a defense contractor like we're seeing too much of these days. And so I think that's really the message there is. We need to get that sort of influence out of our politics, because it is just completely steering us in the wrong direction on so many different issues, whether it's genocide in Gaza or the crushing housing market right now. Those things are all related to the money in politics that we see.
So you have a tweet about your opponent, Ben McAdams, here that I'm going to pull up and read real quick. You say, Ben McAdams won't acknowledge the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Instead, he believes the atrocities have ended. Palestinians are still dying, while hawkish politicians like Ben, who are funded by defense contractors, oil executives, and conservative pro-Israel donors, vote to continue America's broken foreign policy. The people of Gaza have been the target of a genocide. They still are, and they will continue to be our leaders, if our leaders do not take immediate action to stop it. Why should the people of Utah care about the people of Gaza, the people of Palestine? How does America's relationship impact your potential constituents?
That's the multi-billion-dollar question. Like, why should we care about this, right? And we should, because it is, first of all, it's just death and destruction. It's just for no good reason beyond the conquests of Israel and of America. But it's also directly impacting our ability to pay for Medicare for all, to pay for housing support for folks, for our schools. Utah in particular is like 48th or 49th in the country as far as per capita funding for students. We should be spending that money here at home. We should be rebuilding our ability to do diplomacy and humanitarian aid and welcome people back in. But
you don't feel patriotic when those dollars are going to Israel instead of students here?
It's wild. So the America First language is so interesting. Like I've never been someone who would say America First, like in that real patriotic way. But having conversations with folks who would consider themselves pro-Palestine, that's what they are saying. Let's deal with our country first, rather than going into another country that is being just demolished by our bombs, and focus on what we can do here. And so that sort of, patriotism that I am seeing is actually really exciting. I think it's the right sort of America First.
Let me run this by you. Okay. So, America wastes $100 billion, destroys, tens of billions of dollars of assets in the region to advance Israel's goals of continuing along with the greater Israeli project. shooting up schools, blowing up schools, and then the world is embroiled in an energy crisis. Yeah. Gas is now more expensive for Americans, but at the same time, Israel is now uncontested in the region.
Right.
Doesn't that feel good?
It doesn't feel good to me.
Okay.
And I don't think it feels good to so many people here in our country, and certainly in that region as well. And I mean, I filled up my beat up old Subaru the other day with a $60 tank of gas, and it certainly hits us all. I mean, it's ridiculous.
You didn't think to yourself in that moment, we're doing this for a good reason?
No,
okay.
I did not.
All right. Well, it seems like you're kind of unpatriotic, but let's move on. So you're explicitly supporting the Block the Bombs Act.
Yeah.
Why don't you like bombs?
I remember getting, well, I don't remember. I have pictures of myself. I can prove I was getting carted around to pro-peace protests back in, the early 1990s. I grew up in New Hampshire. My parents carted me around to these sort of things.
What about bulldozers that are used to destroy Palestinian
let's
homes?
Stop it. I mean, yeah, that stuff is just like, let's whatever we got to do, whether it's sanctions, whether it's just finally taking accountability for what we have done. I think it's critical that we address those things.
Okay. How do you plan on ending America's violence abroad? And what do you plan to do with the money that we're not spending on bombs?
Yeah. So how much are we spending? What's the number like daily? Do you know?
I mean,
it was like $1 billion in Iran.
It was $1 billion in the most conservative estimate in Iran alone, with all of the, the naval assets moving around. That's before we even factor in like how many of those assets have been blown up in the region. I believe it's more than $2 billion a day. We're now on day 76, I believe.
Yeah.
So
we're talking about like $1 trillion a year or something.
I mean, we have $1 trillion in expenditure. Donald Trump has actually wanted to increase that spending by 50% to $1.5 trillion a year. There have actually been people like Robert Kagan and other analysts that are neocons themselves that have said, well, this is a waste.
Yeah.
And that we're not
how conservative of them.
Yeah. I mean, there is a conservative anti-war tradition. AmCon magazine is like one of the primary advocates for a more peaceful direction, which is interesting.
We look at Thomas Massey and some of those other folks. They get it.
So let me ask you this, though. Do you believe that the U.S. should be providing Israel with defensive weapons?
No. I think we should, at this point, with the lack of accountability, the lack of any willingness to take ownership over what's happened over there, I don't think we should be supporting that with any sort of aid at this point. And I think defensive aid, allows them to kind of sit on their laurels and wait for things to happen, and that's its own form of violence when you look at it that way. Yeah. You got a lot of cameras there.
I know.
How many do we got? 3 cameras? Oh, there you go. Okay. I saw someone mentioning my name earlier, whether I was Quebecois, and that is the part of my heritage comes from the French Canadian lineage there.
Okay.
Oh, nice. We got some snacks.
We brought you some snacks as well.
Nice. Thank you. I got a banana and a Cliff Bar.
Yeah, we've heard that those are your favorite.
Yeah, you guys do a good job of doing your research.
Favorite things to consume.
My campaign team is dying right now.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me also fix this real quick. Sorry, this is a little bit unprofessional, but this is the unfortunate reality of doing a one-stop shop, one-man show. Sometimes you have to deal with these technical problems.
Yeah. I'm glad it's not me.
As they come along. Okay. All right. So let's continue. All right. So we've talked about your perspective. Utah's SB 186 prohibits state contracts to companies that boycott Israel.
Yep.
In your state, SB 97 builds on this bill, prohibiting contracts with companies that boycott the fossil fuel, weapons, or mining industries.
Yep.
We've often seen this play itself out on the federal level as well, where Project Esther has featured. This was a part of Project 2025. It was utilization of the anti-Semitism, like the cynical weaponization of anti-Semitism, to silence any sort of dissent in American politics. that then goes far beyond. Once the initial like anti-boycott bill is set, then they can use it to extend that prohibition to people who want to boycott fossil fuel weapons or mining industries. In your opinion, why does Utah have these weird bills specifically protecting both Israel and all these other industries?
Utah is one of those weird test states. It's like Tennessee, sometimes Texas, where like Alec, the mayor. I mean, they bring bills to these Republicans and they run them in Utah and see if they can get them to pass there. And it's pretty nonsensical, and I don't think there's a whole lot of thought given to it. I don't think the people that are running these bills actually kind of understand what they are doing or the message they are sending. It was really interesting. I put forward a bill at the end of this past legislative session to repeal SB 186, which passed before I was in the state Senate. So basically getting rid of Utah's anti-BDS law. And I had a Republican lobbyist actually come up to me on the last day of session and basically said, like, where did that come from? And thank you for putting that forward, because he had to sign some of those contracts that had that language in them, which he saw as a violation of, which he and I as well saw as a violation of free speech. And I think that's absolutely true.
So you don't think it's America first to have to sign a loyalty pledge to the state of Israel to say that you will never disparage the good name of the state of Israel to work with the state of Utah?
No, I do not think that is America first. I think that is un-American. And I think, during his time in Congress, I know my opponent, Ben McAdams, had some statements about some of those BDS laws and has been supportive of that sort of thing in the past.
What do you have to say to the Republicans that claim to uphold the First Amendment and the Second Amendment, oftentimes to say, my Second Amendment's there to protect the First,
right?
But then are willing servants when it comes to corporate interests and the interests of foreign lobbies like this?
I mean, when I hear people talk about the Second Amendment as if we're going to rise up against our government, I mean, it's wild to see all of the money that we just talked about being spent on weapons and the surveillance being done. And I think it's a misunderstanding of what that was supposed to be back in 1776 or 250 years ago, when all those things were put into being. And so it's shocking that these people don't have, I think, a through line on these pieces of policy. And I've watched people get beat up by cops just in recent days here in Utah, and for exercising their First Amendment rights. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating that we
deserve it.
Who deserves what? What are we
getting beat up by cops for opposing
an ICE facility in that case,
or an ICE facility?
Yeah, it was.
Well, it's nice now.
No, that's right.
What about let me present that.
What is
to
the
you.
N? National?
Yeah. So what if like the National Socialist Party initially they slapped on national in front of it. Does that change your perspective at all now that you have to call it nice instead of ICE?
I think I like it even less now.
Okay,
if that's possible.
Okay, so you hate nice.
I hate nice.
Okay, got it.
That's fair to say.
Why don't you care about the bottom line of polluting these like climate change contributing polluting industries like fossil fuels, or industries that specifically are designed around finding new ways to kill children?
Yeah, I mean, Utah has been, again, ground zero for like some of these bills. This year, a bill was passed that basically disallows state regulators from taking a single step beyond what the federal government allows them to do as far as environmental regulations. And I mean, it's just a giveaway to, you've probably heard about this data center issue.
I was just about to bring that up.
Yeah, it's paved the way for that. Actually, I saw Walter Masterson yesterday, and he says hi.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah,
Walter's he was in Utah.
So, Kevin O'Leary.
Mr. Wonderful.
Canadian.
Canadian, yes.
Not even American.
Not even a billionaire, by the way.
Not yet. Didn't know that.
He's only about 400 million.
So Kevin O'Leary was able to bring together $15 billion worth of investment. So far, to build this AI center, this facility, this behemoth of a facility that is unbelievably large.
Yep.
I believe the choice was not up to the good people of Utah, but 3 individuals that ended up saying yes to building this facility. Why do you hate data and AI?
I love the way these questions are framed. And
40,000 acres.
40,000 acres.
No one's living there. Isn't it much better to make this behemoth instead
Anything
that will pollute the water supply?
Yeah, it's 40,000 acres, potentially 9 gigawatts of new natural gas-fired energy generation, which would be the largest natural gas plant in the United States, one of the largest in the world. And I would just push back on that a tiny bit, because what kind of happened, I think, was the county commissioners, they should have voted no, right? Like that's clear to me. But they were put in that spot by state leadership, who basically said, you guys get to make the decision on this. You either vote yes and you get a seat at the table, or you vote no and we'll just cut you out and do all this stuff, all these incentives, and your county will have zero voice in this. And so,
don't you feel like that's how democracy should be run?
Right,
where wealthy corporate benefactors just buy politicians and then enforce their will upon the public?
I do not think that is how democracy should operate. I am sorry to disagree with you on that one.
It's a very communist perspective. A very, very anti what the people of Utah clearly want, which is a mass surveillance facility.
Right.
It's designed in their backyard.
I mean, we're talking about a 7,500 person ICE facility, a new, one of these ICE detention centers in Salt Lake City, and then 50 miles up the street, this gigantic data center. And I'm like, we need to be looking at these together, because that data center, we already have an NSA data center in Utah that they use to probably track all of our communications. And now we'd have this one
nice facility.
Sorry, I'll have to get used to that, just like Department of War.
Yeah.
So it's shocking what we're seeing here. And you had to see Kevin O'Leary come in and just, call the people of Utah idiots, to say we were all bussed in. That was Walter's point yesterday, was like, he's coming in from Florida or from New York.
From
and
Canada by way of New York, too.
Yeah. Gee, is he? He's Canadian.
Yes.
Oh,
let's not forget,
okay.
Kevin O'Leary is a Canadian.
Oh, no, but Walter came in, and that was the point he was making, is like, let's put this in Kevin's backyard in Florida at his nice home down there. And I agree with him. Let's do it somewhere else.
Okay.
Actually, we shouldn't. I want to clarify that. Let's take a pause. I've been a fan of a moratorium. Let's actually figure out what the right path forward here is before we just crush a bunch of land and use a bunch of workers to kill jobs for other workers, like this is going to do.
Okay. Let's get a little contentious now. I'm gonna stop being sarcastic. Okay. So in January 2024, you shared an email written to you by a constituent that recognized Israel's violent actions while also maintaining the importance of a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship and a two-state solution. You stated that it summed up your own thoughts better than you yourself could. How have your views changed over the past couple of years of Israel's genocide of Palestinians?
I think, and I'm glad we're looking back on the past, because it has been eye-opening just to see how horrible things have been there. And certainly it's not a new phenomenon, but to get to work with people who have directly been involved in advocating for Palestinian liberation and just generally a more peaceful society. I think it's been just it's been eye-opening to see how much death and destruction has happened, and to understand our connection as Americans and as a country to the contributions we've made to that destruction. I think is what I would say moved me from generally supporting a peaceful solution and not really knowing what that meant to still, I'm not the expert on this, but I certainly believe that the scales have been tipped in Israel's favor for a very, very long time, and that we have been at the forefront of doing that, and that the people of Gaza and of Palestine at large need to have a full seat at the table as any sort of situation moves forward. So my position as a candidate is I don't think it's my job to determine what happens over there, but certainly to provide a level playing field for all of those people to come to the table. And if that is a one-state democratic solution, which I think it probably is, but I don't want to impose that on them. I want them to come to that decision, and for us to act as, neutral mediators if that's possible, which I think probably many people would say it's probably not possible.
Yeah. So if there was a feasibility for this, would you advocate for a single democratic state with equal rights for all?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's good to know.
Yeah.
Beyond the Middle East, You've also been a vocal critic of the U.S. using economic warfare like sanctions to punish countries in the global south, explicitly calling out U.S. posturing towards places like Cuba and Venezuela. Can you explain why broad economic sanctions are fundamentally a form of violence against working class civilians and why the U.S. needs to abandon this regime change playbook?
Yeah, I mean, I've been to Cuba. My wife and I have been to Cuba, and it's an incredible place with incredible people. And it was sad to learn, I guess, today that they've like run out of fuel entirely, and that's on us. I mean, they're 90 miles off the coast of Florida, and we disallow them from receiving so many vital goods. And so it's clearly I don't know what interest that serves. I don't know who that's doing any good for. It's not helping us here in America. It's certainly not helping them. And I think we have done this for far too long. We've gone into these countries and we've tried to overturn their governments or not even had a good reason, like in Venezuela. I mean, there was no clear objective there. In Iran, there's no clear objective aside from what Netanyahu and Israel have directed us to do. And, again, that comes out of our pocketbooks, here in America. It comes out of our ability to pay for things that are my constituents deserve, I think. And it certainly just significantly detracts and kills people in other countries who have no, who do not deserve the harms that they are seeing.
So you're in favor of abandoning the old tricks and you're in favor of abandoning regime change as a primary goal for the American foreign policy apparatus.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, we've seen conversations around shrinking the military budget, certainly support that. They should be able to pass an audit before we give them more money. And I would say we shouldn't give them more money. But we should certainly be able to account for where that spending goes and to use it on regime change and to use it on destruction. Let's put a very small fraction of that, because I think it would be much cheaper to preserve peace around the world and democracy, if that's what you're asking for, through diplomacy and humanitarian aid, than it is to do it with. Actually, I've got it here. Can I give you something?
Yeah, of course.
It ties in. Stuff. So this is a Utah State Senate coin with I think one of your favorites on it.
Oh, wow.
Peace through strength.
Look at that.
There you go.
Ronald Reagan, we maintain peace through strength. Yep. Utah State Senate
official
seal.
Utah State Senate coin there.
Look at that.
That is, I think, not the foreign policy that I would advocate for.
Okay. So why do you hate America?
Why? Yeah. I think, the term American exceptionalism is one I've always just had such a hard time with, because it seems like that's what we're talking about here, is just like our ability to go wage war and death in other countries. And I mean, to me, it's welcoming people in and trying to, return that to the rest of the world through humanitarianism and diplomacy. And I think all the things that actually create a more peaceful world, not the peace through strength narrative that too many people, but in both parties, right, tend to believe.
Yeah. Liberal interventionism certainly is a real problem in the Democratic Party as well. Speaking of which, Donald Trump went to China. He's still in China. He's doing this historic Beijing summit.
Yep.
And he's actually been very presidential throughout this entire process.
I've missed that.
He's shown a lot of reverence to Chinese leadership and to China as well. Very different than the way he's communicated about this issue when he's in the United States of America. One of the things that I've seen from the Democratic Party in exchange for that, or in return to that, is of course, or in response to that, has been to increase a hawkish attitude in their communications about China, saying that Donald Trump is going to concede to Xi Jinping's demands and that China should be a foreign adversary. Do you feel like that is the appropriate response, or do you think that the appropriate method here in terms of American foreign policy is to completely redesign and chart a different path forward with China?
Yeah, I think our approach to China as just a pure adversary is harming us. And I would love to see us actually try to find ways to cooperate with them rather than to talk about, Taiwan as this wedge in the middle that I think is potentially going to be a really, divisive and destructive issue in the coming years. And so we need to, I think, find better ways to work with them as, it's probably not ally is not the term I would use, but as a as a trading partner and as someone who is seeing all sorts of investment and advancement in different spaces where the U.S. has fallen behind because we've abandoned innovation and science here in our country. And so, and we should take that back, to be clear. I think that's something I want to see us rebuild, is our ability to actually lead the world in things where we can and where we have over the years, and where China has picked up a lot of the slack as our government here, with Trump at the helm, has really punched down on science and punched down on university researchers and universities in general. I mean, the climate on campuses is horrible right now. I talk to so many professors and folks who know people who have gone elsewhere to teach. I know there are people who are getting PhDs and then going overseas. And I would say let's rebalance that system and try to find a more collaborative approach to both to China and other foreign policy issues.
Okay. Utah, back to your first congressional district, has new boundaries. Includes nearly 9% more non-white constituents than before. At the federal level, how do you plan on protecting all of your constituents from ISIS paramilitary forces who are ripping families apart?
100% on board with abolishing ICE. That is an organization that has become poisonous. Maybe it always was poisonous, and we've just seen it more recently, but it's not that old. It's 20 some odd years old. It had the propaganda they have put out, the videos of people marching across tarmacs and chains. And I think I saw one with a SpongeBob cartoon edited in. And I'm like, what are we doing here? They've lost their social license to operate. They are tearing people apart, and we need to both get rid of the agency and prosecute the folks who have perpetrated those crimes. Whether that's Kristi Noem, the president for sure is part and parcel to that. The people who shot Alex Preddy and Nicole Good, I think I have that name right. It's sad that we've allowed it to go this far, and I think there's a way to enforce, whether it's immigration or just general public safety, in a way that actually targets people who have done bad things, rather than targeting an entire population. Basically racial profiling, which is legal now apparently under, was it the Kavanaugh rule or something? I've heard it called. So it's disgusting that that's what we've seen happen. And I mean, just for one example, in Utah a couple of weeks ago, we saw a young person. He was about to graduate from the University of Utah. I think the next day, he was headed to, I think, his first day at a new job, and he was about to propose to his girlfriend, and he got pulled over, I think for a traffic stop or something, yanked out and taken across state lines to a county jail that ICE contracts with, just for he was brought to the U.S. at 1 year old. So he's been here for 20 years and didn't have documentation, and now he's, I think, still sitting in a jail. Actually, he might have gotten out on bond.
Technically eligible for DACA too.
He should have a clear pathway to citizenship.
Yeah. It's devastating.
Yeah.
So the last question on ICE I would ask is, there's tremendous success in this. Do you, as far as neighborhood watch initiatives, do you support folks independently tracking ICE to protect their neighbors?
Oh, absolutely.
And engaging in, okay.
Yeah. I mean, you think about the Black Panthers and those sorts of movements. I mean, absolutely. It's heartening to see people watching out for their neighbors. Those are individual decisions, right? I wouldn't direct people to go out and do that if they're uncomfortable, but I think for folks that are willing to go out and play that role, I would applaud them.
All right. So let's talk about a controversy that's near and dear to my heart, something that I've also personally have a lot of experience with. This is going to be a tough one. Drink your water first. Okay? You know what's coming. You're the subject of a recent scandal.
Yeah.
In 2011, when you were around 20-ish years old, you made a lot of shit posts online.
Yes.
Which is a crime that is, of course, worthy of an unlimited maximum prison sentence. You've made a lot of jokes. Some of those jokes were not well received. Now, I'm not going to do the same thing that every media outlet or every interview will plague you with for the rest of your life, most likely. Something that I'm, again, very intimately familiar with, to demand you grovel and apologize. You've already done so on numerous occasions. And talk about accountability and whatnot. I don't think that's interesting. I think it's more interesting to ask you how you feel as a younger candidate, what the future looks like for shit posters who are running for office. Do you think that people should be quote unquote held accountable over and over again for things that they've said, rather than actual political accountability for things that they're doing?
Right. And I think this ties into people being afraid to talk about issues that actually matter in the present day, like Ben McAdams voting against increasing the minimum wage, like him voting against a war powers resolution on Iran that actually Mike Lee somehow supported back in his term. Like he would rather his campaign, you know, the folks who put this out there, whoever that was, would rather talk about, you know, 2-decade-old dumb stuff that I said online that I, you know, have fully apologized for, that I took accountability for. I don't stand behind any of it. It was like a different time in my life. And I frankly, I felt sick when I read those posts. I was like, oh man, I did say those things and made me physically ill. And what I would put out there to folks, you know, we put out a Substack, I put out a Substack post, you know, walked through like how I'd evolved on some of these things. There was nasty stuff I said about the LDS Church, which certainly has a very large population in Utah. And you know, I married into a family that is LDS. And so having to, you know, be in close quarters with those folks and, you know, understanding how their faith shapes many attributes that I really admire in them, I think it has moved me along. But I would say it does really concern me for politics, for business, for leadership, and other scenarios where someone evolves over the years, but said something stupid, said, you know, many stupid things in the past. What do people want for accountability? I guess that's a question I have for folks, is like, what does that look like? What do people want to see out of, you know, younger people seeking positions of leadership? What makes them feel comfortable, you know, acknowledging that we've moved on, that sort of thing, that we've grown and become bigger and better people. And yeah, I think it's going to become more and more prevalent. Of course, we saw the Graham Plattner situation and how that shaped the race. And so I think it's up to the public, I think, in a lot of ways, to say what is acceptable. You know, when does the statute of limitations run out? You know, what sort of apology do we need? And you know, those are questions I've tried to answer, but I think for a lot of different people, it has a lot of different responses.
What do you think is worse? Shit posts and things that you've said that sometimes, especially without especially with the negative framing, can be beyond controversial, that you don't mean, or greenlighting the genocide of Palestinians?
I would have to go with the latter there. Yeah.
Okay.
The genocide. Yeah.
Okay.
That's bad.
What do you think is worse? Things that you might have said, or things that the current president is saying from the bully pulpit?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing coming out of the presidency on a normal basis is horrific.
Okay. I'm gonna play a soundbite for you. I want to hear what you have to. What do you think about this?
Legalize comedy.
How does that make you feel?
Legalize comedy.
Yeah, I think we should legalize comedy. I think there's a lot to be said for that.
Okay. You brought up Graham Plattner, so I got to ask.
Yeah.
You don't have any tattoos with skulls, right? On you? Anything?
Do you go through the whole list?
Okay. Lightning, ancient Hindu or Buddhist symbols.
I not only do I have none of those things, I have no tattoos.
Okay.
Which probably makes me way less cool than other people, than my wife who has tattoos.
There's not going to be any cover-ups of tattoos in the near future.
Disappoint folks.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get to some different things. I do think, well, actually, you know what? The last note I wanted to say is, look, I think that we are in a very different time politically. I think in some ways, Donald, in a post-Trump era, there is no real, there's no real gracious way to receive people holding themselves accountable. This is my own personal opinion. I feel like we should give a lot more respect to people who do say, look, you know, these are things I said. It was really messed up. I don't agree with them. It doesn't represent who I am now. And be a little bit more understanding of the evolution that people have had.
Yeah.
Especially because in the post-Trump era, like, no one ever apologizes.
Right.
Like Donald Trump has never apologized. He only doubles down. And it's actually beneficial to just double down.
Yeah.
If I was privately offering consultation to a politician and they were like, hey, these posts came out, what should I do? I'd be like, just fucking double down.
Yeah. And
then like, listen, you just be like, look, some of this stuff doesn't represent who I am, but like, I'm obviously joking. And I think there's more serious issues to focus on.
I agree. Let's try to raise the minimum wage. Let's try to protect reproductive freedom. Let's try to end genocide in Gaza. Those are what I want to focus on.
Yeah. All right. Well, another area of focus on energy.
Yeah.
You're unusually concrete with your advocacy for geothermal, energy storage, and grid-enhancing technology and making data centers pay real community costs. So talk to me about your background in green tech and how these industries have the potential to create new high-paying jobs in Utah.
Oh, I'm so excited to be talking about geothermal. This is my favorite. Geothermal, I was actually talking about this in an Uber earlier with someone, if you can, understand where I'm coming from here. I worked for a trade association focused on large-scale renewable energy several years ago before leaving that job to serve in the legislature, and was promoting large-scale wind, solar, battery storage, the projects that are really defining the Green New Deal in many ways, which I support, and playing into that. And geothermal in particular is super cool because and actually California is one of the other major geothermal producing states. But geothermal is basically, leveraging the heat from underneath the ground and creating steam and spinning a turbine. And so it powers the grid the entire day, 24/7, 365. And it is really cool. This new technology they're using is basically they're drilling, they're fracking, which sounds bad. I don't like fracking when it's natural gas because they're using all these nasty chemicals and stuff. But you can actually take the workforce from the oil and gas fields and transition them over to doing very similar jobs in the clean energy space in geothermal, which is going to be really beneficial to like backing up the wind and solar that we need on the grid. So I love this story. It's like bipartisan. I think both like Mike Lee and AOC have run legislation on geothermal energy.
Back my support for geothermal energy. Now that you said Mike Lee is on board with it,
you should love it. It's the one thing that he does maybe that we should support.
Okay, I'm kidding, but yeah, we already talked about Kevin O'Leary and the massive fight happening in Box Elder County, but I want to ask you another question on this. You've called for a total moratorium on these data centers, as Bernie has as well. How do we stop tech billionaires from draining our public water and skyrocketing our utility bills just to power their AI slop generators and their mass surveillance facilities?
We got to get money out of politics. I mean, you got to stop letting these people own our politicians and our system, right? It's not going to stop until that's what we see happen, until we work around Citizens United, hopefully get a Supreme Court that'll overturn it at some point, that'll overturn that decision at some point. That's the way to do it, is we need to balance the system in a way that actually works for our interests, not for the billionaire interests. And I don't think we will ever see the real change that we need until we actually address those sorts of things.
In the state Senate, you introduced legislation to impose a 1% additional tax on Utahns making over $1 million a year to fund education and refund working families. Why do you hate the rich?
I think they are doing just fine, and that I see people struggling every day that I talk to in my role as an elected official and out on the campaign trail.
Right? Because they now have to pay 1% extra.
They've got to get that B on the front for them to really be making it, right? They need to be a billionaire at this point. I mean,
Sigma grind set.
I'm just not that worried about people who are pulling in over $1 million a year. They can take care of themselves, and I feel like government's role is to take care of all of us, and that means taking a little bit more from people who can afford it and spreading that out a little bit. I don't know what that makes me, but
Nate Bluen doesn't care about POC, people of capital. I can see the attack ads now.
I can see that. Oh, I love it.
Nate Bluen cares about the poor too much.
That's a good one.
No, that's an attack ad.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah,
okay, all right.
In Utah, that would I think that would play.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are toxic dust storms growing increasingly more common in Utah.
Yep.
Part of that is due to the drying of the Great Salt Lake.
Yep.
As these storms get worse and worse, has there been any interest in drawing inspiration from China's anti-desertification techniques that have drastically improved air quality around these large deserts? Here, I'll show you one video. I want to
imagine a forest system stretching 4,500 kilometers across an entire continent, covering more than 4 million square kilometers, an area larger than India. This is not a future vision. Since 1978, China has been attempting exactly that, building an artificial green barrier across its northern frontier to stop the Gobi Desert in its tracks. Known as the 3 North Shelter Belt Program, this is not a conservation effort. It is a 72-year ecological mega project.
I mean, it's literally what they're doing. So, I mean, it's propaganda in the sense that it's showing what China has done so far. The reason why I bring up China is twofold. One, I mean, I did notice your reluctance where you're like, oh, we shouldn't treat them as an ally. But also, the reason why I bring it up is because you're a green energy guy. You're a renewable energy guy. And it's obviously one sector where China is leading.
Yeah.
And has made tremendous gains in not only these these anti-desertification techniques, but also with solar panels, and wind turbines. And then that's the reason why I was asking about this, because there could be a more cooperative approach where we learn from some of these techniques instead of immediately saying, oh, well, you know, these are the bad guys. We've been taught that they're the bad guys. So we shouldn't learn anything from them. Like, what's your opinion on that?
Yeah. And I think that's what I was trying to say. If that's not what I said earlier, is that we should learn from them. They have built, particularly on, and it makes sense, transmission lines, you know, that require planning across many different jurisdictions. So when you have a government that, you know, can do more central planning than ours can, like in China, by my understanding, you can build these big 1,000-mile long transmission lines that help us move energy from, you know, where it's produced to where it is consumed. And so, yeah, I think there's a lot we could learn from those sorts of from China. It's funny. The state of Utah has sent people to Israel to work on water issues and try to learn from what they're doing. I wanted to throw that in because I don't know what they're actually doing that's different than us, but it's certainly a place where we need to do a lot of work and certainly not take more out of the system like you're seeing happen with this data center issue. And I don't know, did you hear about Donald Trump offering us $1 billion for Great Salt Lake?
No, I did not. What is that? $1 billion for what?
Yeah, basically to, like, you know, secure water rights and try to, you know, maybe build some infrastructure. And it's not 100% clear what that billion would be for, but like actually we need like $1 billion a year for several years to get enough water into the lake to actually get it to a sustainable level, which is
I don't trust Donald Trump as a great conservationist.
I don't either.
I'm a little reluctant. I feel like there's something that he gets in return for that.
The timing with the announced ICE facility in Utah was very conspicuous. Like, it was like $1 billion commitment to Great Salt Lake one week, and then next week, 7,500 person ICE detention center in Salt Lake City. Just saying.
There's another massive local controversy. The state plans to spend $1.4 billion of taxpayer money to build an 8-mile gondola up Little Cottonwood Canyon, which environmentalists point out largely serves as a taxpayer-funded luxury ride for a couple of private elite ski resorts. How does this gondola project represent the broader issue in America of privatizing public lands and using working-class tax dollars to subsidize corporate profits?
It's a great representation of that. And I don't support it. I haven't talked to very many folks who do support it, aside from like the governor and, you know, a few people who would stand to benefit substantially off of this thing. It would benefit essentially Alta Ski Resort and Snowbird Ski Resort. There you go. Yeah, there's Alta. And it's this boondoggle. I mean, the costs have just skyrocketed as you've seen the infrastructure costs go up, and you're hearing about how it's going to demolish folks who rock climb in the canyon. Their routes would be under this thing. And so I was actually at a meeting last night hosted by like Sierra Club and some other local conservation organizations about the roadless rule, which Trump is trying to rescind, which protects spaces like we have up in the canyons outside of Salt Lake City. And the reason they hosted the meeting is because the federal government won't host those meetings. They are not hosting the public input meetings they should to actually hear what people think about these things. One thing, more specific to like the idea of the ski resorts and such is these are sited on public lands. So Alta, Snowbird, they lease Forest Service lands. And Deer Valley, for instance, up in Park City, Utah, a lift ticket will run you about $350 a day.
Jesus.
And they're on Forest Service land. We should be using the leverage as the people who own that land to require them to like cap ticket prices and like that sort of thing. I'd love to see that happen. There's been some discussions about that from using the leverage that the federal government has to actually make skiing affordable. That's a very niche issue, but
this is the most Utah conversation of all time. Okay, I like it though. Utah's Republican supermajority has passed abortion trigger bans, bans on gender affirming care, anti-DEI laws, school vouchers to rob public schools, and a redistricting law that a court just threw out as unconstitutional. You voted no on essentially all of it, and they've all retaliated by cutting your mic when you've tried discussing it. How bad is the situation there on the ground in Utah, and do you think it's indicative of where the far-right reactionaries are heading across the country?
Yeah, it's been frustrating. So literally the first week I served in the state Senate back in 2023, I had an intern who was trans, and he had gone through gender affirming care just a couple of years before. And the first week, a bill on basically placing a moratorium on gender affirming care for minors came through. And I stood up and used his words that he had wanted to actually give like a speech himself, and there's not a place that's allowed to do in the process. So I said, I will, if you want to express yourself, I will be happily read those words on the Senate floor. And they did not like that. The Republicans did not like that. And I think it led to 4 years of getting kind of blackballed from moving legislation forward, which is fine because I feel like we do not speak up enough. And this is a problem with Democrats in Utah. It's a problem with Democrats nationally, is that we see these sorts of issues and we back down, and our instinct is to compromise and all that stuff. And I just don't think that's right. It's been so disheartening to see us not take tough stands time and time again.
Why do you think Republicans nationally, and this bleeds into local politics quite a bit, hyper focus on culture war issues? Do you feel like it's because they're reluctant to do anything that will materially improve the lives of the working class in their own states? So they just try to throw red meat in front of the base over and over again as they increasingly become more and more reactionary.
Yes, I think that's a big part of it. I will say it was interesting this year because I think even some of the Republicans in far-right Utah are getting sick of it. Maybe that's like one of the only...
You mean the voters?
No, the legislators.
Interesting.
Towards the end of session, I will not normally like give them credit for anything, but there were some bills that came forward that they were like, we're not going to deal with that. Like, we're just going to like use the process. And at some points they turned to me actually. And I remember one of the, pretty far right Republicans slipping me a note that said, kill this bill. And like, I made a motion on some, far right guys. I think it was like a voting rights bill or something to hold it and to kill it in committee. Cause they're sick of it too. And they would like to, some of them, there are many of them who this is not the case for, but I think there is just that aspect of division though, and like wanting to keep people divided so that their donors can keep contributing and keep getting what they want out of the system. And when people are focusing on the issues that the book banning and we have like flag bans in Utah where cities are not allowed to fly pride flags or things like that. It's because, they want something for people to pay attention to rather than the things that actually matter.
In 2014, Republican County Commissioner Phil Lyman organized an illegal ATV ride through Native American archaeological sites in Recapture Canyon just to protest the federal government's regulation of public lands. He went to jail.
Yep.
He got pardoned by Trump and recently threw a fit after losing the GOP gubernatorial primary. As someone who advocates for protecting public lands, how do you even begin to legislate and protect the environment when the right-wing politicians in your state act like literal cartoon villains?
And he's running for Congress now.
Yeah,
Phil Lyman is running for Congress, and he could win. It's a possibility. It is not easy. They use this language of like we need to take our land back, and it's like there's no back there. That was never land that Utah had a claim to. People, don't quite understand that. Like, these are lands that Utah actually dismissed essentially when we took our statehood back in, I think, 1896 or somewhere thereabouts. And so there's just no real historic basis for any of this. And you're seeing the state spend millions of dollars on lawsuits and PR campaigns actually to promote these sorts of things. And so at the federal level, I look at like my larger role if I'm elected as working against the rest of the delegation in Utah. The other, it'll be a 6-member delegation, 4 reps and 2 senators. And to have a strong voice in there that's going to speak up against the public land grabs and that sort of thing, I think is absolutely critical. I'm not looking for common ground with these folks on these sorts of issues or many others, honestly, because I think we need to be stronger in our positions here. But there are so many pieces to this where public lands are, you don't get them back, right? You don't get them back. And there's a bill in Utah, or there's a bill in Congress called the America's Red Rock Wilderness Act it's a very Utah specific bill, but it hasn't had a Utah sponsor in decades. It still hasn't passed. It's just been kind of changing over the years. Right now it's sponsored by Melanie Stansberry out of New Mexico. But I'm committed to sponsoring that in the next Congress if I'm elected, and that would protect hundreds of thousands or millions of acres of like wilderness land in Utah. And that's what we need to do, is go against the rest of the delegation in the state, because they are going to keep trying to privatize and sell these things off to people to make a profit.
You hate profit, it seems. Why all of this land could be better used if they turned it into a Walmart or a data center
or a mine, or
don't you think?
I think
that's great. Yeah, more of that. That's
what
I say.
I disagree respectfully.
Okay. Your main opponent in this primary is Ben McAdams. He used to be considered one of the most conservative Democrats in Congress. And when he repped a redder district, he called himself pro-life.
Yep.
He voted against raising the minimum wage. Now that he's running in a deep blue district, however, he suddenly claims to support abortion rights and a higher wage. Do you feel like McAdams is truly a born-again progressive, or do you think someone like yourself who is challenging him from the left has pulled him further to the left? Would you chalk up his rhetorical changes to opportunism, or do you feel like he's actually all of a sudden had a come to Jesus moment? Woke Jesus.
Woke Jesus. He was expecting a very different seat. We all were expecting a very different seat here. So this decision on this map happened, overnight. Like, I remember that night. It came out at like 11 o'clock, and I was expecting a district that maybe 2 kind of a light blue or like a purple district in Utah, and we got a district that Kamala Harris would have won by 24 points. So very blue seat. McAdams was running, regardless, and he was hoping, I think, to run for a much more moderate seat, because that's the record that he has, and he has had to run away from that record. I'm running on my record. I'm running on what I've stood up for in the state Senate, what I've basically always believed in, and I have a track record to prove it. I have votes to prove it. And to see him, I don't think he has actually said he necessarily wants a higher wage. He's just defended his vote on like a regional minimum wage, which is funny because the Progressive Caucus was like just fighting against that, because it was just a way to take some momentum away from the actual opportunity to pass a higher minimum wage. So I think it is a change of heart for him, but in many ways it's kind of what he's been able to do throughout the years. He represented a state Senate district, and then the county, Salt Lake County, as the mayor, and then Congress. Now he's running for Congress again, and he's always been able to change his position to match the district. And, to me, we should be electing people who are, true to their convictions, and we know what they represent. And if they represent the district well, that's great. And if they don't align with those values, don't run in that district. I think that's the moral. I'm fine seeing more moderate people running in more purple districts. Although I love that like Oliver Larkin is testing some of those theories in Florida.
Even Graham Plattner. And a state that obviously Trump won. Abdul El-Sayed's running in Michigan, and he's doing a really good job so far. So I don't even think that people need to be running on more moderate positions.
I agree.
In purple districts, I think what people want, especially the base, certainly the Democratic Party's base, but even beyond that, what people are looking for is moral conviction. What people are looking for are people that they can trust.
Right. It's hard to trust someone who's flipped back and forth on some of these positions several times at this point.
All right. So I have a couple last questions. One is the Zoran method. Zoran has 5 priorities that he wanted to be identified by. What are your top 5 priorities for Utah's 1st congressional district, and how would you go about implementing them?
All right, so these won't all be in order of importance, but I think the first one is, which is unrigging the system for people, and that means getting money out of politics and finding workarounds to Citizens United until we can get that overturned with a favorable Supreme Court, and then banning gerrymandering and empowering voting rights again, and by passing the For the People Act. So that's number one, because I don't think anything else changes, like I mentioned earlier, unless you can really address those issues, because everything else flows from having a system that actually values the input of voters and not big donors. 2, Medicare for all, enough said, I think. Housing affordability and really focusing on making sure, I think that's a human right. I think having a roof over your head is a human right. We should repeal the Faircloth Amendment and, make sure the federal government can actually start investing in and building public housing again. And we need to take on the corporate power that is driving up rents and home prices through algorithmic pricing. I would call it corruption or collusion behind the scenes. So I worry very much about that. We need to abolish ICE. That's another one on there for me, is abolishing ICE and rebuilding an immigration system that actually has a pathway to citizenship for everyone who comes here with good intentions. And I think that also plays into rebuilding our standing on the world stage. We need to stop enabling genocide in Gaza. I think those things all play together as part of a bigger picture need to rebuild our image and play a better role in the world. We need to pass a Green New Deal. I mentioned that earlier. I think that plays into the data center aspect here. Let's stop creating these jobs just to then overturn other people's jobs in the future. Let's create a new system that actually empowers people to do important work in the clean energy space and so many other spaces that are going to make the world more livable for people in a bunch of different ways. And I think those are all critical pieces that I would address. So that's what I want to get to work on when I get to DC.
Okay, rapid fire round. I'm going to ask you: do you support Medicare for all?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yeah.
Abolishing and prosecuting ICE?
Yep.
Abolishing private prisons?
Absolutely.
Raising taxes on billionaires?
Absolutely.
Raising the minimum wage?
Yep.
Banning the predatory student loans?
Yep.
Implementing the Green New Deal?
Yep.
Ending Citizens United?
Yep.
Banning congressional stock trading?
Yep.
Ending America's war on Iran?
And these are easy. Yep.
Ending America's embargo on Cuba?
Yep.
Ending aid to Israel?
Yep.
A free Palestine?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great. The primary is June 23rd, 2026. McAdams led your own internal poll 36-23 with 25% undecided. You qualify for the ballot via 7,000 signatures. You're being outspent 4-1. I think you also had an informed voter.
Yep.
You had an informed ballot as well, where you were actually doing better than McAdams. You're being outspent 4-1 though,
yeah.
And you have the backing of Bernie Sanders. You have the backing of some other prominent progressives. Yep. For people hearing you for the first time today, what do you want them to understand about your convictions, and how can people contribute to your campaign?
Yeah, so check out NateForUtah.com, NateForUtah.com. That's where you'll find all our stuff. I'm like at Nate for Utah on most of the social media channels. This is such an important seat because it is a seat where we have a real choice in a state that I don't think anyone expected to be kind of on the map this year before November of last year. And so I'm running on my record. Like I mentioned, I'm running on taking on the power of the Utah legislature that I've done in the last few years, running on taking on those big interests that I think both Democrats and Republicans have failed to challenge. And I have an opponent who is not focused on those things, who is focused on, I think, just preserving the status quo. And that is just not what people want right now. And, he's served in Congress before. He has the name ID. He's had the money. But we've had the momentum. I mean, you talked about being outspent 4-1. He spent well over $100,000 gathering signatures to get on the ballot. We spent like 15,000. So we mostly did that with a volunteer effort, which shows that we've built a strong campaign that can actually win here and represent progressive values in DC, represent, really focusing on actually addressing the material conditions and concerns that people have in my district. And I think that's what people are asking for is someone who's got a track record, who's got a history of addressing those things rather than really catering to big donors and the wealthy, oligarch type folks who have had far too much power in our country for far too long.
In-person voting, their voter registration deadline in person is June 23rd. By mail is received by June 12th, and online is June 12th as well. In-person absentee mail-in ballot return deadline is again June 23rd, and by mail received by June 23rd. Early voting is available to all voters, at least for the time being, until Donald Trump decides to take that away, even though Utah is a deep red state. And early voting start and end dates are June 9th to June 19th, and the polls are open on Election Day from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Mountain Time. Thank you, Nate Bluen, so much for coming on.
Thank you, Hassan.
Wonderful having you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna get back to the broadcast right now. Hold on. All right. Okay. Oops. 1 second. We'll do a quick photo real quick. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. We're going to get back to the Beijing summit right now, chat. And I'll be back in a second.
China is our chief geopolitical rival, and that China is in fact quite focused on competing with the United States and catching up to us.
And are we in a situation now where even European allies are now looking more to the east than to the west?
And I think a lot of countries now have a very jaundiced view of both powers, right? And see neither necessarily as a paragon or as an exemplar that they want to follow the lead of, right? And I think this was very consistent with Prime Minister Carney's speech from Canada earlier this year, right? Where the middle powers feel like they have to look out for themselves.
This meeting was postponed from early April, presumably in the hope that tensions in the Middle East might be solved by now. After the bilat, Fox News host Sean Hannity asked Trump, did China's support for Iran come up?
I mean, when you say support, they're not fighting a war with us or anything.
No.
He said he's not going to give military equipment. That's a big statement. He said that today. That's a big statement. He said that strongly. But at the same time, he said, they buy a lot of their oil there, and they'd like to keep doing that. He'd like to see Hormuz Strait open.
And so in Beijing, it was the 3 T's, Tehran, Taiwan, and perhaps most of all, trade, with an invite for Xi Jinping to visit the US this September as a lifetime of Trump's trademark China threats dissolved away.
习近平主席与特朗普总统会谈当中指出，台湾问题是中美关系中最重要的问题，处理好了，两国关系就能保持总体稳定；处理不好，两国就会碰撞甚至冲突，将整个中美关系推向十分危险的境地。台独与台海和平水火不容，维护台海和平稳定是中美双方最大公约数，美方务必慎之又慎处理台湾问题。
Our resolve to
Wait, what? Secret Service standoff? Chinese security allegedly blocked armed Secret Service agent from entering Trump-Xi event in Beijing, triggering a standoff that delayed the entry for over 30 minutes, according to reports. What the fuck? Bro, it don't work that way. It don't work that way, okay? You don't get to do that. Another standoff was with the media. American press got into heated arguments with the Chinese police, hold them back in a side room during President Trump's Temple of Heaven visit with Xi. Do you understand? We are in the motorcade with the president. Chinese reporter, the security on our side do not allow you to leave this building. Reporter says, we got to move. We got to go. We got to move. Then they're allowed out of the room. Americans says, do not run over anybody. Do not do what they did to us. Oh, my God.
Do you understand that we are in the motorcade with the president?
So weird.
So that's the main concern now is that the security of our side do not allow you, sir, leave this.
They are literally waiting.
We gotta move. We gotta go, guys. Okay. No, we gotta go. We gotta go. Go. We gotta go. We gotta move. We gotta go.
Let's go. We're going.
Look at this. That is our head of
We
security.
gotta go, guys.
Let's go. He's right.
We have to go.
We gotta go. Go.
We have to go. We are going.
Unbelievable.
U.S. press, we are going.
We would never go.
U.S. press, we are going. Just in, altercation was reportedly captured by Rush Hour director Brett Ratner, who was with Trump's delegation to scout locations for Rush Hour 4. I think it's ridiculous. Is ridiculous that they straight up fucking put they should have put an Epstein affiliate in this fucking delegation. They are forcibly intercepting. They're forcibly bringing the Epstein delegation into China. Also, it's kind of wild that these guys have this kind of attitude. You're in a different country. Like, have a little bit more fucking humility, man. Americans think everywhere is America. I swear to God. Very Israeli mentality.
We are going. We are going. Rachel, make sure you're in this.
Go.
Be gentle, but we are going. Don't run over anybody. Do not do what they did to us.
Do you understand that we are in the motorcade with the president?
Put them all in jail. Help us, she. What is this? Look at our Dems, bro. I mean, this is Democratic wins, man. Who gives a fuck? Anyway, that's interesting. Apparently, numerous standoffs taking place here. Okay.
Oppose Taiwan independence is as firm as a rock, and our ability to crush separatism is unbreakable. There is only one China, and Taiwan is part of China. This is an undeniable historical and legal fact that cannot be denied. Taiwan has never been a country. It was not one in the past, and it absolutely will not be one in the future. No matter how many times Lai Ching-te repeats his lies, a lie told 1,000 times remains a lie and can never become the truth.
How
are your talks, sir?
Great.
Did you talk about Taiwan?
Great place. Incredible. China's beautiful.
Trump bent over and showed Ho he's going to give him Taiwan. LMFAO. I mean, the American position, even from the Nixon era when China was in obviously a far weaker predicament, has always been to recognize Taiwan as a part of China while simultaneously engaging in the act of strategic ambiguity. There's never been a State Department position that is straight away from the perspective that Taiwan is a part of China. Okay? From the inception, the Republic of China, from the inception, the Republic of China was a separatist state. Now, obviously, things have changed, right? Things have changed quite a bit, and people change, policies change. Taiwan is not what it was initially. Even the KMT itself is now the party that is much more open to, if not reunification, but a party that is more invested in normalizing relations with China or developing better relationships with China. Okay? As opposed to the American cutout, which is the DPP. As far as the Taiwanese population's opinion on this, they want status quo overwhelmingly. They want status quo overwhelmingly. which is an opportunity for them to continue trading and continue having good relations with China while also having one foot in the door with the Western world. As far as the Chinese perspective goes, they see Taiwan as a part of China, as the ROC saw mainland China as a part of the Republic of China. So you have the PRC on the one hand, and you have the ROC on the other hand. The ROC sees not only the mainland, but also additional territories historically as a part of Greater China. The PRC sees Taiwan as a part of mainland China. Okay, my attitude on this is to not disrupt the current relationship that we have with China, and to allow peace to continue. If I was living in Taiwan, I'd have a very different attitude, in my opinion. If I was a Taiwanese national, if I was living in Taiwan, I'd be perfectly on board with becoming a part of mainland China. But I do understand why the younger population, especially, have their worries about, having their state apparatus sucked up by the Chinese government, and they're worried about state repression and things of that nature, in the same way that people in Hong Kong were resistant, regardless of the different situation with Hong Kong's ownership inevitably being given back to the People's Republic of China. I do believe. Don't run them over like they did to us. Refer to this incident today. New White House aide trampled by Chinese journalists during President Trump's meeting with President Xi Jinping. Fox News' Peter Doocy also reports that there have been heated and physical clash between the U.S. Secret Service and Chinese police. Chinese journalists reportedly knocked over and stepped on a White House aide who was left bruised and shaken. The staffer was not seriously injured. Doocy reports that there have been physical clashes over heated arguments during the trip. It's worth pointing out that there have been some heated and physical clashes between the Secret Service and Chinese police at basically the back doors of these events, including one very physical standoff where a Secret Service officer was being prevented from taking his weapon in as a part of the protective detail. But things have been ironed out as far as we know. The schedule has not changed because of that.
Some heated and physical clashes between the Secret Service and
classic Americans, dude. What do you mean I can't bring a gun to this meeting with global leaders? That's my emotional support gun, buddy. I'm bringing it everywhere with me, okay? You can't tell an American they can't bring a gun somewhere, okay? They're gonna want to bring the gun. It's an emotional support service weapon. You don't understand.
And the Chinese police basically at the back doors of these events, including one very physical standoff where a Secret Service officer was being prevented from taking his weapon in as part of the protective detail. But things have all been ironed out, and as far as we know, the schedule has not been changed because of that. Martha.
Yeah, well, it's a tense meeting. I think that is that's pretty clear. Peter, thank you very much.
But we are missing history happening out there because you have us locked in this room.
不行，要不就提前跟我们说，现在我们新闻中没有，现在协调不了。
Look at this weird ass confrontation at 1:59. I think a lot of Americans have this attitude that is unironically Orientalist, that like all Asian people are meek, right? Part of that is because of Japanese culture and the way they've experienced Japanese culture, where Japanese people are very they're terrified of being rude. If you recall, I've talked about this before. Chinese people are the opposite of that. Okay? It's not. Americans think, oh, Asian people, they're submissive. Not to say that like all Japanese people are that way either, but people like that's the attitude overall. So when they come to China for the first time ever, they get to realize like, oh, that's not how it is here at all. And I've personally experienced this. I've also talked about it as well, where Chinese people culturally are the exact opposite of Japanese people culturally, where they're very loud, they have huge personalities, and they're much more direct and much more confrontational than Japanese people are. Yeah, if Americans can understand the distinction between people from Iowa and people from Wisconsin, I'm sure they can understand the distinction between Chinese people, Japanese people, and people from Thailand and South Korea. You know, it happens. What is this? There was a weird altercation that took place here, you said?
Please put on the earpiece for the simultaneous interpretation. Thank you.
What is this? Swedish police absolutely hate U.S. Secret Service. They're such assholes and snuggle their guns even though they're told they can't have them and it's illegal, etc., etc. $1 million views. This happened in Trump 1.0 in North Korea 2. White House aide fought with North Korean security to let U.S. president. Misinfo. What is this? Dude, this is fucking crazy. We oftentimes, I mean, I don't know what the situation is. Like, I don't know what the expectation is in these sorts of events. Like, maybe they tell them ahead of time that it's okay, and then like wires get crossed. I'm trying to be as charitable as possible. But this seems like an insane thing to do. And I feel like only Americans can get away with behaving like this. Okay? She literally sets a pic pushing with her full body the North Korean security detail to forcibly allow. It was seen as an admirable moment by U.S. media. I just think someone said I Show Speed does a better diplomatic job, and I 100% agree. Like, I feel like if any country's like staffers behave like this on U.S. soil, I feel like our police would shoot them. Like, our police would be like, "What do you mean you're touching me right now?" We do worse shit to our own press on U.S. soil. Okay? It doesn't make any fucking sense. They only let North Korean media in there and kept the U.S. media out, so that's why she came back to force them in. Yeah, that's why I was trying to figure out, like, is it fucked up for the security services to just like do something, or is there like a separate press pool for the Americans? You know what I mean? They build a ballroom in North Korea after this, by the way. Do you remember the Turkish security a couple years ago? I do remember. They beat the fuck out of someone on U.S. soil, and they were allowed to do so.
Also been some noisy and physical disputes between members of the U.S. and Chinese delegations. We experienced some of that firsthand yesterday. Leaving that welcome ceremony, I was ordered onto a bus that then immediately left with nobody on it except for me and a driver that didn't know I wanted to get off.
When is the next crash out? I don't know. Maybe soon, chatter. Are you a baby or are you an adult? I like that. I like that we're over here watching China completely rewrite American hegemony, and this guy's like, I'm a baby, and I only respond to drama on the internet. The press will fuck you up in order to keep or get access. I wish our press was that aggressive in the United States of America for American-related instances. Also, this would have been really funny. They just ship off Peter Douchey. I mean, they would have done a great deal for American prosperity. They would have given us a big W there, okay?
But after lots of shouting and pointing on the bus and off the bus, we got where we needed to be.
Secret Service
just drove his ass to Inner Mongolia.
Had a little back and forth too.
They did. At a separate event, they didn't want to let one of the president's protective detail members bring a firearm in. More shoving, more shouting, but they figured it out.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Peter, as always, thank you.
And there have also been some noisy and physical disputes between members of the U.S.
Yeah, we took out Peter Douchey. The assets being packaged and shipped. I repeat, Peter Douchey is being shipped to Inner Mongolia. They're gonna exile his ass.
We told you we wanted you this yesterday when we were here. I flagged it for you again an hour ago when we got here. And we told you we wanted this photo.
Good to know they're being just as dramatic with their reporting on you being arrested in China with press being pushy. I know. That's true. If you recall, I was gulagged in China, sent to the fucking mines in faraway distant lands with the altercation that I had with the police in Tiananmen Square. That's not that far from this either, where these guys are.
No, I wanted to go right where we were to catch the two presidents walking out of the Temple of Harvest. This guy right here.
Yeah, I got deported day one frame. Anyway, let's continue. Donald Trump swerved a potentially awkward moment during a photo call with China's president when a member of the press asked about the issue of Taiwan. He was so mad. Dude, imagine asking about Taiwan next to fucking Xi Jinping. It's so awesome. He's like... He's like, dude, you fucking piece of shit. He's like, maybe Trump was the one who was telling the fucking Chinese security to beat the shit out of the American press pool a little bit for him. Warm him up for me. Warm him up for me, these sons of bitches. Teach him how to act right.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr.
President, did you talk about Taiwan?
Hey, thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
President Xi stressed to President Trump that the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. Talk to me about that moment when that was discussed.
Well, they certainly feel that way, and they always raise that issue, and we understand they raise that issue. From our perspective, any forced change in the status quo and the situation that's there now would be bad for both countries. One of the things the Chinese...
Dog, that's their position. As China's power grows, especially against America, the status quo conversation will shift to benefit China. Okay? It's very funny that they can't even like posture. They can't really posture at all right now because they don't have any fucking leverage. And to be fair, and I say this sincerely, America doesn't give a fuck about Taiwanese independence. Okay? Anyone that legitimately thinks America gives a fuck about Taiwanese independence, America has never given a fuck about Ukrainian autonomy either. Okay? That's never been the case. It's more so what kind of purpose these countries or advancing the interests of like using Taiwan as an entry point into China. Like they don't, that's it. That's the only thing they care about is what these places can do for America's adversaries. Okay? It's unironically so ridiculous that America might even drop its support for Turkey, the second largest NATO country, at the behest of Israel. There's only one country that we actually care about, okay? Every other country is a missile sponge. Every other country could become a missile sponge. For America, the interest in Taiwan is obviously semiconductors and also a launching pad. How is every right extremist meeting the CCP and not the leftists? Not just in the USA. Modi met with CCP. Trump met with CCP. Is it a pattern or do I need to touch grass for real? What are you talking about? I've tried to explain this to you before. China does not care about ideology. China has never given a single shred of a shit about what the ideology of its major neighboring country is, okay? And its governing party. They don't give a fuck. China works with America. There is no pattern beyond China Chinamaxxing and developing better relations with its neighboring nations and even the United States of America.
Size, which we agree, is strategic stability in our relationship, a constructive relationship, but also one.
In that sense, it's a pure isolationist, where their attitude is, we don't give a fuck as long as you don't harm us and our way of existence. The greatest example I can give you about China's lack of interest in like maintaining some sort of communist ideology around the world is obviously Cuba. One example that I use in their own backyard is obviously the Philippines, but certainly in Cuba as well, right? They do not care at all. As a matter of fact, they're totally willing to write off. They're totally willing to write off what takes place in Cuba. As long as in exchange for better ease of tensions in the Strait of Taiwan, right? The Taiwanese Strait. Having said that, of course, they'll meet with like Claudia Sheinbaum as well, obviously. Xi Jinping met with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum. Xi once again congratulated President Sheinbaum on becoming the first female president of Mexico, said that his visit to Mexico in 2013 left a deep and strong impression on him. China and Mexico have had a time-honored tradition of friendship. This was in 2024, November 18th, 2024. So there are allegiances. I'm sure there's like China and Mexico have like a very, very solid relationship already. But there's only interest. There's only Chinese interest. There's no like ideological. There's no underpinning ideological purpose that China cares about.
One that establishes strategic stability, so that we don't have misunderstandings that could lead to broader conflict. And so we always reiterate the point. We hear them when they say this. We always respond by saying anything that would compel or force a change in what we have now would be problematic. And we would certainly, our policies on that have not changed. It's been pretty consistent across multiple presidential administrations and remains consistent now.
Did President Xi request to President Trump not to sell weapons to Taiwan?
Well, that topic has been discussed in the past.
It's absolutely. That is the main Chinese demand, is to restrict weapons transfers.
Did not feature prominently in today's discussion.
Doesn't that make you mad, though? They could be a counter They could be a counterforce, but they won't. It used to, and it still to a certain degree does. It annoys me, but at the end of the day, I'm not fucking Chinese, okay? That's it. Like, as an American, I'm trying to fucking make changes in the United States of America. Some people will say, oh, that's cope or whatever, or this is a defense of China, but it's like, I'm not Chinese, you know? I'm an American citizen. It's like, I can't expect other countries to, out of nowhere, play the role of like global fucking savior, you know? It sounds a little ridiculous, you know? It's ridiculous when fucking America is demanding China's aid in opening the Strait of Hormuz. It's even more ridiculous than that, right? But even Chinese development and Chinese prosperity, even China becoming a force to be reckoned with on the global stage, is unironically reasserting stability and the need for stability in the global stage. So it's like, if it even causes America to second guess its endless adventurism, its endless military adventurism overseas, then they're kind of doing a better job than I have, right? So even as like a counterbalance that is outright refusing to tilt the scales in any way, shape, or form, it's still doing more than I could. Yeah. Oh, no, I know. New York Times is actually kind of waging war. We're going to get to that. It's really good. Chuck Schumer, of course, Trump must not sell out Taiwan, period. Where was I?
We know what their position on that is already. Remember, Congress plays a role in that process as well. And we have sold them weapons in the past. That's existed as recently as December, which they were very upset about. And that's a decision the president gets to make as Congress appropriates and as Congress decides what to do with those topics. We will respond accordingly.
But nothing has changed in the way the U.S. views the relationship with Taiwan. It will defend Taiwan, as has been.
Yeah, U.S. policy on the issue of Taiwan.
How does this change? Wait, what? You're not a whole ass country. Of course, can't do as much as them. How does this change what you think they should do? What do you mean it doesn't? The fuck? I've been pretty clear about what I think China could do and what I think China should do. But that chatter asks something different. I have been very clear. I think China should play a more formative role in intervening in global conflict. It's unbelievably disappointing. But also at the same time, I'm talking about like as far as like nation versus nation, I think about what my country is doing. We are the ones who are responsible for all the fucking instability. It sometimes feels a little weird that we're just like, why won't China fix what we are doing? You know? I guess it's more so a recognition. It's more so a recognition of our inability to enforce the democratic wishes of the majority. They don't have enough power projection capability of the U.S. or USSR. They absolutely could do USSR level of power projection. They could do more than USSR's power projection. They are projecting power. Trade is far more consequential and a far stronger tool in this day and age for China to implement whatever wishes, whatever design they have.
Taiwan is unchanged as of today and as of the meeting that we had here today. It was raised. They always raise it on their side. We always make clear our position and we move on to the other topics. We know.
Like, I think the major reason why China doesn't do shit on Cuba is because they want to continue with status quo in Taiwan And they know that if they were to move on Cuba in the way that like the USSR has, then America absolutely would agitate in Taiwan. They'd probably fucking put nukes in Taiwan potentially. And then there's a dangerous predicament. There's dangerous instability. Whereas currently, as long as China continues staying the course and showing itself as a great stabilizing force in the around the world, whereas America is showing itself to be a belligerent fool that's like disrupting the previous design of international trade that America was the architect of. From the Chinese perspective, they stay the course. Peaceful reunification is an inevitability. Why would they disrupt that? Their highest goal here is to unify China. Okay, that's it. Their highest purpose has been to reunify China through peaceful means. It is our own design that this would be this would be done through military means. Since the age of Mao, it hasn't been something that they're interested in engaging militarily.
Where they stand, and I think they know where we stand.
Do you think China wants to invade Taiwan?
Well, I think China's preference is probably...
Look. Damn. Oh, so you don't think China wants to invade Taiwan militarily? Interesting for the Secretary of State to say such a thing. I wonder if Marco Rubio has ever said China wants to invade Taiwan. Let's see. How do I go through news hits to not go at to not look at Marco Rubio's takes from an hour ago, this exact same thing, but instead tools, custom range. Let's look at from before. Let's look at since like May. Oh, wait, no. Let's do 1990 till May 25th. Let's go. God, most of this is so recent. I'm a numbers guy. I want to grok it. We got to grok it. God, why is this so tough? Why can't this be faster? I wish I had a Vini so he could come in and grok it. Be a numbers guy. Vini, I need you to be a numbers guy. What is this? Like, is this how you do it? Before 2024. Oh, this is a good one. Why was Marco Rubio sanctioned by China? Beijing's human rights abuses included crackdown on pro-democracy activists in Hong Kong and the treatment of Uyghur minority in Xinjiang. The sanctions imposed in 2020 during his time as a U.S. senator were a direct response to his advocacy for legislation holding China accountable. Marco Rubio, Trump's top pick for cabinet job, claims China will invade Taiwan by 2030. Florida senator made his comment at a confirmation hearing to help decide if he is suitable for Secretary of State. And then everybody unanimously fucking endorsed him, by the way. So that was cool. Donald Trump's pick for Attorney General also faced scrutiny over her stance on the January 6th riots. He told the committee he believes China is America's biggest threat and blamed the growing risk on America's shift to globalism. Laying out how he will implement Mr. Trump's America First vision, he said the United States must begin placing its core national interests above all else. He argued Washington must step up to compete with Beijing and slam the Chinese government's human rights record. If we don't change course, we're going to live in a world where much of that matters to us most daily, from our security to our health, will be dependent on whether the Chinese allow us to have it or not. Oh, no. We might be living in that world now. Isn't that crazy? The U.S. will have to deal with the Chinese invasion of Taiwan before 2030 unless there are dramatic changes, Mr. Rubio claimed. That was January 2025, Thursday, 16th of January 2025. Let's see what he has to say now.
To have Taiwan willingly, voluntarily join them. And
this is Marco Rubio. That's true. That was Marco Rubio. This is Marco Rubio. That name change also came with a brain change.
Well, I think China's preference is probably to have Taiwan willingly, voluntarily join them. In a perfect world, what they would want is some vote or a referendum in Taiwan that agrees to fold in. I think that's what they would prefer. Ultimately, it's featured prominently in President Xi's.
Yeah, they did a name change. It's Rubio. Marco, not Rubio, but Rubio.
Mandate in the time he's been in office, he's made clear that what they call reunification, that's what they call it, is something that has to happen at some point. We think it would be a terrible mistake to force that through force or anything of that nature. There would be repercussions for that globally, not just from the United States.
I love that dude, what does that mean? What does that mean? Ooh, we think it'd be a mistake militarily. Okay. I mean, I think China also agrees that it'd be a mistake to invade Taiwan militarily. You're interesting. He's so cognizant. Marco Rubio.
And we kind of leave it there. That sort of ambiguity is what I think has defined the way we characterize this issue. And the reason being is strategic ambiguities. We don't want to see conflict. We don't want to see something disruptive happen because I think it would be very disruptive for the world and for both countries.
I know you're watching China. You don't think they're ramping up their military to do something?
Dude, American media is so bloodthirsty. Like, but don't you think that they want to fucking kill every Taiwanese person? Huh? Come on. They're ramping up their military. Come on.
Taiwan? Well, I think they're ramping up their military in general. The pace of growth in the Chinese military over the last 10 years has no precedent. None. I mean, just what they've done with their Navy alone over the last, they've put billions and billions and billions of dollars in their system. So it's, you look at it, I mean, it's hard to ignore how fast and how big. So I don't think it's just limited to Taiwan. I think they have ambitions to ultimately be able to project power globally the way the U.S. does now. They're still behind us in that regard. But there's nonetheless, they are investing a lot of money. They are, right now, the world's second most powerful military, without a doubt.
U.S. Senator Marco Rubio has introduced a bill to speed up weapons sales to Taiwan and strengthen bilateral military cooperation. The bill is titled the Taiwan Peace Through Strength Act of 2022.
This is Formosa News. Someone 3 years ago, remember to send Rubio to the front lines when the war starts. Good stuff. CCP out of the ROC.
It calls on Washington and U.S. defense contractors to fast-track arms sales to Taiwan. It also asks the U.S. to establish...
He has tweeted 1 million times about Taiwan. Times are changing, baby. If China's willing to target our space satellites, electric grid, if we intervene to defend Taiwan, why would they hesitate to first order ByteDance to use TikTok to manipulate U.S. public opinion against intervention?
No one wishes for armed conflict with anyone. There's nothing good about war. If, God forbid, we are ever in a war with China, China will use cyber attacks to try to take down our electric grid. China will use space weapons to try to destroy the satellites we have in space. China will use these missiles to try to sink our ships and kill Americans. China will do all these things, but somehow we think they're incapable of using a social media app with 150, 200 million American users. They would never use that against us. They'll sink our ships, they'll shoot down our satellites, they'll shut down our grid, but they would never use an app that they control.
Doors open.
Come on. Of course they would.
He put scary music on it too. This man has been a Taiwan obsessive, okay? He has been obsessed with Taiwan for years and years. Now he's like, oh, well, China doesn't want to take Taiwan militarily. It would be a real mistake. It would be so disruptive. Please don't do it, China. Well, good thing that they were not invested in that at all, so...
Mr. Cook, how was the meeting?
It was marvelous. Thank you so much. It's so great to be back in China.
Okay, thank you.
The meeting was incredible.
Tim's not even the CEO no more, and he's still coming to these meetings because he just fucking loves China. Straight up. It's not even a joke. He does love China. Like, when he says it's marvelous, it's great to be back here, I believe him, sincerely. Actually.
President Xi was so gracious, so welcoming, and welcome all of us to be part of China. It was an excellent meeting. Thank you.
We've made the argument to the Chinese, and I hope it's compelling, and they'll have a chance to do something about it at the United Nations later this week when there's a resolution just condemning Iran on what they're doing with the Straits. Look, there's three things. The Chinese have ships stuck in the Persian Gulf. Because
no, they don't.
Setting up a system that says we're going to let certain ships through but others not, it's easier said than done. And you saw a Chinese, not Chinese flag vessel, but it was a Chinese cargo, got hit over the weekend. I'm sure Iran didn't do it deliberately, but they did it. It happened. And so that's why these Chinese ships are stuck in there. The second is, I don't think that China, it's a huge source of instability. It threatens to destabilize Asia more than any other part of the world, because it's heavily reliant on the Straits for energy. And the third reason is because China's economy is export driven, meaning their economy is fueled not by what they consume domestically, but by what they make and sell to other countries. Well, if all the countries of the world economies are melting down because of this crisis in the Straits, they're going to be buying less Chinese product, and the Chinese exports are going to drop.
This part is true. This last part is true.
Precipitously. So it's in their interest to resolve this. We hope to convince them to play a more active role in getting Iran to walk away from what they're doing now and trying to do now in the Persian Gulf.
All right, thanks for watching.
It's more so a calculation of like how much can they make America bleed and suffer for their mistake, and what that does for their long-term goals. That's the only thing they care about. In some respects, it's been really interesting watching Donald Trump behave this way. Because it's been really interesting watching Donald Trump behave this way because, like, obviously, it is in the interest of China to maintain global stability. And America is trying to take advantage of that by putting a gun to its own fucking temple. And being like, I will literally pull the trigger and I will collapse everything. Guess what? You want stability? Well, I don't even care. I'll flip the table. I'll kill myself. I'll fucking kill myself dead. I don't give a shit. I'm crazy. That's how America has been operating. That is the American foreign policy under the second Trump term. They're literally not saying like, I have a gun, I'll use it on you. They're saying I have a gun and I'll use it on myself. Okay? And it will be horrible for you as well because you need to have stability.
When Israel was attacked.
So Nicholas Kristof wrote a New York Times opinion piece on Palestinian victims of rape in Israeli concentration camps. Okay, this is gruesome, but it was well resourced, and I didn't really cover it too much. I've been meaning to get to it, but it's nothing that you haven't heard before. I've been covering the systematized form of rape that takes place in Israeli concentration camps, Israeli prison facilities for quite a while. It's new for the New York Times audience, though. And I guess it's significant because from the Israeli perspective, because they hold New York Times as like a very important standard to change American liberal consciousness, to change like the broader attitude by the media. The reason why it was opinion, let's be real, the real reason why it was in the opinion section is because they're fucking terrified. They wanted to put it out. But New York Times is so unbelievably pro-Israel. This is a huge deal. This is a huge fucking deal. Okay? Part of it is also because Christoph is an op-ed board journalist. It would be journalistic malpractice to not note that Christoph is hired as an opinion writer. Anyone who understands journalism knows this. No. I think the standard for Screams Without Violence, which did not run in the opinion editorial segment, but it was literally a straight reporting from the New York Times that had no investment in the truth whatsoever, as we found out, because it was like completely ripped apart. There was very little standard held up, so much so that there was internal editorial discussions on it. In comparison to the Christoph piece, which absolutely had an infinitely higher standard of evidence. Regardless of Christoph's background as an opinion editorial writer, could have made his way somehow to regular New York Times reporting. But once again, things are changing. Screams Without Violence, the app way to put it. Oh, I meant Screams Without Words, sorry. Things are changing. The New York Times writing this report is an incredible change of pace.
On October 7th, 2023, officials were quick to condemn the sexual violence of Hamas.
You've heard of the rape of Israeli women? Where the hell are you?
Women raped, assaulted, paraded as trophies.
Uses rape as a weapon of war.
Sexual violence as a weapon of war by Hamas.
I went to the West Bank to talk with Palestinians who experienced sexual assault firsthand by Israeli soldiers, settlers, and prison guards. Their harrowing accounts, backed by lawyers, surveys, and international reports, suggest that sexual violence by Israelis against Palestinians is widespread. And that raises the question, where is the revulsion against sexual assault now? I don't see any evidence that Israeli leaders order rape, but they have built a security apparatus where, according to a 2025 United Nations report, sexual violence is a major element in the ill treatment of Palestinians. Prime Minister Netanyahu has called accusations of sexual violence by Israelis baseless, but my reporting suggests that sexual violence has greatly worsened under Netanyahu in recent years. What exactly does this look like? Here's what I found. This is Sameh Al-Sai, a freelance journalist for international news organizations.
اصطحبوني للزنزانة انفرادية. في الزنزانة الانفرادية هاي وأنا مقيد الإجرين والإيدين ومغطى الأعين. رموني على الأرض بوضعية السجود وانتزعوا منطلوني والبوكسر وبدأوا بعملية اغتصاب بالعصي والجزر بطريقة عنيفة جدا ومؤلمة جدا والتحرش ولمس أعضاء التناسلية بشكل قوي ومزعج ومؤلم جدا.
I spoke to a farmer who recounted how 20 settlers rampaged through Palestinian homes and used a hunting knife to cut off his clothes.
شفت المستوطنين دخلوني.
We covered this. So I need you to understand something. That's very important. A bunch of these stories we covered. A bunch of these stories were also known to us fairly early on because some of them are before October 7th. And the reason why we know is because there was a State Department employee who actually resigned publicly after October 7th. And one of the reasons was because in the past, when Adamir, which is the Palestinian human rights organization that specifically works with Palestinian prisoners in Israeli concentration camps, had released a report about systematic sexual violence of Palestinian hostages in the hands of Israeli occupying forces. And when Israel found out that this report was being delivered to the American State Department said, all right, we're not going to do anything with this report. And then Israel turned around, raided their facilities, and turned them into a terror group, which the American organization also, the American organization, here, 13-year-old Palestinian boy was raped in an Israeli prison when the U.S. State Department, or not 13, 15. He got the number wrong here. When the U.S. State Department raised the incident with the Israeli government stole DCI Palestine's computers. It wasn't Adamir, sorry. It was Defense for Children. Defense for Children and Palestine's computers, and declared them a terrorist entity for daring to bring the incident to light. This was talked about fairly early on. This was December 4th, 2023. Okay? And the incident that he's referencing is from February 2021 when Defense for Children Palestine published a report of a 15-year-old Palestinian boy where he described an Israeli interrogator raping him with an object while he was detained. Israel raided their facilities and declared them a terrorist organization. America dropped everything.
Mentioned sexual violence. I was part of the human rights vetting process for arms going to Israel, and a charity called Defense of Children International Palestine drew our attention at the State Department to the sexual assault, actually the rape of a 13-year-old boy that occurred in an Israeli prison in the Mosque Bia in Jerusalem. We examined these allegations. We believed they were credible. We put them to the government of Israel. And you know what happened the next day? The IDF went into the DCIP offices and removed all their computers and declared them a terrorist entity. I think it is vital that atrocities not happen to anyone, not sexual violations, not any kind of gross violation of human rights. You mentioned sexual violence. I was part of the human rights vetting process for arms going to Israel.
Yeah. This was very well known before October 7. And not only that, I mean, I obviously covered this at the time, but those might remember part of the reason why Leftovers ended was the disagreements that I had with Ethan Klein. And one of the things that I brought up in our conversation was exactly this. I told him something along the lines of, while sexual violence is commonplace in any sort of military action, at the time, this was right after October 7, we didn't have any direct evidence or firsthand victim accounts of any sexual violence taking place on October 7, whereas there was tremendous amounts of evidence of systematic sexual violence taking place in Israeli facilities against Palestinians. And if you recall at the time, a lot of people got very mad at me. There was an entire group that was actively trying to claim that the Israelis were too racist to rape the Palestinians. Sex Pestinese community did that. They had the audacity to say Israelis are too racist to actually engage in sexual violence against the Palestinians. As though sexual violence has anything to do with, attraction. Anyway, this is fairly commonplace. and also certainly well known. So when Christoph came out with this report, it wasn't all that unique. Where he came out with this report is, however. Okay? It's unique because New York Times, as I said earlier in the day on Twitter, is actually more pro-Israel. The New York Times editorial board, in its coverage, in its defense of Israel, is unironically more more pro-Israel than Haaretz is. Any chance you get Christoph on stream? Probably not. I mean, there are still, let's be real, okay? Him doing this reporting at this stage means he'll come on the stream in like 2 years, 3 years. Given the timeline of how these guys actually follow our reporting, follow our coverage, I suspect him to come on the stream and agree with the statements that I've made recently. You know, the Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. That's still a bridge too far for many libs. I said, if you say or report anything correct about Israel's depravity, you have serious supporters on here doxing your family for days, branding you an anti-Semite, demanding you lose your job, but polite society has largely moved on from these hysterics. But the other statement, where was it? Oh, I said, Mark Halperin said, if the New York Times is so confident in Nick Kristof's reporting, why aren't they publishing multiple front page stories daily following up on it? I said, it's because the New York Times is objectively more pro-Israel in its editorial slant than Haaretz. Perhaps that may change after the reaction to the Nicholas Kristof op-ed. And I do think so. I think the New York Times is, obviously the opinion editorial side probably went through an unbelievable amount of cross-referencing and also editorial discussions before they went out with this piece. Okay? Just so you understand. They do not write pieces like this without the entire editorial board being in support. Okay? That's not how this goes. What is this? Nick Fuentes? Reacting to Hasanabi? Who gives a fuck, man? Yeah, Josh Gottheimer says the New York Times is Hamas. We're going to get to that in a second. But that's the reason. That is the reason why they're not doing a million follow-ups, which they might going forward.
خشيت جوا الخيمة سحبوا المستوطنين في المرابط البلاستيكية هذول ربطوا على يدي من هان أكثر من مربط على إجري ضربوني على عيني بوكس سحبوني جوا هان على الخيمة صار يكبوا علي تراب مي وتراب ووتر فلحوا البنطلون ربطوا العضو الذكري في المربط البلاستيك شدوه مني شدوه.
The zip ties were still on the ground when I visited. And this is Mohammed Matar, a Palestinian Authority official, who says he was with two other Palestinians trying to protect a Bedouin village under attack from settlers. When the settlers seized them, stripped them, beat them, And he says one tried to rape him with a stick, and he actually has some...
Okay. Guys, don't get mad at me for asking this question, and I don't mean this in any way, like in any weird way. But Nicholas Kristof is Jewish, right? Or is he not? Because they've been slandering him. He's not. I mean, I don't know. Is Nick is a Christian name, isn't it? I don't fucking know. Bro has Christ in his name. That's very unlikely. I don't know. I never know these things. But Nicholas Kristof, weren't you on his podcast? No, I wasn't.
When I visited. And this is Mohammed Matar, a...
No, he's Christian? Okay. Rand Paul some moment? No, I was going to say it. First of all, I don't think he's in any way, shape, or form anti-Semitic regardless. But I was going to say it's even more ridiculous if they were claiming that a Jewish writer is it's even more ridiculous to state that. Also, close your eyes and imagine who's speaking. Tell me if it's not Brad Lander.
Palestinian Authority official who says he was with two other Palestinians trying to protect a Bedouin village under attack from settlers. When the settlers seized them, stripped them, beat them, and he says one tried to rape him with a stick. And he actually has some evidence of this interaction with the settlers in the form of a photo that the settlers posted to social media. One woman, 23 at the time of her detention, told me that she was regularly stripped naked, forcibly bent over, and groped all over her body by male and female guards. One journalist said he had been held down and raped by a dog, a claim backed by other accounts from prisoners who report they underwent the same thing. I'm appalled by this pattern of abuse, partly because our American tax dollars subsidize the Israeli security forces. I fear that leaves us complicit. The United States has leverage, and we could use it to insist on an end to the impunity and to demand that Red Cross visits be restored for Palestinian detainees. Look, whether you consider yourself pro-Israeli or pro-Palestinian, here's one thing we should be able to agree on. We're anti-rape. The horrific abuse inflicted on Israeli women on October 7th now happens to Palestinians day after day after day.
Now.
When Israel was attacked on October 7th.
Buddy, now. Anyway, it's crazy. Yeah, where was this New York Times a year ago? I'm confused as to why New York Times is now switching up. So on the one hand, I'm fucking annoyed. I'm annoyed that it took so long for the New York Times to write something like this. On the other hand, Nick Kristof is getting his ass beat on the timeline nonstop. And so is the New York Times. I totally understand why a lot of people have presented the New York Times as public enemy number one. It makes total sense. Some of the pro-Palestinian crowd believe that this is the New York Times reputation laundering to make themselves seem as a more credible institution once again. Yeah, you've been talking about this and people disbelieved you.
I mean, listen, that's a huge claim.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to fucking relitigate this shit. So there's still on both sides pieces about the talk about the claims of October 7th. Yeah. Man, I talked to Nick before he's making this opinion piece, and after he left the West Bank, he didn't want to spoil it, and I can see why. Brother, that's not him spoiling. He was probably worried about fucking the Israeli security finding out about what he was up to. Pretty sure you can't actually conduct investigations like this without the Israeli government basically putting a stop to it. Haviv and I are both Americans who have lived interesting lives abroad, but unlike him, I've never had the occasion to write a weepy 2,100-word essay about why the sexual torture allegations against my buddies are no big deal. The second post veers into absurd conspiracy theory. He claims Christoph was tasked with covering for Hamas crimes by getting ahead of the new Israeli 10/7 report on violence. This is what passed for rigorous, high-level thinking at Barry Weiss's Free Press and now CBS. And yeah, they're attacking his, they're review bombing his family farm. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just 7 so far. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if they're actually review bombing it that much. But yeah, Israeli defense minister called 18-year-old Lamine Yamal a terrorist for waving the Palestinian flag. They're getting more and more aggressive. They're getting more and more insane. Okay? Yeah, Gottheimer Moscow was calling the Jewish community to go on the offensive against anti-Semitism, anti-Israel attacks. No defense, only offense, Gottheimer said at an event commemorating the 78th anniversary of Israel's founding. I'm sick and tired of people apologizing. This is May 14th. So anyway, now the Israeli government is suing the New York Times.
Times op-ed on Israeli sexual violence against Palestinians is getting a lot of attention online. In the column, American journalist Nicholas Kristof calls out Israel's use of rape and sexual violence against Palestinians. He goes on to detail harrowing stories that he heard from 14 Palestinian victims who were assaulted by Israeli soldiers, settlers, security agents, and prison guards. But none of this is new. Israel's systematic use of rape and sexual violence against Palestinians, including children, has been widely reported by international rights groups and media, and it is often a subject of debate.
להכניס מקל לרקטום של בן אדם, זה לגיטימי? כן, אם הוא נוח'בה, הכל לגיטימי לעשות.
Yep. That was an emergency Knesset meeting that they conducted after the Israeli prosecutors detained 6 Israeli concentration camp officers from Sde Taiman. And this fucking Israeli politician said, yes, you can anally rape Palestinians as long as they're Nukba. They're all Nukba. They're all special forces. They're all Hamas's special forces, and therefore rape is legitimate. After this emergency Knesset meeting, the Israeli society's most far-right elements did a January 6th style riot outside of the facility where these guys were being held, the 6 rapists. They were able to free them. It was a successful January 6th style pro-rape riot. One of the main rapists was brought on TV. Okay. One of the main rapists was brought on television, Israeli television. He had a balaclava on. For the week leading up to this event, he always would refuse to identify himself. He came on television, and it was a big fucking moment where he took his balaclava off and became a television star. He was praised as a hero. Everything I'm telling you sounds insane. Because it is insane. But none of it is a lie. The Israeli prosecution dropped that case a couple months ago. Benjamin Netanyahu personally had the 6 rapists on a press run where he openly apologized to them for even having to go through prosecution. Lots of pro-Israel ties matter. The New York Times publishing a detailed report on the systematic rape of Palestinian Israeli custody, as if we didn't all see the guy who was filmed raping a prisoner get turned into a national celebrity on Israeli TV. Yeah. Hundreds power warrior Meir Ben Shitrit is his name, who was investigated on suspicion of rape, no less, arrives this evening to open up everything about the Sdei Teiman affair.
מתמודד עם הנוח'בות בשדה תימן, ועכשיו מתמודד עם האשמות קשות, וכולנו רוצים לשמוע מה יש לו להגיד.
There is CCTV footage of Israeli occupation forces raping Palestinian prisoners. There are instances where Israeli concentration camp guards go on Israeli television and openly celebrate how they train their dogs even. None of this is a secret.
Get you on.
None of it is a secret. And for the last couple of days since this article was published, the Zionists have been losing their fucking minds on the internet. Claiming this is blood libel. Claiming this is unacceptable. Claiming Israeli it's a lie. Let's take a look at Prem also breaking the story down.
The military is dropping charges against 5 soldiers who were caught on camera raping a Palestinian detainee. Sounds horrifying, right? The whole story is even worse. So nearly 2 years ago, Israeli police detained soldiers suspected of sexually abusing a Palestinian at this notoriously brutal prison camp called Strait. In response, mobs of Israeli rioters and lawmakers stormed a military base and a military court in support of the soldiers. In the months that followed, the soldiers were welcomed to court with chants of, "You are heroes." And
for the record, if you were in here, you saw all of this happen in real time because I covered it in real time. But a question I have for you is this. If you're new here, doesn't that shock you that this information, you didn't hear about it at all? If you weren't watching me back then, you probably didn't hear about the story at all. Isn't that fucking insane?
And we love you. Some were even welcomed on national TV. Meanwhile, top Israeli officials were seeking to both defend the soldiers and instead punish Yifat Tomer Yerushalmi, the ex-military advocate general who leaked the footage of the rape. She resigned after admitting that she leaked the footage, and the Israeli government went after her, detaining her and investigating her, and at one point even putting her under house arrest. Her case is still open, while the case into the alleged rapist soldiers themselves is now closed. It's important to underscore that this case in particular was pointed to by US officials and other pro-Israel defenders as proof that the government of Israel could be trusted to investigate itself. And now, the case is closed and the charges are dropped. All the while, top officials like Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz call it blood libel to investigate soldiers caught on camera raping a Palestinian. Katz even openly said that the role of the Israeli military's legal system is to protect and safeguard soldiers and not to, for example, hold them accountable when they commit a crime on camera. As the US and Israel open up their war on Iran, it might be even harder for them to rally public support or claim some sort of moral cause when one government is led by the Epstein class and the other is led by officials who have now just defended rapist soldiers.
Yes, I thought Netanyahu's statement was very revealing in one way.
when he announced today that he was directing his aides to consider a lawsuit, he said, "We will fight these lies in the court of public opinion and in the court of law." Now, maybe it's just a coincidence, but he listed court of public opinion first. And to me, this legal threat is largely about telling people in the court of public opinion, telling Israelis, telling folks all around the world that the country rejects these allegations, refutes what was.
Yeah. How much more manipulation? How much more? My dog took care of some Nukbas in Strait Taiman. Judeo-Nazi settler soldier Elkanah Fetterman, this is from BN, was on Channel 14's Ha Patrouille team tonight and brought his gun and dog with him, the same dog you can see in the quoted tweet. I hate to think what he'd done to poor abductees at Strait Taiman. BM is BM used to be an Israeli. For those of you who don't know, I really hate you. Was a Israeli. He left Israel. He's a major anti-Zionist. Israeli Jew, punk guy who fucking left. He left Israel, moved out of Israel. To consider, meaning this is just a PR flex and a real bad one at that. Just this week, Netanyahu ordered to continue to ban on outside entities such as the Red Cross finally being allowed in to communicate with inmates. There are almost 10,000 prisoners, many held without charge. Many deaths have occurred. The last thing Netanyahu wants is transparency. Anyway, as I was saying, Benjamin Netanyahu has since then ordered, aside from Nicholas Kristof being on the receiving end of unbelievable lies and heinous smears, including from, I guess, our now shared enemy, Representative Josh Buttheimer. What the fuck, New York Times? Nick Kristof amplifies proven Hamas-affiliated sources in their propaganda while the New York Times continues to gloss over the systematic sexual violence, rape, and mutilation Hamas committed on October 7th, now fully documented in the new Civil Commission report. We should expect better from the paper of record, particularly with allegations as seriously as these. If this is the furious coordinated backlash Kristof is getting for One Piece, imagine what the Israeli and Palestinian journalists on the ground face every day. Also true. Netanyahu released a statement, by the way. Today, I instructed my legal advisor to consider the harshest legal action against the New York Times and Nicholas Kristof. They defamed the soldiers of Israel and perpetuated a blood libel about rape, trying to create a false symmetry between the genocidal terrorists of Hamas and Israel's valiant soldiers. I like that the blood libel is that there is a false symmetry. Buddy, Israel in its totality have done infinitely worse shit than October 7. Israel, as a matter of fact, the Israeli occupying forces, as a matter of fact, have done thousands of October 7s to the Palestinian population. There is no fucking symmetry. What the fuck are you talking about? We will fight these lies in the court of public opinion and the court of law. Anyway, so yeah, they're trying to sue the New York Times, which, by the way, it's not going to happen. I mean, they could try, but that discovery process would literally destroy Israel.
Discussion on television.
כלב הזה זה ג'אנגו, איתי בכל פעילות, איתי במילואים, חלק קצת בנוחבות בסט תימן, עשה הרבה. תגיד דברים ש...
And even comedy material.
סיפור אחי שהתעללנו ברקטום של פעיל חמאס. זה הסיפור. וצלצלו? מי ענה?
ואתה הבחור עם האייפון?
This time, however, it was reported by the New York Times, America's paper of record, that has time and again overlooked and cast doubt on Palestinian narratives. Israel was quick to react. Official Israeli accounts and pro-Israeli figures slammed the piece, flooding social media feeds with criticism of the article, its author, and the publication. Israel's foreign ministry accused Christoph of blood libel, of inversing reality and spreading baseless lies. Israel's ambassador to the US, Michael Leiter, also accused Christoph of lying.
And by the way, this isn't the first time the New York Times has disproportionately bashed Israel. Oh, it's an addiction. This is characteristic of the same paper that disseminated baseless accusations of starvation.
While Israel denies accusations of sexual violence against Palestinian prisoners, the government has not allowed the Red Cross to inspect the conditions.
Bro, they're a Nazi country. I don't know what else we can say about this. They're a fucking Nazi country. They don't think the Palestinians are human beings. So from their perspective, it's like perfectly valid to rape them. Sometimes rape them to death. Okay? I'm not like, it's just what it is. Okay? Israel is a fascist, Nazi-style country, and they absolutely do not care about Palestinians. They don't see Palestinians as human beings. The entire entire ideology, the ideological framework which Zionism operates off of, is the exact same fascist ideological framework, the ethno-supremacist ideological framework that Nazism operated off of. That's it. That's it. It's just the truth. And for some weird reason, most people see this reality now. But Israel still thinks it can get away with defending themselves against this kind of statement. Yeah, Israel's prison system has been so undercovered precisely because it's a perfect distillation of what Zionism is in practice. A state apparatus organized around domination, humiliation, dehumanization. Now that a mainstream media outlet has finally covered what's happening inside, Israel's defenders are understandably treating it as a grave threat. Yeah, because in a just world, it would be. Right? In a just world, this would bring down the entire government. Because this is a moral stain on an entire country. Okay? Just as Guantanamo Bay was a moral stain on our entire country and what we've done and what we still continue to do there. I mean, this is a far more systematized version of ethnic domination, of course, than even Guantanamo Bay is. So, you know, do with that calculation what you will. But this is, I mean, this is not all that different to, once again, what the Nazis were doing. It's not. I don't know what else to say. What can you say, man? Very cool. We got a rape colony over there. And then people turn around and say, this is blood libel. And there are so many, like, I'm a serious reporter ass motherfuckers out here that are showing their asses over and over again. And of course, the ever litigious Israel is threatening to sue. Yeah, okay, suck my dick. They can't do shit. This is funny as well. Gottheimer tweeted an implication that New York Times is paid by Hamas, then tweeted the same thing a few hours later with that line removed, but both tweets are still up. It's almost as if the New York Times is on Hamas's payroll. Gottheimer, not even a week after he wrote an article in the same New York Times opinion editorial page about me being an anti-Semite, accuses the same newspaper about being on the payroll of Hamas. New York Times has been an unbelievably important tool in laundering the reputation of Israel as Israel waged a genocidal war, it conducted a genocide against the Palestinians. New York Times still to this day is rarely doing good journalism when it comes to issues that pertain to Palestinian existence. So, of course, a lot of people are very frustrated with the New York Times. But having said that, it's a moment for critical support for Nicholas Kristof, at least. Anyway, spokesperson for the New York Times responded, "There's no truth to this at all." To David Schuster, TYT guy, apparently. I don't even know who the fuck this guy is. Hearing from longtime friends of New York Times, there are already discussions, including up the masthead, about retracting Nick Kristof's column. Fucking bullshit. Dude, why? Why is it that it's just like Israel defenders, they have one speed: lie, cry, and sue. Okay? Lie, cry, sue. So fucking hysterical. Every single time, dude. Every single fucking time. I often wonder if the Nazis were also this invested in self-victimhood. I guess they were, because they were blaming Jewish people for everything, right? But I wonder what techniques, did they use standpoint epistemology to this degree? Were they constantly claiming the victim, or were they trying to present themselves as a powerful force, cry bullying nonstop? Because modern day fascism, I feel like is unbelievably soy in many respects. Modern day fascism is Israeli fascism, and the Israeli variant of fascism that is woke fascism, if that makes sense. Constantly seeking out, identitarian positions, claiming that you're in an ever-present position of victimhood, that everyone is out to get you. We see that in America as well, not just from defenders of Israel, some of which happen to be liberals already and vote for the Democratic Party, but defenders of the Republican Party too. American fascism, MAGA fascism, is very similar. The idea that white people are under attack, constantly crying, constantly complaining, constantly punching down, constantly punching others, and then claiming that you yourself are the victim. It's very interesting. Yeah, there it is. A study in empires. Germany, the aggressor nation, ? 26% of the world, the British Empire, Great Britain. World War II propaganda map comparing Germany's territorial expansion to that of the British Empire. Saying, Germany, small nation, why can't we do a little bit of a genocide? Why can't we do a little bit of territorial expansion? Germany, tiny nation. Where else have you heard that? Israel, tiny nation, surrounded by scary countries.
Of detainees in Israeli prisons for years. And if they do make it out of detention, inmates come out looking like this. Israeli soldiers were even caught on camera gang raping and torturing a Palestinian prisoner in the notorious Strait detention facility.
Yep.
And while Ambassador Leiter claims that
any complaint of unlawful conduct by Israeli authorities should be submitted to investigative bodies. And as is customary in a democratic society, those complaints will be reviewed thoroughly.
The soldiers from Israel's Unit 100 returned to reserve duty after charges against them were dropped. In fact, solidarity protests took place when the soldiers were detained for questioning. Meanwhile, the whistleblower who leaked the video was arrested, and no internal military investigation into the incident has been carried out. Instead, one of the soldiers, Mer bin Shitrit, has garnered a large online following.
إلى واحد بده يخط رجله هون بقول لكم من هون اليهودي ولا كتين ولا عكيد ولا إشي جايز عليكم نووي من الصغير لكبير نحرقكم دولتكم ولا واحد ياخد القدس.
And made multiple appearances on primetime television where he is sometimes introduced as a hero.
Only democracy in the Middle East, by the way, guys. Israel is everything that we claim here in the United States of America random Muslim nations are. As a matter of fact, the closest comparison to the way Israel behaves with regular frequency is ISIS. Okay? Hamas is not in any way, shape, or form close to ISIS. Israel is. Hamas is actually in Gaza fighting against ISIS and ISIS affiliates. ISIS affiliates that are aligned with Israel.
Listen to this ugly talk. It's disgusting.
What the fuck is that? They're going to be pissed about this commentary. Oh my God. The pro-Israeli crowd is going to get mad at me. It's another day that ends with a Y, huh?
The report.
Yeah. Natalie Karach, the New York Times continuing to publicly back Nicholas Kristof's explosive investigative opinion pieces. The paper's newsroom has notably yet to follow up on the shocking allegations at the center of the controversy. New chicken shit innuendo smear thing is hand-wringing about the New York Times newsroom supposedly supposed lack of follow-up reporting on Kristof's column. I don't think Natalie is doing that, by the way. Which needs to happen within a week, or it's scandalized and vaguely implied to be evidence that the paper lacks confidence in the story. Good shit. I don't think Natalie's doing that. Dylan Byers, fair point on Nick Kristof discourse. Setting aside the debate over integrity reporting, if the claims in the piece are true, basic editorial judgment would result in follow-up stories on the New York Times' news side. Presumably, those stories are in the work. If they're not, why not? Weird, why not? I can tell you why not. The reason why they're not doing it is because they're fucking pro-Israel. But now they've been pushed into this position. They've been pushed into this fucking position. There's no truth to this at all. Nicholas Kristof is a two-time Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist who's reported on sexual violence for decades and is widely regarded as one of the world's best on-the-ground reporters documenting and bearing witness to sexual abuse experienced by women and men in war and conflict zones. He traveled to the region to report firsthand on the stories of Palestinians who suffered abuse. And his article collects accounts in the victims' own words backed by independent studies. Rape has become, Moen Rabbani says, rape has become a part of the Israeli national ethos. Politicians and government officials riot in support of it. Prominent journalists and commentators shout and scream in support of it in television programs. Public figures demand it, and comedians devote skits to the joys of raping Palestinian prisoners. This is literally, it sounds like an insane anti-Semitic conspiracy, but it's straight up fucking true. This is what Israel is. New York Times comms also says the Israeli Prime Minister has threatened to file a libel lawsuit against the New York Times regarding the Nicholas Kristof's deeply reported opinion column on sexual abuse by Israel's prison guards, soldiers, settlers, and interrogators. This threat, similar to one made last year, is a part of is a well-worn political playbook that aims to undermine independent reporting and stifle journalism that does not fit a specific narrative. Any such claim would be without merit. Go to hell. Fuck you for defending Kristof and publishing libel. If you want to understand why there is a massive double standard, look at the lack of verifiable firsthand accounts that claimed, without any evidence, with tremendous amounts of retracted evidence, okay, that Hamas engaged in directed systemic mass rape on October 7. Okay? Even secondhand accounts were later proven to be incorrect. That was in the fucking paper, record on the news side. This comes years after well-documented, direct, first-hand victim testimony And the New York Times is still, they're defending Nicholas Kristof, but not writing a report on it, not following up on this article. That is because they are pro-Israel. Drop site news asked AOC about Prime Minister Netanyahu threatening to sue the New York Times.
Threatening to sue the New York Times over their reporting about the systematic rape in prisons, and also getting to choose his interviewer on CBS.
Yeah, well, I mean, that CBS situation is just a violation, I think, of any journalistic standard. So it doesn't surprise me that Barry Weiss is letting, elected officials who should be held accountable by journalists and the free media.
Once again, they're backfiring, by the way. I do want to tell you something. This is going to backfire on Israel. They're so aggressively posturing right now. They're so aggressive. You're cleaning your teeth on camera. First a sue for days, now a toothpick. Who are you? A cool guy. Also, I use a toothpick all the time. Ironically enough, I think the bigger the controversy they create around this, the more people read about it. Streisanding this into oblivion.
Instead, she's doing things the other way around and letting her friends pick her interviewers.
Would a foreign leader in any other country get to exercise this type of influence over our media?
I've certainly never heard of something like that happening, so I can't name a precedent, but yeah.
Thanks. What are your thoughts on Prime Minister Netanyahu threatening to sue the New York Times over their reporting about the systematic rape in prisons, and also getting to choose?
Anyway. He also asked Randy Fine some questions. And Randy normally loves talking about Israel. It's his favorite subject to discuss. So let's take a look. I'm sure he'll have some choice words on this New York Times reporting.
It's in the New York Times about the systematic rape in the Israeli prisons of the Palestinian detainees.
You ask me a question about something other than Israel. I don't even know why they let foreign agents like you even do this.
Well, I'm a reporter, and the main thing you talk about on
not a reporter.
Every media appearance that you do is about Israel. So I'm asking you about your main issue.
It's not my main issue. I answer the questions people ask me. But
that's what I'm asking you. You didn't answer it. I'm asking you about a New York Times report. Is that real reporting?
No.
New York Times isn't real reporting?
No.
Okay.
And by the way, listen to the New York Times report. You should at least get it right.
It was a New York Times report. Yes, it was. No, it was a New York Times report, sir. Just want to get you.
A pigot. I can't tell if it's a, oh my God, it is. He's wearing a Make America Great Again kippah. Anyway, disgusting. Tariq Kenny Shawah says, more importantly, this is also a test of how influential the Israel lobby is at this point. They're making such a deafening hullabaloo right now because they're desperate to make an example of Kristof to deter any further coverage on this issue in mainstream press. Of course, most of the accounts in Kristof's article have been reported by Palestinians, but to the Israel lobby, their voices don't matter because they can be smeared as illegitimate or Hamas. But when mainstream outlets start sharing these reports, that's when they worry. Yeah. The Atlantic magazine is a joke for keeping this person on staff. He's been denying a crime that occurred during the Holocaust, but I suppose Holocaust denial in defense of Israel is the only time it's allowed by Jeff Goldberg. Yeah, David Frum. Meanwhile, the Jewish rape dogs hoax has been refuted not because it's a slur against Jews, but because the American Kennel Club attests it's an impossibility for dogs. Dogs do not naturally behave this way. They're abused into it. That's what Ingrid Olderock specialized in. Dude, movies about this were nominated for Oscars, and some of the most notorious chapters of Chilean history are about this. I don't like arguing with Holocaust deniers. Enjoy the block. I have friends at the Atlantic, and I know not everyone over there sucks, but Jeffrey Goldberg, he definitely sucks for keeping people like this on the payroll. Suddenly, you guys turn into David Irving to defend Israel. Shame on you, and your ancestors are weeping. In my other thread, I pointed out Barbie went on trial after the Holocaust. People testified to what he did with the dogs. Yeah, that's another unbelievably ironic moment that, like...
And besides that, there were other punishments they could do to you. They were, those dogs. There were those dogs in the camp. They were very huge dogs. We were afraid of those dogs more than the Germans because they were trained to make, like sex with girls. So if they want to punish you, they will take these horrible big dogs and they force you there to make whatever. In any case, once it happened, there was a French lady, and she had a beautiful daughter of 16. She was really beautiful. And then, they forced the girl, I don't know what she has done wrong.
Yeah. By the way, becoming a Holocaust denier to justify heinous crimes and genocide against the Palestinians is what Benjamin Netanyahu is known for. He's done that. He's not a Holocaust denier yet, but he is a Holocaust revisionist. And he actually recently did that, as I showed you, where he claimed on CBS's 60 Minutes that, Hitler wasn't such a bad guy. He never said he wanted to, he never said he wanted to invade Britain and the U.S. He never said death to America, death to Great Britain. Yeah. In Chile, the use of dogs to rape people is sadly well known because of the Pinochet government's tenure. There was an Oscar-nominated film that was made about the woman who engaged in this torture tactic. She was called Woman of the Dogs. And for the record, yes, her parents were Nazis, and her authoritarian upbringing is why some people some people assume she became a torturer under Pinochet. Which makes you wonder what's going to happen to all those kids who march through Jerusalem today chanting death to Arabs. They do this every year. I presume the IDF will not exempt them from service. Speculate. Yeah. And of course, the last piece of the saga is Ira Stoll reports Nick Kristof's father fought for the Nazis during World War II, something he admitted in his 2024 memoir, Chasing Hope. When I was growing up and other kids talked about their dads heroically battling the Nazis, I kept quiet. I didn't want to admit that my father had actually fought for a year on the same side of the Nazis. So now they're saying Nick Kristof's father also wrote a letter to the editor of the Times in 1989 defending Paul Touvier, the intelligence chief of a pro-Nazi militia in Vichy, France, who was convicted of killing 7 Jewish hostages. This information was not revealed to people due to deep background investigations. Nicholas Kristof himself revealed this information. and the deep shame he has for it. What the fuck does this have to do with Nicholas Kristof? But of course, it's always one speed. Zionists will grab onto anything they possibly can. There is no depths they won't sink to in an effort to defend Israel. These guys are knowingly playing coy with you. They know why they haven't published multiple front-page stories following an article released 3 days ago. They know how journalism works. If they did release these articles right after, they'd attack the New York Times for being hasty. They just want to stop any criticism of Israel. Anyway, let's get back to Chad Bianco. This is the last California governor
is going
to
to
pay.
go down. That is why all of these costs are going up. So when you eliminate the regulation, you eliminate the excessive business taxes that are forcing people out of this state, then you can fix government. You do not fix government with the same tired old policies of bribing you with free things for an election, and then 4 years later we're going through the same conversation because nothing changes. You've got to vote for something different.
Mr. Bianco, could you explain how you would keep people on their insurance plans with healthcare premiums going up?
Number one, we wouldn't have to worry about healthcare insurances going up because of Washington if California managed its finances. We want to blame everything about California. Donald Trump was named 10 times in the opening statements. We want to blame 1 year of Donald Trump on 30 years. We're going to fix the financial problem in California caused by all of these, the waste, the fraud, the abuse, the excessive fraud, embezzlement, and abuse in our medical system that allows that to happen in the first place.
You've had a 60% increase in your budget since you've been sheriff.
Thank you, Mr. Villaraigosa. Ryan?
That's a nice fake comment.
Mr. Becerra, the Trump administration announced just yesterday it will withhold $1.3 billion in Medicaid payments to California over hospice fraud. As governor, how would you crack down on healthcare fraud in the state? You have 1 minute.
Ryan, the same way I did it when I was Attorney General.
Wait,
we
what?
established a bureau that dealt with Medi-Cal fraud, working with the federal government.
So we're just taking what Trump's saying at face value.
Because
Nice.
Trump took $1 trillion out of the healthcare system, out of the Medicare, or the Medicaid and the Medi-Cal system. Trump is now trying to deprive California of another $1 billion in health care for Medi-Cal. He doesn't have the right to do that. You still have to prove that there's been fraud and abuse. He is in advance taking money, even though he hasn't proven in court what he's done. So we should go after him, the way I had to do over 120 times when I was Attorney General. We will fight to get those tax subsidies under the Affordable Care Act back for California families. We will fight to make sure we get the money that we send to the federal treasury for Medi-Cal in California, because otherwise 3 million Californians are in jeopardy of losing their health care. We won't let Trump get in our way. And whether it's the Trump gas tax, because he's increased the price by going to war in Iran, or whether it's the tariffs that are taxed, we're going to fight against Trump.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. On the issue of health care, do you believe in single-payer health care?
I absolutely have said over and over, yes, I do. Yes, let me just be consistent. I have Medi-Cal for All is a form of single payer. For more than 30 years, I have been a proponent, an author of legislation for Medicare for All, which is a form of single payer, and I've done that over and over. Now, what I will tell you is this, Ryan. What we have to do, because people in California don't care what you call it. At the end of the day, what they want is access to a doctor when they need it and a bill that they can afford to pay. And that's what we'll do. And when I was secretary, I advanced more coverage for more Americans than ever before, and we lowered prices.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Mr. Hilton, as someone who has lived in the UK under a single-payer healthcare system, you have been highly critical of it and said, as governor, the only way to bring healthcare costs down is to stop covering illegal immigrants. What do you say to voters who believe healthcare is a right and not a privilege? You have 1 minute.
Well, I don't think it's fair that California taxpayers who can barely afford their own health coverage should be paying for the health care of citizens of other countries. And if you look at the record of Javier, it's exactly what Chad was just saying, that you cannot believe that any change will come from these people. He, as health secretary, dismantled the unit and HHS that was supposed to crack down on fraud. Billions of dollars of fraud as a result of his rule as HHS secretary. And there's another point I think we have to acknowledge. We learned today that Javier, implicated in this corruption scandal, today we learned that he knew about illegal and improper payments from his campaign account to his former chief of staff. Honestly, and it pains me to say it because I like you personally, Javier, but you shouldn't be on this stage. You shouldn't be in this race. You should be preparing your criminal defense.
Thank you, Mr. Hilton. Mr. Becerra, you'd like to respond? You have 30 seconds.
Sure. With friends like that, who needs enemies, right? First, it's hard to respond to lies. We did not dismantle. We actually increased oversight. In fact, what we did was we increased oversight over nursing homes because nursing homes had been the place where more deaths occurred as a result of COVID. So we actually increased oversight. And what I will tell you is this, the record speaks for itself. Steve, under my watch, we went to more than 300 million Americans who had health care coverage. That was far beyond what Donald Trump, your daddy, gave us, and we are going to continue to move forward in California.
Mr. Becerra, would you like to respond to the federal charges that he had brought up? If you were elected into the top two election runoff in November, can you guarantee that will not be a distraction?
I can, because as I've said from day one, I was not involved in the wrongdoing. I had nothing to do with that. I did nothing wrong. And don't take my words for it, take the words of the U.S. attorney who said no candidate running for governor has been implicated in this particular matter. So, Steve, you may not want to accept it, but the truth is what it is. You don't get to make up the facts. The facts are the facts.
Said it, Javier.
Let's talk about...
It's your chief of staff who said that you knew about these payments.
Let's talk about...
If I can respond to that,
Jesus Christ, this fucking bell.
The district, the prosecuting attorney in the U.S. Attorney's Office is the one that handled this case. Steve, unless you tell me otherwise, I don't think you've gone to law school. But the U.S. attorney did say, and Katie, to your point, then the U.S. attorney has said no candidate, including me, running for governor, has been implicated in this case. And they looked at all the facts and decided
it's Steyer and Becerra that are the top candidates. And on the Republican side, it's the fucking British dipshit.
Let me just say this. Javier, you're
We know that
saying
Javier...
facts. Let's go to the videotape. Let's trust the people who are saying it. When it comes to single payer, you went and talked to the largest lobbying group against single payer in the state of California. And the head of that group the next day said you very clearly indicated you were against single payer.
And I told them I was for Medicare.
They didn't just say it. They endorsed you and they gave you the maximum amount of money that they can give a candidate. So are they lying? They clearly gave you the money. They clearly gave you the endorsement. And they clearly stated that's what you said.
Ms. Porter.
So respectfully, Mr. Becerra, your quote at the end drifted off a little bit from the words. What the quote was that you had not been mentioned in the charging documents, that is, in the indictment of Dana Williamson, your long-term chief of staff, Sean McCluskey, or Greg Campbell. But as you know, that does not preclude, because you are also a trained attorney, you know that does not preclude an indictment from being issued against you. We do not know what Dana Williamson said about your involvement, and the government will have the ability.
I mean, they're all fucking knifing him, which is good, because he sucks.
I mean, look, I'll let the lawyers battle that one out.
Sorry for the Becerra heads in the chat, but he's ass.
Under Javier's watch.
Bro, he's so ass. Former Biden administration officials have been like, he's ass. Like, what do you want? Other Democrats are like, he sucks. KTLA cooked his ass when they asked a couple questions and he started crying on camera, and then they released the footage.
$32 billion worth of
God, I hate this guy so much. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why are there 17 candidates on fucking stage? People are voting for Javier. Why do you keep posting this by saying people are voting for Javier? Why? Okay, they're not voting for Javier. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Hannah won our second Pulitzer reporter on the hundreds of thousands of migrant kids exploited during Javier Becerra's term as HHS secretary. She's a reputable source. A story of mine from 2023 suddenly became a major issue in the California governor's race. Okay, with the final debate tonight, I tried to set the record straight on the front runner's role in the migrant child labor crisis and whether he lost 85,000 kids. The Times broke the story that has become a dominant line of attack against Javier Becerra. Here are 5 things to know about it. Why do you keep saying people are voting for Javier? Oh, because you're saying he's polling high. Oh.
This is the start of our interview with Javier Becerra in Highland Park.
By the way, this is a profile piece. This is not a gotcha piece, right?
Well, look, I think these questions are fair. It's in order to learn about you as a candidate.
So long as it's about the profile.
I don't know how you define profile, but I'd like to begin the interview.
The way I describe profile is you talk about all the things that I've done, things I want to do, and along with some tough questions. But not only tough questions.
This is the start of our interview with Javier Becerra in Highland Park.
Floating present. Thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Matt Mahan is annoying as fuck. All the way over from San Jose to Santa Rosa, his annoyingness radiates. Yeah, he's like, oh God. He's like Matt Mahan is Matt Iglesias' favorite pick. We know that Javier Becerra likely broke state law, and now he's at the center of an ongoing criminal investigation. Democrats cannot afford to wake up on June 3rd and discover we got a criminal on our hands. Javier Becerra should not be our governor, and we can't risk having him as our nominee. Yeah. Former Becerra staffers told me Becerra and McCluskey were such a close team that they had a hard time imagining Becerra working in government without his longtime staffer. Becerra's closest ally pleads guilty. If he makes it into the top 2, he will be absolutely clobbered by his opponent. Becerra is a liability to Democrats, a near guaranteed Republican win if it comes to that. And Democrats are so worried about fucking Tom Steyer as an uncontrollable, unaccountable to the party billionaire, even though he's a fucking billionaire and therefore has like tremendous buy-in to the system, that they will literally present Javier Becerra, who half of the party who has worked with him has said he sucks dick, become the Democratic pick in the top 2 system, in the top 2 primary system. California machine politics is so fucking awful. California machine politics is so unbelievably gross, so invested in winning or losing by their own design, as long as they fucking maintain their power, their grip on power, that they will literally fucking allow a Republican to win, as long as it's not someone with a D next to their name that they don't have any fucking control over. Someone with a D next to their name that is saying, like, we can do single payer in the state of California. We can actually hold some of these, major energy providers accountable in the state, like PG&E. They did this with Cuomo. They're doing it again and again and again and again and again. And they're going to keep doing it again. And we just have to beat them. There's no other way around it. I know you guys want to say, like, just check out of the system. When really realize that this system doesn't fucking work. It will always hurt your feelings. It will always betray you. It will always mess you up. Okay? But I'm going to keep fighting for it. I don't have a lot of confidence. I don't have a lot of confidence in the way that the current democratic process works. Remember what Mate says last night? Yeah, threads of change, not crumbs of hope. The difference between California has a lot less blue than New York City. Steyer is far less charismatic than Zoran and faces real issues with his billionaire status. Becerra is far less offensive than Cuomo, and also there won't be a Republican to split any votes. Should be feasibly winner for Steyer because Becerra is just so weak of a politician and also lacks the standing and credibility that were Cuomo's own real strengths, but he'd be starting off as the underdog, in my opinion. Most Republican voters just really are doctrinally conservative and will choose an establishment Dem over a progressive one on the basis of ideology. If they could hold their nose for Cuomo, they'd do it for anyone. It is what it is. With that said, the counterpoints here are that there's a big difference between Steyer running as a progressive Dem as opposed to an out-and-out socialist, while Becerra is a creature of the Dem establishment as opposed to Cuomo's weird, tough-on-crime, outsider-y thing. Yes, the Sacramento machine absolutely prefers Becerra. Floating present, thank you for another 25 gifted subs. Goddamn. I'll never forget this one time I DM'd this creator. I really liked telling her how cool I thought she was. She never responded. Then I found out a few months later via a friend that she had in a private alt account where she was talking mad shit about me going on Hassan's stream. Insults starting to pick up on this post and I don't have time to deal with it. Adjusting response to friends only. Hassan Piker called Jews inbred, worships Chairman Mao, did literal poverty tourism in Cuba to promote communism, said America deserved 9/11 and openly celebrated the No Festival massacre as it happened. Please stay in your lane and just be the big booby thirst trap. Yeah, here's a really good way to convince someone who does sex work to shut the fuck up and do sex work. Like, you'll definitely get them to go, well, you seem to be sincere. How do you think a Becerra versus Steyer general plays out like the latest poll shows? I think that's not a very good scenario for Steyer. Could be an interesting one. But if it's Steyer versus the Republican, then it's a wrap. Is the debate over or is it a commercial break? No, the debate's not over. It's a commercial break.
Ever own their own home. We need to build outwards, not just upwards with apartment buildings shoved into suburban neighborhoods. You know that only 6% of our land is developed in California. We could increase that to 7%, and there would be room for 10
How do you feel about the Butch Ware candidacy? Write in as a candidacy as a Californian. Good luck.
Think big again. Back to the days when we used to build amazing things in California, the suburbs of Southern California, the state water project. We should be thinking about how we restore the ambition, the abundance of California.
Mr. Hilton, thank you.
Ms. Porter, some of your opponents have stated homelessness is not a housing issue, but instead a drug, alcohol, and mental health issue. As governor, what do you do to get people off the streets who refuse service? And do you disagree with that statement? You have 1 minute.
So homelessness comes in a variety of forms. Homelessness includes families that are crowded together, 3 and 4, into a 1-bedroom apartment. We heard those stories during COVID. Those people didn't go away. They're still overcrowded. It includes foster youth who are aging out of foster care and often couch surfing, students on our campuses who are living in their cars. But yes, people who are chronically unsheltered who live on the streets very often have severe health, mental health, and substance use issues. Being on the street is a big risk factor for developing those things if you didn't have those problems already. We need to provide treatment for people, and we need to provide a process. Simply putting someone in jail and holding them for a day or two does not give them any meaningful treatment. Sure, they're not there tomorrow when you drive by, but they'll be there 2 days later. You need to have a pathway into treatment. I think we should revise the care court to be much more effective than it's been.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Mr. Bianco in Riverside County, you've actually recently seen the number of unsheltered drop 19%, and many credit a collaboration of the county and the 5,000 active nonprofits in your region. But you have said, as governor, quote, every single bit of money going to nonprofits and NGOs for homelessness ends the day I take over. So the question is, how would that impact your county? You have 1 minute.
It will impact them for a few minutes while they reach out and say, this is what we're doing, and you're going to cause all of these people to be put back on the street, and then we will give them their money back. And then the thousands upon thousands upon thousands of NGOs and nonprofits that don't come asking for their money back and showing us how many people are going to be affected will arrest all of those, because that's where the waste, the fraud, and the abuse is happening in the homeless industrial complex. This is not about homes. It's never been about homes. We take a different approach in Riverside County. We actually offer them the mental health and the drug treatment that they need and the alcohol treatment that they need. We do it very different, and it involves arrest. We put them in the jail. I don't want them there, but that's the first start. And then we get them into the housing, the transitional housing. We get them into the care that they need. We get them into mental health treatment. We get them into drug and alcohol treatment so we can help them get rid of their addiction, get rid of their mental illness state that they find themselves in, to get them back to the homes and family that they already have.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco.
Mr. Steyer, care court conservatorship and involuntary treatment reforms have produced uneven results across counties. Would you sign a law expanding involuntary commitment criteria?
So let me say this. Nobody gets well on the street. The people who show up on the street, only 1 in 7 of them have a serious mental health issue. So my job, as far as I'm concerned, would be to keep people off the street by giving them rental assistance, by getting them off the street as fast as possible into emergency interim housing, to places they want to go. And after repeated addresses, yes, I would ask people to get, I would force people to go into treatment. But let me say this. I want to talk about housing, because housing is the biggest problem in the state of California, and people aren't being realistic about it. Yeah, we need permit reform, and I'm going to do that too. Yes, we need zoning reform.
That's an incredibly impressive answer.
We need to construct houses differently because it's far too expensive. We have tens of thousands
Bro said
of permitted zone units we're not building.
Housing first.
And mostly, I will call a special
Bro
election
thinks we're
to
in
close
Finland.
a corporate real estate tax loophole so we can use that money to get the cities to actually agree to build housing. That is the big problem. They are dragging their feet, and they don't want it because they can't afford the people who are going to live in those houses. And anyone who's not talking about that isn't talking realistically about how we're going to build 1 million houses in the next 4 years.
Thank you, Mr.
Bro
Steyer.
said we're going to make California Finland again.
Californians are frustrated about how intractable a problem homelessness has been. What is the quiet part that politicians aren't saying out loud about why this problem has been so intractable?
Well, look, San Jose has created the model that the entire state needs to adopt. And as governor, I'll hold every city and every county accountable for doing its part. In fact, half of the candidates on this stage have come to San Jose to see our success with interim housing. We're investing in prevention, so fewer people become homeless. We're building shelter and interim housing. We're building treatment capacity. And when it's available, we are requiring that people come indoors. And we don't have to throw everybody in jail like the sheriff would do. We actually petition to get them into drug courts, mental health courts. And Katie's right. The care courts need to be more robust and get more people into treatment. But just back on housing, I have to disagree with Javier Becerra again. His big plan on housing costs is to cap insurance, which is how we lost the insurance companies in the first place. That's not going to work. And he didn't have a housing plan until a week ago that he couldn't explain at the forum with the New York Times how it wouldn't actually raise costs. It's not a credible plan for bringing down costs.
Mr. Becerra, I want to give you a minute to answer, but we also want to follow up on that and ask what the revenue plan is.
Yeah. So once again, it's amazing how people don't read plans and they try to interpret what other people are saying. What I will say to you, Matt, is this. We know what we need to do to try to construct. We have to reduce the regulations that are keeping developers from being able to pencil out projects. We know that local governments are very afraid of trying to move too quickly.
Javier, your party increased those regulations.
If I could just finish, Steve. And so what we have to do is...
believe a word he's saying. His party increased those regulations.
Mr. Hilton, Mr. Becerra, please finish.
Yeah, so it's not rocket science. What we do have to do is take advantage of what we know can be done quickly. There are 40,000 shovel-ready projects, affordable units ready to go if we could just help find the financing. When I declare that state of emergency, when I get in, we will find the money to get those projects on the way. And I will tell you this, if you don't believe that we can deal with high home insurance rates, Matt, then you shouldn't be running for governor.
We're actually bringing down...
I'm going to actually really quickly...
He didn't answer the question. I'm sorry. The point I was making...
Most families are... If I could just finish
California
the thought.
voters, gentlemen, California voters want to hear everyone's perspectives.
Ezra Klein had to ask him 4 times.
I do want to actually give Mr. Villaraigosa an opportunity.
But if I could just finish the sentence.
What is his revenue plan?
If I could just finish the sentence and say...
Raise your hand if you want to hear his revenue plan.
Katie, it'd be easy to respond if I didn't get interrupted every time I was trying to.
Go ahead and finish, and I'm going to go to Mr. Villaraigosa, and then we will move on.
Thank you. So I think it's unfortunate for candidates who believe that home insurance costs, casualty insurance costs are okay, and not try to take this head on, grab that bull by the horns, because too many families are not able to afford their places, their homes, because home insurance rates have gone sky high. I will tackle that and watch.
Price caps don't work.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Mr. Villaraigosa, I want to give you 30 seconds.
Well, first of all, let me be clear. We've spent $24 billion on homelessness from Sacramento, and homelessness went up, everybody. The fact is there is waste and fraud. The fact is we've got to do something about it. Yes, we can streamline permitting and do some of the things that you said, Mr. Steyer, but at the end of the day, it takes leadership, everybody. There's no one on this stage that has the record and both as mayor and speaker to do a lot of this. Just pie in the sky.
Mr. Steyer, we're going to give you 10 seconds.
10 quick seconds. Let me say this. There's no one else on this stage who actually has a plan to get the cities and counties on their side. There's no one on this stage who has a plan for finance. My wife and I have financed 17,000 low-income housing units, and there's no one on this stage who knows how to build houses for a third less, which we do.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer.
Thank you, candidates. Let's get back to Juliet in the studio with our next topic, climate and the environment.
All right, thank you. So California has been a leader when it comes to investing in green energy and preventing climate change. But at what costs? Max Darrow gives us a look.
What?
Whether on the coast, in the mountains, in the valley, or on the bay, where Emma Greenbaum takes...
What the fuck is happening in this debate? Also, but at what cost is really funny.
Director for Climate and Landscapes at the Exploratorium.
Our whole way of life here would change if nothing is done about sea level rise and nothing is done about climate change.
An educator, she says California is looked at as a leader globally with its approach to climate.
I'm fucking bored. What's wrong with Katie Porter other than being a monster to her staffers? She wants to do insanely stupid race to the bottom, like no taxes on anyone under no taxes on anyone making up to $100,000 style initiatives, like just non-starter stupidity. She used to be good. She used to be good, but she's pro-Israel. Like Tom Steyer, for all of his, wishy-washy behavior around Israel, is far better than the rest of the fucking top-line contenders. The only exception to Tom Steyer on the issue of Israel is obviously two guys, neither of which are on the stage right now. One of which is not even on the ballot.
The question is, do you believe climate change is happening? And as governor, how would you approach California's current environmental policies? You have 1 minute.
Well, unfortunately for her, there are no other states in the country
Floating
that
President,
are doing
thank you
what
for 25.
California is, because they looked at us and they said, hey, they're destroying their state. We're not going to do that. That is the reason why we can no longer afford to live in California. Do I believe in climate change? Of course, we can say that temperatures are increasing. Are we going?
Wait, what? Oh my God! Woke, because he's gay.
California
he's
being
woke and
non-existent
gay.
because
He's libtarded.
It's not going to happen. Am I naive enough to believe that human beings can affect it? No. What California has done in the last 30 years in climate change and taking care of the environment with CO2 and everything that they're doing was eliminated with the Palisades fire. We have to be realistic about what we are doing, how we are going to compensate for the Earth's environment changing, and stop destroying California with unbelievable excessive regulations that are truly environmental activist related, that are destroying our state's ability to do everything, including housing.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco. Mr. Hilton, as advisor of then Prime Minister David Cameron, you're credited as the mastermind of his green campaign, but you said if elected, you would dismantle California's climate policy. So I'll ask you, do you believe in climate change? You have 1 minute.
Yeah, and we need to have common sense on climate change, not ideology that ends up being counterproductive and, exactly as Chad said, hurting every small business and family and everyone in California. I'm an environmentalist. We love our beautiful natural landscapes, our climate here in California. We've got to protect that. Clean air, clean water, of course that's right. But look at some of the things that we're doing in the name of climate change. the wildfires that occurred in the Sierras in 2020 because the forests weren't managed properly, the CO2 emissions from that 1 year of mega wildfires.
He went from woke Cameron Tory to the hog GOP, and it just doesn't work.
In the previous 20 years. Look at what's going on with our gas prices, the highest in the country, because instead of getting oil and gas from our own oil production here in California, we are shipping it 7,500 miles in giant super tankers, spewing out carbon emissions. In the name of climate, we are increasing.
Why does he sound like that British pro-Palestine YouTuber that likes you? You mean Chris Kunzler? Oh my God, he does sound like Chris Kunzler.
Rising utility bills.
He has a
while the state
similar,
pushes
like, almost whiny intonation, which I really love. Chris Kunzler, obviously.
Position affordable.
He's
you
great.
Have 1 minute.
Yeah, this is the key question. It's why I find it such a head scratcher that Steve Hilton talks about protecting the environment, and then his housing plan is let's just.
I actually
build out
like
as far as we
Chris's
can. That's going to
style.
be great for the climate, for fire risk, for our daily.
Like,
commutes.
he does this, like, upspeak thing.
Thank you for actually traveled across California.
And thank you for
Chris has a posh accent. Yeah, he does. I really like Chris's commentary.
It's probably why when he got pushed out of government, and,
Like, his cadence comes across like it's like upspeak. I don't know how else to explain it, but it's awesome. But I like it. I like it. I'm also not used to hearing that tone and that accent say such truthful things.
For harnessing the investment of big tech companies to hold them accountable for paying for grid upgrades.
Okay,
So if they-
dude, Matt Mahan has the same vibes as Pete Buttigieg. Okay, just like there is something about guys like this that just rub me the fucking wrong way, and I don't know how to explain it. Like, I mean, with Pete, he has like terrible policies. With Matt, he has like whatever, right? He's also like a moderate, centrist Democrat, but like there is just a way that they fucking carry themselves where there's a way that they carry themselves where I'm just like, dude, you are trying to be so well put together. It just comes across as so insincere. There's just something that, like, I just cannot trust you. I cannot fucking trust you at all.
On the roads in California, the proportion, the idea that that's going to
Actually, half of the vehicles purchased in Santa Clara County are EVs.
You
We've got millions on the
You
road.
actually know the number, Matt, statewide.
Yeah, how many, Steve?
Do you know?
It's about 1 million.
The percentage of our vehicles on the road.
10%.
Yeah, and growing.
It's 7%, and he wants to power our power grid with that.
It's a lot of batteries, Steve.
This is what you get.
Tell me the math on the batteries.
Thank you, Mr. Hilton.
This is what you
We need
get
to move
from
on.
ideologues who are not practical.
It's actually called innovation, Steve. Innovation.
He's my ex's best friend. I know him, Matt Mahan.
How to make things work.
Yeah, Matt Mahan terrifies me. It just in ways that I cannot describe. I feel like Katie Porter is just fucking giving up. Matt Mahan is backed by Palantir. That makes so much sense. He went to the same all-boys high school, Catholic high school I went to. Probably learned that from the speech and debate law. It's not a worse set of candidates. I can't believe I'm saying this, but like every time I hear from Tom Steyer, I'm like, yeah, he's a billionaire, but I kind of like what he's saying.
And to try to have climate thoughts about it. We need to think of it. This is going to take a lot more energy, which we know it will. Electric vehicles are also projected to take a lot more energy in the future.
Like even my assessment of him was that he was
transmission in the ground. So yes, it's absolutely
like he was very responsive when I had that conversation with him as well.
It's going to take water. It's going to use energy. Then you should be prepared to
and
pay
his policies
for it.
are fucking
Those costs
awesome.
Should come out of your profits, not out of California families' pocketbooks. I just want to use my remaining 9 seconds. What is Mr. Becerra's revenue plan?
Oh God! She's so quirky. She brought her whiteboard.
No, excuse me.
And I will come to you, Mr.
Good,
Beer.
because the last one I got 30 seconds. I will like
will
a
come
minute.
back to you. Mr. Becerra, I was about to ask you how you plan to regulate AI energy throughout the state and the specific steps. But
You see that?
I also
She's trying to be
invite
Dr.
you to
Jihad.
respond to Ms. Porter's question.
So I get a minute.
You
to
are not
respond to the
Dr.
question and
Jihad.
30 seconds to respond to Ms. Porter.
Let's start with a minute.
Okay, I'll respond to your question, and if you give me 30 seconds, I'll respond to Katie's question.
already have a minute
So
for it.
on artificial intelligence, we want to make sure that when artificial intelligence is based here, and it should be based here because this is the home of artificial intelligence, that it is doing more than just taking care of its own needs. It is helping take care of the needs of communities that are in California, because it is an industry that is going to offer us great opportunity. At the same time, we want to make sure we're offering the protections that our families need, our children, our workers. We have to make sure that as we harness AI, we do it before AI harnesses us. And so that means taking advantage of working with them to establish a clear set of rules on how they will operate. They will provide resources to have the infrastructure that they need, but also expand that to provide the California people with a little extra. And we'll do this without imposing the type of regulation that would move them over to places like China.
Mr. Becerra, you have 30 seconds to respond to Ms. Porter, and then we will come to Mr. Villegas.
I really don't
Absolutely.
like Becerra.
As the only person who's actually done tax policy, because I sat on the Ways and Means Committee for 20 years in the House of Representatives, I can tell you what we will do, Katie. We will make sure that we change the tax code so we don't just tax doctors and nurses and firefighters and teachers at rates that are higher than billionaires like Tom Steyer. What we will do is make sure that everyone pays their fair share. That won't be so difficult. If you look at the governor's budget from from today, in fact, he actually calls for getting rid of some of the corporate welfare loopholes that are allowing corporations to pay less. We have the resources to go out and create the revenue we need, and we'll make sure that everyone is paying their fair share.
We'll make sure.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. I defer to my colleague.
May I say, I want to talk about climate. I'm the person on this stage who's worked on climate. So I'm not going to let this go without speaking.
I was told that I get the next.
Mr. Villegas,
I have a nuanced. One second
You
first.
can respond to, but let me ask you a question first. What is the biggest environmental challenge right now facing California, and what steps would you take to alleviate it? You have a minute.
First of all, let me speak to the record, everybody. When I was Speaker of the Assembly, 100% environmental record. I'm the author of the Carl Moyer Act, which was the biggest effort to clean up the air since the Clean Air Act until AB 32 and SB 32. When I was mayor, I said, dream with me. We'd make LA the greenest, biggest city in the country. We went #1 American city, reducing carbon emissions, #5 in the world. Reduced our water consumption to 1970 levels when we had 1 million less people. And the port, the biggest port in this state, the biggest in the country, is the greenest port in the world. But folks, anybody that thinks that the climate deniers have a policy that works, or the ones that believe we're just going to go all renewables, that's not going to work. We need an all-of-the-above energy policy. Almost anybody that knows anything.
All right, I'm fucking bored. I'm sorry. 7 hours and 20 minutes. I'm done. I'm done, dude. We'll look at some of the highlights tomorrow. I know I fucking say that. But half day, baby. Half day Hossy. You guys are not even into it. I'm certainly not. No, we won't. Okay, I'll try to look at some of the... I'll try to look at it. It's just like... It's so... Anything California related is always unbelievably disappointing. Speaking of California related... I will have Nithya Raman on the broadcast tomorrow, and I'm going to be asking her about her positions, her debate performance, and what she's done so far in her position. And I think it'll be an interesting conversation. But yeah, and that's all I got for today. That's all I got for now. Love you guys.
Starting
Peace.
off my introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topic's just begun. 'Cause there is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There it is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.